Had it not been for the information provided by the other party, I would have remained unaware that Shan Han's daughter disguised herself as a man to infiltrate the military. The young lady certainly possesses audacity. Magnanimity and appreciation for talent are qualities beyond our comparison. Taimu, if we're to seize the Central Plains, we must first understand it, allowing us to manage it more effectively. To govern a vast nation, the presence of talent is indispensable. Such individuals are rare and often elusive, which is why I hold every talent in high regard and aspire to recruit them. If they cannot join my ranks, I shall extract every ounce of their utility. Indeed, Uda speaks wisely. Following this, a cacophony of porcelain clinking echoed through the air. Surely, in a state of haze, perceived these sounds as pain rendered her mind momentarily incapable of coherent thought. After a brief interval, as her consciousness adjusted to this new form, her eyes gradually fluttered open. The attire surrounding her was bizarre. Adorned with intricate and vibrant patterns, the wooden tables and chairs bore no resemblance to any planet she could recall. The quantum brain had expended immense energy during the temporal leap and was yet to recover. She has awakened. Taimu approached and knelt before her. Miss Shun, Arada is a man of his word. The day after tomorrow, provided your father relinquishes Du City, we shall release you. Do not entertain thoughts of despair that lead to self-harm. The pain will only be yours to bear. Shirley observed his lips moving, uttering sounds she could not comprehend, pondering that this might be an undiscovered planet. Her gaze fell upon the food laid out on the table, and she could no longer spare even a fraction of her attention for anyone else. That lump resembled her chicken. Taimu noticed the sparkle in her eyes and, following her gaze, smiled. Are you craving something to eat? He then rose to have the entire table brought over while he untied the ropes binding her. As long as you remain calm, we shall not trouble you. Shirley could not comprehend his words, yet she discerned his intention to provide her with food and nodded in gratitude. Taimu and Ada believed the young girl had yielded, which brought them great joy. The subsequent murmurs of unfamiliar words went unnoticed and unheeded by anyone present. The individuals within the tent stared in astonishment as Shirley devoured all the food on the table with remarkable speed. They watched as she curiously sniffed a plate of strong liquor and, after taking a tentative sip, downed the entire jug, leaving her somewhat bewildered. General Taimu, are you certain this is General Shin's daughter? A young lady from the Central Plains ought not to behave in such a manner, one remarked. Ada, however, chuckled. This boldness is indeed the hallmark of a military lineage. Come, let us drink. We must not be outdone by a mere girl. To Ada, they toasted. Shirley found herself in a realm far removed from her own, a place of considerable wealth. Though the inhabitants regarded her with suspicion, they nevertheless extended their warmth, treating her with exquisite fare. In the vastness of the universe, one inevitably faces perilous moments. Ever since she honed her spiritual prowess to the point of separating from her physical form, she had devised a vessel to merge with her spiritual essence, all in the pursuit of resurrection. Gradually, she became aware of the peculiarities surrounding her. The neural pathways of this body were somewhat rudimentary, with few terminal branches. Despite the considerable time elapsed since its creation, she was certain that this was not her auxiliary body. Moreover, the cells within were actively undergoing metabolism. Her reserve vessel had remained in a state of cryostasis, rendering such a condition impossible. Upon conducting a thorough examination, she discovered that her current form was alarmingly frail, so fragile that it could not even best her 2 chickens. Observing her disinterest in food, Taimu gestured to an attendant nearby. The attendant approached with a length of rope, addressing her, Miss Shun, please. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Shirley did not comprehend his intentions. As those around her fell silent, their gazes fixed upon her, the atmosphere grew tense. Just when it seemed they could no longer contain themselves, the attendant extended his hand, rekindling the liveliness of the gathering. She recognized that the rope was intended for binding individuals. Gazing at the frail twine that could easily be broken with minimal effort, Shirley contemplated the wealth of this planet despite its affluence. Its technology appeared to be underdeveloped. Since her awakening, she had yet to encounter a single electronic device. It was highly probable that this planet was a primordial one, untouched by industrial development. This signified immense potential once her neural interface recharged and resumed functionality. She would undoubtedly reach out to the Grand Elder to integrate this planet into the Shirley star domain. With this resolve in mind, Shirley began to observe her surroundings, the environment, the climate, and the orbital patterns of the celestial body. The daylight here is somewhat brief, and although it is about to snow, the chill is not harsh rather. The air carries an unusual dryness. This is peculiar indeed. The beautiful yet perilous planet of the Weaving Maiden, where snow never ceases to fall, is characterized by an unbroken expanse of icebergs and an incessant wind. The cold is so severe that even a level 3 protective suit offers little refuge. She had ventured there once, narrowly escaping with her life. In contrast, the snowfall here is gentle, devoid of any lethality, reminiscent of that Sunto-disintegrate blue planet, though that was over 50 years ago, and it is likely that snow no longer graces the blue sphere. As the military approached a stone edifice, she began to comprehend the impending conflict. She was merely a hostage, of significant concern to a certain individual across from her. On the stone walls, archers were poised with their bows, alongside an unfamiliar wooden apparatus. The soldiers wielded primarily long spears, each adorned with a knife at their waists. Historical record of the Blue Planet once detailed such weaponry, referring to that era as the Age of Cold Weapons. Additionally, some soldiers were mounted on horses, the tails of which swished rhythmically, inciting her desire to approach and tug at their manes. Movement was evident on the wall, where a general draped in a crimson cloak stood at the gate, facing them defiantly. The ironwood individual who had provided her with sustenance 2 days prior now appeared exhilarated. "Shinhan, today we shall refrain from combat. Do you recognize this person?" He bellowed with great fervor. Upon the conclusion of his words, she was escorted to the front lines of the army, standing directly beside him. Subsequently, he directed his long spear toward her neck, an act that filled her with discomfort, surpassing even the unpleasantness of being bound by the ropes held by her captors. She could sense the agitation of the individuals atop the wall. Shinhan gazed at his daughter, strikingly conspicuous among the enemy ranks, his heart seized by profound shock. "General, shall we continue the fight?" inquired his aide-de-camp beside him. Shinhan heard the question, his eyes fixed for a long while, gradually reddening, tears welling up. He declared, "Yes, everyone. Prepare." The archers had already nocked their arrows, and the catapults were loaded with stones. The word release lingered on his tongue, yet he found himself unable to utter it. Ada, noticing the enemy's lack of intent to cease hostilities, was displeased and cast a glance at Taimu. Taimu, startled, looked toward the battlefield and shouted, "Shinhan, can you truly bear to sacrifice your only daughter? Her fate hangs solely on your decision. Release." At last, the word escaped his lips, and tears streamed down Shinhan's face. "To die on the battlefield is the destiny that my family has borne for generations. Wait for me. My daughter, once this battle is over, I shall join you." The aide and the soldiers surrounding him heard these words, their eyes brimming with tears. They had devoted their lives to this nation, to the frontier. There will inevitably come a day when they stand upon the battlefield, hooves trampling their bodies, arrows piercing their chests, blood flowing freely, their faces unrecognizable. Or, by a stroke of luck, if they survive, enduring battle after battle, they will find themselves aged and frail, unable to march, unable to lift a weapon, lying upon a bed of wooden planks, feeling the ache of old wounds, clinging to life. A deluge of arrows rained down, intently sensed the murderous intent emanating from Taimu, casting aside any gratitude for the sustenance bestowed upon her in recent days. With a forceful tug, she freed herself from their grasp and seized the long spear aimed at her throat. yanking it with such vigor that both man and weapon were pulled down from their steed. The battlefield has always been a realm of life and death. Those who seek to slay her must themselves meet their demise, for she has never exhibited mercy. In but an instant, Taimu lay lifeless, and several nearby, emboldened by proximity, rushed forward with blades drawn, only to be swiftly vanquished by Tenli. The lieutenant, witnessing the unfolding chaos from atop the city wall, excitedly pounded the stone, urging Shenhan, who knelt in horror, unable to bear the sight of his daughter's potential demise, to look. "General, you must see this. You must." Hearing the fervor in his voice, Shenhan sensed a shift in the tide and hastily rose to gaze outward. Tenli not only commandeered the spear, but also the horse, navigating through the throngs and the rain of arrows unscathed. Rumors had circulated of her fiery temperament. Yet the iron-hoofed steed, typically ridden only by General Taimu, submitted willingly to her command. This left the Darla forces increasingly awed and uncertain as they approached her. Shenhan had no time to ponder how his daughter had grown so formidable. His sole focus was on ensuring her survival. Faced with the choice between his country and his daughter, he chose the nation, yet the daughter he believed to be doomed was fiercely fighting for her life. He lacked the courage to once again send her to her demise. "Do not cease the hail of arrows or the catapults. Open the city gates. I must rescue her." The lieutenant intercepted him, imploring, "General, you must not." Shenhan was filled with joy as he patted his shoulder, declaring, "I must rescue my daughter. Even if I were to perish outside, do not grieve for me. My heart is filled with delight." The adjutant, recognizing the futility of stopping him, could only advise the others to be cautious and ensure General Shen's safety. Tenli found herself irked by the throng surrounding her, brandishing weapons yet unwilling to confront her directly, stubbornly obstructing her path. For those creatures devoid of murderous intent towards her, Tenli held no desire to extinguish their lives. For each existence is a miracle, profoundly precious. The exception, of course, was the insectoid race. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the stone edifice, wielding a weapon reminiscent of a long spear, galloping towards her while shouting something unintelligible. Yet, she could sense the elation emanating from him. As he drew nearer, Ada charged forward to engage him, followed closely by a cadre of soldiers. She detected a genetic resonance in the air, akin to her own. Could this be the father of her current form? This realization was indeed significant. He appeared somewhat frail, and she felt compelled to assist him. Shenhan spotted his daughter breaking free and rushing towards him, ready to disengage from battle at a moment's notice. For no one desires death when life is still within reach. Ada discerned his intent and hastened her attacks, pressing forward relentlessly while commanding her soldiers to obstruct Tenli, regardless of the consequences. "How dare you?" Shenhan shouted in fury, his subordinates intensifying their efforts. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of Diyu City as a formidable army surged forth from the wide-open gates, akin to a torrent unleashed after a dam break. With even a single breach, they became an unstoppable force, advancing relentlessly. The sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of a new wave of troops in Diyu City. Shirley witnessed the fervor of the soldiers, their blood boiling with anticipation. She recalled her own solitary beginnings when she first set forth to conquer the vastness of the stars and seas. Gradually, she amassed a loyal following, evolving into a formidable legion. The starry domain was forged upon the bones of countless fallen, and she harbored no fear of warfare. She was born of the battlefield, destined to belong to it. Without the aid of a neural implant, she could not comprehend Shenhan's fervent shout, mistaking it for a cheer directed at her. For she was indeed far superior to him. The notion that a son might outshine his father seemed to wound his pride, prompting her to gesture encouragingly before returning to the fray. Diyu City's towering walls, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding mountains, stood tall and resilient, a bastion difficult to breach. With ample arrows at their disposal, the defenders remained steadfast, choosing not to venture forth into battle. As the drums resounded, the clash of armies commenced. A symphony of iron echoing through the battlefield, blades slicing through necks, and spears piercing chests. As the sun dipped behind the western hills, the tumult of battle subsided, giving way to a profound sorrow following the fleeting joy of victory. The blood-soaked earth bore witness to the grim aftermath, littered with severed limbs and broken bodies. Emotionless soldiers retrieved arrows, swords, and guns from the fallen, preparing for the inevitable return of conflict. The enemy had retreated, but among the deceased were those who had made Diyu City their home. Families searched through the scattered corpses for their loved ones. A newlywed woman clutched her deceased husband, tears streaming down her face, unable to stem the tide of her grief. Nearby, a silver-haired mother wailed mournfully over her son's lifeless body. An elderly man, frail and leaning on his cane, wept as he painstakingly assembled the remains of a child. Shirley had broken 3 guns and wielded 2 knives. The horse lay lifeless, its legs severed by human hands. Following the customs of the Blue Star and honoring the deceased, she excavated a grave and interred the creature within the earth. This had been a companion in her battles, though she remained unaware of its name. Subsequently, she seated herself upon a nearby stone, accompanying it on its final journey. A bloodied red spear planted beside her, the very weapon that had claimed the horse's leg, and from which its assailant had perished. No previous conflict she had endured could compare to the cataclysm of this war. The very atmosphere seemed saturated with blood, vast torrents of crimson piercing her soul. The rivers of blood, a stark reality. There were no mechs, no artillery, no ships, only a knife, a gun, a relentless cycle of entry and exit. Every fallen soldier on the battlefield left behind a body, a testament to the fragility of life, confronting you with their vulnerability. From their unclosed eyes, one could discern the agony of their demise and the reluctance to bid farewell to existence, a stark declaration of their will to survive, their desire to live. Xianxia located Shirley and stood before her. Upon raising her gaze, a silence enveloped the space between them. After a moment of contemplation, she followed in his wake, observing as he directed the others in their tasks. Although the language spoken was foreign to her, her keen intellect enabled her to learn swiftly. Her mental fortitude was remarkable. Perhaps the old steward was intimidated by the Dala. The old steward pushed open the door, illuminating the room with a flickering candle. "My lady, I was unaware of your arrival and did not prepare in advance. As night has fallen, it is impossible to procure anything. Please rest here for the night. I shall send someone to acquire finely crafted bedding and furniture tomorrow." After pondering for a moment, she understood that he intended for her to sleep here, and she nodded in acknowledgement. The old steward then took his leave, closing the door behind him. As she gazed at the candle, she felt a sense of curiosity regarding the peculiar choice of illumination. A glance around the room revealed the absence of light switches, leading her to the realization that this planet seemed devoid of electricity. She found herself intrigued by everything on this planet, eager to touch, observe, and analyze the composition of various materials. The next day in Duyu City, the atmosphere was markedly more vibrant than the previous day's somberness. Just as before, she prepared to accompany Xianxia. Arriving at the location where they had parted the night before, she found 2 rows of individuals seated, comrades from the previous day's battle, engaged in spirited discussions about the events that had transpired. Upon noticing her arrival, Xianxia rose and approached her. "Ah, sure, is there something on your mind?" "Ah, Yishio, perhaps you have read too many of your storybooks and lost your senses. This frail girl, with her delicate arms and legs, could easily be broken with a mere pinch. Can she truly slay a formidable figure like Taimu? And did she really harvest a field of adversaries as if cutting wheat?" The speaker was a robust man, his voice booming, and with that, laughter erupted throughout the hall. The aide-de-camp, having once passed the examination for a scholar, later cast aside his pen to take up arms. In his leisure moments within the military camp, he occupied himself with writing tales, yet the compositions he produced were often obscure and convoluted, laden with references that rendered them rather unpopular. His peers would tease him about this, provoking a flush of embarrassment upon his countenance. "General Shin," he implored, "do enlighten us about your daughter. Has she not been practicing martial arts since childhood, defeating all challengers in the training grounds?" The aide-de-camp urged Xianxia to elucidate for the assembly. Since the cessation of hostilities the previous day, Xianxia had harbored a pressing concern, yearning to inquire about Shirley but lacking the courage to do so. Upon hearing the aide-de-camp's question, he pondered earnestly whether his daughter had secretly trained in martial arts unbeknownst to him. Ultimately, he shook his head. His daughter's skills in combat were rather mediocre. Although she had learned a few techniques, they amounted to little more than rudimentary prowess. Following the derisive murmurs aimed at the aide-de-camp, an inquisitive voice arose. "General Shin, what brings your daughter here? This is hardly a flower-viewing banquet. Is it not a bit much for a young lady?" Glancing at Shirley, who stood silently with her head bowed, Xianxia sighed, acknowledging her fearless spirit. Reminiscent of a young calf unafraid of tigers. He then chuckled, just like me, ha ha. Yet concealed within his laughter was a tinge of bitterness, unrecognized by others. As Xianxia's pace quickened, so too did his ire, culminating in a powerful fist striking the table, sending splinters flying. "Daughter, tell your father. Have you been wronged by the Dala?" When met with her silence and only a steady gaze in return, he pounded the table once more, exclaiming, "By heaven, I shall gather my men and annihilate them at once." Shirley endeavored to decipher Shen Han's sentiments, surmising that he was indeed furious and nursing a deep-seated anguish. From the gaze of the individual earlier, she discerned his admiration for her. It seemed that the group was also extolling her virtues, which likely incited the father's ire over his own inferior performance the previous day. Was he pained by the thought that his offspring might surpass him? Quite possibly. Tinley halted the hastily departing Shen Han, shaking her head. She gestured towards him, then towards herself, conveying the essence of her message. You stand no chance against me. Surrender. At that moment, Shen Han burst into tears, lamenting his father's inadequacy, expressing remorse for failing him. Tinley felt somewhat at a loss. Had she been too harsh, rendering him despondent to the point of tears? The emotional fragility of the inhabitants of this planet was truly astonishing. She resolved to advise the Grand Elder to adopt a more amiable demeanor when interacting with them. Otherwise, negotiations would be arduous. Her subordinate had been so intent on vanquishing foes that he failed to pay attention, leading to a barrage of inquiries that ultimately infuriated Vice Officer He, who kicked the table in frustration, injuring his little toe. Tinley pondered the nature of the man's utterances. His speech had been too rapid. She could only glean that he required her assistance in a certain matter. Had he broken his leg, requesting her to fabricate a mechanical limb for him? Yet, without the necessary materials, this posed a considerable challenge. In recent days, no battles had transpired. How had this individual sustained such an injury? Was there an assassin at play? With this thought, Tinley's senses heightened, and she became vigilant of her surroundings. That night, she did not sleep, clutching her sword while lying in bed, remaining alert throughout the night. The night passed uneventfully. Sitting at the edge of her bed, Tinley once again grappled with the difficulties posed by the language barrier. The war in Du City has persisted for an extended period, marked by 3 previous sieges that ultimately yielded no success. This time, the Dalu captured Shen Han's daughter, intending to compel him to open the city gates. Ideally, they hoped he would abandon the city entirely. However, the unforeseen variable of Shirley emerged. It was speculated that Shen Han had deliberately sent Shirley into his ranks to gather intelligence, planning to deliver a fatal blow when the moment was opportune. A wound 2 inches above the heart served as the most telling evidence of this strategy. The death of Taimu, a steadfast supporter of Ada on the battlefield, necessitated a reshuffling of power within the Dalu. The following day, after assessing the state of the troops, Ada commanded a period of rest to prepare for the next siege. However, on the second night following the issuance of his orders, Ada succumbed to his grievous injuries. His son swiftly ascended to assume the title of the new Ada. The moniker God of Death was bestowed upon her by those fortunate enough to survive their encounters with her, a testament to the nightmares she instilled. Shirley contemplated the materials for constructing a mechanical leg, while Deputy He, awaiting the arrival of a challenger at the training grounds, ultimately decided to personally summon the individual to the arena. My dear niece, you must perform admirably. Your success is crucial for preserving this old face of Uncle He. Opposite her stood a soldier, appearing somewhat frail and seemingly skeptical of Deputy He's words. Nevertheless, adhering to orders from above, he was dispatched, a combatant of limited prowess, meant to avoid any severe harm. Observing the scene, Shirley found it oddly familiar. A gathering of spectators below and 2 figures atop the stage, indicative of a martial contest. Deputy He called for silence among the crowd, delivered a few remarks, and then turned to face the 2 contenders, striking the gong to signal the commencement of the duel. Shirley surmised this was the cue to advance. The soldier opposite intended to assert that he would not retaliate, as long as he could force her off the platform. He would consider it a victory, showcasing a gentleman's decorum. However, the very next instant after the gong sounded, he was already sent flying. The reverberation of the gong seemed to linger, while the spectators below quietly mocked the soldier for lacking any semblance of masculinity, resorting to physical confrontation with a woman. Following the thud of his body hitting the ground, a profound silence enveloped the arena. The defeated soldier curled up in a ball, realizing he could no longer face his comrades. Meanwhile, Tinley, hearing the cheers, wore a smile on her face. Shen Han, who had hurriedly arrived to halt the match, quietly found a seat. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, his daughter had been taken as a disciple by an adept from a secluded realm. The soldiers, captivated by her prowess, expressed their eagerness to participate as a burly, bald man leaped onto the platform, clasped his fists, and bowed. Miss Shen, I seek your guidance. Tinley mirrored his gesture. Awaiting the sound of the gong, friends of the burly man called out, urging him to temper his strength, lest he injure her and provoke General Shen into a duel. The bald man chuckled, assuring them he would exercise restraint. In truth, he still underestimated Tinley's capabilities. Her delicate appearance was exceedingly deceptive. As the gong rang, Tinley too launched herself forward. The bald man was prepared, reaching out to grasp her, his arm numbed from the impact. And before he could comprehend the magnitude of her strength, she kicked him off the platform with a single, precise strike. The battle, from its inception to conclusion, transpires in but a fleeting moment. Even with an additional kick in this round, it bears no distinction from the last. The sole difference perhaps lies in the amplified sound of bodies colliding with the ground. The cheers of the soldiers grow ever louder as more and more individuals step forth to challenge one another. The weaker contenders are nearly all dispatched with a single kick, few managing to endure beyond half a minute. Initially, Xianxia found joy in the spectacle, yet with the passage of time, his demeanor soured. No matter how formidable his daughter may be, she remains merely a 13-year-old girl. One after another, these men stepped forth. How absurd! Xianxia, with a stern countenance, ascended the stage to halt the proceedings, rebuking the rowdy crowd for their lack of decorum and subsequently doubling the daily training regimen. Satisfied with his decree, he turned and lavished praise upon Shirley with a broad smile. As he passed by the equally jovial deputy, his smile swiftly vanished, narrowing his eyes. He let out a disdainful huff before departing with hands clasped behind his back, with Shirley trailing closely behind. His son had brought him honor. Surely a reward would follow, perhaps an extra chicken for dinner? That rich brown block of meat would suffice as well. Xianxia conducted a patrol of the city, and along the way he noticed her eyeing the free-range chickens of the townsfolk. That evening he gifted her 2 eggs, saying, sure, I procured these from Xianxia. Just for you. Shirley gazed at the eggs in her hands, her brow furrowed. Without an incubator, how could she possibly hatch a chick? Report, General. Lumuda has perished. His son has become a duh and has written to us, expressing a desire for a truce. The soldier stationed at the city gate rushed in with the news, his face alight with excitement as he approached Xianxia's residence in Yu City. What? Could you repeat that? The adjutant exclaimed, rising abruptly. The soldiers erupted in laughter. Deputy General, Ada is dead. We have triumphed. Indeed, indeed. Haha. Finally, he is dead. What a splendid demise. Xianxia, lifting the curtain as he emerged from the inner chamber, overheard the adjutant's words. You are a scholar. How can you speak so coarsely? Those soldiers who practice calligraphy with you, are they not led astray by your tongue? The adjutant chuckled heartily, momentarily swept away by excitement. Who has perished that brings you such joy? Ada, Remuda, Muta, he has met his end. How could I not be elated? Xianxia paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, he has finally departed. Relay orders to the troops. Tonight we shall hold a feast to celebrate our victory in this battle, inviting all the townspeople to partake and share in our joy. Yes. After receiving the eggs, Shirley pondered deeply and concluded that the most primitive method of hatching chickens would be the best approach. After Xianxia departed, he sought out a local poultry farmer and placed the 2 eggs beneath a rooster nestled in the henhouse. Having been accustomed to genetic cultivation for years, he estimated that he would wait 24 hours before heading back to that household. At that moment, he glanced up and noticed a girl standing outside her fence, staring at him with an unsettling gaze. Miss, what are you doing outside? Shirley pointed at the eggs in her hand, then at himself, saying, Eggs, mine. Nonsense, exclaimed Aunt Yo, immediately concealing the egg behind her. The young girl, appearing innocent despite her tender age, was bewildered by the woman's deceitful antics. This egg is laid by my family's hen. How can it be yours? A tense silence enveloped the scene as Aunt Nyo's reluctance to part with the egg was palpable. Yet the girl was at a loss for how to articulate that it truly belonged to her, having been placed there just the previous night. The egg was a gift from her father, implying that there should be more where it came from. But what if there were not? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she felt a pang of conflict. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the hen peeking out from the coop, and an idea sparked within her. With a swift motion, she vaulted over the fence and seized the chicken, departing with remarkable agility and grace. Aunt Nyo, interpreting the girl's silence as guilt, snorted disdainfully and turned to enter her home. Just then, she heard her hen squawking in distress. Whipping around, her eyes widened in horror as she shouted, Put my chicken down. Help! Someone is stealing my hen. When the neighbors emerged, they found no sign of a thief. Tinley presented the chicken before Xianxia, eager for his approval. Observing the glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Xianxia cautiously inquired, Do you intend to keep it? Understanding only the word keep, Tinley, having recently developed a knack for grasping individual words in conversation, refrained from making wild assumptions. Instead, she persistently nudged the chicken toward him. After a moment's reflection, Realization dawned upon Xianxia. So, this chicken is your offering for my meal? With comprehension of both chicken and meal, Tianli nodded emphatically, affirming, yes, to eat. Since that war, his daughter rarely spoke, and at times it seemed she could not comprehend the words of others. Xianxia believed that the days spent captive in the enemy camp had inflicted an extraordinary blow upon her, transforming her hatred into valor on the battlefield, which subsequently led to her mental decline after the war. Now, as Shirley gradually began to speak, it signified a restoration of her faculties, which brought a measure of relief to his heart. He took the chicken and handed it to the old steward, instructing the kitchen to prepare it as a soup, requesting Dr. Qi to provide some nourishing herbs to accompany it, so that he might partake in it by tomorrow. Indeed, with this battle concluded, the northern territories would remain undisturbed for at least a decade. The birds having flown, the fine bows concealed, he found himself unable to linger in these tranquil days. Aware that the capital was far from a favorable place, his father wished to resign from his post, though the emperor might refuse for the sake of appearances. Therefore, he intended to petition for resignation under the pretext of recuperation. When the time came, he would take her to her mother's hometown to live. After all, she despised learning the decorum of a lady, so they would not pursue it. She could do as she pleased. Even knowing that Shirley hardly understood him, Xianxia spoke on, having lived a lifetime without deceit, yet now finding himself ensnared in the emperor's web, which filled him with trepidation. On the other hand, he hoped that his daughter could indeed comprehend him, and perhaps blamed him, her father, for failing to protect her, thus refusing to converse with him. Wishing that the news might bring her some joy, noticing Shirley merely gazing at him with an expression devoid of emotion, Xianxia sighed softly, the coolness of the night enveloping him, and once again donned a smile. Let us go, the banquet is about to commence. The matter of poison in the wine was known only to him, Dr. Qi, and the steward, aside from Shirley, to avoid disturbing the festivities. The efficacy of the poison was rather mild, merely smeared on the rim of the bowl. Xianxia instructed Dr. Qi to apply it sparingly, changing the location with each bowl consumed. As planned, amidst the toasts of wine flowing continuously, when the banquet began to dwindle and he could scarcely drink any longer, he collapsed onto the ground. This fall was executed with finesse. Although Xianxia was not particularly skilled in theatrics, Dr. Qi advised him to clutch his chest and display a countenance of agony for all present to witness before succumbing to unconsciousness. With a furrowed brow and eyes nearly squinting shut, Xianxia discreetly observed the assembled guests. Noticing that the left vanguard and deputy, he had taken note of him, he felt reassured and allowed himself to faint. The left vanguard chuckled. General, your capacity for alcohol seems to have diminished. You have barely consumed a sip before collapsing. Aha. Deputy Yi sensed something amiss and rushed forward to support Xianxia, only to see his lips turning purple. He exclaimed, there is poison in the wine. The general has been poisoned. Quickly, summon the military doctor. Panic ensued as the guests shattered their bowls in alarm. What? The general has been poisoned? The left vanguard jolted, drawing his sword. An assassin! Protect the general! Deputy He, filled with disdain for the left vanguard's clumsiness, shouted at him in frustration, go fetch the military doctor. Just as the left vanguard was about to leave, the old steward entered with Dr. Qi, who had been waiting. The doctor has arrived. Quickly. Let him attend to the general. Outside, the night was alive with revelry. Every household was ablaze with light, and lanterns adorned the streets, an unusual sight. The city of Duyu, long shrouded in the pall of death, was gradually regaining its vitality. Xianxia did not take Shirley to the soldiers' encampment, but instead allowed Ahua, who was temporarily attending to her, to show Shirley around the streets. Ahua was delighted, leading Shirley from one site to another, continually exclaiming, Miss Shun, look at this. It is truly beautiful. Miss Shun, you must see that. It is exceedingly lovely. Miss Shun, take a whiff of this. It smells divine. As Shirley followed along, she noticed that it seemed every object was referred to simply as this. It struck her as rather peculiar. As they strolled, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils. Upon confirming its delightful scent, Shirley quickened her pace. Ahua hurriedly kept up, calling out, Miss Shun, where are you going? Wait for me. The fragrance grew more intense, leading Shirley to a wonton stall. The stall was run by a man and an elderly woman. The man was rolling out dough while the woman was preparing the wontons. Ahua caught up and, noticing Shirley's unwavering gaze fixed on the pot of boiling wontons, playfully asked, Miss Shun, are you hungry? Ahua herself felt a pang of hunger and called out, Boss, 2 bowls of wontons, please. Very well, the woman replied, placing the prepared wontons into the pot. As she turned to fetch a ladle, her eyes inadvertently met Shirley's. With a startled expression, she raised the ladle and shouted, "You thief! Return my chicken." Shirley, taken aback, initially intended to inquire about the egg, but the woman's fierce demeanor prompted her to grab Ahua and flee. "Miss Shun, why are we running?" "Why?" Shirley understood and explained. "Egg, chicken. The voice of Madame Nyo echoed behind. "Thief. Stop right there. Help. Catch the thief." Brother Nyo stood bewildered at the wonton stall, holding a rolling pin. Utterly confused by the commotion, a line of soldiers clad in black armor marched through the bustling market, their rifles slicing through the noise. "The general has been assassinated. The entire city is on high alert. Scholar he, you are well-read and astute. Tell me, who poisoned him?" The left forward's face was aflame with anger, as if uttering the name would allow him to shoot the culprit on the spot. "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Vice officer, he halted, staring intently at him. "Why are you still here? Did I not instruct you to search for the assassin? I have already rounded up everyone in the kitchen, including the one serving drinks. None have escaped. Though I may not be as educated as you, my wits remain sharp." The door curtain was lifted, and Vice officer he, disregarding any disdain, hurriedly approached. "Dr. Chi, how's the general?" Dr. Chi sighed. "I have done my utmost." "Let go. Allow me to finish speaking," Vice officer he urged, patting the left forward's hand to release him. Dr. Chi adjusted his collar and remarked, "There truly is a difference between the educated and the uneducated. You dare to provoke me." The left forward exploded, ready to strike him. Dr. Chi interjected, "The general is fine. The poison has been expelled, but he will need time to recover. If you wish for General Shun to spend the rest of his life bedridden, then you may as well kill me here." "Left and right run." Vice officer he rebuked. "When will you amend your temper?" After speaking, he waved his hand and entered the tent. The left vanguard let out a heavy snort directed at Dr. Chi before following suit. "What fools!" Dr. Chi raised an eyebrow and departed with his medical kit. Shen Han lay on the bed, his complexion pale. "Vice officer, there is no need to investigate who poisoned me. I am aware it was Wang Lin." The steward went to fetch wine and saw him emerge from the kitchen, behaving suspiciously. "He is originally a man of the Dala tribe, disguised as a servant to infiltrate my household, waiting for this very moment. Wang Lin was left behind by the supervising officer and has been relaying information to the other side, making it inconvenient to deal with him openly. This incident conveniently allows him to take the blame." The steward interjected, "Indeed, I even stopped him and inquired about his actions, but he feigned innocence." He added, "It is also my fault for being too eager to fetch the wine, not paying enough attention. Fortunately, Dr. Chi possesses remarkable medical skills. These wretched curs, driven to desperation." Shen Han reassured, "Rest assured, General, I shall ensure the culprit is apprehended. You should take the time to recuperate." Vice officer he, now incensed, felt compelled to attend to the matter, having determined that Shen Han's life was no longer in peril. "General, I will accompany the vice officer to capture the thief." Shen Han waved his hand. "Go ahead." Once the two departed, he lifted the quilt and sat up, his anxiety lingering as he gazed at the door. "Steward, did I betray any signs?" "Not at all, General. Your performance was commendable." Shen Han exhaled in relief, lying back down. "Apply that powder for me. I've perspired excessively. My makeup must have smudged." "Yes, General. Here, apply a bit more around the mouth." Tinley led Ahua in a desperate flight from the relentless pursuit of old Lady Nil. Her father? What was he doing? Tinley gazed at her, hoping she might articulate her thoughts more clearly. The general had mentioned that Miss Shin occasionally struggled to comprehend others, urging her to be more considerate. Ahua sighed and reiterated, "We are going to visit the general." With that, she took Tinley's hand, mirroring Tinley's earlier gesture, and they hurried toward the military camp. Upon reaching the camp's entrance, they were halted. This was a restricted military zone, and unauthorized individuals were not permitted to enter. "We are here to see the general. Please let us in," Ahua insisted, pushing Tinley to the forefront. "This is the general's daughter, Miss Shin Tinley." The two soldiers stationed at the entrance, upon recognizing her face, instinctively placed their hands over their chests. Still feeling the lingering pain from the kick they had received days prior, they immediately raised their rifles and said, "Miss Shin, please proceed." Ahua wished to accompany her inside, yet the soldiers remained resolute, refusing to budge. Tinley walked slowly. Her previous visit had been facilitated directly by Deputy He, and afterward, her father had taken her away without affording her the opportunity to thoroughly explore the ancient military camp. The northern nights were bitterly cold, with the chill seeping through their garments, penetrating to the bone. She could sense the fleeting gazes of passing soldiers lingering upon her, only to quickly shift away. The inhabitants of this world were remarkably fragile, yet extraordinarily resilient, akin to the delicate, fungal grass that flourishes on the celestial horse star. When carefully nurtured, it snaps easily under pressure, unable to withstand extremes of heat or cold, yet it thrives abundantly in the fierce winds and frigid temperatures of weaving maiden star. Engaging in a performance to the fullest, Xianxia felt his stomach completely emptied by Dr. Qi's treatment. Once he recovered slightly, a pang of hunger struck him. The steward, taking advantage of his own untouched meal, brought the food into the tent. As the two were dining, Xianxia noticed movement at the curtain. Quickly passing his chopsticks to the steward, wiping his mouth hastily, and then lying down under the covers. Upon seeing Shirley enter, the steward set his chopsticks down, discreetly hiding another pair in his sleeve. "My lady, what brings you here? Have you come to see the general?" "The general is well. Dr. Qi's expertise has extracted most of the poison. For the next few days, he simply needs to rest in bed, so you need not worry." "Oh my goodness, my general. Why are you sitting up? Lie down at once." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. "Ashur is aware of this matter. There is no need for pretense. Give me the chopsticks. I haven't had my fill yet." Shirley gazed at his face for a prolonged moment before uttering two words. "You ugly." Once celebrated as one of the three distinguished young masters of the capital, Xianxia, who was the object of desire for countless young ladies, placed his chopsticks down and retorted, "Child, why are you so lacking in perception?" Shirley remained by Xianxia's side throughout the night. It seemed her father had fallen ill, likely due to the enemy's machinations, confirming the presence of assassins. Their previous attempt to kill vice officer he had failed, and this time they had not succeeded in targeting her father either. It was certain that further actions would ensue. Her father was vulnerable, and she could not afford to let her guard down. Shirley watched over Xianxia day and night, only moving to eat, while the rest of the time was spent seated at his bedside, her unwavering gaze making Xianxia feel increasingly uneasy, rendering him unable to find comfort in any position. Moreover, whenever a stranger approached him, they would be met with an overwhelming gaze of death. Dr. Qi had been subjected to this several times. Tinley remained silent. Dr. Qi pondered his words carefully and said, "General Shan, I have observed that Miss Shun's complexion appears somewhat poor. It is likely that her recent exertions have exacerbated a previous injury. Might I be permitted to examine her? Miss Shin, please extend your hand." Dr. Qi, with a beard adorning his face, appeared to be a young man of around 25 or 26, clad in a grayish-blue attire, seated opposite Tinley. The moment he drew closer, Tinley sensed an oppressive feeling as though she were being scrutinized, her hand instinctively gripping the sword at her waist, poised to act at any moment. Unaware of her wariness, Dr. Qi patiently urged once more, "Miss Shin, your hand, here," while keeping her gaze fixed upon him. Tinley gradually placed her hand forth. Dr. Qi rested his fingers upon her pulse, his brow furrowing as he concentrated. After a brief moment, he switched hands and, upon confirming there was no misdiagnosis, regarded Tinley with an expression of disbelief. This look startled Xianxia, who exclaimed, "Dr. Qi, she. Rest assured, General. Miss Shin is in no grave condition. A couple of days of rest will suffice. I was merely astonished by her robust constitution, rivaling that of a grown man. Finding a suitable suitor may pose some challenges in the future," Dr. Qi jested. Xianxia erupted in laughter. "My daughter, Xianxia, has no cause for concern regarding marriage. Doctor, you need not fret. With that, I shall take my leave." Dr. Qi smiled, performed a bow, and exited with his medical box. Within the confines of the tent, he maintained his composure, but once outside, his footsteps quickened. Despite the evident signs of impending demise, an inexplicable vitality surged through him, invigorating his entire being. How perplexing. The reorganization of the troops, the packing of belongings, and bidding farewell to the neighbors consumed 3 days in total. On the day of departure, the citizens of Diyu City lined the streets, filling both sides. Xianxia rode slowly through the thoroughfare, casting one last glance at the city and its people, aware that this moment would never come again. Suddenly, an elderly man, leaning on his cane, trembled and knelt down, bowing his head to the procession in a gesture of respect towards the soldiers. Xianxia hastily dismounted, wishing to assist the man. "Sir, what are you doing? Please, rise." The general had led the troops in defending the city for 3 years. 3 years ago, Diyu City was barren, yet now, we could sleep soundly at night without the fear of intruders. The city would continue to flourish, all thanks to the general and his soldiers. This act of reverence is fitting for them. As this scene unfolded, the gazes of those around shifted, and witnessing the old man's gesture, others began to kneel as well, honoring the soldiers. Shenhan, along with Vice Officer He and the soldiers in formation, found their eyes misty, unable to suppress their tears. Though Tenli could not fully comprehend their words, the poignant atmosphere moved her deeply. It reminded her of another time, when victory in war had led the people of that distant planet to surround her in jubilant celebration, presenting her with the finest gifts from their world. Regrettably, that planet has dissipated into dust amidst the vast expanse of stars. May it return to a pristine land, safeguarding a realm of tranquility and bestowing upon the people a measure of well-being. Thus, we graciously accept this token of gratitude. Subsequently, he knelt on one knee, and all his soldiers followed suit. Shenhan then raised his voice. I express my heartfelt thanks to the villagers for their care over the years. Whether it was a warm cup of tea during the night, a bowl of rice porridge in the morning, or the thatched roof above, I, Shen, shall forever remember. Protecting our homeland is a soldier's duty, and you have endeavored to provide us with the most comfortable environment, treating us with the utmost warmth. Here, I extend my sincerest thanks. Thank you for your care. The chorus of gratitude resonated loudly, echoing through the air. After expressing his thanks, Shenhan strongly assisted the elderly man to rise, mounted his horse, and continued onward with his troops. Gradually, soft sobs emerged from the crowd, and the elder wept uncontrollably, proclaiming that having a general like Shen was a blessing for the people and for the Zhao kingdom. May the general have a safe journey. Mrs. Niu realized today that the young lady was indeed General Shen's daughter. How could the general's daughter possibly be a chicken thief? As it was said that day, she must have simply desired the eggs, hence taking the hen that laid them. Truly, she is the general's daughter. She could discern at a glance which of the 3 hens was the one that laid eggs. Upon returning home, Mrs. Niu spread the word that the general's daughter believed her chickens laid exceptional eggs and had come to her house to procure one for the general's nourishment. Consequently, Mrs. Niu's chickens became the talk of the town, with eggs in high demand. Cough, cough, cough. Since leaving Duyu City, Shenhan has been incessantly coughing, and now it has worsened to the point where it feels as if he might expel his very lungs. General, how are you faring? The anxious vice officer he implored. Dr. Qi, please attend to the general. After taking the pulse, Dr. Qi noted that the general had been poisoned and required ample bed rest. Yet the prolonged travel had rendered his health increasingly fragile. With nightfall approaching, it would be prudent to refrain from further journeys over the next couple of days, allowing the general to recuperate. The vice officer was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, General, if anything were to happen to you, how could the troops find peace? Well, very well, he conceded. I shall issue an order at once, and I kindly ask Dr. Qi to take good care of the general. Once the officers departed, Shenhan grasped Dr. Qi's hand and inquired, Didn't you mention you had matters to attend to in Duyu City? Why have you accompanied me? Dr. Qi smiled. The general is my patient. How could a physician abandon his patient halfway through treatment? Such an unprecedented ailment must not be faced alone. Oh, Shenhan accepted this explanation. Dr. Qi, when will this cough subside? The others believe I am nearing my end, and they walk around with mournful expressions. I shall prepare a supplementary medicine for you. And after taking it for the next 2 days, you will find relief from the cough. As night enveloped the camp, Shenhan summoned Shi Wuqian to the tent. Further ahead lies the protectorate of the Chanyu, where we shall part ways. You will accompany the old steward towards Bianzhou, circumventing the capital. Should I fail to arrive within 7 days, you are to proceed directly to Yuezhou with the steward, who hails from the same place as your mother. And your maternal grandmother resides there as well. Keep these silver notes close to you for any unforeseen necessities. Upon receiving the money pouch, after discerning its contents and recalling the earlier mention of parting, Tenli surmised that her father intended to leave her, and that the pouch contained funds for her future sustenance. Where shall I go? She pondered. First, I will follow the steward to Bianzhou, and then to Yuezhou after 7 days. Bianzhou? Yuezhou? Noticing her comprehension, Shenhan added, the steward will ensure all matters along the journey are well arranged. Follow him closely and do not stray. The mention of the steward prompted Tenli to inquire further about his condition, yet she received only a nod in affirmation, leaving her at a loss for words. With a resigned frown, she departed, understanding the steward's significance. After staying at the protectorate for 2 days to replenish supplies, the caravan set off once more. With a sigh, Tenli reflected on the whims of fate and destiny. She and the steward traveled in a donkey cart, swaying gently as they approached the city of Bianzhou. Along the way, Tenli expressed great curiosity towards the donkey pulling the cart. The old donkey stumbled thrice and fell twice before finally reaching their destination. The innkeeper had failed to secure the rope tightly, and after 3 tugs, the old donkey broke free. In that moment of liberation, it unleashed its full potential, bolting away wildly, escaping from her side. After finishing their meal, Shirley intended to continue her research on the donkey, only to discover it was missing. She grasped the reins she had previously taken from the young attendant and inquired, "Where's my donkey?" "Dear guest, your donkey is securely tied in the grass shed beside the inn. Rest assured, it cannot be lost," replied the attendant. Shirley shook her head, indicating she had not seen it. The attendant draped a cloth over his shoulder and stepped out first, insisting, "It's impossible for it to be gone. I tied it up securely. Where's the donkey?" Shirley pressed, "Do not worry, dear guest. It surely hasn't wandered far. I shall fetch it for you right away." Shirley grasped his arm, saying, "I will go. Dear guest, it is a great mercy that you do not hold me accountable. How can I allow you to search alone? Let us split up. I will head east, and you may go west." After the steward had tidied up the room and descended the stairs, he noticed Shirley was nowhere to be found and asked the innkeeper, "Where is the young gentleman who was just sitting here?" In order to travel more conveniently, Shirley had dressed as a young man. At her youthful age, the differences in appearance between boys and girls were minimal, and her disguise indeed made her resemble a young nobleman. "Your donkey has run away, and he insists on joining the search, heading down the path towards the east city. What significance does a donkey hold? If it has fled, let it be. Why search for it?" The steward muttered as he made his way toward the east city. The innkeeper leaned out, observing the figure departing, and called out through the half-drawn red curtain leading to the kitchen, "Jean, hurry up and prepare the room for our guest. Zhou, notify old Lin. The goods he requested have arrived." "Understood," replied a plainclothes officer, Zhao, pausing momentarily with his cup before downing its contents in one swift motion. "Looks like we found the wolf." As she traversed the path in search of the donkey, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with fewer souls encountered along the way. Upon turning a corner, she heard footsteps but paid them little heed, only to be unexpectedly collided with. Although she managed to kick the individual away, her face was soon dusted with a white powder. She did not shy away and inhaled a significant amount, succumbing to its effects. Swaying for a moment before collapsing onto the ground, the person who had crashed into her clutched their chest, rising painfully and hissing in discomfort. Approaching her, they delivered a couple of kicks, exclaiming in frustration, "What nonsense is this? Do you dare to kick me? I won't let you off easily." With that, they hoisted her over their shoulder and disappeared into the alley, twisting and turning until they were lost from sight. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a dilapidated little hut, the floor strewn with hay, and a youth lying nearby, eyes closed and breathing shallowly. Lu Chating had been lodging at an inn but had somehow been captured and confined within this ramshackle abode. After stripping him of his silver, they demanded he disclose his home address, but he stubbornly withheld it, enduring a brutal beating as a consequence. "All right, let's go for drinks," said Brother Hong, noting the increasingly deft skills of his companion. "Do you have any tricks to share with your little brother?" As the voices outside faded into the distance, she surveyed her surroundings, noticing the ropes binding her. A chuckle escaped her lips. How audacious of them to dare to kidnap her. How many years had it been since her last abduction? She fancied she could hear the braying of her donkey in the distance. How amusing. Perhaps it was time for a little diversion. The sun gradually descended, signaling the approach of mealtime. Feeling a pang of hunger, Shirley opened her mouth to call for someone, but found herself at a loss for words. Determined, she exerted her strength to break free from the ropes, rising to approach the door, only to discover it would not budge. After a moment's contemplation, she took 2 steps back, gathered momentum, and leaped to deliver a forceful kick to the door, which succumbed almost instantly, collapsing to the ground. Shirley's expression remained impassive as she flatly stated, "Hungry, need to eat." The guard, irritated, retorted, "Eat what? I haven't had a meal myself. You little brat, consider this my final warning. If you make another sound, I will carve a mark on your face with this knife." As he brandished the knife towards Shirley, he slowly retrieved the ropes and rebound her, then painstakingly propped the door back up. After standing and recuperating for less than 2 minutes, the door was kicked down once more, unleashing the guard's fury as he swung his knife at Shirley. The man, clutching a broken blade, gazed at her in terror, only to hear her repeat, "Hungry. Need to eat." In a panic, the guard dropped the knife and fled to summon reinforcements. The drowsy Lu Changting had already been roused by the commotion and witnessed Shirley's formidable strength. As she made to leave, he issued a faint plea, "Save me. Please take me with you." It was only then that Shirley turned her attention to him. Upon hearing his request, she shook her head. No, hungry, need to eat. You save me, I'll treat you to a meal, whatever you desire, he implored. Dr. Qi, you liar. Ultimately, she resorted to using her mental prowess to scan his condition. You are in a dire state, she remarked. Lu Changting, sensing her own predicament, replied, I know. Which is why I need you to save me, or I will perish here. Silently, Shirley sat beside him, observing his increasingly frail form. Finally, he spoke. You will die. Lu Changting, overwhelmed, lay on the ground with his eyes closed, refraining from further words. The steward searched the East City and then the West City, but could not locate Shirley. Along the way, he heard rumors of children going missing, likely abducted by nefarious individuals. The innkeeper discreetly summoned Zhou, instructing him to inform Lin Laohui that the bait could be cast. For a moment, Yao Fangliang could not recall who the general of guide was. Upon realizing it was Shen Han, he hurled his teacup onto the table and strode out. Steward Xing, what brings you to Bianzhou? Has the general arrived too? Has Ashur disappeared? Yao, the governor, rose abruptly, exclaiming in anger, those ruffians have grown increasingly audacious. How so? You are new here and may not know. There have been intermittent reports in the Office of Children going missing. This is the 7th incident reported, and countless more likely remain unreported. I have been occupied with this matter lately, yet those criminals are exceedingly cunning. Thus far, I have only uncovered a single lead. Yao Fangliang expressed his frustration at the situation, lamenting that despite it occurring under his very nose, he was powerless to act. If this continued, he might as well resign from his post. Is it truly so difficult? I sympathize with you, sir. With the young lady missing, I am unable to attend to other matters. Might I lend my assistance in the investigation, even if it is but a small contribution? That would be most welcome. Not only was he already investigating this matter, but also out of the bond of their past friendship. Yao Fangliang was determined to rescue General Shen's daughter as swiftly as possible. Within the dilapidated abode, a profound silence enveloped the two individuals. Lu Changting, recognizing the futility of persuasion, chose to remain silent. The door was unlatched, and with no one to guard it, the youth, possessing some martial prowess, appeared rather formidable. What a splendid opportunity it was, yet alas. Outside, voices echoed. Boss, it's right inside. That fellow just robbed us with such remarkable strength that when he merely twisted my knife, it shattered into 2 pieces. Even the door was shattered by a single kick from him, leaving me utterly terrified. The speaker's tone was fervent, recounting the injustice he had faced. Lin Laohui glanced at the wooden door, pushed it open, and stepped inside, where he beheld the frail figure of Shirley crouching, alongside the oblivious Lu Changting. Grabbing the doorkeeper by the collar, he pointed at Shirley and demanded, Is this the so-called master who kicked the door down and shattered a blade? With such a delicate wrist that can be easily broken, you dare to claim he is formidable? It seems you are simply tired of living. The doorkeeper immediately protested, Brother, I swear it's all true. If you don't believe me, I can have him demonstrate again. With that, he approached Shirley with his knife drawn. Boy, get up and break the knife. Hurry. Enough. I know you wish to shirk your duties. If you've conspired with the pillar to evade me, you spout nonsense in my presence. Should there be another occurrence, you shall pay with your life. Brother, I truly haven't deceived you. Shirley rose, cast a glance at him, then walked past him to stand before Lin Laohui. I am hungry. I wish to eat. He then pointed at Lu Changting and added, He will die, Dr. Qi. As expected, the other party comprehended the gravity of the statement. Lin Laohui cast a penetrating glance at the gatekeeper, who was hastily joined by his lackeys to fetch food and, on the side, find a physician to tend to the injured. The gatekeeper felt a pang of anxiety under that gaze. Brother, I thought missing a few meals wouldn't matter. After all, it's not like I'll die. Ah. Lin Laohui delivered a sharp kick to his abdomen. You dare to tell me it's no concern while someone is on the brink of death? What did I instruct you? To keep a vigilant watch over him, to ensure he does not fade away. And what have you done? Look at the mess you've made. It is not that he refuses to divulge his home address. I merely intended to let him starve for a few days to elicit a confession. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Laohui's expression softened somewhat. Get up. Since he is unwilling to speak, once he is healed, I shall turn him over to Sanhai. His face alone can fetch a handsome price. Yes, brother. The gatekeeper quickly scrambled to his feet, bowing and ingratiating himself before Lin Laohui. The meal arrived alongside the physician. Shirley sat nearby with a bowl in hand, eating while observing as the doctor applied medicine to Lu Changting's wounds on his back. The treatment required Lu to strip down to his waist and lie on the straw. In a room filled with men, this was hardly unusual. Yet under the radiant gaze of Shirley, Lu felt an unexpected wave of shyness, silently turning his head away to hide the blush on his cheeks. Indeed. How could he eat so heartily while being treated for his injuries? His disposition was truly vexing. Thus, that night, amidst the encirclement of enemy forces surrounding the prison, Shirley nestled beside Lu Chongting, determined to better protect the vulnerable. Lu felt a twinge of conflict. This young master, who had only just been captured, might be seeking solace from fear by sleeping close to him, yet his demeanor earlier in the day suggested otherwise. In order to enjoy a moment of solitude with him, she only called for the doctor to save him, yet did not lead him outside. While administering the medicine, her gaze remained fixed upon him. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? The thought sent a shiver down Lu Chongting's spine. He wearily repositioned himself, silently increasing the distance between them. The following afternoon, Yao Fengliang hurried to find the steward, clutching a piece of paper upon which a constable investigating a missing persons case had noted his findings. Indeed, there was something amiss with this inn. The steward recounted, "This morning, while retrieving the luggage, I noticed that certain items were not in their original places. Though the discrepancies were minor, after managing the storeroom for an extended period, one can certainly feel when items have been moved. I initially thought it was merely a product of my heightened anxiety over the past few days, but it appears this inn is truly a den of iniquity. Is this the inn where you lodged last night?" he asked. "Yes," replied Yao Fengliang, contemplating for a moment before summoning the constable. Constable Zhao was somewhat astonished to learn that the individual from yesterday had actually been acquainted with the prefect, yet he felt it was only natural. After exchanging pleasantries, he reported the recent clues he had uncovered in detail. "Have you been able to ascertain the identity of this Lin Laoai?" he inquired. "He is a hunter, frequently venturing into the mountains to sell his catch to the inn." Yao Fengliang felt a glimmer of hope in locating the missing person. "Which mountain does he frequent?" Constable Zhao lowered his head, acknowledging that his subordinates had limited capabilities. They could only ascertain that Lin Laoai went into the mountains to hunt based on inquiries made to his neighbors. "No matter," Yao Fengliang declared. "I shall provide you with a team. Can you guarantee that you will uncover his whereabouts before sunset?" Constable Zhao understood that this was his opportunity. A surge of determination coursed through him. "I can," he affirmed. Shirley sensed that her fellow inmate had been acting peculiarly all day, just yesterday. He had eagerly engaged her in an endless stream of chatter, yet today he remained utterly silent and seemed intentionally evasive. What transpired last night? Had he become dazed from a mere slumber? The absence of Dr. Qi yesterday had rendered any hope of healing futile. To restore him back to health, Dr. Qi's expertise was essential. This thought prompted Shirley to recall the money pouch her father had given her, which she believed contained small vials of medicine. She frantically searched her person, but found nothing. Suddenly, her expression darkened, and an overwhelming aura emanated from her, startling Lu Chongting. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" he inquired. "My money, it's gone." With a resounding crash, the gatekeeper, who had barely served a day, met a tragic fate. Before he could utter a sound, Shirley struck him down, demanding, "Return my money." The commotion attracted a throng of onlookers, who rushed forward in an attempt to subdue her. Yet they were effortlessly dispatched within moments. At the tender age of 14 or 15, when youth knows no fear, Lu Chongting watched from the confines of their dilapidated shelter, his blood boiling with excitement, longing to join the fray. However, any movement sent sharp pains through his wound, forcing him to remain an onlooker, cheering her on. As the crowd swelled, some brandished knives, and while Shirley appeared to hold her own, Lu Chongting could not help but grow concerned, harboring deep resentment towards those who had injured him. The uproar escalated, and Lin Laohong personally led a group to the scene. Upon witnessing his fallen comrades strewn across the ground, fury ignited within him, and with a fierce shout, he charged at Shirley, weapon raised. Tenley seized the wrist of his opponent, delivering a powerful blow that fractured a rib, followed by another strike that sent the man sliding back several meters. Observing their leader's injury, the subordinates rushed forward, shouting in alarm. Lin Laohai, recovering from the pain, leaned against a towering wall, grabbed a bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed it at Tenley. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chongting's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Be careful." Simultaneously, the arrow was loosed, but Tenley evaded it by leaning back while kicking away another assailant. Lin Laohai, increasingly infuriated, glared at Lu Chongting and knocked another arrow, taking aim once more. As Tenley twisted the knife from the grasp of one attacker, he kicked the descending blade towards Lin Laohai. The arrow and knife met midair. The knife continued its trajectory, while the arrow fell to the ground. Lin Laohai, confronted by the glinting blade, attempted to dodge, but unwittingly slipped and fell to the ground. Although the fall aggravated his wound, it fortuitously allowed him to evade the lethal strike. The knife lodged beside him, still trembling, filled Lin Laohai with trepidation, only to be swiftly replaced by a surge of rage. He could hardly believe he had nearly been bested by a mere child, barking, "Everyone, attack. Spare no one." Previously hesitant due to Tin Li's potential worth as a high-value target, the gang members, emboldened by Lin Laohai's command, abandoned their reservations and struck with lethal intent, aiming for vital points. Sensing the escalation of malice from his adversaries, Tin Li cast aside any playful demeanor if they sought his demise. Then he too would show no mercy. He intensified his assaults, delivering fatal blows with precision. The entire mountain was teeming with individuals rushing forward, collapsing one after another, most succumbing to their wounds with a mere cough of blood. Lu Chongting had never witnessed such a scene, though somewhat taken aback. He had seen enough of the world to remain unperturbed. His compassion was not so freely given, especially considering this group sought to take his life. He quickly steadied his mind, his attention drawn irresistibly to the formidable figure amidst the crowd. Surely, a mere boy of 12 or 13. Despite being besieged by hundreds, his expression remained utterly unyielding. Calm as a seasoned veteran of countless battles, the swiftness and decisiveness of his actions were astonishing. One could scarcely fathom what he had endured to become as he was. In his moment of distraction, Lu Chongting was unable to evade yet another assault from Lin Laohong. Shirley, surrounded by the throng, remained unaware until he heard Lu Chongting's anguished cry. He immediately seized a blade, hastening his response. Blood, vast pools of it, along with severed limbs, filled the scene. And those remaining dared not advance, witnessing Shirley's body tremble uncontrollably. A vacuum of space formed around Shirley as she stood upright, her bloodied knife in hand, gazing defiantly at her assailants. One among them cried out, discarding his weapon in sheer terror, fleeing the scene. With one fleeing, others soon followed suit. Seeing Shirley refrain from pursuing, the remaining individuals cast their weapons to the ground and fled for their lives. Shirley advanced slowly, knife in hand, drawing closer to him. It was only then that Lin Laohong felt a surge of fear. Having loosed 3 arrows, he lacked the strength to draw his bow once more. Yet desperation compelled him to try. Just one more time to kill him. Standing beside him, Shirley delivered a fierce kick to his wrist, sending the bow and arrow flying. Subsequently, she placed a foot on his chest, brandishing her knife against his throat, demanding, "Money, mine, give it to me." Lin Laohai thought his demise was imminent, only to realize that the assailant merely sought his riches. He quickly responded, "Yes, I will give it." Being a man of means, Lin Laohai usually carried a substantial amount of money with him. He retrieved a gray money pouch from his bosom and handed it to Shirley. Noticing her only glance at it, he felt the knife press deeper into his flesh, panic gripping his heart. "Hero, spare me. I will give you all the money. All of it." He then produced 4 or 5 cloth bags from his person, placing them on the ground. Shirley bent down to pick up one of the light blue bags. Driven by fear, Lin Laohai seized a brick from the low wall and aimed it at her head. Without raising her gaze, Shirley thrust the knife forward, causing the brick to fall and the blade to press firmly against Lin Laohai's neck. Some individuals are simply not worth sparing. Lu Chongting, momentarily stunned by the scene, realized she intended to leave without him and called out, "Hey, you promised to take me with you. If you don't rescue me, how will I treat you to a grand feast?" It was then that Shirley remembered there was an ailing companion. Engaging in a duel can be exhilarating yet corrupting, often leading to the abandonment of allies. Lu Chongting, unable to walk, had initially hoped Shirley would fetch a horse and cart for his escape. In that fleeting moment of being lifted from the ground, he was bewildered. He was being cradled by a man in such a manner. His face flushed crimson with indignation as he stammered, "Why you? Put me down." Tin Li gazed at his flushed face, pondering that his condition was worsening and it was imperative to consult a doctor. The donkey was discovered beside the stable, indulging in its meal, living quite carefree. Tin Li discarded Lu Chongting aside and stood before the donkey, locking eyes with it. Silence reigned, an enduring silence. Ultimately, the donkey broke the quiet with a bray, prompting Tin Li to act and subdue it. Lu Chongting sat quietly on the ground, observing, awaiting her to harness the cart. After an extended moment of amicable interaction between Tin Li and the donkey, Lu Chongting could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "Are we not departing?" She noted that this individual spoke very little, perhaps even incapable of articulating thoughts, having spent an entire day and night without hearing a single complete sentence from her. Upon her inquiry, the response was merely a gaze in return, as anticipated. With a resigned sigh, she pointed to the cart nearby. "Could you assist me in placing me upon that?" Having experienced such a mode of transport before, Tin Li comprehended her intent and nodded, lifting her onto the cart. After enduring a prior ordeal, Lu Chongting had begun to acclimate to the idea of being carried in a princess embrace. She then indicated towards the horses in the stable. Now, could you fetch me a horse? Tin Li, under the impression she desired to utilize the donkey, was already prepared to pull it when she clarified her request for a horse. After a brief moment of indecision, Tin Li ultimately brought forth a horse. Lu Chongting instructed her to harness the cart, only to discover that Tin Li merely stared blankly in response. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile. It's all right. I shall teach you. However, this teaching revealed a more significant issue. The individual seemed utterly incapable of understanding her words. Was she foolish? Despite being covered in wounds, Lu Chongting gritted his teeth and, enduring the pain, demonstrated how to properly harness the cart with his hands. In the blink of an eye, he noticed that the other party had once again engaged in friendly conversation with the donkey, which momentarily dampened his spirits. What charm could this donkey possibly possess? The gratitude he felt for the young hero's life-saving intervention was etched deeply in his heart. As dusk approached, he urged, "It would be prudent for us to leave this place soon." The only words that resonated with Shirley were those urging departure, yet that was sufficient. He drew the donkey close to the horse, binding their reins together before taking a seat in the cart. The individual beside him was clearly unwell and unable to travel. So Shirley mimicked the demeanor of the steward from their earlier journey, cracking the whip and setting the cart in motion. After a brief passage, they encountered a cluster of houses, a village. As they traversed through the settlement, not a soul was in sight. This place must have been the residence of those who had detained their group, having experienced Lu's formidable prowess. The remaining inhabitants dared not linger and had fled before their arrival, thus explaining the desolation. Lu Chongting shared his conjecture with Shirley. But upon realizing she could not comprehend human speech, he contemplated rephrasing his thoughts. Just then, she sprang forth, leaping 3 meters away in an instant. "Where are you going?" A throng of children emerged from inside, the tallest barely reaching Shirley's shoulder. She ventured back in, returning with a 3- or 4-year-old child cradled in her arms. Upon closer inspection, there were 11 children confined within, each emaciated and with sallow complexions. A surge of rage ignited within Lu Chongting. Had those wretches still been present, he would have taken up arms to exact vengeance upon them. The children, though timid, halted in their tracks upon seeing him stationed at the entrance, too fearful to approach. Lu Chongting shifted aside, creating space as he gestured for them to come closer. "Come here. Don't be afraid. We are here to rescue you." Shirley embraced 2 children, navigating past the throng and settling into the vehicle, casting inviting glances at the group of children, who gradually began to move. In the interstellar realm, the young of any race are regarded as precious entities, with the trafficking of such innocents deemed a capital offense. Even in conflicts between 2 species, the young are never utilized as bargaining chips. Doing so would result in the ostracism and potential annihilation of the offending race by all interstellar beings. 15 individuals crammed into a cart, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Considering Lu Chongting's injuries, Shirley carefully positioned him at the edge of the cart, encircling him with one arm to secure him. The posture appeared somewhat awkward, yet Lu Chongting felt little discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the familiarity of their prior embrace, rendering this gesture inconsequential, as they were both men. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Lu Chongting's mind as he glanced at Shirley, shaking his head vigorously in disbelief. It cannot be. How could such an extraordinary youth possibly possess an affinity for men? A timid young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, tugged at Shirley's sleeve and inquired shyly, "Brother, where are we going?" Yao Fangliang noticed in the distance a horse and a donkey pulling a cart that slowly approached, filled with numerous children. His immediate reaction was to assume these must be the missing children, prompting him to accelerate toward them. Meanwhile, Constable Xiao had been attentively observing the inn, and with adequate manpower and authority in place, investigations were proceeding swiftly. Yao Fangliang, being decisive, quickly organized a rescue effort upon realizing the traffickers' hideout was located behind Jinling Mountain. The steward accompanied the team, trailing closely behind Yao Fangliang. Upon spotting him, Shirley's eyes lit up, and she waved enthusiastically. Seeing Shirley unharmed, the steward's anxious heart finally found solace. Lu Chongting, bewildered, observed the interaction. The steward earnestly introduced Shirley to Yao Fangliang, but noticing her lack of engagement, he sighed deeply. He then briefly recounted her harrowing experiences on the battlefield to Yao Fangliang, noting her newfound silence. It seemed unlikely that they would remain for long. Yet he expressed his gratitude to the nobleman. The details of Shirley's escape from the den of human traffickers were too intricate to recount. Yao Fangliang turned his attention to Lu Chongting, inquiring, "My young friend, could you share how you managed to escape from the clutches of the captors?" Lu Chating, taken aback by the revelation that Shirley was a young lady, felt momentarily dazed. He had been rescued by a girl, embraced her, and spent an entire day and night alone with her, during which she had even tended to his wounds. Did this constitute an intimate bond? Was he obliged to take responsibility? Strangely, he realized he did not even know her name. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, but at Yao Fangliang's question, Lu Chanting steadied himself and cast aside distractions. He recounted their ordeal. After being captured and beaten, Shirley was also taken. They were confined together for a night. And on the following afternoon, Shirley discovered her money was missing. In a fit of determination, she kicked down the door to confront their captor, unleashing a fierce onslaught that enabled their escape. They passed through an abandoned village, where Shirley heard the cries of children. She located the house where they were imprisoned, broke in, and liberated them. Upon hearing this, Yao Fangliang gazed at Shirley with incredulity. "Are you suggesting that she single-handedly subdued hundreds of individuals on the mountain?" Lu Chanting nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Remarkable. The daughter of Shen Han truly lives up to her reputation as the tiger girl of the gate." Yao Fangliang chuckled, patting the steward's shoulder. As they encountered the officials, the children in the carriage huddled together, fear evident in their eyes. The steward endeavored to project a warm and friendly demeanor, soothing their anxieties throughout the journey. The inn had been sealed, and the innkeeper was apprehended. However, two of his subordinates fortuitously escaped during the raid. News of the children's rescue spread widely. Once they had bathed and eaten, their families arrived. Some parents wept as they embraced their children, while others remained indifferent. Among them was a mother who, pointing at her daughter's head, berated her for being a burden, lamenting why she did not perish outside. The little girl, merely 5 years old, was already terrified. Upon receiving such harsh words, all her fears and grievances erupted into inconsolable sobs, breaking the hearts of those who listened. The woman, grasping her throat, looked at Shirley in sheer terror and exclaimed, "Let go of me." The frightened girl rushed over to cling to Shirley's leg, pleading through her tears, "Brother, please let go of my mother." The steward hurriedly interjected, "Miss, that is not appropriate." Feeling inexplicably agitated, Shirley pushed the woman aside and turned to enter the house. As the woman regained her composure, she shouted in the direction of Shirley's retreat, "Who do you think you are? What business is it of yours how I raise my daughter? Does wealth grant you the right to disregard human life? Oh heavens! Is there no law left in this world?" The steward gestured for someone to swiftly take her away, preventing her from wailing. As the night deepened, 3 children remained in the hall, unaccompanied, 2 boys and a girl, sitting on stools, enveloped in solitude. Lady Yao, the wife of the Governor Yao, permitted them to stay the night, waiting for news on the morrow. After inquiring about the reasons, she sighed and acquiesced. The families of the 2 boys were absent from Bianzhou, prompting them to wish to linger a while longer. Lu Chanting bore the marks of numerous strikes. His legs slightly swollen. Fortunately, no bones were fractured. The physician had wrapped him securely, leaving only his head exposed, as a precaution. Thankfully, the March weather in Bianzhou was not too warm. Otherwise, his injuries could have worsened, leading to further discomfort. When Shirley came to visit him, she gazed at his new appearance for an extended period, causing Lu Chanting to blush once more. "Please, stop staring. I am all right," he insisted. Shirley remained silent, her eyes fixated on the bandaged areas of his body, wishing she could uncover them to inspect the wounds. Lacking medical instruments, they could only rely on the physician's care. Hoping to understand the treatment so that she could tend to her own injuries in the future should they occur on this planet. To alleviate the awkwardness that hung in the air, Lu Chongting finally mustered the courage to inquire, "What is your name?" "I am Lu Chongting," he replied. "I heard Governor Yao refer to you as Assure. Is that your childhood name?" Shirley did not respond, and the atmosphere in the room became palpably uncomfortable. Indeed, only Lu Chongting seemed to be affected by it. The individual seated beside the bed, however, appeared completely unfazed by the tension, merely observing the rapid beating of the heart of the one lying down, perhaps indicating a fever had returned. She remained silent, prompting Lu Chongting to find a way to gracefully descend from the conversation. "Then I shall call you Assure from now on. How old are you this year?" "I am 14. Do you have someone you hold dear? What do you think of me?" Reflecting on the situation, he continued, "You saved my life and have spent such a considerable time alone with me, not to mention you have seen me, as a man. I must take responsibility and ensure you do not suffer any indignities. Moreover, how could I repay the life-saving grace with merely a meal? I possess no other treasures to offer you, save for my devotion. Perhaps we should set a date to inform our elders and formalize the betrothal? If your father is opposed to your marriage, I would not hesitate to be the one to join your family. The more he spoke, the redder his face became, ultimately burying his head beneath the quilt, murmuring the last words. This lengthy declaration took all the courage he had mustered since birth. At 14, he was still but a child, yet perhaps it was his valor in battle and calm demeanor in crises that had earned him admiration for her. Or perhaps it was the memory of her holding him close as they slept in the same room that ignited his sense of responsibility, leading him to believe that she would be his future wife. In his youthful naivety, Lu Chongting would later be immensely grateful for his cleverness at that moment. Despite feeling flushed and out of place now, when it came to tending wounds, he realized it was more effective to observe a physician directly. He decided to check if the steward was present. If not, he would seek out the doctor he had encountered earlier. If the steward was around, he would indulge in some food, as he felt a bit hungry. Once Lu Chongting's emotions settled, he noticed the room was eerily silent and turned to find the space before the bed completely vacant. So, had she agreed or not? The steward accompanied Governor Yao to the western part of the city in search of a suitable residence. Although Yao Fangliang refrained from inquiring why General Shun intended to send his daughter to Yuezhou, he discerned something from Shun Han's current predicament. Even if rest was necessary, it could be achieved in the capital. Moreover, there were numerous esteemed physicians there. Departing from the capital was likely a reluctant decision. The Shin Patriarch would undoubtedly cause quite a stir by voluntarily relinquishing military authority to retire and recuperate in his hometown, which would be advantageous for everyone involved. Embracing the notion that if the aim was merely to distance oneself from the capital, it mattered little where one convalesced, Governor Yao insisted that the steward select a house. Having just repaid a favor, the steward felt compelled to accommodate his wishes. After all, a few extra coins were inconsequential, and residing in the governor's mansion was indeed inconvenient. Having searched for a physician for a considerable distance, they encountered neither a doctor nor a kitchen, and since it was not yet mealtime, she had only consumed a bowl of porridge that morning, not due to a lack of appetite, but because that was all that was available on the table. Was it customary for the affluent in this world to begin their mornings with such scant nourishment? Nevertheless, the meals at noon and dinner were indeed satisfactory. Reflecting on the abundance of food available outside, she ventured out with her purse. She found a wonton stall, having missed the opportunity to eat there previously. She was relieved to find that this time, she would not encounter the woman who had taken her egg. Thus, she leisurely savored 3 bowls, amusing the wonton vendor and leaving fellow diners in a state of astonishment. When she retrieved her money to pay, the elderly vendor, lacking the meticulousness to prepare small change, had only banknotes in his pouch, along with a small medicinal vial. This vial, provided by Dr. Qi, contained 3 pills. Ingesting them after sustaining a grave injury would not guarantee recovery, but it would ensure that death did not come swiftly. 2 years prior, Shun Han had rescued Dr. Qi, providing him with a vial of medicine, and subsequently remained by his side as an ordinary physician. When the vendor saw her extending the items, he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Esteemed guest, your offer is far too generous. You could purchase my entire stall with such an amount. I cannot provide change. Perhaps a silver coin would suffice?" Mistaking the vendor's refusal as a sign of insufficient compensation, she produced another note. The vendor gazed at her in astonishment, contemplated for a moment, and then, with a smile, accepted both silver notes, saying, "Very well, young lady. This stall is now yours from this moment forward." The patron seated nearby merely watched with amusement, observing the naive way in which Shirley handed over the money. The words "governor's office" held considerable weight, prompting the vendor to plead for mercy, respectfully returning the notes to Shirley. The maid tugged at Shirley, attempting to lead her away, yet found her immovable. Although she had never encountered this individual before, she had heard the term governor numerous times in recent days, and was aware that her current residence was indeed the governor's office. Shirley pointed at the empty bowl on the table, stating, "Having eaten, one must pay." The vendor forced a smile, while the maid let out a cold snort, finalizing the bill before ushering Shirley away. Along the way, she instructed her on the meager cost of a bowl of wontons and how many such dishes could be purchased with the silver notes. Previously, Yao Fangliang had assumed, based on the steward's remarks, that Shirley was merely reticent. However, the current situation clearly indicated a muddled state of mind. In haste, he sought the counsel of Steward Xing. The steward remarked that while the general had considered the possibility of the young lady being daft, her eyes were clear. Aside from her reluctance to speak, there were no other abnormalities. A physician had examined her and concluded that she had merely suffered some emotional shock. and would recover with time. If one is unaware of the price of wontons, one might claim to have never tasted them. But to spend 20 taels on merely 3 bowls is an act beyond the means of an ordinary person. Such a situation necessitates the consultation of a physician. And Shin's only child is indeed in such a predicament. Observing the distress upon his countenance, the steward hesitated to inform him that his efforts were in vain. Initially, he too was restless, unable to find solace in sleep throughout the night, as the general galloped off each evening in search. Gradually, it became evident that the young lady's mind was not impaired. Rather, she struggled with her speech, displaying an affinity for the general. Often lost in reverie while managing her daily tasks with clarity and independence. Who would deem a person capable of disassembling and reassembling a catapult to be mentally unfit? Yao Fangliang, accompanied by a physician, discovered Shirley by the lotus pond in the garden, where she was crouched, observing the fish. The local method of diagnosis is rather peculiar. By merely palpating the wrist, one can discern all symptoms, a remarkable skill. Shirley obediently extended her hand to the doctor. Dr. Su, formerly the chief physician in the Imperial Medical Bureau, possessed exceptional medical expertise. Upon hearing about her condition from Prefect Yao, he took her pulse and formed a preliminary hypothesis. He recalled a similar incident from his time in the palace, where a noble lady had, through a traumatic experience, intentionally forgotten her past memories, akin to a newborn. During my tenure at the Imperial Medical Bureau, Lin Choni, after a failed attempt to collide with a pillar in the cold palace, awakened in a comparable state. Medicine, after all, is a double-edged sword. I observe her mental clarity and deem it unnecessary to resort to medication. If you wish for her to regain a semblance of normalcy, simply engage a tutor to instruct her in reading and writing, and help her recognize and discern the world around her. After bidding farewell to the doctor, Yao Fangliang dispatched someone to locate the female instructor. Finding a teacher is no easy task, and a female instructor is even harder to come by. The steward, familiar with a few characters, took the opportunity to teach Shirley. Although the governor's wife was busy, she would occasionally spare some time to educate her. After 2 or 3 lessons, it became evident that the girl possessed an extraordinary memory and was an excellent student. Thus, it was decided to keep her close at hand. Whenever an object was presented, they would explain its significance to her, encouraging her to articulate it in turn, and later, in the evening, write it down for her to see. Having someone to teach her was far superior to Shirley's previous attempts at guessing. Initially, this was done to conceal the fact that she had clandestinely arrived from another realm. But now it seemed the locals had provided a plausible explanation for her unfamiliarity with the language of this world, allowing her to inquire boldly. Lu Chanting felt a twinge of unease, for the matter of Shirley's calligraphy practice had become common knowledge among the officials of the governor's residence, and naturally, it reached his ears as well. Nearly everyone had been consulted by Shirley, except for him. As a scholar, he was set to take the examination for Xianxia this August. Her reluctance to seek him out might stem from the irritation caused by his earlier remarks. What was he to do? The route from the protectorate to the capital was significantly shorter than the journey to Bianzhou by 4 or 5 days. With travel by water between the capital and Bianzhou taking only 2 shifts, Shenhan anticipated that resigning from his official position would entail some difficulties. Instructing Shirley and the others to wait for him in Bianzhou for 7 days, now it appeared that journey would not be feasible. The army returned in a whirlwind, bringing with them the 50-year peace treaty from the Dazi. The citizens of the capital lined the streets in welcome, and the emperor, accompanied by his ministers, hosted a reception to honor their arrival. The military supervisor, who had fled at the last moment, did not perish on the way. It was rumored that he had been slain by his own subordinates. The news of his desperate flight to Diu City did not reach the capital. Shunhan's act of secretly opening the city gates to rescue his daughter also remained unknown to the emperor. Everyone believed he was strategically maneuvering, seizing the opportune moment to emerge from the city and annihilate the weakened forces of the Dazi army. As he beheld Shenhan kneeling on the ground, holding the tiger talisman with both hands, the emperor was momentarily bewildered. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly that he felt somewhat at a loss. During the journey back to the capital, Shenhan had prepared his soldiers for the possibility of his resignation, yet witnessing him step down still evoked a sense of regret. Out of respect for the emperor's presence, no one dared to voice their feelings. Old Master Shun was astonished. He had once insisted on joining the military at the borders despite his outstanding academic achievements, treating the army as his own flesh and blood, and yet here he was, voluntarily surrendering the tiger talisman. Was it raining red from the heavens, or had the sun risen in the west? No wonder the old hen in the neighboring minister's household had laid an egg again. Regardless of what others thought, The emperor was exceedingly pleased, overjoyed. In fact, command of 100,000 troops was a dream long cherished. The matter of the tiger talisman could be discussed later. Rise, my dear minister. Your health is of utmost importance. Quickly summon Li Yuanling to attend to General Shin. Thank you, your majesty. Shin Han rose, still maintaining the posture of holding the talisman. My health is currently stable. On the night of Aramuta's death, a banquet was held in the city, but alas, the wine was drugged. Fortunately, the military physician was present and managed to expel the poison in time. However, my constitution has been fundamentally compromised and is far from what it once was. The physician has advised that I seek a tranquil place amidst mountains and rivers for recuperation. I fear I am unfit for the position of General of Gueda, and I hope your majesty will select another worthy candidate. Upon witnessing Director Li approach with determination, Shin Han felt a surge of anxiety within him. However, trusting in the medical expertise of Dr. Qi, he steadied his nerves and extended his hand willingly. As anticipated, Dr. Qi did not disappoint. Director Li shook his head and remarked, General Shin's pulse is weak and feeble. Without a decade or so of proper care, it is unlikely he will regain his health. Perhaps, with the use of rare medicinal herbs, we could shorten the recovery period by 4 or 5 years. The emperor exhaled in relief. He must be nourished. But must this recuperation take place in a picturesque location? Director Li stroked his beard, meeting the emperor's gaze, and suddenly realized that remaining in the capital would be preferable. In the wilderness, medicinal herbs are scarce, the cuisine lacks refinement, and the restorative prescriptions must be adjusted according to General Shin's physical condition. Your Majesty, there is no need to expend such effort on my behalf. This was not as he had envisioned. My dear minister, it is my Dezhao that is in debt to you. What is the worth of a few herbs? You should focus on your recovery. Old Master Shin grew displeased. Perceiving that his son was mocking him, I have no objections to your resignation, but do not involve me in your downfall. How much do you truly resent me? In his youth, old Master Shin had also been a general. After his wife, Gu Yuqin, perished in the enemy camp, he never lifted a weapon again, opting instead to take up the pen as a scholar. Shin Han, the eldest son and the sole child of Gu Yuqin, was only 4 years old when he began to comprehend the world around him. 3 years later, old Master Shin remarried and had a son and a daughter. Both of them were quite manageable. However, Shin Han had become a cause of great distress for him, while his youth was once an excuse. Ever since he learned of his mother's demise on the battlefield, he had begun to change dramatically. Jiao Gonggong presented the tiger talisman to the emperor, who grasped the iron piece with great satisfaction, especially while gazing at Shin Han. Not only did he refrain from stripping Shin of his position as General Yunda, but he also bestowed upon him a hereditary title of nobility. Dr. Qi, upon learning of this, could not help but exclaim the emperor's cunning. Indeed, he was a master of political intrigue. Despite Shin's vehement declaration of his desire to depart, the emperor chose to retain him in the capital with an inherited title. And although Shin had but a single daughter, the emperor was determined to grant him a noble rank. Seeing Shin's prospects of leaving the capital diminish, Dr. Qi provided him with a vial of medicine, advising that should he ever wish to reclaim his military prowess, he should consume it for 7 consecutive days. With a respectful bow, he took his leave, embarking on a journey through the vast world with his medicine chest in hand. In the western city of Bianzhou, the house had been tidied up, yet Shirley's attempt to move in with the steward had not succeeded. The previous plan to relocate was delayed due to Shirley's calligraphy practice. The tutor had already been secured, and the steward prepared to accompany Shirley to the residence, where they would study while awaiting the return of the general. On the day they were about to depart, an envoy from the general's residence arrived, delivering a letter to Governor Yao. The steward was present at the time, and after reading the letter, he, along with Shirley, bid farewell to Yao Fangliang. In the missive, Shin Han communicated his new title of Baron and his temporary inability to travel to Yueshou, instructing the steward to take Shirley to her maternal grandmother and settle her in that locale. He intended to leave the capital once the emperor's attention waned. Ultimately, the residence was left for Lu Chongting to recuperate. Indeed, he had fled from home. His father compelled him to pursue various studies, while his mother frequently lamented his shortcomings in his presence. The couple often quarreled before him, creating a stifling atmosphere in their household. Yearning for freedom, he sought liberation, only to find himself confined within a small, dilapidated dwelling. I, named Shin Shirley, have studied Mandarin. Although not perfectly articulated, I managed to convey my thoughts adequately. Lu Chongting. Yes, precisely. Call out once more, Lu Chongting. Lu Chongting. After 2 attempts, Shirley's pronunciation had become quite accurate. Lu Chongting requested her to repeat it once again. Shirley cast a glance at him, perceiving him as a mere juvenile. She then turned to leave. Shirley, don't go. Wait a moment. Lu Chongting hastily sat up and grasped her sleeve, retrieving a jade pendant from his bosom and placing it into her hand. Take this, don't lose it. Shirley gazed at the verdant object in her palm, perplexed. What is this? Under her scrutiny, Lu Chongting blushed and stammered. It's a token of affection. A token of affection? A token to verify one's identity upon future encounters, akin to her domain lord identity card from the Shirley Star? Oh, Shirley intended to depart. Yet Lu Chongting persistently held on, faltering in speech, his face growing increasingly crimson. Are you unwell? Shirley frowned, contemplating the fragility of this individual's health. You are ill. You need a doctor. Lu Chongting momentarily failed to comprehend her words. Shirley pointed at his face and remarked, it's red. Suddenly, Lu Chongting transformed, akin to a shrimp sizzling in hot oil, swiftly removing the sachet from Shirley's waist and diving beneath the covers. I'm fine. You should leave. The peculiarities of doctors and patients alike were quite bewildering. Shirley shook her head and departed, encountering a maid along the way, instructing her to fetch a physician for Lu Chongting. The maid complied, and Shirley initially intended to wait for the doctor to finish before departing. However, the steward arrived to announce that all preparations were complete and they could set off. Thus, she climbed aboard the carriage. After bidding farewell to Prefect Yao, the donkey cart ambled along towards Yuezhou. It was the same donkey, the same cart. Horse-drawn carriages were too conspicuous, and only the more affluent families could afford one. While those with private vehicles were truly wealthy, the journey was somewhat lengthy, and they endeavored to avoid any unnecessary troubles. In addition to the original luggage, a few books were added, primarily for basic education, as the steward took the opportunity to teach Shirley to read along the way. Zhao boasted nearly 400 prefectures in 7 provinces, with each province overseeing 50 to 60 prefectures. The prefectures were categorized into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, based on the annual tax revenue submitted. Yuezhou was classified as a lower-tier prefecture, indicated by its modest tax contributions, suggesting that the local populace was not particularly affluent. Most individuals who came to serve as officials had been demoted. Following the address, the steward gradually recalled the detailed location of the lady's family home, Daomi Lane in Luoyang Town, Yuezhou. Shirley's mother, surnamed Zhou and named Li Shu, tragically passed away in the 2nd year after her birth. Her mother shared the same surname with General Shun, whose name was Chunhua. Her father had attained the status of a Xiaotsai, known to others as Zhou Xiaotsai. Upon their arrival, the steward was surprised to find that the former residence had transformed into a cosmetics shop. With the sun climbing higher, the steward felt slightly dizzy as they disembarked. His vision blurred, nearly causing him to stumble, but fortunately, Shirley was there to steady him. Meeting Shirley's concerned gaze, the steward waved his hand dismissively, assuring her of his well-being, and stepped into the cosmetics shop, lifting his garments as he did so. The proprietor exclaimed, Sir, I presume you are purchasing rouge for your daughter. Look at that lovely maiden. This box of peach blossom blush is perfectly suited for her. The steward accepted the rouge box, examined it, and handed it to Shirley, casually inquiring, Madam, wasn't this formerly the residence of Scholar Zhou? Scholar Zhou? I have not heard of him. This house used to be a rice shop, which I acquired last year. I am not a local, so I am not well versed in the matters of this place. If you continue along this road and turn the corner, there is a liquor shop where old man Wu has been selling wine for over 30 years. You might inquire with him. He should be able to enlighten you. Thank you. Sir, will you still be purchasing this blush? Yes, yes. The steward hastily paid for the item, and as he turned, his heart raced. Miss, you must not taste it. Upon receiving the rouge box, Shirley examined it closely, and upon opening it, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Judging by the aroma, which was predominantly derived from plants, it was evident that the product was harmless, especially since it was being openly sold. After completing the transaction, once the box became her personal possession, Shirley dipped her fingertip into it and tasted a small amount. It was not palatable. When the steward seized the rouge box from her hand, she did not protest. His call drew the attention of the patrons within the shop, and the proprietress, casting a glance at the onlookers, smiled charmingly and remarked, Sir, you must be from the capital. The blush your young lady holds is made from peach blossoms, a new variety from the capital. When the wealthy merchant claimed it was edible, I thought he was jesting, yet it appears to be true. The patrons, now enlightened, realized they were not dealing with fools. The steward expressed his gratitude once more before escorting Shirley away. Today, Lu Area came to the town to select rouge and powder for her granddaughter, who is soon to be married. Upon hearing inquiries about Scholar Zhou, she attentively observed the two individuals. Noticing that they had left without making a purchase, she decided to follow them. As she glanced back over a distance of 10 miles, she spotted an elderly woman watching her, whose threatening presence was negligible, thus she continued on her way. Old Wu was not at home today due to other matters, but his son was present. Although he was not fully informed about Scholar Zhou's situation, he could provide a general outline. In my youth, I studied a bit. Scholar Zhou was my teacher. A couple of years ago, several debt collectors sought him out, which is why I took note of the situation. I hope you do not hold it against me. Debt collectors? Could you elaborate? After passing the imperial examination at the age of 27, Scholar Zhou made no further progress. Failing multiple local tests. 5 years ago, disheartened, he ceased to pursue examinations and fell into a life of excessive drinking. Eventually, he was deceived into a gambling den. Becoming addicted and accumulating considerable debt, Madame Xin had to exhaust her savings and even sell a house to settle his debts. Unexpectedly, Scholar Zhou absconded once more to the gambling den, losing everything, even wagering his own legs, and was ultimately thrown out by the establishment. He did not last 2 months at home before he departed again. Though the gambling troubles seemed resolved, friends he had made at the den came knocking, bearing promissory notes demanding repayment from Madame Xin. The last remaining house, the very one you just came from near the rouge shop, was sold to clear the debts. After the first group of debt collectors left, Madame Xin moved her entire family to Xingyuan village and seldom returned to the town. Typically, it was only her daughters-in-law who came. The elder Wu's son expressed a sense of melancholy, reflecting on how a once prosperous family had been ruined by gambling. The steward inquired, "Is it not true that Scholar Zhou has a son-in-law who is a general? Why did he not reach out for assistance when trouble befell him?" "I am uncertain about that," came the reply. "Might you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of Xingyuan village?" "Ah, that is indeed possible. Xingyuan village is quite distant, and the roads are rather treacherous. It would be prudent for you to enlist the company of someone familiar with the route." At that moment, Aunt Lu approached and placed her basket on the table, exclaiming, "Gongzi, pour me 2 coins worth of wine." "Certainly," Gongzi responded, opening a wine jar and filling a jug to hand to her. "Aunt Lu, what brings you to town?" "My daughter is to be wed in less than a fortnight, and I have come to arrange her dowry. I just overheard you speaking of Scholar Zhou. It has been 2 peaceful years, and yet trouble has found Xianxia again." "Not quite. It is Xin Damei's granddaughter who has come seeking her betrothed, but has not found him, and she turned to me for information. By the way, Aunt Lu, you are from Xingyuan village as well, are you not?" "I was just lamenting the lack of someone to guide them there." Their conversation was steeped in local dialect, and the steward, wishing to appear affable, interjected with the same accent, "I gather from your tone that you and the old lady are acquainted." The way he addressed her as Aunt Lu made her feel quite at ease. "We reside in the same village, often crossing paths, so of course we know each other." "You wish to find her? I can lead you there, but I must first procure some items to add to my granddaughter's dowry. You will have to wait a moment." "Thank you, madam. We shall await your return here." Aunt Lu shot him a disdainful glare before departing with her basket. Initially, the steward was taken aback, but upon realizing the situation, he called out to Madame Lu, "Madame Lu, I have yet to congratulate you on the joyous occasion of your granddaughter's celebration. Please accept this silver as a token from our young lady to adorn your granddaughter." It was no wonder that Shirley was distracted at first. She attentively listened to the conversation between the steward and the tavern owner. However, when conversing with Madame Lu, she noticed they had switched to a different language, spoken at a rapid pace, rendering her unable to comprehend a single word, causing her thoughts to wander. Shirley, with a bowl in one hand and a wine jar in the other, evaded the steward's grasp, exclaiming, "It's delicious, but I shan't share." The journey from the town to Xingyuan village took the better part of the day, and by the time they arrived, dusk had already settled. Madame Lu hesitated to dismount from the donkey cart, parting the dry hay to feel the mattress laid upon the cart. What splendid material! Such is the distinction of wealthy families. Though the exterior appears dilapidated, one discovers the interior lavishly adorned with silver upon sitting. Reluctantly, she finally let go, pointing towards the tightly shut door of a thatched cottage ahead. "This is where Chunhua resides. My home is next door. We share a close bond. Wait a moment while I summon her. Chunhua, Chunhua, I have brought your granddaughter to see you. Please open the door." She knocked vigorously, her voice echoing loudly. The blacksmith's wife, living nearby, peeked out to see what was amiss. "Aunt Lu, Chunhua is out in the fields working. She is not at home." "Isn't your son taking the imperial exam?" "Neither is he. For the next couple of days, they are busy transplanting rice seedlings. The whole family is in the fields. Surely, you must be aware of this? I recall just a few days ago that Chunhua was helping your family. As she spoke, the tone of the blacksmith's wife turned slightly mocking. What are you doing standing at my doorstep? Chunhua picked up the stick leaning against the wall, her demeanor fierce. The twilight had not yet fully enveloped the surroundings, allowing the figures nearby to be discernible. A decade had elapsed, and aside from the additional lines on the steward's face, he appeared more haggard, yet unchanged in essence. The moment Chunhua caught a glimpse of his turned face, a memory surfaced. She recognized him. The steward was about to approach when the stick sliced through the air towards him. How dare you show your face here? Begone! My home does not welcome you. Madam Xin, let us speak calmly. There is no need for violence, the steward urged as he evaded her strikes. Aunt Lu, hesitant to intervene, called out from the side. Indeed, Chunhua, he has come a great distance to seek you. Is it appropriate to greet him with a stick? If you utter another word, I shall deal with you too. Chunhua resembled a lion with ruffled fur, ready to lash out at anyone in her path. Tianli, having intervened, grasped the steward's arm, extracting the stick from Chunhua's grip. Do not strike. At that moment, Chunhua finally noticed her, pausing in astonishment as she scrutinized Tianli's face, tears welling in her eyes. Ah, sure? Is it truly you? So much like your mother. Did I hurt you just now? How could you have caught it with your hands? Show it to your grandmother. Seeing her relent, the steward sighed in relief, grateful that reason still prevailed. Otherwise, discourse would have been impossible. Yet, confusion lingered. When he departed with the general, Chunhua had only expressed reluctance to part with her granddaughter, without any dissatisfaction. It was she who had proposed sending Tianli to the capital, claiming it was for the sake of a better life for the young lady. Why then? Did this encounter erupt into hostility? Crying, tears streaming down her face. After Tianli seized the stick, she noticed the other party began to weep, hastily returning the stick, saying, Here, take it, do not cry. Chunhua snatched the stick and cast it aside, questioning the purpose of such an object. Grandmother, do not cry. Please do not cry. Ah, sure? Are you hungry? Are you tired? After such a long journey, you must be famished. Come inside and rest for a while. We shall eat once we rise. Eat. This proposal seemed agreeable. However, upon the mention of payment, Lu Area became obstinate, exclaiming, You are pulling the rug from under me. If I had not gone to town today, would your granddaughter even have found you? Not only do you refuse to treat me to a meal, but you also ask for money? Do you think I covet your meal? Humph. Wasn't that person just now quite close to you? The steward inquired. Close? What do you mean by that? Chunhua narrowed her eyes. Did you give her silver? Yes. Not much, merely 5 taels. The steward gradually shifted his gaze from the doorway to Tianli. 5 taels for adornments? Is that not a small sum? Tianli shook her head. 5 taels is indeed considerable, but as for adornments, I am unfamiliar and thus cannot ascertain their value. Yet, judging by grandmother's expression, it must be significant. The two families resided adjacent to one another, separated by a wall. Suddenly, a clatter erupted from next door, followed by a heated exchange of insults, each voice more fervent than the last. Shall I assist? I shall strike, you tell me. Tianli intended to convey that she would subdue Lu Area, preventing her from speaking, while the steward would reason with her. However, the sentence was too lengthy, and she had yet to master it. So she could only express herself in a more succinct manner. Oh. In the midst of the gathering, Zhou Tian shielded his wife and children behind him, demanding to know the identities of the strangers standing at his doorstep. The steward, placing down his belongings, stepped forward and bowed, introducing himself as the steward of General Shen's household, here to escort the young lady and assuring that his uncle need not be alarmed. As twilight descended, obscuring the faces of those at a distance, Zhou Zhongju, who perhaps had encountered Steward Xing a decade prior, found himself unable to recognize him. I do not know any general, he retorted. Did your mother not inform you? Upon seeing his mother, Zhou Zhongju lowered his guard. Mother, who are these two? They're Ashur and your brother-in-law's family. Come inside first, and we shall talk later. Later, he echoed. Let us eat first. Show Yuan. Please fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Show Yuan, Zhou Zhongju's wife, complied, leading their son and daughter into the courtyard. Zhou Zifeng and Zhou Taoyao felt a mixture of trepidation and curiosity towards the unfamiliar visitors, cautiously studying them while nestled against their mother. Steward Xing, appearing as a grown adult, did not pique their interest as he was unlike them. Noticing Chunhua's repeated evasions, the steward sensed something amiss. Suspecting that she had her own narrative regarding the general's departure years ago, In accordance with the decorum of affluent households, silence reigned over the dining table. Xianxia, mindful that Tinley had come from the capital, shot glares at anyone who dared to speak during the meal. Zhou Tian, however, refrained from pressing further, feeling a surge of joy at the sight of Tinley. "Ah sure, look how tall you have grown. You were just a tiny thing not long ago. Ah Feng. Come here. This is the cousin I mentioned to you." Zhou Zifeng, merely 11 this year and not yet reaching Tinley in stature, gazed up at her and exclaimed, "Elder sister." Tinley turned to the steward, who occasionally served as her translator. Although she struggled to comprehend much, his presence was a considerable improvement over that of outsiders. "Miss, he is your younger brother, calling you sister." Subsequently, he explained to Zhou Zhongju, "The young lady has just arrived and does not understand the language here." "Oh." Tinley nodded in understanding, retrieving her purse and producing a silver note to hand to him. "Here you are, younger brother." Zhou Zifeng was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. "For me? Thank you, elder sister." "Ah Feng." Zhou Zhongju admonished loudly. Tinley regarded Zhou Zhongju with confusion, pondering that he might be concerned about her generosity, leaving her without funds. She then extracted 2 more notes from her purse and presented them to him earnestly, stating, "I have money. Very well, let us proceed." When Lin Shouyuan entered, her hands still dripping with water, she inquired, "What is the matter?" "Take them to bed," she instructed. Lin Shouyuan cast a seemingly casual glance at Tinley and replied, "All right." The 2 children followed their mother sluggishly, moving as if drained of energy, like eggplants struck by frost, wilted and drooping. Once they had exited, Zhou Zhongju inquired, "What did you mean by arriving in haste? Is there turmoil in the north?" "Not exactly," he replied. "The general has certain matters at hand, and it is inconvenient for the young lady to remain by his side. He entrusted me to bring her to seek her maternal grandmother." "What? Has something happened to your general?" As Xianxia stepped out of the house, she was met with such a dire piece of news. "I knew it. Her son-in-law must have forsaken the splendor of the capital, bringing Ashur to this desolate place," which surely indicated a matter of life and death. Was he wrongfully imprisoned, facing imminent execution? No, dear Madam Shin, fret not. The general is well. Just recently, he wrote to say that the emperor has conferred upon him the title of earl. The general's feigned illness and resignation from office to settle down is a delicate matter. If word got out, it would be deemed treasonous. Given the current circumstances, if the general truly cannot escape the capital, then it is inevitable that arrangements will be made for their journey to the capital. Initially, I had declined to accompany them. Now, what purpose would it serve for my old bones to make the arduous journey? The mountains are high, and the roads are long. Xianxia murmured in resignation, then inquired, "Is my son-in-law in good health? Is the poison severe? Those wretches are truly ruthless. It would be best if they all perished." "He is fine. The palace physicians are highly skilled. With some time for recovery, he will be just as he was before." A few years ago, the general struggled to establish himself in the capital and, fearing that no one would tend to you, opted not to bring you to the capital. Now that he has become an earl, even if he does not bring you to the capital, he will certainly come to seek you out. "My son-in-law will come?" "When?" Xianxia has always taken pride in having Shenhan as her son-in-law. It is not merely his bearing or their shared surname, but the affection he holds for both of them that endears him to anyone. Zhongju remained in a state of bewilderment. Is his brother-in-law truly a general? The valiant General Gueda? And he has even been bestowed the title of earl? He truly has a brother-in-law who holds the esteemed title of a second-rank official. The restoration of his brother-in-law's memory is indeed a positive development. Why then do you choose to conceal it from us? Xianxia, lost in thought, felt a chill envelop her. Why should I reveal it to you? I regret ever allowing your father to learn of it, for it has led our family to this dire state. The steward inquired, "What do you mean by that?" When the mention of scholar Zhou arose, Xianxia expressed her disdain. At the age of 27, he finally passed the Mingjing examination and thereafter devoted himself to the pursuit of the Jinshi degree. I supported him wholeheartedly, willing to sacrifice everything for his education, provided he applied himself diligently. However, since the revelation of his identity as my son-in-law 5 years ago, he has transformed entirely. The ambition he once harbored for the imperial examinations dissipated. Instead, he sought solace in liquor and became intoxicated with dreams of wealth and promotion. He even fell into the clutches of vice, extravagantly spending on a house for Ashu, ultimately losing all in the process. The silver I had set aside for my protection was squandered by him at gambling tables. The steward calculated the timeline. 5 years ago aligns with the 16th year of the Kangda era, a time when the general resided in the capital for half a year. during which he visited Zhou. It was likely then that Master Zhou became aware of his status. Why did you not write to the general? I had always believed that my son-in-law could not possibly disdain my daughter. It appears that it was his father's old and wretched influence at play. There is not a single good man among them. The steward, who had also stepped into the ranks of elder men, asserted, I certainly am not one of them. Mother, why was I not informed of this matter at the time? Zhou Zhongju questioned, feeling somewhat affronted. You were busy preparing for the scholar examination. We dared not disclose it to you. His expression darkened. Just because my father is muddled does not mean I am as well. Thus, you find yourself here, and I have not turned you away. The steward appeared somewhat embarrassed. For indeed, this was a matter of maternal concern. The trio conversed in their local dialect, rendering their dialogue devoid of educational value for someone like Shirley, who could not comprehend a word. It would be more worthwhile to observe the spider weaving its web upon the wall. The creature, though rather unsightly, possessed the ability to spin silk, offering a modicum of research interest. By the time the steward noticed her, she had already captured the spider in her hand, not attempting to snatch it away as she had in the past. Despite his towering height and life of trials, he harbored an aversion to creatures with many legs. Miss, do release that at once. It is not to be touched. Shirley merely responded with an "oh" as she held the spider out towards him, insisting, I want it. You take it. Ultimately, the spider was dealt with by Zhou Zhongju, leaving Shirley a tad disappointed. However, there were still a few more in the room, and she could always capture one later when the coast was clear. Obediently, she followed Xianxia to bathe and retire for the night. In the dead of night, Xianxia knocked on Zhou Zhongju's door. Zhongju, it is not that your mother does not wish for you to bring honor to our family, but one cannot rely solely on others. You must stand on your own. Only when you achieve the title of Jinshi will your brother-in-law have the confidence to elevate you. I refrained from telling you earlier, fearing it might dissuade you from diligent study. The son acknowledged this. Mother, do you not find Ashur somewhat peculiar? As a child, she was quite lively, yet now she has grown taciturn, and her act of capturing the joy insect seems unbecoming of a 13-year-old girl. Moreover, I have heard that in the capital, the higher the official's rank, the stricter the family rules, with my brother-in-law's relationship with his father being rather strained. Could Ashur be subjected to bullying? Xianxia paused, determination flickering in her eyes. No, I must inquire further. The steward had not yet succumbed to slumber, listening to her intentions while recounting the time when Shirley engaged in combat in Yuching alongside Dazi. The experience had left her traumatized, her mind somewhat clouded, rendering her unable to clearly recall past events. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was overcome with tears. How could such a young girl, only Shirley's age, endure such suffering? Was a battlefield a place for a young maiden? The blades are merciless, and what if an unfortunate incident were to occur? The steward endured yet another round of reprimands. With the dawn of a new day, the rooster of the Zhou family, as diligent as ever, crowed at the break of day, only to find itself silenced abruptly. Shirley knelt upon the ground, one hand grasping the chicken while the other pried its beak open, curious to examine the structure of its vocal apparatus. She had observed her surroundings, ensuring no one was present. Just in time, Xianxia appeared to halt Shirley's antics, advising her against capturing the chicken for amusement. If she wished for a taste, she would slaughter it at noon and prepare soup for her. With its newfound freedom, the rooster strutted away from Shirley with an air of pride, making its way to the courtyard entrance to fulfill the task it had nearly completed earlier. Its gait resembled that of the large chickens and the small chicks she tended, causing Shirley to decide to let it be. Meals were typically consumed only twice a day. Breakfast was often skipped. To accommodate Shirley, the family would eat together before heading to the fields. Zhou Zhongju and Lin Shouyuan found this routine somewhat unfamiliar. Yet the two children were quite content. The yield of rice was not particularly high. Xianxia had cultivated a full 2 acres. To save money, she refrained from hiring help, except for Zhou Zhongju, who could only be home for 2 days due to his teaching obligations. The remaining tasks could be completed gradually over the course of 5 or 6 days. Shopping and planting rice seedlings, Shirley chose to go to the fields. Although she was unaware of the meaning of planting rice, the steward would accompany her grandmother. With his presence, there were numerous restrictions, making it difficult for her scholarly pursuits to flourish. Shirley pointed at Zhongju, who was filling water, and declared, I will go with him. The steward entered after feeding the donkey, and, upon seeing Xianxia's hesitation, chuckled, with your uncle to care for you, Lady Xian can rest assured. After all, the young lady managed to travel alone from the capital to the northern lands, proving she is no delicate flower unaccustomed to hardship. Planting rice is merely an opportunity to appreciate the value of sustenance. What? Ashur traveled alone from the capital to the northern lands? How could you allow Ashur to journey north alone, with no one to look after her? The hardships of the journey are one thing, but what if she encounters bandits? What if she is abducted? I shudder to think of the consequences of even the slightest misstep. Though she did not encounter bandits, she did stumble upon a den of human traffickers, a matter the steward dared not mention. He smiled awkwardly and shifted the topic. The general has dealt with those who failed to serve properly, so you need not worry. The donkey cart is ready to go. Shall I escort you to the town? Xianxia, feeling both pity for Shirley and repeatedly admonishing Zhongju to take good care of her, continued to express her concerns as she settled into the cart. Meanwhile, the steward drove, reminding himself, this is an elderly woman, the general's mother-in-law. Her words are for the young lady's benefit. I must not retort or act harshly, but listen with humility. Zhongju was somewhat surprised yet pleased that Shirley would accompany him, for he had watched her grow from infancy into a lively child capable of speech and movement. Zhou Zifeng was quite intrigued by the sudden appearance of this elder sister. His father mentioned that they used to share the same bed during their childhood, although the silver note was ultimately taken by Zhou Zhongju. Shirley's commanding demeanor while handing over the money greatly impressed Zhou Zifeng, who decided to trail behind her on their journey. The rice fields lay in a relatively flat area, surrounded by picturesque scenery. In the distance, mountains shrouded in mist created an ethereal landscape reminiscent of a traditional ink painting. One side was adorned with trees and water. A steep embankment led down to a gentle slope, where an irregular row of trees flourished near the water's edge. Predominantly willow trees stood tall, with a few peach trees scattered here and there. Vines clung to the branches, while a profusion of nameless grasses thrived beneath, leading to a pebbled shoal where the bubbling water produced a delightful melody. The Zhou family's rice fields bordered a stream, cultivated painstakingly with a hoe over the course of 2 months. The fields formed an interconnected expanse, divided by broad and narrow paths. Not far away, laborers toiled, and a couple of old water buffaloes silently plowed the land. Some rice fields were already cloaked in lush green, the shimmering water intermingling beautifully within. The fields were separated by 1 or 2 embankments, designed to create irrigation ditches for easier watering, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of earth. Zhou Zhongju worried that she might find it challenging to adapt and had prepared for Shirley to play in the shade. To his surprise, she mimicked Zhou Zifeng by removing her shoes and rolling up her pant legs, unperturbed as she stepped into the mud. Zhou Zhongju set aside his worries and patiently taught her how to transplant rice seedlings, designating a plot of land for her, while also assigning Zhou Zifeng to accompany her as he went off to work, occasionally glancing up to check on her. He found her to be focused and diligent in her task. Zhou Zifeng watched in astonishment as Shirley moved with remarkable speed, her hands deftly placing the seedlings with impeccable precision, maintaining equal spacing between them. Zhou Tian, having noticed this, trotted over with her short legs, offering the seedlings in her hand to Shirley. "Sister, could you lend me a hand?" with a spark of hope in her eyes. Shirley accepted the seedlings without hesitation and planted them alongside her. "Sister, you're amazing," Zhou Tao exclaimed, tugging at the awestruck Zhou Zifeng. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes. Tomorrow at school, I must tell Taiju and Sanfu about my incredible sister. I want to tell Qingqing too," she added, as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Lin Shuyuan felt parched and stood up to fetch some water. Scanning her surroundings, she suddenly realized, where are the children? Zhou Zhongju quickly turned his gaze to the patch of land where Shirley had been working. From there to the edge of the field, the seedlings stood upright, perfectly aligned and orderly. There was no time to marvel at Shirley's natural talent for planting. He urgently searched for the 3 wandering children. Having completed her task, Shirley began to collect the small creatures she had encountered in the mud: snails, tiny fish, tadpoles, and leeches. She then reached into a hole near the edge of the field and pulled out a yellow eel. Just as she was about to dig for something more useful, a loud mooing caught her attention. Looking at the large, dark-skinned water buffalo, a glimmer of excitement shone in Shirley's eyes. Shirley pointed to the spot where the old ox was and asked the 2, "Shall we go there?" Zhou Zifeng, who was studying in the school, spoke Mandarin with a slight accent, yet his speech was relatively clear. Aware that Shirley could not comprehend the local dialect, he had refrained from speaking in their hometown tongue since early morning. "Wherever my sister goes, I shall follow." Zhou Taoyao, although not attending school, came from a family of scholars and could articulate a few words. Through their previous interactions, she had gradually become more at ease around Shirley. Despite her fear of the large ox, she insisted, I want to go too." Shirley nodded and led the way, gesturing for them to follow. Nearby, someone was driving the water buffalo to plow the fields. Zhou Zifeng stopped Shirley, who was about to approach, and squatted down. Sister, that person is village chief Lu from our village. He treasures his ox dearly. No one is allowed to touch it but him. Even Chong, his grandson, was scolded for climbing onto its back. He certainly won't allow you to pet his ox. Sister, you wait here. I'll distract him. Once he leaves, you can come out and watch the ox for as long as you wish. Little sister, let's go. Huh? I want to follow my sister. Aren't you afraid the big ox will charge you with its horns? I'll go with my brother. Shirley roughly understood why Zhou Zifeng was preventing her from going out. She crouched down, peering through the blades of grass to observe what the two were planning. Zhou Zifeng led his sister in a detour towards village chief Lu, anxiously shouting a few words, while Zhou Taoyao nodded in agreement. Soon, village chief Lu handed the ox's rope to Zhou Zifeng and hurriedly departed. Zhou Zifeng waved to Shirley, signaling her to come over. Observing Zhou Zifeng, who stood at a mere 1 meter and 40 centimeters, Shirley gave him a thumbs up, based solely on his determination. This young lad was undoubtedly a person of promise. Zhou Zifeng, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head. Just moments ago, he had seen someone resting on the ridge, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had vanished. Lin Shuyuan muttered, suddenly spotting 2 children racing towards village chief Lu. Squinting, she grabbed Zhou Zhenju, who emerged from the stream, and pointed towards the old water buffalo, indicating the two conversing with the village chief beside it. Where's Ashur? Why haven't I seen her? What exactly just transpired? She pondered, dismissing her concerns, as the primary objective remained to observe the buffalo. Shirley first assessed the toughness of the buffalo's hide, then began to measure its dimensions, height, girth, and length. When measuring the hoof length, she encountered difficulty due to the buffalo's forehooves buried in the mud, as varying weights sink to different depths. Therefore, Shirley intended to feel for it with her hands. She crouched down and reached out, but before she could make contact, the buffalo abruptly lifted its leg and stomped toward her. Instinctively, Shirley seized its foot, rising and toppling the beast to the ground while leaping aside, mud and water splattering around her. Despite her swift evasion, some muck still splattered onto her clothes. At the moment the buffalo fell, village chief Lu let out a heart-wrenching scream. My buffalo! Shirley caught wind of this cry and, casting a glance in that direction, turned without hesitation and sprinted away. After all, it had been the buffalo's own foot that initiated the motion. Xianxia had gone to the town with the steward, leaving the house empty and the door locked. Shirley could not resort to breaking in. The earthen wall was only as tall as a person and could easily be scaled. Grandma, there's a thief attempting to scale the wall into Zifeng's house to steal. Tin Li's hands grasped the wall as she turned her head, spotting a small child peering from the doorway, his curious gaze fixated upon her. Without lingering, she exerted herself and gracefully vaulted into the courtyard. The boy's voice rang out once more. Grandma, that thief is incredible. She can scale walls. Once she changed her attire and emerged over the wall, she found a line of individuals awaiting her outside. The same child, the elderly woman from the day prior, the woman who had spoken with the old lady upon their arrival, and a robust man wielding a hefty iron hammer, who observed her with interest. Upon recognizing Tenli, the blacksmith's wife sighed in relief and nudged her husband, saying, Dear, put away the hammer. This is Aunt Chuanhua's granddaughter. She likely climbed the wall because she forgot her key. Lu Arya beckoned Senfu closer, smiling as she introduced, Senfu, this is your Shun grandmother's granddaughter, the elder sister of Zifeng, making her your elder sister as well. Call out to her. Senfu tilted his head back, looking at his grandmother, puzzled. Elder sister of Zifeng? Since when does Zifeng have an elder sister? I thought he only had a younger sister named Taoyao. She just arrived yesterday. You should call out to her. Oh, but if she is Zifeng's elder sister, she is not mine. Why should I call her? Lu Arya felt a pang of frustration, forcing a smile at Tenli. Senfu is still young and shy. He usually has the best rapport with Zifeng. Ah sure, you must take good care of him. Understood. Upon arriving at the fields, both the cattle and their owner were nowhere to be found. Tenli leaned closer to Zhou Zifeng and inquired, Where is the big bull? Taken away by the village chief, Zhou Zifeng quietly led her aside and softly inquired, Did you push Dinyo down? Zhou Zifeng repeated, gesturing, Dinyo, on the ground. Was it you? Shirley nodded and added, He kicked me. Sister, you truly are remarkable, able to topple even a cow. Zhou Zifeng, having received confirmation, was quite elated. How is Dinyo? Oh, he is fine really. When the village chief cried out while cradling the cow, My parents rushed over after hearing the commotion, only to find the cow had already risen. Fearing the chief would blame me for deceiving him about the house being on fire, I secretly observed from a distance. Zifeng, what are you two doing there? Oh, we'll be right there. Zhou Zifeng responded loudly, then cautioned Shirley, Sister, if my parents ask about the cow, just pretend you don't understand and shake your head. Do you understand shaking your head? I understand. Shen Chunhua remarked that only by losing the house could Zhou Zhongju learn this lesson, constantly urging him to apply himself and not follow in his father's footsteps. The steward fell silent, developing a measure of respect for the general's mother-in-law. My granddaughter has arrived. I'm preparing to furnish her room. Mentioning Shirley, Shen Chunhua beamed with joy. The steward halted the carriage to facilitate their conversation. Mrs. Wang examined the fabric and the wooden furniture with astonishment, exclaiming, Auntie, you truly dote on your granddaughter. This is surely among the finest in the town. How much did this cost? My granddaughter has come to visit after much anticipation. The matter of money is of no consequence. I fear that what I have may not be sufficient to meet her standards, particularly since she has been raised in such a lavish place as Kyoto. Ah, Aunt, your granddaughter hails from Kyoto? Wang, the daughter-in-law, was genuinely astonished. Indeed, do you recall her father? He became a general in his youth and settled in the capital. Recently, Aisha expressed a longing for me, and thus the child was sent here. Well, to be cautious on the road, do not let her fall. After saying this, Shen Chunhua smiled with pride as the donkey cart resumed its journey. Wang, unable to suppress her murmurs along the way, pondered how such fine fabric could be considered inadequate. What position must Water Brother hold to raise such a delicate creature? If only. Ah, Lu Aunt, what troubles you? What did you see? Lu Aria linked her arm with hers, leaning closer to whisper, those items on the cart must weigh at least 10 taels. I have never seen her so generous before. Her granddaughter's name is Aisha. I have met her twice, and just yesterday, I brought them to the village. The girl seemed quite dazed, speaking in a stilted manner, never fluidly. Moreover, when I was purchasing rouge for my granddaughter in town, I encountered the driver inquiring about Chunhua's family. The girl was playing with a rouge box, opening it, and putting her fingers in the powder before bringing them to her lips. Wang was once again taken aback. Is she truly so foolish? Not necessarily. Her granddaughter's eyes shine brightly, devoid of any foolishness. The notion that a mere child of 3 could consume rouge is quite absurd, if my calculations are not mistaken. Her granddaughter must be around 13 now, correct? Lu Aria nodded in agreement. Indeed. This is why I harbor concerns that Chunhua may have been deceived. The tale of a son-in-law holding a significant position in the capital. If he truly held such power, he would have offered assistance when Zhou Xiaotai encountered his misfortunes. In my opinion, Chunhua's daughter has been deceased for 11 years. Even if her son-in-law has ascended to a position of authority, he is likely to have taken another wife. It is highly probable that this daughter was cast aside, a burden unceremoniously shifted onto Chunhua. If Aunt Chunhua continues to support her with silver, will it not eventually burden the entire family? I merely voice a thought. Perhaps Chunhua is indeed willing to provide for her granddaughter. But I wonder if she is aware of the truth. Lu Er, you seem to casually drop the topic, saying, Wang's family, you have arrived. I shall take my leave now. Take care, Aunt Lu. I will find a way to inform Aunt Chunhua. She has only just begun to improve her circumstances over the past 2 years, and she cannot withstand another blow. Do not approach her with this news yourself. With Chunhua's protective nature, should you suggest that her granddaughter is a fool, she might very well chase you away with a broom. Thank you for the warning, Aunt. Farewell. Just as Wang Shifu was about to enter the courtyard, she called out to Lu Aria. Aunt, since your home is near Aunt Chunhua's, could you subtly remind her? Lu Aria appeared not to hear, continuing her pace forward. Wang Shifu closed the courtyard door with a cold smirk. Old hypocrite, scheming against her? She ought to examine the lines etched upon her own face. The intent was to ensure that the entire village recognized the folly of Shen Chunhua's granddaughter from Kyoto, while simultaneously fearing that her son-in-law, a man of considerable standing, might take offense upon discovering her slander against his daughter and seek retribution. With a personal vendetta against Shen Chunhua, she cunningly sought to use her as a scapegoat, a rather astute calculation. After learning from Shen Chunhua that Zhou Zhongju was to commence his studies at the academy the following day, the steward, having dined, approached him to discuss the matter of enrollment. The young lady, having suffered amnesia due to an incident, was akin to a novice, necessitating a fresh start in her education. Fortunately, she had previously studied, and it should not be overly difficult for her to resume her learning. Over the past few days, I have been intermittently teaching her to recognize certain characters. Once learned, they are unlikely to be forgotten. Uncle, Might it be possible for the young lady to attend the academy alongside Master Zifeng for a few months? Zhou Zhongju hesitated. Traditionally, the academy had never admitted females, and he feared this might be inappropriate. If it were merely a matter of gender segregation, there would be no need for concern, as the young lady would be enrolled in a primary education class, mingling primarily with children of 5 or 6 years old. Yet, was there a formal prohibition against females attending the academy? There was none. Zhou Zhongju carefully considered his words, striving to express himself in a manner that would not provoke disapproval. Most children attending the academy harbored aspirations of scholarly achievement. Few with means would squander money merely for literacy, let alone send a daughter to be educated. If Asher's sole purpose was to learn to read and communicate, she could do so at home. My mother is capable of teaching her simple words, and I have 2 days off each month when I can also instruct her. The steward clenched his fist and coughed slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident. Uncle, the general is not in one of silver. The young lady has also received an education in the capital. It stands to reason that she would not abandon her studies over a matter of money. We are not lacking in funds, are we? Well, be it so. I shall inquire tomorrow. I have heard from the old lady that the school in the neighboring village of Xianxia was established with contributions from the 3 adjacent villages. I shall escort you and Master Zifeng there tomorrow, and take a look at the school as construction. If it is rather rudimentary, I may initiate plans for some renovations. That could work. Xianxia, open the door for me. Coming. Lin Shuyuan was tidying up the dishes when the door was knocked upon with a loud thud. Recognizing the voice of Village Chief Lu, she wiped her hands and approached the door. Village Chief, what brings you here? Shuyuan, who is it? Xianxia emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing the chief's demeanor, she expressed concern. Village Chief, why are you holding a stick? Has Iron Pillar upset you again? He has come looking for Zifeng. He is not here. Sanfu usually plays well with him. Perhaps you should check at Lu Aria's house. Be gentle. If you break something, it will be you who suffers. My Iron Pillar has done no wrong. It is Zhou Zifeng who is at fault. Bring him out. Village Chief Lu, in a fit of anger, spoke with a harsh tone. Ignoring him, Xianxia retorted, what has Zifeng done? Speak up. If he is indeed in the wrong, I shall personally discipline him. Lying to me about my house being on fire, nearly allowing thieves to steal my cattle. Village Chief Lu suddenly spotted Shirley, who was leaning against the kitchen door watching the scene unfold, and shouted furiously, thieves. After shouting, he brandished his stick and was about to charge in to strike someone. His daughter-in-law, Chun Lianying, hurriedly stepped forward to restrain him, while Xianxia and Lin Shuyuan also stood in his way, preventing his entry. Upon hearing those 3 words once more, Shirley involuntarily straightened his posture. It was over. He had been recognized. The 2 individuals conversing inside the house, upon hearing the commotion, also made their way to the courtyard. Zhou Zhongju, upon seeing Village Chief Lu, approached and inquired, Chief, what do you mean by that? Zhou Zifeng and Zhou Tian had within the house, peering out through the window. When it was said that Shirley had stolen something, Xianxia was the first to object, exclaiming, you decrepit old man, have you lost your senses? How could my granddaughter possibly steal your cattle? Zhou Zhongju's expression darkened. Chief, one must not indiscriminately attribute theft to others. If this were to spread, how would those 2 children manage in the village? Do you have any evidence to support your claim that they stole the cattle? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The steward interjected. How can we ascertain the veracity of your claim? What you present is merely your subjective account. The village chief's face flushed with indignation. Let Zhou Zifeng speak for himself. Zhou Zifeng, come out. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Zifeng hurriedly emerged. Father, what is it? I took my sister, not my younger sister. My elder sister came from the city and had never seen a large cow. She wanted to take a look. However, Grandpa Village Chief never allows anyone to touch his cattle, which is why I deceived him to leave. Father, I was wrong. I should not have lied. Zhou Zhongju turned to Village Chief Lu and said, Chief, you have heard. Haven't you? Ashur is the daughter of a noble family in the capital. Accustomed to luxury since childhood, silks and satin, sumptuous meals, she has never encountered the rustic things of the countryside. Her curiosity is fleeting. The steward chuckled, adding, perhaps the chief is unaware, but my young lady's father, who is also the son-in-law of old Madame Shen, holds the position of a second-rank official in the capital. Not to mention the immense wealth, just his monthly salary as a general is enough to sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. To put it in perspective, at the current market rate, the general receives approximately 100 taels each month. 100 taels a month, exclaimed the village chief, stealing a glance at Shirley. Marveling, The demeanor of a girl raised in wealth is truly different. Even after such a long time, she remains poised and unruffled. He then turned to Zhou Tian. You merely observe, yet why have you involved yourselves? My cow has collapsed. Xianxia interjected. Could it be that your cow fell because of my granddaughter? Have you considered the size of your beast? The village chief glanced at Shirley's slender arms and legs, feeling somewhat embarrassed to argue. Then, why has my cow fallen? Do not speak. Let her explain, he insisted. Prompted, Shirley looked towards the gathered crowd at the courtyard entrance. Recalling Zhou Zifeng's instructions regarding the cow, and shook her head, resolutely complying. Grandfather Village Chief. It is possible that the large cow stumbled on a stone and lost its footing, falling to the ground. Zhou Zifeng then interjected, Moreover, Grandfather Village Chief. I acknowledge that deceiving you is wrong. If you are truly angry, you may strike me with a stick. What could Village Chief Lu do? He muttered a few words in indignation and walked away in frustration. Shirley contemplated for a moment, then maneuvered through the crowd to catch up with him, presenting him with a 5-tael silver note. Here, take this for the cow. Village Chief Lu shot her a disdainful glance and snorted coldly. This matter is not about you being wronged. You are merely toying with me, and this settles it. Your wealth is your own affair. I am not one to allow others to gaze upon my household and demand 5 taels of silver without cause, thus losing my dignity. Shirley was somewhat perturbed by that contemptuous look. Was it a mockery? Was her method of offering money inappropriate? Never mind, she would tend to the bull tomorrow. As it was she who needed to observe it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have kicked her, and she wouldn't have had to take it down. Caring for it for a few days would serve as her apology, considering the data collection was not yet complete. Zhou Lishu, did you ever foresee this? Despite your seemingly upright demeanor, your daughter has turned out to be not only foolish but also a thief. Had I married Brother Shui back then, things would have been different. 4 or 5 days passed without further disturbances. The rice seedlings had all been transplanted. And Xianxia took Shirley to the town to purchase several sets of male attire, along with writing materials. The steward promised to fund the renovation of the schoolhouse and generously donated several boxes of books. The principal happily agreed to Shirley attending school, though the condition was that she must present herself in male clothing. A single girl would attract too much attention and distract the other students. The steward deemed this suggestion quite sensible and did not refuse. Ah, sure, what do you think of this one? Do you like it? Shirley nodded, expressing her approval. The stitching is somewhat lacking. Xianxia set the garment aside and reached for another. How about this one? What do you think? Ah, is that you, Sister Chunhua? What brings you to this store? These clothes are quite expensive. Where have you found the means to afford them? A woman of somewhat ample stature approached with a smile. Xianxuanhua's expression darkened slightly. Yuan Minqing, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Not moving on, I see your face, and my appetite diminishes. I am doing quite well now, Xianxia replied with a smile before disregarding her further. Madam, I would like to settle the bill for these 3 garments. Certainly, Xianxia. Yuan Minqing exclaimed, incensed. Suddenly, she noticed the clothes in Xianxuanhua's hand and glanced at the young man beside her, Shirley, clad in previous male attire. Shirley's skin was fair, though slightly tanned from recent sun exposure, giving him the appearance of a striking young gentleman. Whose affluent household have you entangled yourself with? If I recall correctly, your granddaughter Taoyao is merely 8 years old. Have you truly the heart to send her off as a child bride? Or perhaps you have already arranged a match for that recently arrived granddaughter of yours? Yuan Minqing, do instill some virtue in your grandson. He is but 1 year old. And with a grandmother like you, one can only wonder what sins he has inherited from his past life. As Xianxia attempted to pay, Shirley swiftly interjected, holding the garments while inquiring, shall we depart? Her voice was distinctly feminine. Yuan Minqing, initially agitated, pursed her lips upon hearing Shirley's words, scoffing before taking her leave. On her way home, she continued to grumble about how Xianxia had inexplicably found such fortune associating with a wealthy relative. Her husband happened to overhear a portion of the conversation. They harbored no ill will towards Xianxia, their eyes reflecting merely curiosity, prompting Shirley to refrain from delving further into the matter. Springflower, why is this girl not speaking? One inquired. She grew up in the city and cannot comprehend our dialect, another responded. Was it not said that children are raised here until the age of 3? She should understand at least a little, shouldn't she? She was quite young then, and so much time has elapsed since. By the way, how do you know that Asher lived here before she turned 3? The individual's gaze faltered slightly, but the person beside her came to her aid, saying, the village is small. Events from a quarter hour ago are known to everyone in the next. We had already heard about your granddaughter's visit, and concerned for your well-being. Inquired while we were in town to purchase some items. How could I mistake my own granddaughter? Springflower replied with a cheerful laugh, harboring no doubts. She believed they were envious of her, standing a bit taller with her back straightened, a smile gracing her lips that lingered until she returned home. Shirley was uncomfortable with the way they looked at her, a mix of curiosity and disdain. Had she done anything out of the ordinary recently? Surely not. During the renovation, the students were on break, while the teacher worked alongside the laborers to refresh the school's appearance. The donkey that had accompanied Shirley on her journey had forged a strong bond with her, obediently following her commands. Due to the carriage, even if the Zhou father and son departed a quarter-hour later than usual, they arrived a quarter-hour earlier than typical. Zhou Zhangju led her into the primary education class, where children aged 5 to 9 were seated. Shirley, being much taller than the others, stood out remarkably. The teacher, a man in his 50s, was reputed to be the village head of Xianxia village. Most children lack books, with the school providing only one for the teacher, while a few have managed to acquire their own, among them Shirley. The village head, who also serves as the teacher, employs a method whereby he writes the day's lesson on a wooden board with a brush at noon, then stands it up for the students to read, write, and comprehend, dedicating the afternoon to practicing calligraphy. The primary texts used for enlightening the children are the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic, with the current focus being on the 100 family surnames. The old man teaches this text with great enthusiasm, often elaborating on the origins of a particular surname and recounting stories of notable historical figures bearing that name. Shirley notices a peculiar gaze from the children directed at her, and sometimes her desk is cluttered with a variety of insects. Perhaps it is because she appears the largest, most formidable, and leader-like figure in the primary learning class that they catch these insects to curry favor with her. In her cabinet resides a spider that preys upon other insects. And now the cabinet is adorned with cobwebs. A water tank in the room houses one creature, while a jar contains 2 unknown crustaceans. Unfortunately, there are no glass bottles available, and Shirley contemplates where to keep the black caterpillar currently on her desk. After attending classes for about 3 or 4 days, the steward has observed Shirley several times during the teacher's lessons. Noting her smooth adjustment and feeling reassured, he bids farewell to Xianxia. You are leaving already? Aren't you going to stay here to look after Ashur? The steward then turns to Shirley. After listening, she falls silent for a moment. Are you departing? Where to? To the capital, to find the general. Father? Yes. Are you not bringing me along? If the plan proceeds as intended, the general will seek you out in 2 months. If you take me, I shall not depart. Shirley waved farewell to him from a distance, wishing him a safe journey. The steward, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered for a moment before advising, during my absence, miss, please take good care of yourself. Avoid catching insects, refrain from eating indiscriminately, do not engage in conflict with others. And do not. Raising her eyes to see him lost in thought, she smiled and shook her head. Very well, I bid you farewell. With that, the steward mounted his newly purchased horse and trotted away from the village. On this day, Shirley attended school as usual, yet the difference was that the insects were no longer present on her desk. During the midday break, she confronted the child who had placed the most insects upon her desk, blocking his path. Today, there are none. Why is that? The child, named Xianxia, was accompanied by 2 shorter companions. The 3 boys gazed up at Shirley, who towered over them, with a hint of trepidation. Xianxia, being the eldest, was the first to inquire. None of what? Shirley contemplated the collective term for those creatures, insects. The 2 younger boys gasped in unison, Boss. He knows we put the insects there. Xianxia then remarked, I forgot. You seem not to understand our language. Allow me to rephrase it in a way you can comprehend. Fool. I am calling you a fool. Why do you not respond? Ha ha ha. Seeing her lack of resistance, the 2 boys lost their fear and joined Xianxia in mocking her. In a swift motion, Shirley seized Xianxia and, amidst their startled cries, effortlessly ascended to the rooftop, setting him down before leaping off with a flourish. Leaving behind the word reflection, the 2 children ceased their laughter, trembling in fear as they beheld Shirley approaching, and they could not help but burst into tears and flee. Meanwhile, Zhou Zifeng, who had come to find Shirley, was incensed upon hearing Xianxia insult her. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him, yet alas, the opportunity never arose. Observing Shirley's commanding presence and the sobbing individuals, Zhou Zifeng thought to herself, indeed, my sister is formidable, as ever. The roof was newly tiled, still quite sturdy. Xianxia attempted to edge towards the perimeter, but after only a few steps, he slipped and fell, startled, and sat there in dismay. Regaining his composure, he shouted angrily at Shirley, "Don't think that just because you brought me up here, I will be afraid of you. A fool remains a fool. You refuse to acknowledge it. If you have the capability, go seek my father and witness how he deals with you." After venting his frustrations, Xianxia, still seething, glanced around, seized a nearby tile, and hurled it downward with all his might. "Sister," Zhou Tian urged Shirley to retreat. Being small in stature, her strength was limited, and her position was somewhat distant from the roof's edge. Thus, most of the tiles she threw merely struck near the edge, occasionally landing atop the roof itself. The tiles shattered into a myriad of pieces, and seeing the two below evade his onslaught, Xianxia dared not approach. The onlooking students huddled behind the pillars, their expressions tinged with smug satisfaction. "Are you frightened now? Do you recognize my prowess?" Shirley cast a glance at him, then slowly advanced, picking up the shards of tile scattered on the ground. Weighing them in her hand, she stood up and hurled them skyward, one after another. The fragments she threw directly shattered the intact tiles on the roof above. Although no object struck him directly, the crackling sounds resonating in his ears compelled him to curl up in a ball. Xianxia buried his head in the crook of his arm, clutching his knees tightly, trembling as he sat huddled. "No, please don't throw it." The teachers of the academy had gathered outside for their meal, and upon noticing the alarming situation, a student rushed to fetch them. The academy's headmaster, upon seeing the scattered shards of pottery, felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. "Stop this at once." Tinley swiftly discarded what he held, brushing off the dust from his hands and stepping aside. Zhou Tian interjected, "Headmaster." It was Xianxia who initiated the altercation. The headmaster, standing at the entrance, shouted towards Xianxia, "Come down here, Xianxia." Xianxia weakly replied, I dare not." "Then how did you get up there?" Zhou Zhangju attempted to approach, but was restrained by the village chief of Xianxia, assuring him that the headmaster would handle the situation. The headmaster's forehead throbbed with veins as he glared at Tinley. "Did you help him climb up?" Tinley nodded, while Zhou Tian, concerned about incurring his wrath, defended. "He called my brother a fool first. Otherwise, my brother wouldn't have frightened him." "I did not inquire about your involvement," the headmaster retorted, pointing at Xianxia as he addressed Tinley. "You shall bring him down in the same manner you helped him ascend." Oh, though she did not grasp the entirety of the conversation, she understood the key points. She leaped, using the pillar for leverage, reached for the eaves, and then flipped herself onto the roof. The onlooking students below were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in awe. Zhou Zhangju, too, was momentarily stunned, and upon recalling Shinhan's identity, he felt a sense of understanding wash over him. The most spirited among them was undoubtedly Zhou Tian, wearing a proud expression. "Do you see? This is my sister. Step aside. I do not require your assistance." Perhaps due to the presence of an adult, Xianxia believed he would eventually be reprimanded. Upon noticing Shirley approaching, he shook his head and gestured with his hands and feet, vehemently rejecting any attempt at contact. Shirley grasped the back of his collar, hoisting him up and throwing him over her shoulder, leaping down without hesitation, startling the gentleman below. In this position, Xianxia could see the ground rushing closer, which terrified him into tightly shutting his eyes and screaming, pleading with Shirley to hold on tight and not let go. Even after they landed, Xianxia's limbs flailed in a panic. A follower stole a glance at Shirley and, seeing her expressionless demeanor, mustered the courage to suggest, "Boss, you can open your eyes now." The principal approached Shirley, who stood upright, inspecting her before turning to Xianxia, who was looking quite haughty. "Do you two comprehend where you went awry?" "I did nothing wrong," Xianxia retorted. Hearing Shirley claim her innocence, he quickly echoed, "I did nothing wrong." "Say that again." "I did nothing wrong." They both exclaimed in unison. You, look at all this debris scattered about. Do you assert that you are blameless? Very well. If you insist you are not at fault, then stand there without moving and observe how I handle this situation." The principal, infuriated, stormed into the room in search of a ruler. Upon witnessing the gaping hole above, his wrath intensified, and he discarded the ruler for a bamboo whip. The village chief, seeing the implement in his hand, hurriedly intervened. "Principal, they are merely children." "Child? Have you ever encountered a child who has managed to create a hole in the roof of the classroom? If I do not impart a lesson to these two today, they shall remain blissfully unaware of their transgressions." Zhou Tian could not help but admire Xianxia, a true warrior. Is it merely a matter of a few broken tiles? You have disregarded the discipline of the school and brazenly destroyed its property. This is a matter of virtue. Even if your father were present, I would still impose a punishment upon you. And what of him? He was the one who first placed me upon the roof. Had he not done so, I would not have shattered any tiles. He erred first, so if punishment is to be meted out, it should be directed at him. If you had not first called someone a fool, would he have assisted you in climbing up? Your refusal to acknowledge your wrongdoing, coupled with your attempts to shift blame, is truly insufferable. The principal brandished his whip, prepared to strike downwards, but was firmly restrained by the village head. The child is still young. We must not resort to violence. Chunsheng tilted his head and scoffed. He is indeed a fool. Why should he not be called as such? You have studied for 2 years and still cannot recognize all the characters. She has studied for less than 10 days and can recite the 100 family surnames fluently. If she is a fool, then what does that make you? I refuse to believe it. He is nothing but a fool. Incapable of speaking for himself and unable to comprehend the words of others, yet he dares to steal the village head's cattle. Not only is he a fool, but also a thief. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Zhou Tian could no longer contain himself. With a stern expression, he stepped forward, his gaze piercing. Whose words are you repeating? Qinxing felt a twinge of fear as he replied, I heard it by the roadside. You are repeating hearsay without discerning its truth, rendering your 2 years of education utterly wasted. No, it was not in vain. Qinxing, who held a deep admiration for the teacher of educational strategy, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing those words, his voice gradually choking with emotion. This statement was made by Lu Area, a neighbor of his, though he had no knowledge of her identity. Yet, the group of conversing individuals were all familiar with her. Upon hearing her name, Shirley furrowed her brow, wondering why she seemed omnipresent. The usually invisible village head, Lu, stepped forward, exclaiming, My cow has been stolen. How could I be unaware of this? Just this morning, I saw it grazing in the barn. Furthermore, Shirley was known for her eloquence and martial prowess. Her agility in scaling walls was unparalleled, and he had never encountered anyone foolish enough to employ such skills. Perhaps it was the pressure from those around him or the indignation of realizing he had been deceived, but even Qinxing, who had remained stoic despite being placed on the rooftop, threatened by fragments, and chased with a bamboo stick by the director, began to shed tears after the conversation between Zhou Tian and Lu. I don't know. I'm sorry, he whimpered. Zhou Tian sighed and gently patted his head, advising, since you have received an education, you must possess discernment. Next time you encounter such a situation, strive to understand the circumstances first. Moreover, even if Shirley is perceived as foolish, it is disrespectful to address her in such a manner. It reflects poorly on both her and yourself. Zhou Tian nodded and beckoned to Shirley, saying, Assure, come here. You two should apologize to each other, and let this matter be put to rest. Shirley, who had not been truly angered, had merely frightened him to avoid complications. Nevertheless, bullying a juvenile could be considered one of her notable life experiences. The liberated director brandished a bamboo whip as he charged towards the distance. Having learned a lesson, your affairs are far from over. Shirley nimbly leaped onto the rooftop, taunting the director below, You cannot defeat me. Xianxia sensed that the villagers had begun to avoid her. Whenever they were conversing, they would abruptly fall silent upon her arrival. A couple of occasions might be excusable, but such behavior repeatedly raised her suspicions. 2 women were engaged in selecting vegetables, oblivious to her presence. One was Lu Area, the other, Wang Xiaowan, the daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Wang Xiaowan inquired of Lu Area whether it was true that Shirley was truly foolish, unable to comprehend others' words and exhibiting peculiar behavior. Lu Area launched into a lengthy discourse, fervently assuring her, which ignited Xianxuanhua's fury. Lu Area, you speak utter nonsense. For a fleeting moment, Lu Area felt a pang of guilt upon hearing Xianxuanhua's voice, but once she grasped the content of her words, she discarded the vegetables in indignation. I merely stated the truth of her actions. What? Is your granddaughter allowed to behave as she pleases, but not to be spoken of? Tell me, has she not chased chickens around? Has she not squatted on the ground, fixated on ants for an eternity? Is such behavior befitting a girl of 13 or 14? Moreover, you may not know this, but on the day she arrived, I witnessed her stuffing that rouge straight into her mouth. I reckon your son-in-law must have cast her off out of disdain, yet you continue to pamper her with meals and comforts. If it were me, I would have sent her into the mountains long ago. If I do not silence your tongue today, I shall not bear the surname Shun. With that, Xianxuanhua rolled up her sleeves and charged down to confront Lu Area. Wan Xiaojun stepped forward in an attempt to separate the 2 women. Aunt Lu, and Xianxuanhua, please cease this fighting. Let us converse amicably, lest you accidentally fall into the pond. Xianxuanhua and Lu Area exchanged a glance, intensifying their grip as each sought to push the other into the water. Suddenly, with a splash, it was unclear who had pushed whom. As both fell into the water simultaneously, Wang Xiaojun stood on the shore, distressed. "Aunts, are you all right? Is everything fine?" "Mother, what has happened?" Zhou Zhongju inquired. Shen Chunhua waved her hand, wishing to say no more. Lin Xiuyuan pulled him aside. "Aunt Lu is gossiping, and your mother happened to overhear." Unable to contain her anger, she confronted her, and they ended up falling into the pond. "I shall seek justice from Wang Linfu." Shen Chunhua slammed her bowl down. "Justice for what? Why should a scholar like you meddle in the quarrels of two women? I can handle this myself. If I do not teach Lu Ario a lesson, I shall go find your deceased father." She scolded. "This matter must be addressed thoroughly. Grandmother, there was someone at the school who called my sister a fool. But she taught him a lesson, and he has not dared to speak thus since. He claimed he heard it from Sanfu's grandmother." Zhou Zifeng interjected. "What? She spread that talk to the school? No wonder the villagers have been avoiding me lately. How audacious, Lu Aria, attempting to ruin my granddaughter." Shen Chunhua threw off the quilt. "Xiu Yuan, assist me in standing. Zhangju, accompany me to Lu Aria's house, and let us speak earnestly with her son, Wang Linfu." "Madam, at this moment, it is likely that only Aunt Lu remains at their residence. Moreover, having just emerged from the water, you should rest a while longer." "There is no urgency to go out this evening," Lin Xiuyuan expressed with concern. Zhou Zhangju nodded in agreement with her sentiment, prompting Shen Chunhua to recline back under the covers. "Please bring me several bowls of ginger soup," she requested. After helping Lu Aria to bed, Wang Xiaojun took her leave. Lu Aria, having grown up by the river, was scarcely affected by the incident of falling into the water. After consuming a couple of bowls of hot water to dispel the chill, she appeared unperturbed, squatting in the courtyard to chop pig fodder. Upon learning that Shen Chunhua had been pushed into the water due to a dispute with Lu Aria, Shirley stealthily entered Lu Aria's home and bound her to a pillar in the kitchen. Lu Aria struggled and cried out, "What do you intend to do? Let me go." What is your purpose? "If you dare to kill me, Shen Chunhua and the others will also be imprisoned." Shirley brandished a knife and flashed her a smile. To Lu Aria, that smile seemed exceedingly sinister. "Ah, help! A murder is happening." "Shirley, sure, I was wrong. I should not have called you foolish." "No, it was Wang Xiaojun who said you were foolish. The notion of you being a fool was spread by her. If you must kill someone, let it be her." "Aunt Chunhua, are you feeling better? I sincerely apologize for not being able to stop Aunt Lu back then, which led to both of you falling into the water," Wang Xiaojun said, sitting by the bedside, her face brimming with remorse. Shen Chunhua gently patted her hand. "Auntie is a sensible person. I can discern right from wrong. This matter does not concern you, so there is no need for guilt." "No, Auntie, you do not understand." Tears welled up in Wang Xiaojuan's eyes. "Had it not been for Aunt Lu approaching me about the matter of Shirley, out of curiosity, I later visited your home to see her. It was then that Guzi's mother, who lives diagonally across from your house, discovered me and persistently questioned my intentions. Reluctantly, I revealed Aunt Lu's words to her, and thus the situation escalated to what it is now. The fault lies with me. You may scold or strike me as you wish." Shen Chunhua sighed. "You, with your gentle disposition, must not weep. Annie holds no blame against you. The fault lies with Lu Aria, not you." "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed. When Lu Aria was drenched in melon juice, Shirley released her, biting into the shattered melon with a kitchen knife, and squatted before Lu Aria, who cowered at the base of the pillar. From now on, when you see me, keep your distance, understood?" Lu Aria nodded vigorously. What on earth was that melon? It was truly intolerable. That evening, Shen Chunhua took Zhou Zhongju to confront Lu Aria, with Shirley accompanying them. Upon their arrival, before Shen Chunhua could utter a word, Lu Aria incessantly apologized, slapping her own face, admitting her wrongdoing, confessing that jealousy had clouded her judgment, and vowing never to speak ill again. Shirley, being a clever child, would clarify the matter to the villagers, warning that anyone who dared to slander him would be met with her wrath. Shen Chunhua and Zhou Zhongju entered filled with rage, but emerged utterly bewildered. Was Wang Linfu's mother truly of such a temperament? Shen Chunhua shook her head. Absolutely not. Perhaps she fell into the pond this afternoon and got her wits muddled? Zhou Zhongju nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was possible. Subsequently, the village was abuzz with tales of Shirley, believed to be the reincarnation of the Wenchang star, naturally gifted and embodying profound wisdom in every gesture. Initially, some were skeptical, but as the monthly examination results from the school were posted, Shirley's name proudly displayed at the top, doubts began to dissipate. Once could be attributed to luck, twice to coincidence, but thrice indicated true ability. Even her instructor remarked that she had outgrown the primary learning class, which could no longer impart anything of value to her. Thus, Shirley was successfully promoted to the student class, joining Zhou Zifeng and others. It was mid-July, a time of blazing sun, ripe melons, and lush greenery. In ancient times, scholars were undeterred by the changing seasons, with only the few days of the new year marking a pause in their studies. Village Chief Lu conducted his lessons in the afternoon, and on this particular day, he ran to the school even before classes had ended. A man with a small beard? Zhou Zhangju thought to himself, sensing trouble. However, the individual appeared to be a frail man in his 40s, standing about 5 feet tall. Quickly, go and call more people for assistance. Zhou Zifeng tugged at Shirley's sleeve, his voice trembling. Sister, they have come again. They caused Grandpa's demise. And now they aim to harm Grandma. What should we do? As Zhou Zifeng spoke, his fear intensified, tears plopping onto his clothing. Sister, I want to go too. Village Chief Lu attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only shout a warning. If a fight breaks out, remember to call upon the blacksmith Nyo. He is quite strong. A day prior, Lu Irma, having saved silver for half a month, stepped into the gambling den, yearning for a fortune to befall him overnight. Ultimately, he found himself stripped of all but his last coin, with 10 taels borrowed from the gambling house still outstanding. The proprietor, naturally, could not let him off the hook and, pinning him to the gaming table, threatened to sever one of his hands as payment for his debts. In his struggle, Lu Irma recalled his wife, Yuan Mengqing, had mentioned that Scholar Zhou's family had recently associated with affluent relatives. He hastily exclaimed, Wait, I have silver. The gambling house owner exchanged glances, signaling his henchman to release him. Where's the silver? Lu Irma, easing his sore shoulder, ingratiated himself with the proprietor, Boss Zhu. Do you recall Scholar Zhou from 2 years ago? The one who incessantly boasted of his impending wealth and high office? Oh, Boss Zhu, intrigued, commanded his subordinates to hold off on any further actions and allow him to speak. Scholar Zhou has a son-in-law who distinguished himself in battle up north and has since become a general, now serving in the capital. A few months ago, he sent his daughter to Scholar Zhou's household along with a substantial sum of silver. When Scholar Zhou was still alive, he borrowed 11 taels and 3 coins from me, intending to repay me with funds from the gambling house. However, he did not, and instead left it with you as a reserve to settle my debts to the gambling house. Scholar Zhou borrowed 11 taels and 3 coins 3 years ago. With compound interest, it must amount to at least 250 taels, wouldn't you agree? Boss Zhu scrutinized him closely, unable to discern the depths of his cunning. With a swift kick to Lu Irma's abdomen, he scoffed, his son-in-law is in the capital. And you expect me to ask them for silver? Are you seeking death? I still cherish my life too much. Is what you say truly accurate? Indeed. It is beyond doubt. He currently resides in Xingyuan village, and my cousin lives right next door to him. This is what she personally conveyed to me during her last visit to the town. Lu Irma was momentarily taken aback, responding, Ah, very well. Boss Zhu stood at the doorway, squinting at him. You wouldn't dare to jest with me, lacking a promissory note, would you? No, I possess the note. I shall bring it to you tomorrow. The millet in the fields requires a few more days before it can be harvested. Xin Shenhua was at home, tending to the poultry, while Lin Xian was inside, embroidering. Zhou Taoyao had attended school in Shirley for a few days. However, after Shirley left the primary school, she showed no desire to return. Zhou Zhangju forbade her from going, insisting she continue her studies at home, practicing calligraphy and learning the domestic arts. Knock, knock. The courtyard door was rapped upon, quite politely. Shenhua was in the midst of feeding the pigs when she heard the sound, abandoning her wooden spoon to open the door. Who is it? She called out. As the door creaked open, Shenhua was met with the face that had haunted her dreams for several months, 2 years prior. With a resounding thud, she slammed the door shut again. What do you want? We settled our debts to the gambling house 2 years ago. Shenhua, please open the door. We need to speak face to face. I have nothing to discuss with you. How could that be, Shenhua? Our boss recently reviewed the accounts and discovered that Lord Shou still owes our gambling house money, which is why I was instructed to come here with my companions to collect. Despite the imposing figures behind him, Wan's tone suggested he was quite reasonable and amicable. Sister Shenhua, please open the door. Let us sit down and have a candid conversation. I assure you, I am quite amicable. Simply return the silver, and I shall take my leave immediately. Sister Shenhua? Sister Shenhua? Wan knocked twice more, and seeing there was still no response, he gestured for his companions to force the door open. Upon hearing the sound of the door crashing to the ground, Shenhua turned around, enraged. causing the wooden spoon in her hand to slip away. Have you no respect for the law in trespassing upon private property? Juan deftly avoided the spoon, shook out his robe, and seated himself on a bench in the courtyard. The law? Repaying debts is a matter of principle. We have committed no crime. Sister Chunhua, when do you intend to repay the 250 taels owed by Lord Zhou to the gambling house? 250 taels. Xianxia was taken aback by this figure and infuriated by the gambling house's audacity. When a person dies, does it matter whether they owe money or how much? You can simply claim whatever you wish. Where is the promissory note? Produce it. She continued, if Lamatzi took your money, then go demand it from him. Given his pitiful state, it's a miracle he hasn't borrowed from my husband, let alone lent money to others. You all seem to have conspired to swindle me out of my silver. I will not part with a single coin, if you have the courage. Then come forth and kill us all today. Juan rose, clapping his hands in laughter. Excellent, excellent. Truly, Sister Chunhua, you possess spirit. Since you are unwilling to engage in rational discourse, I shall forego reason as well. Bring forth the destruction. Yes. Lin Shuyuan, unable to sit idly by within, urged Zhou Taoyao to hide and rushed out in an attempt to halt their actions. Juan spoke again, urging Miss Lin not to rush away. It has been 2 years since we last met, yet you remain unchanged, as beautiful as ever. No wonder our boss Zhu often speaks of you. He specifically instructed me to be courteous upon seeing you. Lin Shuyuan, usually gentle, was now enraged. Silence. Xianxia taunted, perhaps you should be more mindful of your words. Just take a look at Boss Zhu's unsightly demeanor. He pales in comparison to my son. Why are you standing there? Smash everything. Bring out anything of value in this room. As for the worthless items, destroy them. Juan initially berated the thugs, then turned to smile at the two women. My subordinates may not be the brightest, but they possess strength and skill. They are swift in destruction and ruthless in confrontation, though they serve little purpose beyond that. Lin Shuyuan attempted to intervene, but Xianxia held her back. Let them smash. After all these years, she likely does not care for such trivial possessions. I recall you have a granddaughter, am I correct? She must be around 8 or 9 years old now. The new Sun family seems to be in need of a child bride, though 50 taels of silver may be a bit meager. Wasn't it said that your granddaughter visited recently? How old is she? I hear she is quite the young lady. I wonder how much she could fetch on the market. Xianxia trembled with rage, picking up a knife used for chopping fodder and swung it at him. You foul scoundrel, I will kill you. Juan dodged to the side and retaliated with a kick. At this moment, Lin Shuyuan was also wielding a hoe, but was seized by Juan. Miss Lin, it would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening. Should you inadvertently injure yourself, it would be quite troublesome. Begone. The mere sight of someone like you is repugnant. Juan snatched the hoe and hurled it to the ground, then grasped Lin Shuyuan by the throat. Out of respect for Boss Zhu, I shall extend you a modicum of mercy, but should you disregard it, you cannot blame me for lacking compassion. As her breath was stifled, Lin Shuyuan's complexion began to darken. Let go of me. Zhou Zhangju seized a broom leaning against the door and swung it at Juan. Juan released Lin Shuyuan and turned to deliver a kick at him, only to have it thwarted by Shirley, who intervened with a counterkick. Shirley and Zhou Zifeng helped the fallen Shen Chunhua to her feet. Upon witnessing Zhou Zhongju in peril, they instinctively pulled him back, and with a powerful strike, Shirley engaged Juan, shattering his shin bone with tremendous force. My leg. Juan collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured limb in agony. Shirley, with an impassive expression, regarded him with a gaze devoid of warmth, approached, and placed his foot upon Juan's other leg, applying a crushing pressure. Boss Juan. The henchmen from the inner room rushed out, brandishing clubs as they charged at Shirley. Sister. Shirley. Zhou Zhongju, supporting Lin Shuyuan, and Zhou Zifeng, assisting Xianxia, were filled with concern and cried out in alarm, with Zhou Zhongju eager to lend aid. In a swift maneuver, Shirley first incapacitated the nearest assailant's arm, seizing the club to confront the others. The wooden stick was wielded by her with remarkable prowess. A single strike upon a person's body rendered them virtually incapable of rising again. When colliding with other sticks, the hands of the assailants would snap directly. Where the stick swept through, no one was left unscathed. A multitude of individuals lay sprawled upon the ground, while not a hair on 10 miles was harmed. Sister, you are magnificent, Zhu Zifeng exclaimed in jubilation. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the room belonging to 10 miles, accompanied by the faint sobs of Zhou Taoyao. The man bent down to observe as Zhou Taoyao crawled out from the other side, rushing towards 10 miles chamber. The two rooms were separated by merely a door, which was usually closed, but Lin Shuyuan had opened it before stepping out. As she crossed the threshold, she stumbled over a table, knocking over a nearby jar. The lid of the jar flew open, and from within emerged a green snake, about 2 fingers wide, slithering slowly. The assailant was paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. The snake gradually ascended his instep, igniting an overwhelming urge within him to kick it away. Sensing the imminent danger, the snake turned and bit his leg. The man let out a piercing scream, collapsing onto the ground, thrashing for a moment before falling still. The swift turn of events left Zhou Tian wide-eyed in astonishment, her mouth agape as she gazed at the serpent coiled around the man. She recognized this snake. It had been captured by 10 miles by the river a fortnight prior, and she had visited it twice since, harboring no significant fear. Now, having saved her, she felt an unexpected fondness, attempting to reach out and touch it. The green serpent raised its body, flicking its tongue in her direction, concerned for his daughter. Zhou Zhongju was the first to push open the door to 10 miles, only to be met with the sight of the snake and the man confronting one another. "Do not be afraid," Tao Dao said surely. In the room of 10 miles, the most abundant presence was that of clay pots. Zhou Zhongju seized a pot from beside the door and hurled it at the snake, attempting to drive it away. Shirley observed this and thought, "Oh no." The pot shattered, spilling water across the floor, along with 2 flopping catfish. The green snake slithered aside but did not flee, instead preparing to engage Zhou Zhongju in a fierce battle. "Uncle, is Tao Tao all right?" Shirley rushed in, first inquiring before casting a glance around the room, feeling slightly relieved. Zhou Taoyao shook her hand. "Sister, it was the little snake that saved me. I wanted to touch it, but it wouldn't let me." Zhou Zhongju replied with a puzzled expression. Shirley, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Snakes are perilous creatures. They must not be touched. I will drive it away." She then stepped forward and grasped the snake by its midsection. The green snake remained surprisingly docile, offering no resistance. Zhou Zhongju gazed incredulously at his niece, who was now encircled by the snake's body. At that moment, Lin Shouyuan and Zhou Zifeng were supporting Xianxia, and they collided with Shirley as she exited. "Ah, there's a snake. Ah sure, quickly throw it away." Although reluctant, Shirley did not hesitate to discard the snake, now aware of its venomous potential. "Wait," she called out, instructing them to bring out the corpse of the individual from the inner room. "There is another one here." Carrying the unconscious wand, the man spat threats. "You all wait. Boss Zhu will not let you off easily." Casually, Shirley smiled, closed the door, and turned to Zhou Zhongju, saying, "Uncle, we must report this to the authorities." The room spanning 10 miles was originally a repository for various odds and ends. The emergence of small creatures therein elicited little suspicion from Zhou Zhongju, who merely harbored concerns about the potential appearance of more perilous species, such as snakes. She advised her to share a bed with Tao Yao in Zhou Zifeng's chamber, while Zhou Zifeng would remain alongside Xianxia. However, Shirley firmly declined. Not only was it improper for Zhou Zifeng to share a sleeping space with an elder, but she also needed to find a secure location for the specimens in her room. After she persistently refused, citing her unique affinity for animals, which made them approach and favor her, Zhou Zhongju eventually relented. In response, Zhou Zifeng chose to withhold any judgment regarding Shirley's previous encounters, where she had been pursued by larger animals such as pigs, cattle, and sheep. At the county office, a loud thump of the gavel resonated. "Who stands here? Quickly declare your name," demanded the magistrate, exuding an air of authority from his elevated seat. Zhou Zhongju lifted her robe and knelt. "I am Zhou Zhongju from the Zhou family of Luoyang, here to accuse the proprietor Zhu of the gambling den of trespassing into private residences, deceiving the populace, trafficking in human lives, and disregarding human life. I implore the esteemed magistrate to take action." The magistrate set aside the accusation papers and handed them to the scribe, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Bring forth the defendant, Zhu." The magistrate reiterated Zhou Zhongju's assertions, then inquired, "Zhu, do you confess to these charges?" "Your Honor, the common folk are wronged. It is clearly they who owe debts and refuse to repay. My subordinate was sent to collect the debts, only to be assaulted by them. Not only has my brother one been rendered incapacitated, with the doctor declaring he shall spend the rest of his days confined to his bed, but there is also the unfortunate Dogwa, who has perished at the tender age of 20, leaving behind an elderly mother in need of his support. Let us not even mention the other brothers. Some are left with broken bones, while others are coughing up blood. To this day, none have been able to rise. Who, then, is truly disregarding human life? I implore you, Your Honor, to stand for the common people." Boss Zhu wept bitterly, a picture of sorrow. "Such outrageous claims." Zhou Zhongju retorted angrily. "My father settled every debt owed to you 2 years ago. How can you claim otherwise? And how could such a colossal sum as 250 taels be in question? It is evident you seek to swindle money. Upon hearing the mention of 250 taels, the crowd outside erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Bang! The gavel struck once more, demanding silence. Zhou Zhongju, how can you be so certain that your father did not owe money to the gambling house? The ledgers of the establishment clearly indicate otherwise. Why does your honor not inquire whether Boss Zhu possesses any promissory notes from my father? Impudent! County Magistrate Luo admonished, observing the unrest among the populace. He cleared his throat and turned to Zhu Jiuda. Do you possess such a note? Zhu Jiuda recounted how Zhou Zhongju's father had borrowed 11 taels and 3 coins from Lu Irma, later repaying it with funds from the gambling house. Bring forth the witness. Lu Irma. Upon his arrival, Lu Irma immediately knelt and said, I humbly greet your honor. Please, ask whatever you wish. I shall speak freely and truthfully. Lu Irma. Do you have a promissory note for the 11 taels and 3 coins borrowed by Zhou Laoxiu? Yes, my lord, please take a look. Lu Irma hurriedly presented the note. Magistrate Luo tossed the IOU aside, stating to Zhou Zhongju, what further words do you have to say? A jolt ran through Zhou Zhongju's heart as he picked up the paper, realizing that this IOU was undoubtedly a recent forgery. I implore you, my lord, to see through this deception. Forgery? Tell me, is the handwriting not that of your father? It is only just and proper to repay debts. You refuse to repay and yet dare to accuse the wrongdoer first, attempting to deceive the officials of the court and slander others. Guards, take him away, administer 20 strikes, and imprison him. Furthermore, hasten to Xingyuan village to apprehend that murderer from the Zhou family. My lord, this IOU is clearly a forgery. Take him away. Wait. A figure emerged from the crowd, striding forward with purpose. I have a question, and I hope my lord can provide clarity. And who are you? The merchant Zhu was startled. It is him. He is the murderer. Magistrate Luo recalled the vivid description provided by Zhu the previous day, and a shudder ran through him. Guards, seize him at once. My lord, is it not a bit hasty to act in such a manner? I have yet to speak. And already you seek to apprehend me? This is truly difficult to accept. The man who died was bitten by a snake. Any doctor could discern that. Furthermore, look at my slender arms and legs. Do I appear capable of subduing a dozen burly men? My lord, I am a scholar, wielding a pen, not a dagger. Everyone can see this, can they not, fellow villagers? Shouted the figure from behind. Indeed, the legs of that little child are not as robust as my father's arms. I have encountered the enforcers of gambling houses, all of them towering figures, and it would take 10 such children to match even one of them. Observing the wavering resolve of the onlookers, County Magistrate Luo refrained from issuing further orders. It is indeed true that Zhou Zhongju's father frequently borrowed money from gambling houses, and it is not surprising that such transactions are recorded in their ledgers. However, Lu Irma is not someone who can keep silver coins in his pocket. Approaching him, I inquired, what attire was my grandfather wearing when he borrowed money from you? Lu Irma scoffed. Who would remember what he wore on the day he borrowed money? Then what time was it when he borrowed 11 taels and 3 coins from you? Lu Irma pondered briefly. I can hardly recall the details from 3 years ago. Very well, I continued. When he borrowed 11 taels and 3 coins from you, did he mention what he intended to use it for? To gamble, of course. What else would it be for? This implies that you were either at the gambling house or in its vicinity at that time, correct? I mused aloud. There must have been many people around the gambling house. Lu Irma sneered. I anticipated you would pose that question. Certainly not. I borrowed from him in secret. My wife is frugal and would never allow me to lend out such a sum. We went to the coffin shop of Shurji, which was already closed at that time. Hence there was no one around. I continued to pose a myriad of inquiries, causing Lu Irma to break into a sweat. Did you borrow a promissory note or silver coins? Silver, loose coins. You claim that your wife is quite frugal, and it seems you cannot produce such a sum of silver at once. How many times did you lend money to my grandfather? 3 times. No, 4 times. Approximately 2 taels each time. Tinley laughed, incredulous. Your thrifty wife allowed you to carry nearly 12 taels of small silver on your person? And my grandfather borrowed from you 4 times in a single day? You stated there was no one present at the lending place. So my grandfather secretly met you 4 times at the Shurji coffin shop to borrow money? Lu Irma was already flustered, insisting, no, that's not it. The 12 taels were borrowed over 4 days. Yet, when I inquired, what time did he borrow 11 taels and 3 coins from you? You claim to have no recollection, which implies you acknowledge my grandfather borrowed money from you in 1 day. What then do you mean by 4 days? Lu Irma finally grasped the situation. rising in anger to point at Tenli. You are twisting my words. Boss Zhu cursed under his breath, calling him a fool. The villagers, feeling deceived, protested. Sir, Lu Irma is lying. There must be injustice here. Re-examine the case. Following one person's shout, the crowd echoed. Re-examine. Re-examine. Boss Zhu stood, pointing at Tenli. Cursing, you are sowing discord among the people. The gavel of County Magistrate Luo struck once more, commanding, silence. This court does not permit such unruliness. You all kneel. Tenli raised an eyebrow, lifting her robe as if to comply. With a clang, something fell from her person, striking the tiled floor of the courthouse. The clerk, drawn closer, squinted to discern what lay before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. This. Recognizing it from a distance. He smiled at Shirley and approached to pick up the token. Wait, do not move. The clerk called out, disregarding everything else. Having served Magistrate Luo for 3 to 4 years with utmost diligence, the clerk's action left the magistrate puzzled, yet he offered no objection. The clerk knelt beside the token, scrutinizing it closely before lifting his gaze to Shirley. May I examine it? As you wish. The clerk turned the token over repeatedly, tracing the patterns upon its surface, then solemnly handed it back to Shirley. Pray tell, how did you come by this token? My father bestowed it upon me. Is there a problem? Your father. The clerk was taken aback by Shirley's lineage, internally resolving that this case could not proceed any further. He leaned in to whisper in Magistrate Luo's ear, My lord. The token he holds is the 3 Stripes Tiger token. He is the son of General Guid. General Guid. Are you certain? It bears the imperial seal. It cannot be mistaken. I have heard that upon his triumphant return, General Guid was granted a title and has since become a favored individual in the emperor's court. If he were to speak a word of you to his majesty, your promotion would be imminent. Magistrate Luo's eye sparkled, though he soon furrowed his brow. Then this case must be handled with impartiality. The county magistrate cleared his throat, as the witness Lu Irma's testimony was utterly incoherent, replete with nonsensical ramblings. It was evident that the promissory note was fabricated, a conspiracy with the gambling house owner Zhu to defraud others of their wealth. Consequently, they were both sentenced to 20 lashes and imprisoned. The defendant Zhu was accused of fabricating non-existent debts, coercing others to repay these fictitious obligations, trespassing into private residences, and causing damage to others' properties, thereby injuring innocent citizens. He was also sentenced to 20 lashes and ordered to compensate Zhou Zhangju for all his family's losses, alongside a thorough investigation of the gambling establishment, leading to imprisonment. In a moment of desperation, Boss Zhu knelt and cried out in protest, Your Honor, I am wronged. The common folk have all been deceived by Lu Irma. He lost money at the gambling house and tricked me into believing that Lord Zhou owed him a debt, prompting me to seek repayment from the Zhou family. I too have fallen victim to his deceit. Please, Your Honor, see through this. The magistrate, with a voice like thunder, inquired, Are you attempting to shift blame upon each other now that your crimes have been exposed? With a cold snort, the county magistrate declared, In any case, you shall not escape culpability. Silence them and proceed with the punishment. Boss Zhu, unwilling to accept his fate, protested, Your Honor, you promised to assist me yesterday. The magistrate, nearly unable to bear the folly of Boss Zhu, bellowed, How dare you slander an official of the court? Your crimes are now compounded, and the lashes shall be increased to 50. A frail man burst forth from the crowd at the entrance, exclaiming, My lord, as a humble commoner, I am aggrieved and wish to lodge a complaint against Zhu of the Laikai gambling house. My family lives in poverty, surviving on a meager plot of land. Yet my wife remains unwavering in her support through our hardships. However, Zhu took notice of her. He first got my uncle intoxicated, then lured him into the gambling den, deceiving him into incurring debts with the establishment. Subsequently, they came to our home demanding repayment, 25 taels of silver. How could I ever repay such a sum? Consequently, they forcibly took my wife, claiming it was to settle the debt. It is utterly absurd. As the man spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he burst into laughter, only to be followed by sobs. It is all my fault for being incapable, for allowing Yuner to suffer such torment. Even in death, she could not avenge herself. At last, someone has come to confront him. Divine retribution. Divine retribution. After his fervent declaration, he bowed deeply towards the direction of 10 miles, thanking the young master of the Zhou family. My lord, as a humble commoner, I am aggrieved and wish to bring charges against Zhu of the Laikai gambling house. County Magistrate Luo was nearly driven to fury by Zhu heinous actions. Such a vile miscreant shall not be permitted to live. arrest him, and imprison him, to be executed on a chosen day. He commanded the county lieutenant, gather a squadron and swiftly apprehend all personnel associated with the Likai gambling house. Yes, my lord. In the midst of Lu Irma's anguished cries, the townsfolk shouted, with the presence of the magistrate, "We, the people of Luoyang County, are blessed. The magistrate is wise." Soon, the crowd echoed in unison, "The magistrate is wise." The county magistrate felt invigorated, realizing the true essence of winning the people's hearts. It was akin to discovering gold. In the midst of the week, Zhou Zhongju recalled how his father was once drawn to the gambling table by Lu Irma. Although Lu Irma merely introduced him to the world of gambling, it was ultimately Zhou Laoxiu who made his own choices. Nevertheless, Xin Shanhua could not help but harbor resentment towards him, and her disdain extended towards the group led by Boss Zhu. The news of their imprisonment by the county magistrate brought her such delight that she often awoke from dreams with a smile. Recently, she found herself smiling at everyone she encountered on the streets. The villagers of Xingyuan were well aware of Shirley's bold actions in front of the magistrate's office and would inquire about the events of that day, questioning her lack of fear. The belongings within her house had been haphazardly damaged, and the structure itself was quite dilapidated. July, notorious for its thunderstorms, had unleashed torrential downpours. With each storm, the roof struggled to withstand the deluge, particularly in Shirley's room, where the rain fell more heavily indoors than outside. Crouched in the corner of her bed, Shirley glanced up at the ceiling and tapped the gecko in the jar beside her. "Why, of all places, must you crawl into the crevices of the roof? Now we shall both endure the heavens cleansing together." Lin Shuyuan held an umbrella while walking along the eaves until she reached Shirley's door. Upon opening it and witnessing the chaotic scene inside, she gasped and quickly raised the umbrella over her head as she approached Shirley. "Ah, sure, we cannot stay here." "And what brings you here?" Shirley inquired simultaneously. "I came to see if your room was leaking, but I had not anticipated such devastation. You should go stay with your grandmother for a while." "Are other rooms leaking as well?" Water in the room had risen nearly to her calves. Lin Shuyuan carefully waded through the water towards Shirley, noting that the kitchen leaked more severely than the other rooms, which were relatively fine. She hadn't expected this room to be in such disrepair. Once the rain ceased, she would have her uncle call someone to come and repair it. "Come, let's leave this place for now." Shirley assessed the situation in the other rooms and suggested to Zhongju that they simply demolish the house and start anew. Shinchunhua readily agreed and handed over the sum of money that Steward Xing had given her, instructing him to first renovate the room Shirley occupied and to consult her regarding her preferences for the new construction to ensure her wishes were honored. The Zhou family's house was constructed with wooden stakes, and since Shirley had mentioned an expansion, everything had to begin anew. Two sturdy men exerted all their strength to pull the stakes from the ground, sweating profusely as they did so. Shirley, feeling curious, wondered aloud, "Is it really that difficult?" She approached and grasped one stake with both hands, pulling upwards with all her might. Observing the pit left behind, she mused, "Indeed, it is somewhat challenging." 1, 2, 1, 2. The two men continued their strenuous efforts. "Gentlemen, how about letting me give it a try?" One of the burly men chuckled. "Young master, your hands are accustomed to holding a pen. How could you manage this task? Leave the heavy lifting to us and rest over there." "But I can pull it faster than you," Shirley asserted, and with a single hand, she effortlessly uprooted a stake, leaving the two men utterly astonished. In less than half an hour, Shirley had dismantled her room from top to bottom with her bare hands. Afterwards, she dusted off her hands and inquired of the two bewildered men, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" The two individuals mechanically shook their heads in unison. After assessing the wooden structure's load-bearing capacity, Shirley designed a two-story wooden house and personally participated in its construction, leaving behind a few small mechanisms. Other houses were also gradually being erected. The millet in the fields had ripened, and once the house was completed, Shirley planned to join in the harvesting of rice. During this busy farming season, the school adjusted the days off each month. One must read, and one must also eat. The rice ears, though plentiful, yielded a rather disheartening amount per acre in her view. However, Shinchunhua smiled and remarked that this year, the heavens had favored them, and the harvest exceeded last year's. Once the millet was sold, each family member would receive a new set of clothing. Shirley observed the rice stalks in her hands, remaining silent as she awaited contact with the elder, hoping he would bring her laboratory spaceship. After cutting the rice stalks, it was necessary to pluck the rice ears and bind the remaining stems into bundles, arranging them in a triangular formation to dry in the fields. Zhou Taoyao caught a grasshopper and excitedly held it up for Shirley to see, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, Look what I've caught. Zhou Zifeng leaned in closer, noticing the size of the grasshopper, and pulled out a handful of rice stalks, saying, "Sister, be sure to hold it tight so it doesn't escape. I'll make a cage." Shirley's interest in the grasshopper paled in comparison to Zhou Zifeng's gradually forming grass cage, as there would be a place to house animal specimens. Given the production capabilities of this planet, a combined harvesting machine was beyond reach. However, a simple threshing machine could still be constructed provided one understood its mechanics. With the design blueprint in hand, Shirley knocked on the blacksmith's door. The entire threshing machine is constructed from wood, resembling a large infant carriage. At its core lies a central cylindrical shaft, adorned with numerous inverted V-shaped iron wires, each half a centimeter in diameter. On either side of the shaft are connected external pedals. When one steps upon the pedals, the shaft rotates, allowing the harvested rice stalks, with the ears of rice facing outward, to be placed around it, causing the grains to fall. Uncertain whether the blacksmith possessed the skill to create a perfectly symmetrical axle, Shirley meticulously explained the structure of the threshing machine to him. The blacksmith, Niu Guiping, upon hearing her description, had his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Did you conceive this idea?" he inquired. "Indeed," Shirley affirmed with a nod. Niu Guiping chuckled heartily, patting Shirley on the shoulder. "This is splendid. If this contraption is successfully manufactured, it will be a tremendous blessing for our Dezhou and its warriors. However, the promotion of such an invention necessitates reporting to the court, which would then designate a location for testing. Only upon ensuring that there are no issues would it be propagated, a process that could take considerable time, rendering it premature to claim it would benefit the common people. Moreover, what relevance does this hold for the soldiers?" Niu Guiping, feeling somewhat awkward and having inadvertently let slip his thoughts, attempted to steer the conversation away from that topic. Yet, he suddenly noticed that Shirley remained steadfast, not budging an inch despite his animated gestures. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he contemplated taking her as an apprentice and pointed to a large iron hammer in the corner. "If you can lift that hammer, I shall waive any fees for whatever you wish to create here in the future." As I gazed 10 miles along the direction indicated by his finger, I pondered, suspecting that he might be offering assistance due to the recent renovations at my home. I retrieved a pouch from my sleeve and poured the silver coins into my palm, selecting a 5-coin piece to offer him. "No need. I have my own silver," I stated. Ultimately, the blacksmith directly inquired if I was interested in learning the art of forging, thus taking this gifted individual as his apprentice. I also possessed the skills of a carpenter, and thus I stayed behind to assist, spending an entire day completing the construction. Human beings are invariably curious about unfamiliar phenomena. When I transported a threshing machine to the fields using a donkey cart, it attracted considerable attention. However, everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, so no one approached to take a closer look. It was only when I placed a bundle of cut rice into the threshing machine that the crowd's demeanor shifted. Above the Zhou family's fields lay the land of Lu area, who hesitated to approach, standing on tiptoe to observe the threshing machine. Sanfu, on the other hand, showed no restraint, bouncing over to find Zhou Zifeng. "Zifeng, what is this marvelous contraption?" "It is a threshing machine, crafted by my sister." "Impressive, isn't it?" Zhou Zifeng replied with a sense of pride. Sanfu dashed over to me, exclaiming, "Sister, you are amazing." Zhou Taoyao, standing beside me, was immediately displeased by this and pushed him away, asserting, "She is my sister, not yours. You mustn't call her that." Inside, Zhou Zifeng felt a surge of excitement, thinking to himself, "Well done." Since the last lesson where Shirley reprimanded Chengxing, those who were close to him in the academy gradually joined in calling Shirley sister. Although Zhou Zifeng felt a surge of anger, he found himself powerless to change the situation. Upon witnessing Zhou Taoyao's actions, he could hardly contain his delight. Zhou Taoyao pondered for a moment and concluded that it seemed accurate. Thus, she acquiesced, encouraging him to call out. Zhou Zifeng declared, "Wang Sanfu, I shall sever our ties." Shirley listened to their exchange with a smile, choosing not to interject or refute Sanfu. In recent days, Xianxia found herself approached by many inquiring about the threshing machine, asking if it could be borrowed. Initially, driven by a desire to showcase her possession, Xianxia generously lent it to anyone who asked. However, after not seeing her machine for over half a month, her patience waned, and when someone dared to request it again, she retorted, "The machine that my Asher crafted for threshing, haven't you acquired one yet?" Shirley reached an agreement with the blacksmith, wherein she would provide the technical expertise while he supplied the materials, with profits divided 60-40. At first, some doubted Shirley's capability to create such a device. But as they observed the blacksmith meticulously following her instructions, disbelief turned into acceptance. During the days when the villagers harvested rice, they displayed unusual warmth towards Shirley, frequently asking if she had eaten, or offering her freshly harvested fruits, showering her with compliments. For reasons unknown, the village children began to call her sister as well. While Zhou Zifeng and Tao Yao were yet to voice their opinions, Sanfu erupted in indignation, persistently questioning the basis for this new title, even attempting to coerce the other children into changing their address. Shirley, inadvertently witnessing this spectacle, found it both amusing and exasperating. Bemused by the possessive nature of the little ones. At dawn, Shirley awaited Zhou Zifeng outside, while Zhou Zhongji went out to harness the donkey cart. Inside the house, Zhou Zifeng, with a satchel slung over his shoulder, held a bowl in one hand and stealthily tucked a sweet potato into his bag with the other. Eyeing Xin Chuanhua's back with a vigilant gaze, he then innocently stated, "Grandmother, after school today, I wish to take my sister to the stream east of Yunjia village to catch fish. She seems quite fond of the creatures in the water." "Very well." Zhou Zifeng secured his bag, placed the bowl on the table, and hurried outside, exclaiming, "Grandmother, I have finished my meal. Father, shall we depart?" Throughout their journey, Shirley closely observed his satchel, eager to inquire about its contents, but Zhou Zifeng continually gestured for her to remain silent. Once they parted ways with Zhou Zhongju at the school, Zhou Zifeng revealed, "Taiju has invited me and Sanfu to roast sweet potatoes in the field this afternoon. I brought 2 from home. Sister, you should join us." "Is it enjoyable?" she queried. "Delicious. Let's go." Shirley nodded but then asked, "Why are you keeping this from Uncle?" "Well, playing with fire may lead to bedwetting, hence the secrecy." "Huh. How does playing with fire cause bedwetting? And why did you tell Grandmother that you would take me fishing?" Zhou Zifeng was taken aback. "You heard that?" "Yes, I did." "All right, sister, the truth is, we plan to swim in the river. You are a girl and cannot accompany us. Instead, you shall stay in the field roasting sweet potatoes. And we will return to find you once we are done swimming." Shirley appeared puzzled. "Can't we simply use the wooden tub at home?" Zhou Zifeng shook his head, saying, "That's different, sister. I can confess everything to you, but please do not tell our parents or grandmother, or I shall face punishment. If one knows it is inadvisable, why proceed?" "Wow, sister, you are now quoting our ancestors." Zhou Zifeng exclaimed in admiration, then puffed out his chest. "As the eldest among the 3, I must lead by example. Otherwise, how can I be the leader?" "You are lying," Shirley remarked, gazing into his eyes. Sensing that this young man was mocking her, Zhou Zifeng dared not meet her gaze. "No, how could I deceive you, sister? By the way, class is about to begin. Let us discuss this after school." The sun hung low in the west, less than an hour and a half before it would set. Zhou Zifeng bid farewell to the group, and Shirley observed the 3 children laboring under the sweltering heat, their foreheads glistening with sweat. The blazing sun made the already hot day feel like a furnace, as if it might roast them alive. Zhou Zifeng approached her, saying, "Sister, once the fire dies down, please dig out the sweet potatoes from within and eat them. We will come find you after our swim, so just wait here. You need not search for us. You are a girl, and it would not be appropriate." Oh, once the 3 had wandered off, Shirley extinguished the fire and found a sturdy branch to string together the 2 sweet potatoes that were only partially cooked. She followed the direction the 3 had taken. From a distance, the sound of children's laughter reached her ears, which eased her worries. However, as she drew closer, she suddenly heard a series of frantic cries, followed by splashes, and then the urgent calls for help. In a swift dash towards the gathering of people, I encountered 5 children. 2 were floundering beneath the water, while 2 others were endeavoring to rescue them. On the shore stood a child, barely 7 years old, who, having no knowledge of swimming, was reduced to tears from fright. "This won't do. The weeds have ensnared me, and I cannot break free." Emerging from the depths was Taiju, his expression fraught with urgency. The one ensnared was none other than Zhou Zifeng, who clutched Qianxia in his grasp. Qianxia harbored a lingering resentment towards Shirley for having cast him onto a rooftop and bombarded him with shards of tile, which had subsequently resulted in a scolding from their teacher. However, he dared not confront Shirley, knowing he could not prevail. Children, by nature, possess a fleeting memory, and the events of 2 to 3 months prior were nearly forgotten. Yet, Qianxia, having been indulged in his upbringing, found himself surrounded by many who held grievances against him, and thus, they too directed their ire towards Zhou Zifeng and his companions. Frequent minor altercations ensued, and just days before, Qianxia had overheard that Shirley had fashioned some ingenious machine for threshing, which earned him the praise of their teacher as a prodigy. Ironically, after the teacher's commendation, Chun Sheng was penalized for disrupting the class, and the teacher used Shi Li as an example for his correction. Chun Sheng, filled with indignation, refused to believe that Shi Li was superior in every aspect, which sparked the idea of a swimming competition. When he issued the challenge, he encountered Zhou Zifeng, who naturally declined on Shi Li's behalf. Chun Sheng merely laughed, convinced that Shi Li could not swim, and grew increasingly resolute in his challenge. The contest would determine who could swim faster, starting from the same point. The first to touch the tree that lay horizontally upon the water's surface would be declared the victor. The loser would be obliged to apologize to the winner and acknowledge him as the leader in front of all. The two individuals engaged in a lengthy tug-of-war, and ultimately, Zhou Zifeng succumbed to Chun Sheng's remark, "You're afraid of losing," which ignited his temper, prompting him to concede, albeit on behalf of Shi Li. In Zhou Zifeng's recollection, Shi Li had never encountered failure, and fearing her reaction upon discovering his involvement, he sought to shield her from the truth, resorting instead to invoking Shi Li's name as a universal shield before their three elders. The trio proceeded to their rendezvous, with Qin Sheng arriving moments early and already having splashed about in the water for a while. Zhou Zifeng, unwilling to be outdone, leapt in wearing only his undergarments. Upon hearing the shouts of the three onshore and Chun Sheng's cries for help, Zhou Zifeng wasted no time in turning around to rescue him. A drowning person often clings to their savior as though they are a lifeline, grasping tightly. Zhou Zifeng, being a year older than Chun Sheng and of similar height, possessed no significant strength, and when embraced, he too began to sink, entangled by the underwater vegetation. Sanfu attempted to pry Chun Sheng loose and bring him to safety, but Chun Sheng refused to relinquish his grip. Zhou Zifeng, equally fearful, held on to Chun Sheng and would not let go, as the waves swirled around them. Taizhu struggled below the water, attempting to sever the aquatic plants, but to no avail, and he found himself also aiding Zhou Zifeng in staying afloat. The two rescuers labored intensely, while the other two were not faring much better, having swallowed considerable amounts of water. If time dragged on, it seemed likely that all four would succumb to the depths. Their spirits lifted upon spotting Shi Li, with Sanfu exclaiming, "Sister, he won T let go. And I'm running out of strength." Taizhu added, "Sister, Zifeng's foot is ensnared. Please come and help me pull the weeds free." Only Zhou Zifeng, on the brink of death, did not forget that she was his sister. "Do not enter the water." Tin Li rolled her eyes and swiftly swam toward them, saying, "Be quiet. Wait for me to save you." Tin Li instructed Sanfu and Taizhu to reach the shore first. Both Sanfu and Taizhu believed in this sister's extraordinary abilities without a trace of hesitation, and they let go as instructed. In the instant they released the two, Tin Li approached, firmly grasping one in each arm, forcefully separating them, and tearing away the submerged weeds. With a splash of her feet, she guided them to the shallows. Zhou Zifeng lowered her head and recounted the events. Qin Sheng, somewhat bashful, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, and I admit you are indeed more capable than I. Neither Sanfu nor Taizhu could rescue us. You alone brought us both back. I concede defeat. Henceforth, I shall yield my position as leader to you." Tin Li's gaze swept across the four. Though she said nothing, it left them feeling uneasy. The four stood erect, their faces flushed as they loudly proclaimed, "We were wrong. We shall never dare again." The child on the shore, who had been crying, looked up at Tin Li with shining eyes. "Huh? Okay, understood. I assure you it will be accomplished." Tin Li then turned to Qin Sheng and instructed, "You shall copy this 100 times, along with the 100 family surnames in the 3-character classic." "I have objections?" Qin Sheng mumbled, wringing his clothes. "Fine. I'll copy it. It's just 100 times. It's not as if I've never done it before." Tin Li tossed a sweet potato down and hurled a branch beside him, which landed squarely in the ground, right next to Qin Sheng's feet. Qin Sheng trembled in fear, stammering, You." Shirley cast a glance at him before shifting her gaze to the other four. "If you dare to sneak away to swim without the adults again, I will simply push you into the water." The three companions shivered. Although they believed Shirley would not truly harm them, her expression left them stunned. "Sister, we promise we won't do it again." Qin Sheng and the small child beside him were so frightened they began to cry, huddling together while looking at Shirley, trembling. "Are there any sweet potatoes?" "Huh?" The group, gripped by the terror of disobedience leading to dire consequences, was momentarily taken aback by her question. They quickly shook their heads. "No, none. This whole area belongs to my family. I know where to find them. I will take you to dig some." Qin Sheng spoke up. As soon as he finished, 5 pairs of eyes fixated on him. making him feel uneasy. Is there a problem? After exhausting 4 fields of straw, the 6 of them managed to char the surface of the sweet potatoes. Before planting the second crop, some families would burn the stalks in the fields. Smoke was not uncommon. The steward of the Qin family was supervising the workers plowing nearby when he noticed the thick smoke in that direction but paid little attention. A servant who had followed up interjected, "Steward, that direction seems to be where we dry our straw." "What?" The steward tugged at his beard in irritation. "What are you still doing here? Hurry and take someone to check it out." "Yes." The campfire gradually diminished, leaving behind a wisp of smoke. Shirley was munching on a sweet potato when she heard shouts and turned to see 2 figures running toward them, gesturing in their direction. Although the words were indistinct, it was evident they were not uttering anything pleasant. This scene felt vaguely familiar to her. Shirley discarded the remnants of her snack. Someone was approaching. "Grab your things, run." Zifeng inquired, "Sister, where are we?" "I don't know," was her response. Chengxing echoed the question, "Why must we flee?" Once again, Shirley replied, "I don't know." "Very well." Chengxing sighed, scanning their surroundings. "I have been here before. There is a watermelon patch nearby. If we circle around that small hill, we'll arrive. Come. I will lead you to pick some." "No, we cannot steal melons." Zifeng shook his head. "Who said we would steal? Did I not mention that all the land here belongs to my family? Even if I uprooted all the melon seedlings, my father would not scold me. He might even commend me for my efforts," Chengxing argued. Shirley began to feel that perhaps she was not as affluent as she had thought. "Ah, help. There's a wild boar." As they entered the mountains, the group formed a line with Chengxing leading the way when he suddenly shouted and collapsed to the ground. Shirley spotted the creature, a boar twice her size, with dark fur and long tusks. Her first instinct was to think that the pigs at home had undergone some genetic mutation, and her second was to ponder the oddity of a cow and a pig together. In a fleeting moment, as she laid eyes on the wild boar, she swiftly pulled Chengxing aside. The boar, startled by the presence of humans, was further frightened and charged at Shirley, pushing Chengxing aside. Shirley turned to lead the wild boar deeper into the forest. In that fleeting moment, Chengxing felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for Shirley, who had bravely diverted the wild boar alone to save him. Yet, as the leader, how could he abandon his subordinate in such peril? After wiping his nose, he rose and gestured decisively. "Come, follow me. We must save him." Zhou Zifeng seized his arm, insisting, "Did you not hear my sister's warning against following? Tell me, how far is your melon patch? Is anyone there?" Chengxing frowned, casting a glance at him before responding. "Yes, there's a small shed beside the patch, where watermelons are sold to passers-by." "Very well." Zhou Zifeng nodded, and they both dashed away. However, Zhou Zifeng regarded Chengxing with a cold gaze. "Are you truly taking me to the watermelon patch?" Chengxing shrugged off his grip, asserting, "No, I cannot forsake the leader. I must rescue him. The watermelon patch is over there. If you wish to call for help, do so on your own." At this, Zhou Zifeng grasped his collar fiercely, suppressing his fury as he pushed him away. "My sister can subdue a bull single-handedly." Surrounded by more than a dozen adults wielding clubs, she brought them to their knees. "You couldn't even best a single foot of a bull. What purpose would it serve to pursue death? Or do you wish to drag my sister down with you?" Thinking of the grim possibility of Shirley falling victim to the wild boar, his eyes reddened. "I warn you, if anything happens to my sister, I will hold you accountable. Follow me," Chengxing urged anxiously, leading Zhou Zifeng onward. At that moment, no one pondered why the wild boar had fixated solely on Shirley, nor did they notice the small child, barely 7 years old, venturing deeper into the mountains. On the hill, there stood no substantial tree to provide refuge. The wild boar charged forward with great speed and a temper to match, colliding with a tree and collapsing with a thud. Shirley had no intention of killing it. Instead, she pursued it relentlessly, striving to exhaust its stamina. At home, she cared for 2 pale pink pigs and, after weeks of observation, discovered that this species possessed remarkable reproductive capabilities, a gentle disposition, and a propensity for laziness, except during slaughter. They adhered to a delightful routine of eating and sleeping. This black creature, though also a pig, bore a strikingly different appearance. Its dark fur and the 2 prominent tusks gave it an almost carnivorous semblance. While its physique was comparable to that of the white pigs, the latter appeared rotund, whereas this one exuded a sense of robustness. She wondered if the meat would be superior and if its reproductive characteristics mirrored those of the white pigs. The gender of this wild boar remained a mystery, and she mused how splendid it would be to capture another for breeding purposes. After a lengthy chase, the wild boar, worn out, decided to abandon the pursuit and meandered away at a leisurely pace. Eventually, it succumbed to frustration, allowing Shirley to prod it as she pleased. It merely refused to flee, shifting its position with a grunt when irritated. The boar's cries echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. When the wild boar turned to glance at her, Shirley hastily discarded a branch, exclaiming, "I truly did not intend to." A child named Xianxia, whose mother assisted the Qin family with chores, secretly followed Shirley as she chased the wild boar. Tales of monsters in the mountains haunted him. His grandfather had been snatched away by a rabbit spirit. Given that rabbits were herbivorous, he was certain that his grandfather had been captured to tend to the spirit's grazing needs. Brother Shirley is so formidable that he surely would not be caught by a wild boar. Chen Shibao followed the trail left by the wild boar as he ventured deeper into the mountains. However, the grass grew denser, the trees towered higher, and the darkness enveloped him, rendering the path indistinguishable. A sense of trepidation began to creep in. He reminded himself to refrain from tears and to press on. For finding Brother Shirley would lead him to his father. But which direction should he take? Chen Shibao surveyed the surrounding landscape, which appeared nearly identical in every aspect, leaving him in a state of confusion. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from his right, unmistakably the cry of the boar. Chen Shibao realized that he was running directly into the path of the fleeing creature. Brother Shirley, upon seeing the wild boar charge towards him, was taken aback and shouted for it to dodge. At that moment, he cast aside any concern for the beast's fate. With a swift glance, he kicked a tree, which was nearly as thick as his ankle, causing it to topple. As the tree fell, he pivoted and delivered another kick, sending the trunk hurtling towards the wild boar. The creature continued to shriek, yet it could muster no strength to rise again. Brother Shirley exhaled in relief and approached Chen Shibao, inquiring, "How did you come here? Did I not instruct you not to follow? Where are the others?" Before Chen Shibao could revel in the joy of finding Brother Shirley, he was startled into a state of shock by the approaching wild boar. Only when he felt his body trembling did he glance at Brother Shirley. And then he burst into tears. Brother Shirley reached out, lifting him into his arms while gently patting his back, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, don't cry." After a while of soothing, the cries gradually subsided. After Chen Shibao shed her tears, her fear dissipated, and she even found the courage to gaze at the wild boar. Yet, she clung tightly to Shirley's neck, inquiring, "Brother Shirley, did you see the rabbit spirit?" "Rabbit spirit? A mutated form of a rabbit?" Shirley shook his head. "No, what is it? Are you searching for a rabbit?" "I haven't seen my father," Chen Shibao replied, her disappointment palpable. Moments later, she brightened. "My father's name is Chen Weiguo, the one who defends our homeland." "All right, I shall remember that." When Zhou Zifeng, Chen Xing, and the laborers from the Qin family arrived, they beheld the scene of Shirley, one arm cradling the child and the other dragging the wild boar. The adults, armed with their agricultural tools, momentarily stood in astonishment. Zhou Zifeng, Chen Sheng, and Taizhu rushed towards Shirley. "Sister, are you all right? Sister, what happened to Jibao? Sister, did you kill this wild boar?" At that time, Zhou Zhongju was still at school. Upon hearing Sanfu mention their encounter with the wild boar and that Shirley had single-handedly led it into the mountains, he was so startled that his book fell to the ground, and he hurriedly dashed outside. The village head of Yunxiao village happened to be nearby, aware of the situation. He quickly gathered a group of strong men, bringing their tools to follow Sanfu up the mountain. Before they even entered the mountains, they ran into Shirley and the others, and were equally taken aback by the boar they were carrying. Zhou Zhangju scrutinized Zhou Zifeng and then turned to Shirley, asking, "Did any of you sustain injuries?" Zhou Zifeng shook his head. "No, the wild boar was already dead when I arrived, and my sister was unharmed." Zhou Zhongju let out a sigh of relief. "That is indeed fortunate." The village chief of Yunnan village approached, inspecting the wild boar closely. "How did you manage to subdue such a large beast?" he inquired. "By heavens, those tusks could fetch a handsome sum." "Money?" Tinley interjected eagerly. "How much?" "I shall sell it to you." Confused, Chief Chen asked, "What do you mean by that?" "This pig is yours." "It's mine," Tinley affirmed, "and since you desire its tusks, I am willing to sell them to you." Chief Chen burst into laughter. "You are quite the character, Tinley. Tell me, since this pig was subdued collectively, why do you presume to sell its tusks without consulting the others?" Tinley shook her head defiantly. "No, it is I who killed this pig alone. I possess the full authority to dispose of it as I wish. I had no intention of killing it, but if I did not, it would harm someone. As for the tusks, considering your connection to my master, I shall offer them to you at a 70% discount." Chief Chen laughed once more. Tinley, since you have become more eloquent, your sense of humor has also flourished. Seven Treasure tugged at his sleeve. Grandpa Village Chief, Tinley brother is not lying. The big black pig was about to charge at me, using its left and right feet, and she pierced its belly with that tree trunk. Seeing that the two were unscathed, Zhou Zhangju felt relieved. Hearing Seven Treasure's words, he exchanged glances with Zhou Zifeng, silently inquiring. Zhou Zifeng nodded, confirming that it was indeed elder sister who had slain the pig. When they arrived, she was just emerging from the woods. A laborer from the Chen family, hoisting a hoe, stepped forward and praised, Master Zhou, your daughter is truly remarkable. She single-handedly dragged a 200-pound pig while cradling a child in the other arm. This child has a boundless future ahead. Chen Village Chief gazed at Shirley. Did you truly kill it? Shirley returned his gaze. Are you still interested in buying? Chen Village Chief inhaled deeply. Yes. Wherever the wild boar was carried, a crowd would gather. When Zhou Zhangju brought the wild boar to his doorstep, a multitude had already assembled. The blacksmith, who usually remained at home, was present as well. Just because others could not enter the Zhou family courtyard did not mean he could not. He claimed to be delivering money for a threshing machine. Upon seeing the wild boar on the donkey cart, he was rendered speechless. My goodness, it's plump. Brother Zhou, where did you procure this wild beast? From the mountains. Niu Guiping scrutinized the boar and suddenly noticed several bite marks on its body. He hastily urged, Brother Zhou, lend me a hand. Observing the concern etched on Guiping's face, Zhou Zhongju inquired, is there an issue with this wild boar? Niu Guiping pointed at the bite marks. Do you see this? Can you discern anything? Zhou Zhongju bent down to examine closely. This is a dog bite? Wolf. Niu Guiping gestured with 3 fingers, at least that many. What? Zhou Zhongju was taken aback. There are wolves in the mountains? How could that be? This bite mark is fresh, no more than a day old, Niu Guiping asserted. Brother Guiping, are you certain? Absolutely. I've seen this mark before. All right, I understand. You should hurry. Shirley, who had been listening to their conversation, waited until Zhou Zhongju departed before asking Niu Guiping, what does a wolf look like? They're quite impressive, Niu Guiping sighed. Starting tomorrow, you shall learn how to forge with me. Is that agreeable? Very well, I shall come after school tomorrow. She is in need of crafting a suitable weapon. The next day, she hurried from the elementary school to the examination hall to inquire of Zhou Zifeng. Zhou Zifeng had recently endured a severe reprimand from Xianxia. His mother, who typically appeared quite amiable, had taken to striking him with a bamboo rod, instilling a fear in him that even his father dared not intervene. After her chastisement, he was tasked with transcribing the classic of filial piety 50 times. Although he acknowledged he was indeed at fault, he harbored no desire to show Chen Sheng any courtesy, remaining silent in response to his queries. Seeing Zhou Zifeng's reticence, Chen Sheng persisted, incessantly peppering him with questions. Eventually, Zhou Zifeng, thoroughly exasperated, retorted, have you completed your transcriptions? Well, I must ask. Why do you address the eldest as sister while you inquire about my progress in copying? Chen Sheng replied, is such a noble and significant task something that can be accomplished in a single evening? Since you have not finished, why not get to it? The examination is the day after tomorrow. If you cannot present your work then, I shall simply observe as sister submerges you in water. Zhou Zifeng threatened. The memory of yesterday's near drowning still haunted Chen Sheng, and he was indeed frightened. Was the eldest truly so merciless? Moreover, he had not explicitly stated that the examination was imminent. Merciless? Consider that wild boar, Zhou Zifeng continued. As for whether there will indeed be an examination the day after tomorrow, if you doubt my words, feel free to forego your copying. I, along with Sanfu and the others, will be there to cheer sister on as she plunges you into the water. With that, Zhou Zifeng bestowed upon him a slight smile. While sister had not confirmed the impending examination, his father had certainly indicated that, as friends, they must share in each other's hardships. Noticing his hurried steps, Zhou Zifeng let out a light snort and strode into the examination hall, thinking to himself, you wish to play games with me? You shall not escape unscathed. Chen Sheng's father was one of the prominent landlords in Luoyang County, residing in Xianxia village not only because it was his birthplace but also due to the fact that he owned half of the arable land here, most of which was fertile. His concern compelled him to oversee it personally. His wife, equally anxious, feared that he might be secretly keeping a mistress and insisted on accompanying him to Yunxia village. They had only one son, Chen Xing, whom they cherished dearly. Thus he had to follow them. However, the village lacked a school, making education a pressing issue. Consequently, Zhou Tian summoned the village chief of Xianxia and 2 other village heads to discuss the establishment of a school through collective donations. That very evening, the news of Chen Sheng's harsh reprimanding at the school reached his ears, accompanied by a visit from the village chief. The fault lay primarily with his son, and the opposing party had not resorted to violence. They merely placed him on the rooftop. To seek revenge directly was unwise, as it could lead to further isolation for his son, who might find himself without companions in the future. Moreover, it was rumored that the opposing party had a father who held an official position in the capital, which would render any confrontation even more precarious. The steward had also heard from the laborers that when they went to inspect the smoke, no one was present. Later, 2 children from Xingyuan village arrived, introduced themselves, and offered apologies, claiming they had encountered a wild boar and requested assistance to rescue someone. Not long after, I encountered the young master accompanied by the individuals tasked with guarding the melon fields. It seemed they were indulging in the melons when they heard about the wild boar and decided to follow suit. Chen Xing posed no concern, and the overseer paid little attention to his presence on that hillside. When reporting the situation to Zhou Tian, he merely mentioned it in passing, as the focus remained on the matter concerning Shirley. Upon hearing from the overseer that some straw left to dry in his fields for the less fortunate laborers had been taken by a few children from Xingyuan village for roasting sweet potatoes, Zhou Tian erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "That rascal dares to bully my son. Let me show him what for." Mr. Sun Shan, his son's teacher, had already been residing with them for half a month. Previously, the village head of Xianxia had not only recounted the altercation between Chen Sheng and Shirley, but also expressed concern over his son's academic performance, commending Shirley in the process. This prompted Zhou Tian to contemplate hiring a tutor. Subsequently, whenever he visited the county, he would inquire about that esteemed teacher, hoping he could stay with them to instruct his son. To his surprise, he encountered Mr. Sun Shan at a tea house while discussing business half a month ago. It was indeed fortuitous. Years prior, he had met this gentleman during his travels with a merchant caravan at the Scholars' Pavilion in Shishou. 13 years had passed, yet he appeared scarcely changed, only more composed and mature. His discerning eyes, even when clad in plain, worn garments, exuded an aura of a remarkable individual. Upon seeing him, Zhou Tian's immediate thought was that if this man were to teach his son, he would undoubtedly flourish. As soon as the thought emerged, it spread like wild grass, unstoppable and overwhelming, compelling him to approach and engage in conversation. Fortunately, his luck had always been favorable. Mr. Sun Shan was in search of someone, albeit unfamiliar with the surroundings. He decided to leverage his years of conversational experience to take charge of the situation, while also persuading the individual to teach his son. "Brother Chen, what brings you such joy?" Mr. Sun Shan, clad in a simple blue robe and adorned only with a single hairpin, appeared neither impoverished nor ostentatious, but rather exuded an air of ethereal elegance. Zhou Tian responded with a respectful gesture, "My son has had a conflict with someone and was wronged. Now that person has set fire to the straw in our fields. If the straw were of no use, it would be one matter. But some of the workers cannot afford to buy enough cotton for their homes. To have just one bed for each person is already a blessing, and they rely on this dry straw to cushion their beds for warmth during the winter nights. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Mr. Sun Shan pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is that person a student at the school?" "Indeed. Then I shall accompany you." "You will come with me, Mr. Sun?" "That would be splendid." Chen instructed, "Prepare the carriage." In truth, the journey from Zhou Tian's home to the school was merely a 15-minute walk. After school, Chen Xing hurried to the examination hall in search of Shirley. As he passed by the school gate, he noticed a familiar carriage parked outside and spotted Mr. Sun Shan meandering inside the school, confirming that his father had indeed arrived. With an approach, he saluted, "Sir, what brings you here?" "Where is my father?" "I came to check on you. Your father should currently be with the principal." "Thank you for the information, sir. The student shall take his leave now." The Jingqi Hall serves as a sanctuary for the esteemed Mr. Pingree, a space where he takes respite and offers individualized guidance to his students. Standing at the entrance, Zhou Zifeng's countenance darkened further upon noticing the approaching Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng, equally surprised, inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Your father informed me that my sister has scorched your family's fields, and the principal summoned her here, so naturally, I came along," Zhou Zifeng replied, his tone laced with an unspoken sarcasm. "My father?" "Indeed, my sister is currently receiving a reprimand inside. Would you care to join her?" Chen Sheng furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why do you speak in such a cryptic manner? You conspired against my sister and me." Yet, I refrained from retaliating. So why the cryptic remarks? Zhou Zifeng retorted. Isn't that preferable to your hypocrisy? What conspiracy? What is the matter with you? Please clarify, Xianxia demanded. Humph. You know very well. Zhou Zifeng crossed his arms defiantly, tilting his head away, clearly unwilling to engage further. Wishing to avoid conflict, Xianxia paused thoughtfully and reached out to him. Zifeng, I genuinely do not comprehend what has transpired. I only just learned of my father's arrival. Please, what is truly going on? Just tell me. Perhaps the repeated address of Zifeng struck a chord within Zhou Zifeng as he turned to face Xianxia. Let me ask you this. Was it your intention to provoke me into agreeing to participate in the swimming competition, knowing my sister would follow suit? Did you feign taking us to your family's land to roast sweet potatoes, only to incinerate the dry straw left by others for winter warmth, thereby providing your father with an excuse to trouble my sister at the academy? How can this be? Xianxia felt a surge of anger at the thought that others could perceive him in such a manner. Having acknowledged Shirley as his leader, he could never betray him, especially since Shirley had once saved his life. Determined to clarify the situation with his father, he prepared to push open the door. Just then, Zhou Tian emerged and, upon seeing Xianxia, smiled. Son, I have avenged you. That Shirley is currently being punished inside, personally whipped by the dean with a bamboo rod. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zifeng's fury ignited. Ignoring the presence of the elders, he swung his fist and struck Xianxia squarely in the face. Xianxia, I had hoped to believe in your innocence, but you are a deceiver. You little rascal. How dare you strike my son? Zhou Tian's anger flared at Zhou Zifeng's audacity to assault his son in front of him. He moved to retaliate, but Xianxia intervened. Father, this is a matter between us, and I can handle it myself. If you dare to strike him, I shall consider you no longer my father. Zhou Zifeng cast a disdainful glance at the two before turning to re-enter the room. Xianxia attempted to follow, but his father restrained him. No, son, he struck you. I cannot simply stand by and watch. Zhou Tian, confused by the unfolding situation, followed them inside. Son, what exactly do you mean? Meanwhile, Shirley knelt in the hall, the dean wielding the bamboo rod against her back. She did not resist, for she had consumed the sweet potatoes and burned the straw. The belongings she had taken were indeed not hers, and she recognized her wrongdoing. As Zhou Zifeng entered and beheld the scene, without uttering a word, he knelt beside Shirley. Director, the grass is mine, the fire I kindled, and the Chun family's fields I set ablaze. My sister merely consumed a sweet potato. The remaining punishment should rightly fall upon me. Upon hearing this, Xianxia also knelt beside him. Director, I was the one who led them to excavate the sweet potatoes, and it was I who guided them to the place where we roasted them. I was the one who suggested burning the straw in the fields. When they inquired whether I needed any, I assumed they were merely taking a handful of worthless grass, so I allowed them to take it. The fault lies with me. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me, for they are not to blame. The director, wielding the bamboo rod, found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to strike or refrain. Xianxia shook off his hand. Father, this is my fault. It truly has nothing to do with the eldest brother. He merely followed us and did nothing wrong. Eldest brother? Yesterday, I invited Brother Zifeng to swim, but I cramped up and nearly couldn't rise. It was Shirley who saved me. In order to dry our clothes, I took them to the place where you once took me to inspect and roast sweet potatoes. Later, I thought to lead them to pick watermelons, but as we passed a small hill, a wild boar charged out. The eldest brother pushed me aside and lured the boar into the woods. He saved your son's life twice. He should not bear my sins. Father, I fail to understand. It is merely a pile of grass. Would it not be better to provide them with a few blankets for the winter? Zhou Tian awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. Well, director, what do you think about this matter? The director set down the bamboo rod and waved his hand. It is settled. You may leave. Zhou Tian swiftly went to pull his son, and Zhou Zifeng also hurriedly stood up. After both Xianxia and Zhou Zifeng rose, their first action was to support Shirley. Zhou Zifeng pushed him aside, asserting, "Step away. We do not require your assistance." Initially, it was intended to deliver 15 lashes, but the dean only managed to administer 3, and the force was so mild that it barely registered on the back. Upon hearing Zhou Zifeng's declaration that Xianxia's help was unnecessary, Shirley nodded, stating, "I can manage on my own." Zhou Tian felt a twinge of concern. Indeed, in the subsequent days, Xianxia did not return to the academy. "Oh, sister, why do you wish to learn blacksmithing?" "To forge a weapon that suits me." "But isn't Yo the blacksmith primarily for agricultural tools?" "Indeed, he also excels at sawing wood. His eye can discern the length and width of timber with uncanny precision, surpassing even the village carpenter, Lu. The processes of crafting agricultural implements and weapons are quite similar, differing only in appearance. Much like humans, they emerge from the womb, yet vary in form. Sister, you mustn't let Neo the blacksmith overhear this. Why not? Shirley inquired. Neo always boasts that his prowess in weapon forging is unparalleled. However, we have never witnessed him wielding a weapon. He must be lacking in skill, yet is too proud to admit it. As their conversation gradually faded into the distance, Mr. Sunshine remained still, contemplating the direction in which the two had departed since hearing Shirley mention blacksmithing. Neo Guiping did not allow Shirley to commence forging immediately. Instead, he first taught her the techniques of hammering, ensuring she mastered them before permitting her to forge a blade independently. Neo Guiping held a kitchen knife up to the light, his face betraying an unmistakable excitement. The blade gleamed coldly, appearing incredibly sharp. He plucked a strand of hair and experimentally blew it towards the edge of the knife. It severed. To think that such a simple kitchen knife could be so keenly honed, capable of cutting hair with ease. A prodigy, a natural talent. Good, good, good. Neo Guiping exclaimed 3 times in succession. Surely, you possess a remarkable gift in this area. However, your talent in blacksmithing seems to overshadow it. Would you be willing to learn the art of machinery from me? The art of machinery? Has the influence of the Source Power Mechanized Brigade already reached this place? Shirley pondered, dismissing this possibility, for this world lacked even electrical wires. How could there be source power machinery? Follow me, and I shall show you something that will enlighten you. Neo Guiping moved aside a large water tank from the kitchen and then cleared away a chaotic pile of hay on the ground, revealing a wooden pot lid. Upon opening it, a hole appeared beneath. After he descended, Shirley followed suit. Below lay a cellar containing various weapons and 2 wooden carts, which she recognized. A catapult? Neo Guiping paused as his hand brushed against the cart. You have seen one before? Shirley nodded. Where? I don't know, but I saw it during a battle alongside Dazi. At Duyu City. Neo Guiping assumed she was merely a civilian who had witnessed the siege, not connecting her to Shinhan. Is that so? And what of this one? Neo Guiping inquired, pointing to the adjacent cart. 10 miles, shaking his head, replied. No, haha. Am I to leave just like that? A bunch of useless folks. 10 miles blurted out. A unique vortex flying device? What could that be? I don't know. Well, your grain-hulling machine can also be categorized under mechanical arts. The mere fact that you can design such a contraption speaks volumes about your extraordinary intellect in this field. If you are willing to learn, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. I firmly believe that one day, we humans will soar through the skies like birds, aided by such vehicles. Indeed, the idea, long deemed insane, received validation, and Neo Guiping felt elated. Haha, the more I look at you, the more I find you pleasing to the eye. Here, examine the weapons and see if any catch your fancy. If so, feel free to pick one up and inspect it. In the future, you can forge your own. Why? Shouldn't it be customary for a master to present a weapon to their apprentice as an initiation gift? Upon hearing her words, Neo Guiping realized her eagerness to learn the mechanical arts, prompting him to adopt a more amiable demeanor and speak less rigidly. But what if you join my tutelage merely to acquire a suitable weapon, take it, and then depart without any intention of studying the mechanical arts further? I must remain cautious. Not at this moment, 10 Miles replied, inserting the short dagger into her waist. This dagger was obtained 5 years ago. It cuts through iron as if it were mud and is worth 10,000 taels. You have a keen eye, young one. Although Neo Guiping praised the dagger, he did not prevent 10 Miles from taking it, smiling as he led her outside. Pushing open the kitchen door, I beheld that individual in the courtyard, and my smile vanished in an instant. What brings you here? Your perseverance in locating this place is truly remarkable. Peering out into the distance, I recognized the person who had been observing her and Shou Zifeng outside the school a few days prior. After Mr. Sunshine departed, I settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, pouring myself a cup from the teapot on the table. Upon tasting it, I discovered it was merely water and chose not to drink further. Have you truly ceased even to enjoy tea? Neo Guiping remarked with irritation. In a poor rural household, who can afford tea? Why does Sir Sun not remain in the capital to relish your wealth and splendor? What brings you here? What? To remove Shinhan? Has he lost his mind? This revelation momentarily stunned Neo Guiping, yet he quickly regained his composure. Ahem, but what concern is that of mine? I am merely an ordinary blacksmith, yearning for a simple life. The northern front has stabilized, yet the south remains watchful, and the peace treaty with the west is nearing expiration. When that time arrives, the authenticity of the peace petition from the northern territories to the court will be questionable. Should conflicts arise on all three fronts, the future of the Zhao kingdom will hang in the balance, and your chariot of war will significantly determine its fate. Is it not simply a matter of replacing one emperor with another? Regardless of who sits upon the throne, it remains the same. After all, I possess skills that ensure I shall not starve. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. Mr. Sun Shan rose to leave. But Niu Guiping called out to him, "Wait, first tell me, how did you find this place?" Just moments ago, the younger brother of that lad remarked that the blacksmith in their village could instantly discern the length and width of wood, often boasting that he was the finest weaponsmith in the world. I can't help but suspect it might be you. Enough of this. You may leave now. Niu Guiping stood at the entrance, urging him to exit swiftly. As Mr. Sun Shan departed, he uttered a plea, stating that the Ministry of War cannot do without you. So please give it careful thought. Niu Guiping remained unresponsive, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Shirley observed Zhou Tian, who knelt in the courtyard. With a sense of helplessness, "Please rise," he urged. Zhou Tian retrieved a bamboo whip from behind his back, presenting it with both hands, saying, 15 lashes, please." Seeing a prominent wealthy man kneeling in her courtyard, Shun Chunhua initially felt flustered. However, upon hearing those words, her gaze towards Zhou Tian shifted to one of disdain. "Oh, you are a landlord after all. Is it worth troubling a 13-year-old child over a meager straw worth less than an acre and a half of land? Moreover, it was your son who instigated the burning. Have some decency. How much could a few bundles of straw possibly be worth? Tell me, and I shall compensate you right now. Your son is a human, but mine is not. Why must he continually harass them? And why should they forget past grievances and play with him? Ashur and Zifeng are not fools. All the blame lies with me. My son bears no responsibility in this. He is completely unaware of my attendance at the academy. Although the child does not hold it against me, it weighs heavily on my heart, and I feel compelled to do something, lest I remain uneasy." Shirley approached, grasping him by the collar, lifting him up. "What has happened to Chun?" Zhou Tian wore a smile on his face. "All right, I shall prepare some snacks for you to enjoy on your journey." Once they were ready to depart, Zhou Zifeng turned to Shirley and inquired, "Sister, why must we call upon Chen Sheng? He caused you to nearly be bitten by a wild boar and led to your confrontation with the principal. I refuse to attend school with him. Chen Sheng is merely a child of 10. The actions of his father do not implicate him. He is unaware of his father's intentions and his gestures of goodwill, such as taking us to roast sweet potatoes or pick watermelons, are not inherently wrong. Very well, I shall forgive him, but I harbor no fondness for his father. Of course, I do not like him either. That would be preposterous. Indeed, Chen Sheng's father and my own methods are fundamentally similar. It is merely a matter of whom they target, which is why it incites your disdain. Then should I not harbor animosity towards him?" Shirley furrowed her brow in confusion. "He is the reason I endured punishment. Is it not natural for you to dislike him?" Zhou Zifeng felt somewhat disoriented. More than 10 days had passed since Shirley had carried the wild boar down from the mountain, and since that time, the village had been on high alert against wolves. Initially, the villagers took it seriously, but as time wore on and no further news emerged, they relaxed their vigilance, returning to their routines of climbing the mountains and hunting. On this particular day, while the teachers in the academy were partaking of their midday meal, a person rushed through the door, shouting, "Village chief, there has been an incident." The village chief of Yunxiao village set down his chopsticks and quickly approached to inquire, "What has happened?" The man, panting heavily, replied, "While Zhang Hezi was hunting rabbits on Snake Chicken Mountain, he encountered a wolf and lost a leg. You must come and see. Encountering a wolf? This is quite alarming. Please take me there." The others also set down their chopsticks, their expressions grave. Village Chief Lu concurred, "Indeed. Some of the students reside far from here, and traveling in the dark is perilous." The dean pondered momentarily, then nodded, "Very well." Upon returning home, they discovered the gate was locked and no one was home. Just as Sanfu was about to enter, he glanced at the two standing outside and recalled, "Yesterday, I heard my mother mention that the pears on the mountain are ripe. Aunt Xiaojun invited her and your mother to go pear picking. But my mother had matters to attend to, so your mother must have gone." "Which mountain?" asked Shirley, startled. "I don't know. My mother didn't specify." Shirley, without a key, "Are you planning to climb over the wall?" Zhou Zifeng trembled uncontrollably, gripping Shirley's arm, tears welling in his eyes. "Sister, I have been to the pear grove. It is near Sheiji Mountain. My mother, Niu Guiping, and his wife had gone to town, leaving their home unattended. even if they managed to scale the wall. The courtyard was devoid of any weapons. Shirley glanced at the locked gate of the blacksmith's house across the street, then decided to climb the wall. She recalled having a short dagger. Wait here, I will fetch a knife. Meanwhile, at Yunxiao village, people were still gathering. Zhou Zifeng had already taken Shirley to the pear grove. Mother, where are you? Zifeng, over here, over here. Wang Xiaojun hurriedly emerged from the side. A bamboo basket slung over her arm. Her steps hurried and her demeanor flustered. Aunt Wang, where is my mother? Sanfu inquired. I heard my mother came with you to the mountain to pick pears. Shirley rushed over upon hearing the voice. Have you found my uncle? No. I am still inquiring with Aunt Wang. Ah, you are here too? Wang Xiaojun sighed in relief upon seeing Shirley. Yet a sudden fear gripped her as she recalled the recent events. Xiao Yuan and I were picking pears when a wolf suddenly charged down from the mountain. And I was so terrified that I fled without a second thought. Eventually, I heard your voice calling out and followed it. As for Xiao Yuan, I was too preoccupied with my escape to notice where she ran. She likely went in that direction. Wang Xiaojun gestured towards the opposite side from where they had come. Sister, we must go. Zhou Zifeng, having discerned their path, attempted to lead Shirley away, but Shirley remained still, inquiring about the wolf. Wang Xiaojun hesitated, stammering. I didn't pay attention. Shirley cast a penetrating glance at her before following Zhou Zifeng. Wang Xiaojun pressed her hand against her chest, gasping for breath, her heart racing. The look in Water Brother's child's eyes was more terrifying than that of the wolf. Suddenly realizing she was alone, she glanced at the sunlit, sprawling pear tree branches and dashed down the mountain. Lin Shuyuan had accepted Wang Xiaojun's invitation to ascend the mountain to pick pears and perhaps forage for some wild vegetables to stew with the old hen at home the next day. The nearby trees had already been stripped bare, so the two ventured deeper into the woods. They had scarcely filled half their basket with pears when the shadow of a wolf appeared at the summit. Lin Shuyuan spotted it, freezing momentarily before regaining her composure to signal Wang Xiaojun to remain silent, as they quietly retreated. Just as she was about to warn Wang Xiaojun, the latter turned to pick from another tree and caught sight of the wolf, instantly screaming, "Ah, there's a wolf! Help!" Lin Shuyuan immediately discarded the basket and seized her hand, urging her to flee. Wang Xiaojun glanced back, the pursuers closing in. Shuyuan, run faster. Can you keep up? We should split up, it might be quicker. My legs are weak. Lin Shuyuan tightened her grip, insisting, hold on to me, don't let go. We will escape. The sounds behind them grew ever nearer, and Lin Shuyuan's pace began to falter. Wang Xiaojun sensed her friend's struggle to keep going. Looking at the shadowy figures trailing closely, she gritted her teeth and forcefully pushed the person ahead to the ground. Forgive me, Shuyuan. I'm not ready to meet my end. I refuse to become prey for wolves. The tantalizing scent of food and the distant, elusive prey guided the weary hunter's instincts. Thoughts of her two children surged within her, igniting a newfound strength that propelled her to rise and continue running. Wang Xiaojun directed the two men, Shirley and Zhou Zifeng, towards the opposite direction, but fortunately, Lin Shuyuan had been circling the mountainside. Shirley and Zhou Zifeng, in search of them, suddenly heard a wolf's howl not far off and immediately set off in that direction. Upon arrival, they found Lin Shuyuan clinging to a tree, while a wolf stood beneath it, howling. Mother. Zhou Zifeng began to rush forward, but Shirley grabbed him, covering his mouth. Stay here and don't move. Zhou Zifeng nodded, cautiously lowering himself. Shirley circled around to approach the wolf, and as Lin Shuyuan spotted her, she cried out in terror, Go away, don't come near. The wolf turned to face Shirley, who decisively charged at it, drawing a kitchen knife and aiming for its head. The wolf's head was stripped of a patch of fur, leaving a bare, glistening patch of skin that appeared somewhat comical, yet no one dared to laugh. The animosity of the wolf was entirely directed towards Shirley, who, without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled. Sister. Sure. But such a large and ferocious wolf was intimidating. No, Zifeng, you must descend the mountain and call your father. I wish to take a closer look. Really? Lin Shuyuan furrowed her brow, glancing uneasily in the direction Shirley had gone. Zhou Zifeng smiled reassuringly, grasping her hand and leading her down the mountain. After luring the wolf away from the mother and child, Shirley turned back and hurled 5 needles at it, one to the head and one to each limb. Within moments, the wolf collapsed, unable to move, though its abdomen still heaved, indicating it was not yet dead. The poison on the needles had been meticulously selected after Shirley had studied several snakes. It could paralyze a living creature without causing death. This toxin had only recently been discovered and tested on mice, with no opportunities yet to experiment on larger animals. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Shirley had inserted a few more needles into the wolf. Crouching before the beast, Shirley examined it closely. It bore a striking resemblance to a dog. After a moment's observation, her gaze lingered on its swollen belly, and she reached out to investigate. The wolf suddenly became agitated, growling from deep within its throat. But this did not deter Shirley from placing her hand upon its abdomen. Indeed, it was pregnant. Since you are with child, you ought not to roam about recklessly. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me without sustaining injury. One by one, Shirley removed the needles from its body. You may go now. Just as she was about to rise, four wolves of similar stature emerged from the underbrush, surrounding her from all directions and advancing menacingly. Among them, the one that was pregnant appeared somewhat gaunt, its coat lacking the luster of hers, presumably having sacrificed most of the nourishment for the sake of its unborn offspring. Was the howl of the wolf beneath the tree a call to its companions? Furthermore, had not the blacksmith claimed there were only 3? This discrepancy was not insignificant, yet it mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Drawing a short dagger from her waist, she awaited their approach with poised anticipation. The wolves' claws scratched the earth as 2 lunged simultaneously toward her, intent on sinking their teeth into her flesh. She deftly sidestepped, raising her dagger to slash at the belly of the airborne wolf before pivoting to strike the other with her elbow. As the first 2 wolves were momentarily repelled, the remaining 2 charged forward. With an agile backflip, she landed before them, and in a synchronized rush, both she and the wolves barreled toward one another. Just before collision, she launched herself into the air, kicking one aside as the other opened its jaws to bite her foot. Sensing the onslaught, she elevated herself, her foot tracing an arc in the air, and her blade sliced across the wolf's throat, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth instantaneously. The pungent scent of blood excited the wolves' primal instincts, inciting a ferocity within them. The wolf with the severed throat collapsed lifelessly, while the remaining 2, unharmed, advanced toward her. The one with the abdominal injury attempted to rise, but fell back down as soon as it stood. Tin Li observed 2 wolves brimming with murderous intent. Gripping tightly onto her short dagger, she lunged forward, sidestepping the wolf's vicious fangs, then leapt into the air, using her dagger to slice through the coarse, gray fur. Upon landing, she immediately pivoted to confront the other wolf. A chilling aura of menace emanated from her, spreading throughout the forest, where not a single bird chirped. And even the insects that had ventured out to forage now cowered beneath the blades of grass. The creatures at the periphery fled in terror, while others turned back in haste upon nearing this ominous place. A faint grunt captured Tin Li's attention. She glanced towards the mother wolf. Had it given birth? In that brief moment of distraction, the injured wolf seized the opportunity to leap and sank its teeth into her shoulder. In its final throes, its sharp fangs pierced through her outer garment and buried deep into her flesh, reaching her scapula. With a swift motion, Tin Li drove her dagger into the wolf's forehead, burying the blade entirely. She then relinquished the hilt, grasped the wolf's head, and wrenched its teeth from her shoulder, discarding the carcass to the ground. Zhou Tian pouted defiantly, asserting that he would not be intimidated. Ha ha, little one, do not underestimate yourself. I once encountered a large wolf, and even I felt a chill. You, having seen one, will surely be in tears. Who said that? I just saw it moments ago, and I did not cry, Tin Li retorted. Lin Xiaoyuan intended to inform Zhou Zhongju that Tin Li was still on the mountain. But Zhou Zifeng's words left the group preparing to ascend the mountain to confront the wolves momentarily stunned. Mr. Chen, how do you know? I guessed, came the reply. Lin Xiaoyuan shielded her son behind her and said, do not blame the child. It was Wang Xiaojun who invited me to the mountain to pick pears. The 2 children ran up the hill out of concern for my safety. If it weren't for us, sure, I might still be up in that tree, grappling with a wolf, uncertain of my escape. What? You encountered a wolf? Zhou Zhongju immediately grew anxious and stepped forward to check on Lin Xiaoyuan. Are you all right? Are you injured? I am fine, but Asher bravely led the wolf away on her own and is still up on the mountain. My heart is in turmoil. Please take me with you. I will guide you to where she lured the wolf. It will expedite our search. Villager Chen nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. Initially, Lin Xiaoyuan was opposed to Zhou Zifeng accompanying them up the mountain. But the person who had just spoken suggested it would be beneficial for the children to gain some experience. After all, with so many of them present, it was unlikely they could not protect even one child. Zhou Zhongju pondered for a moment and consented. Upon reaching the pear grove, Lin Shiyuan was about to lead them towards the direction she had fled from the wolf. Zhou Zifeng raised an objection, pointing in the opposite direction. Mother, you must be confused from the fright. It clearly was this way. Impossible. I remember distinctly that the pear trees along the path I escaped had no pears. It was indeed this direction. Zhou Zifeng scratched his head, but Aunt Wang said you were headed this way, and my sister and I truly did find you. What? Lin Shiyuan felt a surge of anger that nearly unsteadied her. How could her heart be so cruel? Lin Shiyuan preferred to believe that she pointed in the opposite direction to spare her two children from danger, rather than out of fear that Shirley would drive away the wolves and rescue her. Although Shirley's solitary act of slaying a wild boar was not widely known, a few neighboring families were aware of it. Wang Xiaojun frequently visited the Zhou family following the incident where Xin Chunhua fell into the water, and Xin Chunhua would occasionally boast about her granddaughter, which naturally led to the topic being discussed while she was busy making shoe soles. Mother, what happened to Aunt Wang? All is well. In the depths of the forest, perhaps due to having spared her once before, or more likely because of the complications of childbirth. The mother wolf gazed at Shirley with eyes full of pleading. Shirley remained silent. After a small wolf pup called out once more, he spoke. If you wish to give birth, I must perform a cesarean. This will lead to your demise. Are you certain you want to proceed? The mother wolf nodded slightly. Very well, I shall assist you. There were 4 pups in total, 2 of which had already perished upon birth. Once all 4 had been extracted, the one that had become lodged in the birth canal also succumbed. As she looked at her children lined up before her, sorrow filled the mother wolf's eyes. She sniffed one, then the other, lingering for a moment before gently nudging the surviving pup towards Shirley. Shirley removed his outer garment, wrapping the pup tenderly in his arms. He gazed at the ailing mother wolf and the 3 lifeless pups on the ground, reflecting, You have perished because of me, and it is I who have taken away her mother. Fear not, I shall care for it. Having received this promise, the mother wolf finally closed her eyes. In the depths of the woods, a pit was hastily dug, where a mother wolf and her 3 cubs were laid to rest. As she worked, her wounds continued to ooze blood, staining her clothing crimson. Just as she was about to tend to the remaining 4 wolves, Zhou Zhongji and his companions arrived. Upon seeing her, they were met with the sight of her, blood-soaked, standing amidst the carcasses of the wolves. Zhou Zifeng rushed over, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Sister, sister, what has happened to you? Sister, I was wrong. I should not have pulled mother away. Please, don't leave me. Ah, fine, I shall go now. Zhou Zifeng, panicked, asked, Sister, are you near death? With her uninjured hand, she playfully tapped his head. What do you think? Pain. Zhou Zifeng clutched his head and chuckled, Sister is fine. Seeing her spirited demeanor, Village Chief Chen felt a sense of relief as he crouched down to examine the wolves, while the others gathered around, intrigued. What a masterful cut. Did this young lad slay all 4 wolves? Judging by the wounds, it must be so. Extraordinary. Zhang Haizi, armed with a bow, was bitten by a single wolf. Yet this child faced 4 alone. Indeed, and he bested them all. With such prowess, he would make a fine general in battle. The crowd expressed their admiration, but suddenly, a hunter, bow slung over his shoulder, voiced a concern. Wait, why do these 2 wolves bear arrow wounds? This is strange. The hunter dismissed it. These wounds are several days old. Zhang Haizi encountered the wolves this morning, so it cannot be him. The wolf hails from elsewhere, perhaps wounded by a hunter from another village. What is the point of entangling ourselves in this matter? Regardless, the wolf met its demise within the boundaries of our Xianxia village, thus it rightfully belongs to us. Chen Haigu is notoriously known in Xianxia village for his indolence and gluttony. His presence here is merely to take advantage of the situation for a share of silver. Noticing his robust stature, Chen the village head permitted him to accompany the group. The entire wolf can yield a considerable amount of silver, and upon their arrival, Chen the village head assured everyone that should they capture the wolf, the proceeds from its sale would be distributed among them. Now that one person has slain the wolf, Chen Haigu, fearing he might not receive any silver, began to stir trouble. Nonsense. Sheiji Mountain clearly belongs to our Ziyuan village. How can it be claimed by your Yunxia village? He argued. This wolf should belong to us. Have some decency. It was a resident of our Xingyuan village who killed it, so how can it be yours? A heated dispute erupted among the crowd over the wolf's ownership. Lin Shiyuan felt a surge of anger, while Zhou Zifeng rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in debate with them. However, Shirley intervened, asserting, it is mine. None shall take it away. What a disgrace. Chen the village head bellowed, witnessing their incessant bickering. You lot, a bunch of grown men, have not exerted a fraction of effort, yet you seek to usurp the achievements of a 13-year-old child? Have some ambition. This wolf was slain by Shirley. It rightfully belongs to her and has nothing to do with you. If you possess the capability, go and hunt your own. Chen Haigu, unwilling to concede, stepped forward and exclaimed, Village chief, you cannot speak in such a manner. You once promised to distribute the silver obtained from selling the wolves, and it was under the peril of our lives that we chose to accompany you. Now that the wolves are dead, you promptly sever the bridge behind you. How can a village chief act in such a way? Your unwavering protection of this young man. Has he perhaps offered you some form of compensation? Regardless of any sordid dealings between you two, I am resolute in claiming my share of the silver. Chen Haigu, you, the village chief, flushed with rage, pointed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, a flash of white light zipped past the assembly, grazing the top of Chen Haigu's head and embedding itself into a tree, which soon toppled backward, stirring a flurry of fallen leaves and strands of hair. Shirley gradually approached Chen Haigu, then bypassed him to stride toward the tree, where he drew forth a short dagger. As he sheathed it, he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Haigu and inquired, You mentioned you desired silver? The blade, still glinting coldly, prompted Chen Haigu to recall that this individual was not only a mere 13-year-old, but also a valiant warrior who had single-handedly slain 4 wolves. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his speech faltered, and no, I no longer want it. Shirley dismissed him, turning to the village chief and saying, Sir, I would appreciate your assistance in delivering these wolves to my home. The village chief waved his hand, assuring him that it would be a trivial task. Thank you. Shirley cast a dispassionate glance at Chen Haigu before moving to the grave of the mother wolf, cradling the newly born cubs, and then descended the mountain alongside Lin Shuyuan and Zhou Zifeng. The cub was wrapped in clothing, and with the presence of Shirley, no one noticed that there was something else inside, merely assuming it to be an article of clothing. Chen Haigu was paralyzed with fear at the glance from Shirley as he departed. His knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground, his severed hair cascading down, revealing a scalp barely adorned with stubble. He reached up to touch his head, his eyes rolling back, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chen the village chief spat disdainfully. Serves him right. Upon seeing her, the village chief's wife clapped her hands, exclaiming, Isn't this Chunhua? Your granddaughter from the city is truly remarkable. Defeating a wolf all on her own. Such a massive wolf, and she managed to slay 4 of them single-handedly. 4. My old man said that when the wolf hunters encountered your granddaughter, she was drenched in blood, an impressive sight indeed. Furthermore, that lazy scoundrel from Yunxiao village, Haiguzi, attempted to swindle your granddaughter out of the silver from the wolves, but she, with a swift motion of her knife, cleaved a nearby tree in 2 and even severed the hair atop his head, leaving Haiguzi petrified, unable to rise from the ground. Your granddaughter is truly formidable, braver than any man. Your granddaughter is certainly unscathed if she can throw knives. The blood must belong to a wolf, the village chief's wife asserted with conviction. She then leaned closer to Shin Chunhua, whispering softly, Chunhua, I mean no offense, but if your granddaughter were a boy, everyone would surely laud him as a young hero for such feats. However, she is a girl, and with such prowess, how will she ever find a suitable husband? Consider this. Which man would be inclined to take on such a formidable woman? You ought to be mindful and guide her, preventing her from engaging in such outrageous acts again. I have no concern on that front, Shin Chunhua replied. My granddaughter's future husband will undoubtedly be the son of a prominent official from the capital. We live in this remote village, far removed from the capital. Moreover, my son-in-law is, after all, a nobleman. If my granddaughter seeks a suitor, the young gentlemen of the capital will come flocking. What? Your son-in-law is a nobleman? Shin Chunhua feigned nonchalance. Yet a flicker of worry crossed her mind about the prospect of someone in the village speaking indiscreetly should they ever visit the capital. She was aware that this group delighted in prying into the affairs of affluent families. She intended to let slip another piece of information through the village chief's wife, hoping to suppress the rumors within the 10-mile radius. Indeed, I haven't mentioned that my son-in-law recently achieved a significant honor. The emperor himself bestowed upon him the title of nobleman. He is now a favored individual in the emperor's court, perpetually occupied, wielding the power of life and death over us common folk. With a single command, he could decree your demise at the stroke of midnight. And even the king of hell would not dare delay until dawn. Is he truly that formidable? Zhou Tian found her grandmother's words amusing, prompting her to echo them playfully. The village head's wife shivered involuntarily, her hairs standing on end, and quickened her pace as she glanced at the half-set sun. With all manner of deities and spirits about, one could hardly blame the strange occurrences. In the midst of familiar faces, Shirley's expression was a mixture of emotions as Dr. Qi arrived. Setting down his medical kit, he greeted, "Miss Shun, it has been quite some time. What brings you here? I heard the local customs are delightful. So I came to stay at the home of Lu Batzi at the village entrance to discuss medicine with him. Today, he was preoccupied, and I stood in for him. Not expecting that the patient would be you. What a twist of fate. I heard you were bitten by a wolf." "Indeed. Where were you bitten?" "On the scapula." Standing nearby, Zhou Zhongju noted their familiar banter and couldn't resist interjecting. "Ah, sure. Do you know this Dr. Qi?" Shirley nodded. "Yes, I do." Dr. Qi smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "I served as a military doctor under General Shen for 2 years and had some interactions with Miss Shen in Du City." Zhou Zhongju returned the gesture, realizing. "I see, my apologies. I am merely a wandering physician now. There is little to speak of in terms of respect. Please have your wife cut open the clothing over Miss Shen's injury so that I may examine the wound." Zhou Zhongju nodded and called out, "Xu Yuan." Once Lin Xu Yuan had finished cutting, she emerged with reddened eyes to call them. And only then did Dr. Qi re-enter to attend to the matter at hand. "It seems manageable." Tears streamed uncontrollably from Lin Xu Yuan's eyes as she leaned against Zhou Zhongju. Overwhelmed by the depth of her pain, I couldn't help but feel fear at the sight. How excruciating must it be for her? It was all my fault. Had it not been for me, Ashur would not have been injured, and I had foolishly allowed her to remain on the mountain for so long. "It doesn't hurt. Please don't cry," Shirley said softly, but as he saw her tears flow more fiercely, he instinctively turned his gaze to the person beside her. Zhou Zhongju gestured for her not to worry, gently patting Lin Shuyuan's shoulder in a comforting manner, and addressed Dr. Qi. "Dr. Qi, I implore you to use the finest medicinal salve available. Cost is of no concern. It is imperative that there are no scars left." Dr. Qi nodded in agreement. "Of course." With that, he opened his medical box, retrieving the salve and handing it to Shirley. "This is the medicine. Apply it to the wound. The necessary bandaging materials are within the box. You may find them yourself." Turning to Lin Shuyuan, he added, "Madam, it would be inconvenient for me to assist. So when Miss Shun tends to the bandaging, I kindly ask for your help by her side. But I do not know how to bandage," she stammered. "Not to worry. Simply follow Miss Shun's instructions," he reassured her. "Miss Shun, is that acceptable?" During their time in Du City, Shirley had assisted Shen Han in tending to the wounded soldiers, displaying considerable skill, which is why Dr. Qi felt comfortable in trusting the task to him. Shirley accepted the medicine, nodding, "I can manage." Once the bandaging was completed, Dr. Qi left behind a prescription for Lin Shuyuan to prepare 3 doses for Shirley each day and took his leave. Shirley, citing her need for rest, persuaded the two to step outside, and once alone, she retrieved the bundle concealing the young wolf from beneath the bed, inspecting its condition. It was not too dire. Yet the question of what to feed it remained a dilemma. Mammals, in their infancy, are meant to consume their mother's milk. The pig in her household gave birth early and was weaned. The village chief's cow is not pregnant, and the dog at Lu Dachui's home is male. Furthermore, Sanfu, Zifeng, come in. She gently called out to Zhou Zifeng, who was alone in the courtyard, as she opened the door just a crack. Influenced by her, Zhou Zifeng approached her, whispering, "Sister, what is it? Has Sanfu mentioned when his pigs are due to Pharaoh?" "Huh. Sister, are you thinking of raising piglets? But we already have some at home. By the way, that group of piglets doesn't like you." As Zhou Zifeng spoke, he suddenly noticed the young wolf on the bed. "Sister, what is this?" "Ah, a wolf." When Shirley had come down from the mountain, she had kept the outer garment in her hands, and Zhou Zifeng had assumed it was merely stained with blood. She was reluctant to wear it, not realizing it concealed a young cub, the origin of which was self-evident. Shirley quickly covered his mouth. "Do not shout." Zhou Zifeng nodded and, once liberated, continued, "Sister, this is a wolf. How can you keep a wolf cub? Your shoulder injury has just been treated, and you have killed its parents. When it grows up, it will surely bite you." "Why not?" Shirley questioned. The very reason she wished to keep the existence of the young wolf from Zhou Zhongju and Lin Shuyuan was her fear that they would refuse to allow her to keep the wolf close, should they learn of her injury from the wolf. Seeing Zhou Zifeng's reaction confirmed her apprehensions were indeed justified. As it grows, it may become aggressive, and its parents harbor intentions of consuming both you and my mother. Undoubtedly, upon maturation, it will emulate its progenitors. Shirley gently patted Zhou Zifeng on the head and remarked, Zifeng, the sins of the parents should not be visited upon the offspring, especially since it has only just entered this world a mere 2 hours ago. Furthermore, I delivered it from the belly of its mother, the she-wolf, and I vowed to care for it diligently. However, very well, it is settled then. When it matures, we shall see it off. Although Lin Shiyuan remained unscathed, the image of the wolf guarding its mother beneath the tree had etched a significant shadow in Zhou Zifeng's mind. Certainly, once Zhou Zifeng ceased to regard the young wolf with disdain, curiosity began to blossom within him. It resembled a small dog. Sister, did you inquire about the sow from the Sanfu family merely to find a wet nurse for it? Why seek dogs as its parents? Oh, I understand now. You fear that grandmother would disapprove of your raising a wolf. Remember to keep it a secret. May I share this with Sanfu? You must ensure he will not disclose it. Very well. What is this commotion? Zhongju. Shin Chunhua navigated through the crowd to Zhou Zhongju's side, startled by the wolf carcass on the ground. Oh dear. Why has a wolf been brought into the house? Where's Ashur? How is Ashur? Zhou Zhongju concluded his conversation with village chief Chun and replied, he has seen a doctor and is resting in the house after taking his medicine. Zhou Zhongju shook his head and continued discussing the sale of the wolf with village chief Chun. He then reached out to pat the young wolves, noticing they remained still, prompting him to dash off in search of Shirley. Sister, the big dog has died. You must save them. The village chief, Chun, chuckled and shook his head, amused by the innocent words of the child. How could the deceased be brought back to life? Yet, it is commendable that she is unafraid of such a fearsome creature. Zhongju, your children all possess remarkable courage. Zhongju smiled modestly, replying, on the contrary, I would prefer them to be a bit more timid. Suddenly, Shin Chunhua burst through the door, her voice laced with urgency. Zhongju, where is Ashur? Where has Ashur gone? Sanfu exhibited an unusual excitement regarding the young wolf. Had it not been for Zhou Zifeng's restraint, he might have dashed off to the 10-mile mark to see the young wolf. Hearing from Zhou Zifeng that the pup was currently without maternal milk, he eagerly proposed selling his own sow, which had given birth to piglets just under 2 weeks ago. My pig has given birth. It can nourish it. Hurry and bring the little wolf, lest it go hungry. Zhou Zifeng shook his head in refusal. You have family at home. Your grandmother would certainly disapprove. Sanfu, distressed, insisted. Wait a moment. I'll find a way to distract my grandmother. Zhou Zifeng grasped his arm. What excuse do you plan to use to lure her away? I haven't thought it through yet. How about this? Come here. Didn't Aunt Wang often visit your home? Just tell your grandmother that you ran into Aunt Wang on the way, and she mentioned seeing a wolf this afternoon. She wants your grandmother to visit her now. All right. Leave it to me. Once Lu area departed, Sanfu led Zhou Zifeng and the others to the pig pen. Sanfu's gaze was fixed on the young wolf in Zhou Li's hands. Sister Zhou Li, is this the wolf cub? So small, with fur. He reached out to touch it, but Zhou Zifeng swatted his hand away. Don't touch it recklessly. Go see what is causing all that noise outside. Go if you must. I still need to open the pig pen for Sister Shirley, she remarked. I'll take a look, but sister, you mustn't let him touch it. Shirley nodded affirmatively. Very well, I won't allow it. In the fleeting moment that Zhou Zifeng turned, Shirley swiftly handed the bundled wolf cub to Sanfu, urging him to take it. Sanfu was instantly filled with excitement, yet mindful of Zhou Zifeng. He merely stifled a silent cheer to express his exhilaration. The sow sensed an approach and attempted to rise, but upon recognizing Shirley, she remained sprawled, shifting slightly towards the wall in her repose. Shirley crouched down amidst the 7 piglets, creating a gap sufficient for the wolf cub, and extended her hand towards Sanfu to retrieve the cub, placing it beneath the sow, who instinctively sought the teat. The cub latched on eagerly. Sanfu promptly exclaimed, Let me take it home. I will care for it. That won't do, Shirley decisively declined. Zifeng, you should step outside and keep watch. If grandmother inquires, you must say that my wound aches, and I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a stroll. What? Sanfu was momentarily bewildered by her assertion. Shouldn't T1 rest if injured? Zhou Zifeng, brimming with pride, interjected, My sister is not like you. Suddenly, voices echoed within the room. Ah Fu, is that you outside? Did you not mention that only your grandmother was home? I too am puzzled as to why my mother is here. Run. As Zhou Zifeng confronted Sanfu, Shirley had already seized the wolf cub and dashed outside. This was a scenario she was well acquainted with. When Sanfu's mother opened the door, she was met only with the wide-open courtyard gate and the sow, cautiously attempting to flee the pen. Along with her piglets, she could only count 6 at a glance. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed outside, calling out, "Don't run, return my pig." Upon hearing the commotion, Shirley sped away with remarkable agility. Zhou Zifeng turned to his companion Sanfu, puzzled. "Why are you running?" "I don't know," Sanfu replied. "Sister Shirley said to run, so I ran." It then dawned on him that it was his home they were fleeing from. "Well, since I'm already out, I might as well stick with you. Who knows what kind of interrogation I'd face from my mother if I went back, and I still need to figure out how to deal with my grandmother. You must help me." "No problem," came the reply. Shirley entrusted the wolf cub to Zhou Zifeng. "I will go in first to provide cover. You two follow behind and hide it well." The pair nodded in agreement. As Shirley entered the house, she called out, "Grandmother, I'm here." Shen Chunhua hurried to meet her, exclaiming, "Ah sure, why did you run outside? What if you aggravate your injury? Quickly, return to your room and lie down." "Grandmother, I'm fine, really," Shirley reassured her. As Shirley stepped into the courtyard, the people present instinctively parted to create a pathway. Zhou Zifeng felt a surge of relief as Shirley diverted everyone's attention, allowing him and Sanfu to sneak past the crowd. Suddenly, Zhou Taoyao rushed up to Shirley, tears welling in her eyes. Grasping her sleeve, she cried, "Sister, the big dog is dying. You must save it." A burly man in the crowd interjected, "Little one, it has already perished. Not even the great immortal could revive it." The two stood frozen in shock. Zhou Zhongjiu, noticing their apprehension, squinted at the two sneaking figures, commanding, "Zhou Zifeng, halt." "Father." Zhou Zifeng instinctively concealed the young wolf behind him, inadvertently drawing Zhou Zhongjiu's attention. What was in his hands? It was. After stammering for quite some time, Zhou Zifeng still could not articulate it. Tin Li approached and gently lifted the object behind him, maintaining a composed demeanor as he addressed Zhou Zhongjiu. "Uncle, it is a puppy. Chun Sheng's dog is pregnant, and I had promised him that I would take one of the pups once they were born. I was supposed to go to his house today to collect it, but since I was injured, I sent Zifeng instead." Upon meeting Tin Li's gaze, a smile brightened Zhou Zhongjiu's face, and he said, "In that case, let us hurry inside and have your aunt prepare a nest for the puppy." "All right," came the reply. Just then, an exuberant voice rang out from the entrance of the courtyard. "Where's the wolf? Where's the wolf? Make way, make way." Chun Sheng burst through the crowd with his servants, and upon seeing the wolf on the ground, he exclaimed in awe, "Wow, it really is a wolf, so big. Tin Li, you are amazing." The three individuals who knew the truth about the young wolf not being a puppy from Chun Sheng's household exchanged glances, their expressions devoid of emotion as they observed Chun Sheng circling the 4 wolf carcasses. Zhou Zifeng and Sanfu turned to Tin Li and quietly asked, "Sister, what should we do now?" "Eliminate the witnesses," Tin Li replied succinctly. Chun Sheng ran towards the 3, and upon seeing Zhou Zhongjiu, he first bowed respectfully and said, "Student pays respects to Mr. Zhou." Zhou Zhongjiu nodded. "You've come in quite a hurry. Is there an issue with the pup?" "Pup? What pup?" "Sister." Tin Li entrusted the young wolf to Zhou Zifeng and approached Chun Sheng without granting him the opportunity to speak, directly dragging him into the house. "The puppy is quite fine. No issues at all, uncle. We shall proceed inside to prepare a nest for the puppy." Zhou Zhongjiu harbored no doubts and waved his hand. "Go ahead." Zhou Taoyao, brimming with joy, bounced along, exclaiming, "I want to help make a nest for the puppy too." Sanfu tugged at the dazed Zhou Zifeng. "Zifeng, what are you staring at? Let us go." "I can't." Zhou Zifeng thought he might be questioning his existence, astonished at how easily his father was deceived. Ultimately, Xianxia village acquired 2 wolves at a low price from Zhou Zhongjiu, while Xingyuan village and Ziyuan village each secured 1. Zhou Zhongjiu handed the earnings to Tin Li. "Uncle, I wish to go to the town tomorrow to purchase 2 dogs. The young ones require nurturing." "No need," Tin Li replied, shaking the pouch of money he had just received. "I have sufficient funds. Tomorrow coincides with the market day. I will inform your maternal grandmother to accompany you." "All right." Following Tin Li's treatment of injuries and the matter of the wolves, Zhou Zhongjiu had yet to find the time to inquire about Lin Shiyuan and Wang Xiaojuan's circumstances on the mountain. That evening, while Lin Shiyuan was washing vegetables, Zhou Zhongjiu approached to assist her and broached the subject. Lin Shiyuan hesitated to express her concerns, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. Over the past 2 years, her family had faced hardships, and the villagers had extended considerable help. Being from the same village, they crossed paths daily. Presently, she had no pressing matters, and at worst, she could simply refrain from associating with them in the future. Thus, she merely stated that there was nothing amiss, suggesting that perhaps she had been dazed by the wolves and misremembered her direction. Zhou Zhongju remained skeptical and, upon pressing further, was sent away to study. Shirley could not shake off the feeling that there was something amiss between Lin Shuyuan and Wang Xiaowan. During their time on the mountain, she had sensed a hint of guilt in Wang Xiaojuan's tone. Lin Shuyuan's knees were stained with mud and leaf sap, suggesting she had taken a tumble somewhere. It was highly likely that Wang Xiaowan had abandoned her in that moment of vulnerability, subsequently directing them towards a random path upon encountering them. However, the act of pointing in the opposite direction was somewhat perplexing. It remained unclear whether it stemmed from an understanding of the terrain or was a deliberate deception. The following morning, Shirley sought an opportunity to inquire of Lin Shuyuan. "Aunt, did Wang Xiaowan leave you behind to escape?" Lin Shuyuan, taken aback, responded, "How did you know? It's really nothing. It's all in the past. Look at me now. I'm perfectly fine. What about you? Are your wounds still painful? It's all my fault. Had I not gone to pick pears, you would not have encountered the wolf. Wang Xiaowan invited you. You bear no blame," Shirley reassured her. "I understand, Aunt. Rest assured. I will handle the matter concerning Wang Xiaowan." Lin Shuyuan hesitated for a moment. Then, seeing Shirley turn to leave, asked, "Are you planning to confront her? Much like you did with the neighbor's grandmother, Sanfu?" Shirley paused, contemplating. If Lu Area intended to disclose the incident of her bullying, she would have done so when Chushin Chunhua sought her out that very evening. Since she had not, it was unlikely she would confide in anyone else. She recalled that aside from Lu Area, there had been another witness present. "Did Wang Xiaowan tell you?" Lin Shuyuan nodded yes. "If you truly intend to teach her a lesson, could you refrain from confronting her at her home? She has a 3-year-old child, and it would surely frighten him." Yesterday evening, Shirley overheard a conversation between Zhou Zhongju and a companion, initially expecting her to counsel him to avoid conflict. To her surprise, the exchange was quite the opposite, which elicited a laugh from her. She decided against visiting her home. Due to her injuries, Shin Chunhua was understandably concerned and insisted that Shirley remain. Chun Sheng arrived with 2 maidservants and 4 laborers, arriving in his father's carriage before the Zhou family's gate. The maidservants placed a stool beneath the carriage yoke and assisted Shirley, advising her to take care as she stepped down. Zhou Zifeng followed closely behind, his enthusiasm palpable, while Zhou Taoyao, with his help, climbed aboard the carriage. Adopting the demeanor of a privileged young master, Qin Xing reassured Grandma Shin, saying that with him around, there was no cause for alarm, and they took their leave. As the carriage sped away, Shin Chunhua rushed inside to call for Zhou Zhongju, hastily pursuing them with a donkey cart. Shirley had been in town for quite some time, often missing market days due to her studies at the academy. Villagers from Luoyang town typically brought their wares accumulated over the month to sell on such days, setting up their goods on cloth-covered tables in a bustling marketplace. Chun Sheng first sought out the household his father mentioned that sold dogs, while Zhou Zifeng strolled through the trading area with Shirley and his sister. As they wandered, Zhou Zifeng suddenly realized that Shirley had vanished. Meanwhile, Shirley deftly produced 2 silver coins, 1 male and 1 female. This posed a dilemma for the fishmonger, but upon noticing the coins in Shirley's hand, he reached to rummage through the basin of soft-shelled turtles, saying, "Just a moment, let me find them for you." The total came to half a tael of silver, which he instructed her to keep safely. The fishmonger had evidently raised his prices. Upon seeing this, Shirley promptly paid him, and the nearby vendors began to call out, "Young master, take a look at this. I assure you, you have never seen anything like it." Allow me to tell you, when Zhou Zifeng finally found her, Shirley was already laden with an assortment of items, most of which were rare creatures not commonly seen. Fortunately, her strength allowed her to carry them without difficulty. "Sister, why are you buying these? Hand them over to me, and be careful not to aggravate your injury," she said, reaching out to take the things from Shirley's hands. "I've never seen these before. Let me have a look," Shirley replied, willingly releasing the items in her left hand. "Fish, fish, fish." Zhou Taoyao reached out as well, and Shirley handed her 2 lightweight ones. "We can discuss it later." In matters such as these, it was quite challenging for anyone to sway her resolve. "Indeed, young master," Zhou Zifeng thought to himself in confusion. The household selling dogs was somewhat secluded, and it took them several turns down narrow alleys to arrive. From a distance, the cacophony of barking dogs was quite alarming. Lu Chongting spotted Shirley standing with a group, her arms burdened with a heap of items, engaged in conversation. Before he could even feel elated, they started to disperse. The surrounding noise was overwhelming, and fearing that the household servants who had accompanied him might discover him, he refrained from calling out, opting instead to run after them. After inquiring with passers-by, he finally caught up, learning that they had ventured into an alley. Lu Chongting did not hesitate and followed suit. The alley branched off in multiple directions, and with few people around, he soon lost his way. While he was at a crossroads, deliberating which path to take, he suddenly heard the sound of a man laughing and a woman sobbing. Cautiously, he stepped forward, leaning against the wall to peer out. A burly man was blocking a young woman's path. Glancing around, he picked up a large stone from the ground and hurled it at the back of the man's head. "Run, girl." The stone struck the man's back instead, causing him to turn and spot Lu Chongting at the corner, his anger igniting as he strode towards him. "You little brat, dare to throw bricks at your father." Without hesitation, Lu Chongting turned and fled, noticing out of the corner of his eye that the girl was still frozen in place. He called out to her, "Miss, I'll handle this. You must leave at once." The man scoffed. "This little brat thinks he can take me on? I'll have you crying for your grandfather soon enough." Lu Chongting refrained from responding, focusing solely on his escape. Unfamiliar with the terrain, he was unsure which path was clear, so whenever he encountered a fork, he veered left. After navigating 4 or 5 turns, he found himself in a dead end. Leaning against the wall, armed with a bamboo pole, he confronted the advancing giant, declaring, "Stop right there, don't force me to act." The man laughed heartily, dismissing his words without a second thought, advancing unrelentingly. Lu Chongting shouted, thrusting the bamboo pole forward, which the man caught effortlessly. With a strong tug, he pulled it back. But Lu Chongting did not relent, instead pushing the pole outward and sending the other bamboo poles leaning against the wall towards the man. In that moment, as the man was momentarily engulfed by the bamboo, Lu Chongting attempted to escape, but alas, he was not successful. The burly man grasped his collar, thrusting him into the corner, snapping the rod in his hand, and raised it to strike him. "Dare to hurl stones at me? You should inquire who I am. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to sharpen your memory. Call me grandfather." Lu Chongting crouched on the ground, shielding his head with both hands, striving to minimize the damage inflicted by his assailant. The 3 individuals accompanying Shirley appeared hesitant to approach. Zhou Tian, in particular, clutched Zhou Zifeng's sleeve, seeking refuge behind him. Boss Duan reassured, "Young master need not fear. These dogs are confined and cannot escape to harm anyone." Having said that, he signaled to a nearby individual, who nodded in acknowledgement and wielded an iron rod to strike the cages one by one, causing the dogs to quiet down. Chun Sheng surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Which of these is a female?" "The female dog you seek is inside. It is challenging to find one that has recently whelped. I managed to locate just one and brought its pups along as well. The nursing ones are relatively easier to find. There are 3. Young master, please follow me." Suddenly, Shirley noticed an unusually striking dog emerging from a hole in the wall. It had a round face, with the flesh hanging down like that of a wan but well-fed elder, and its ears drooped as well. 1/3 of its head was a rusty hue, exuding a unique beauty. "Oh," Shirley remarked, casting another glance at the dog before following the man inside. The dog kept its head lowered, seemingly searching for something. As the dog began to run, the sound of voices reached Shirley from a distance. Following the noise, she hastened forward, only to witness a burly man striking another with a bamboo stick while demanding that the victim call him grandfather. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but upon catching a glimpse of the man's profile on the ground, she recognized him as Lu Chongting, someone she had previously encountered when they were both confined by human traffickers and had together rescued a group of children. Lu Chongting squatted silently on the ground, unable to escape or resist. He accepted the blows, knowing that eventually, the man would tire and let him go, much like his second uncle had done before. Suddenly, the assailant let out a cry of pain. Shirley lifted her head, and her heart swelled with joy upon recognizing the person she had hoped to see. "Lu Chongting," she called, and he rushed towards her, exclaiming, "I knew you would come to save me." Shirley nodded in response, asking if he was all right. "I'm fine," he replied. The burly man, having noticed the blood on his palm, shifted from anger to curiosity as he approached them with a half-broken bamboo stick, inquiring, "Are you the one who brought down Zhu Jiuda, that young scion of the Zhou family?" Raising an eyebrow, Shirley retorted, "Are you an acquaintance of Zhu Jiuda? Seeking revenge?" "No revenge," the man replied. "I am simply taking Lu Chongting with me." After listening to him ramble, Shirley took hold of Lu Chongting, intending to leave. However, Mr. Duan raised his bamboo stick and hurled it at her, challenging, Where do you think you're going? Have you consulted with the master? Master Duan Sen attempted to break free, but the grip of Shirley was as unyielding as iron, rendering him immobile. Resigning to this predicament, he abandoned his first hand and swung his other arm towards her, simultaneously raising his leg to strike. Lu Chongting felt a twinge of despondency. She realized she had no need for him. However, upon recalling that she was his fiancée, a sense of pride welled up within her. Reflecting on her intention to save him, her heart began to flutter with sweetness. Initially taken aback, Lu Chongting soon beamed with radiant joy. Very well. You have struck me 21 times. Now, I shall return the favor with 21 strikes. We shall be even. Shirley, upon hearing this, scrutinized Lu Chongting closely. Though somewhat frail, her character appeared commendable, and her intellect seemed adequate. After speaking, Lu Chongting discarded the bamboo pole and approached Shirley to take her hand. Fearing rejection, she felt a twinge of anxiety and attempted to mask her feelings with words. Shirley, let us be on our way. In Shirley's eyes, there existed 3 categories of beings: male, female, and young. Those who had yet to experience the season of estrus were classified as younglings, and Lu Chongting fell into this category. Regarding younglings, Shirley's patience, affection, and attentiveness were magnified considerably. Zhou Tian often held her hand in this manner. So when Lu Chongting reached out, she did not shy away, allowing her to proceed freely. The hand she grasped bore slight calluses at the base of the fingers, yet remained delicate and tender. It was difficult to fathom how someone with such seemingly fragile hands could effortlessly bring a tall, formidable man to his knees and navigate the treacherous environment of human traffickers with ease. Lu Chongting gazed at Shirley's silhouette stretching for miles, and the sorrow, anxiety, and unease that had plagued him for days gradually subsided. Shirley, once you were the center of everyone's adoration, surrounded by familial affection, free to pursue your desires without restraint, with everything you wished for delivered to your doorstep. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all has been lost. The loved ones who cared for you are gone. And now you must seek others' approval for every desire, living under constant scrutiny, subjected to unwarranted scoldings, with no one believing your words. What would you do? Shirley turned to him, questioning, why do you ask this? Is your current existence so arduous? Do you wish to accompany me? Hearing the earnestness in her tone, tears suddenly welled up in Lu Chongting's eyes. He reached out to embrace Shirley, resting his head against her neck. Shirley, my parents are gone. You are all I have left. Initially, Shirley intended to push him away, but feeling the dampness on her shoulder, she let her hand fall gently on his back. Offering comfort, she asked again, so, do you wish to follow me? I desire to, yet I cannot, Lu Chongting replied, his voice trembling. You are my fiancée, and I intend to marry you. I must be worthy of you. Once I achieve the highest honor in my studies, I will visit your family to propose. Rest assured, it will not be long. I am already a scholar, and my teacher has remarked that I am the youngest scholar in Dazhou. With diligent study, I too shall become the youngest top scholar in history. Suddenly, Lu Chongting inquired, do you like it? At the mention of this, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Shirley's mouth. I do, and I admire it. Very well, then I shall be it. Just as Lu Chongting was about to express his feelings, a furious roar erupted. You scoundrel, let him go. In a situation where he had barely met his brother a few times and spent only a few months together, Shirley chose Zhou Zifeng. Stepping away from Lu Chongting, he stood aside, merely observing. Lu Chongting, evading him, questioned, who are you? What business is it of yours if I embrace my own wife? Why are you hitting me? Your wife? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zifeng's anger intensified. I'm hitting you. This scene reminded Shirley of the 2 chickens she had raised, often fighting over food, pecking at each other's feathers. After recalling this, she began to admire Zhou Zifeng. His strikes were commendable, his angles well calibrated, and his timing impeccable. Unfortunately, his techniques lacked coherence. She resolved to teach him upon his return. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but criticize Lu Chongting for his evident weakness. Master Duan, supporting her, stood up and then pushed her away, exclaiming, get lost. The girl fell but quickly got up to assist him, pleading, Master San, please don't abandon me. I realize my mistake. I will never dare again. Please allow me to see your injuries. Who was it that harmed you? Master Duan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing severe. Whereas Lifu? Lifu was the dog he had raised, who had a fixed day each month to dine at a specific place. Xinfeng calculated the days and replied, he should be at 4th Master S. Go summon my men and have them bring their weapons. I will wait for them at 4th Master S. All right. Finally, Shirley interjected to halt the squabble between Lu Chongting and Zhou Zifeng, introducing them to one another. Lu Chongting, suddenly feeling a sense of shyness, realized that they were cousins. Zhou Zifeng retorted, "Who is your cousin? Do not call out randomly. This time, I shall spare you, considering you are a friend of my elder sister. However, should I ever catch you embracing her again, I will not hesitate to strike you." Lu Chongting refrained from arguing, instead posing a counter-question. "What if it were someone else holding your sister?" Zhou Zifeng blurted out, "I would hit him." Lu Chongting felt reassured. "Cousin, you must protect her. Do not allow any other man to take her hand. If you see anyone embracing her, take a stick, preferably iron, and confront him just as you did today." Naturally, Xin Chunhua first glanced at Shirley, relieved to see she was unharmed, and then said, "Ah, sure. After we finish eating, your grandmother will take you to buy some new clothes." Zhou Zhongju had noticed Lu Chongting earlier. Recognizing his luxurious attire and suspecting he might be a friend of Shirley from the capital, he inquired, "Might this gentleman be a friend of Ashur?" Lu Chongting acknowledged, bowing, "I am Lu Chongting, a close companion of Shirley, and it is an honor to meet both of you." The term close companion reminded Zhou Zhongju of the time he and Shirley had ventured to the northern regions together. Although the steward had claimed Shirley traveled there alone, he found it hard to believe that a 13-year-old girl could journey so far without assistance. Zhou Zhongju approved of Lu Chongting's demeanor and suggested, "Mother, why don't we dine at the Wine Aroma Pavilion for lunch?" Xianxia scrutinized Lu Chongting from head to toe. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Zhongju was astounded to learn that Lu Chongting had passed the scholar examination in August of this year, which made him even more enthusiastic about him. Teachers often appreciate those who are well-read. Upon arriving at the entrance of the fragrant wine pavilion, just as they stepped in, a servant rushed toward them and exclaimed, "Young master, where have you been? I have been searching for you. The master instructed me to stay by your side at all times. Please do not cause me unnecessary worry." Zhou Zhongju noticed the oily sheen at the corners of the servant's mouth and the lack of respect in his demeanor and speech, which made him frown, though he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Lu Chongting, accustomed to such treatment, maintained a calm expression and simply acknowledged, "I understand," without further engaging with him. "Young master, we should depart. Perhaps the information was erroneous. Mr. Sun Qian may not be here. Let us instead seek out Mr. Nanlin and Luoyi to become his disciple." "Understood," Lu Chongting reiterated, turning to Zhou Zhongju and inquired, "Mr. Zhou, you are as affable as my elder. May I call you uncle just as I do with my own relatives?" Zhou Zhongju responded, "Why not? Uncle." Lu Chongting exclaimed joyfully, then addressed Xin Chunhua as grandmother. Before bowing and bidding farewell to the two, "Nephew thanks you, uncle and grandmother. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot linger. I hope you will forgive me." Zhou Zhongju felt a twinge of melancholy, lamenting that such a promising student was not under his tutelage. "Go on, and should you wish to visit us in the future, look for me at the academy in Yunxiao village." "Wait," Chun Sheng hesitantly called out, just as the two were about to disappear from sight. "Are you looking for Mr. Sun Shan?" Lu Chongting shook his head. "No, I am looking for Mr. Sun Qian, Lord Sunday." "Oh, then I cannot assist you," Chun Sheng replied, his interest waning. He had hoped to evade Mr. Sun Shan, only to find it otherwise. Pausing briefly, Lu Chongting redirected his gaze towards Shirley, approaching her. "I must take my leave. But before I go, may I inquire where I might find the bacteria-laden grass you mentioned?" "At my home, on the main star of the Shirley Star domain, Shirley Star." Lu Chongting smiled, hopeful for a future encounter. There will be an opportunity. Once the Grand Elder establishes the interstellar route to this planet, we shall meet. Xin Shenhua took Shirley to a clothing shop, while Zhou Zhongju, Zhou Zifeng, and Chen Sheng ventured to the grain store to inquire about the prices. Upon discovering that the Zhou family intended to sell millet, Chen Sheng expressed his curiosity. "Sir, why not sell it directly to my father?" Zhou Zhongju then recalled that this child's father was a prominent landlord in Luoyang County, prompting the trio to change course and seek out Xin Chunhua and Shirley at the clothing shop. Upon their reunion, Shirley immediately asked, "Where is Tao Dao?" Zhou Zifeng, taken aback, responded, "Isn't your sister with you?" Both Zhou Zhongju and Xin Chunhua began to grow anxious. Shirley pressed further, "When was the last time you saw her?" They had inquired around the tavern, but none had paid attention, uncertain if such a girl had left. Zhou Zhongju and Xin Chunhua led the two along separate paths to search for the places Zhou Taoyao had visited. Shirley sat at the table in the tavern, recalling the moments they had shared. A beggar entered, clutching a stick and a bowl, and seated himself before her. "Are you searching for a young girl adorned in a pink garment?" with 2 pink floral ornaments nestled in her hair. Of such height? He inquired. Have you seen her? No, she replied. Someone instructed me to inform you that if you wish to rescue this girl, you must venture 10 miles east to the poplar grove. If you do not arrive before sunset, he will rescind the offer. What does the person who spoke to you look like? The beggar curled the corners of his mouth upward, extending his hand with 3 fingers rubbing together. Tenley produced a 5-tael silver ingot and placed it on the table. How much will you take? It depends on your response. The beggar's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The man has a long face, triangular eyes, a slightly flat nose, and thin lips, dressed in a deep blue cloth robe. Indeed, when he handed me the silver, I noticed his index finger was missing a segment. Upon hearing this, Tenley interrupted him, tossing the silver ingot towards him. It's yours. The beggar bit the ingot, confirming its authenticity, and quickly tucked it into his bosom. As he observed her preparing to leave, he hurried after her, saying, The poplar grove is quite remote, and the terrain is ideal for setting traps. Young master, it would be prudent to bring several companions, preferably seasoned hunters. They can discern any potential pitfalls immediately. Thank you. Mr. Duan, noticing her return, inquired with a smile, Young master, has that dog from earlier caused some trouble? What person? With a swift motion, Tenley took a large step forward, seized the back of his garment with his left hand, and delivered a punch to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious on the ground. As Shirley turned to glance at them, the 8 dogs suddenly fell silent, swiftly retreating to the corner, huddling together in a state of vigilance, occasionally emitting a low whimper that hinted at a plea for mercy. Disdainful. Shirley cast a disapproving glance at them before preparing to leave. However, she was taken aback by the sight of Laifu emerging from the inner room, striding forth with long legs, reaching out to detach a leash from one of the dogs and fastening it around his own neck. She possessed a hostage, not only a human, but also a dog. Shirley shifted her gaze back to the 8 dogs, who shuddered slightly at her attention. The 8 dogs formed 2 lines, dragging a door panel, proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the east, with a person reclining atop it. Trailing behind was a handsome young man, holding a peculiar-looking dog, sprinting after the front-running dogs. The 8 dogs paved the way, making way for the multitude. Shirley did not venture into the poplar forest, but instead stood at the entrance, where 9 dogs lined up before her, alongside the sprawled figure of Boss Duan. Crouching down, Shirley patted Laifu in the middle, instructing, You may bark now. A cacophony of barks erupted, startling the birds within the forest. What? How could the 2nd and 4th masters be in his possession? Wasn't I the one who instructed him to take Laifu and leave? Boss Duan speculated that Qin Sheng was present and, not wishing to exacerbate tensions with Zhou Tian, chose not to intervene. Initially, it was not the person beside him who was meant to relay the message to the beggar, but the messenger had suddenly been struck with a stomach ache and requested him to take over. The young one remained unaware of these complexities. Enough, enough, step back. Wait, come back. Just as the man was about to retreat to his previous position, he was called back. 3rd master, is there anything else you require? How are 2nd master and 4th master faring? 4th master is bound, and 2nd master, he is barking alongside 4th master's henchmen in the woods. Duan 3rd master wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, Are you jesting with me? How could 2nd master possibly be in league with that person? Qingzi, what is that phrase? Duan 3rd master turned to the person dressed in a brown cloth robe behind him, whose face was fair and unblemished. Qingzi replied, To be in collusion with the corrupt. Exactly. To be in collusion with the corrupt. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You may leave now. The force exerted by Shirley was rather excessive. Duan 3rd master had been carried in on a chair. Qingzi, go tell him that if he wants people, she must bring Laifu and 4th master into the woods, and only then will I exchange hostages with him. Understood, 3rd master. Yuqing stood with a group of individuals atop a low slope, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing her, he called out, Young master, if you can reach that crooked poplar tree, we shall personally return your sister. Even if the person was but an inch away from the cave's mouth, there was no reaction from the opposite side. Shirley raised his eyebrows slightly, pondering for a moment, then lifted Laifu and tossed him up. Just as his hand was in motion, Yuqing shouted loudly, Stop. No. How could she utter such words? Every life in the universe is equal, differing only in their perceived value by others. Indeed, it appears that humans are inferior to dogs. Yuqing nodded, gesturing for someone to bring Zhou Taoyao forward. Can the young lord return the favor to me now? Zhou Taoyao's eyes were swollen and red from crying. Sister, they are all villains. The candied hawthorn you bought for me was devoured by them. Yuqing, with an expressionless face, scrutinized the individual grasping Zhou Tian, whose face flushed with shame, unable to meet his furious gaze. It turned out the young lord was a maiden, truly a heroine among women. Unlike Xianxia, Yu Qing deduced Zhou Taoyao's identity from her address of the 10-mile distance, recognizing her as a woman. However, whether one knew or not was inconsequential. The title merely changed without lowering one's guard. Shall we release at the same time, my lady? All right. Tinley loosened the rope, and the other party pushed Zhou Taoyao toward her. Yu Qing crouched down, beckoning Lai Fu to approach him. Just as Zhou Taoyao reached Tin Li's side, he rose and shouted, "Release!" From the forest, a group emerged, and countless arrows flew from all directions toward Tin Li. Tin Li snapped a relatively thick branch, the dense leaves still unfurling on its twigs. He embraced Zhou Taoyao tightly, swinging his arms in a seemingly leisurely manner, yet forming a verdant barrier that intercepted all the arrows. Yu Qing, holding the dog leash, suddenly heard a shout from across, and the rope in his hand was yanked forcefully. In a moment of distraction, he let go. Tin Li bent down to pat Lai Fu's head, rising with a mocking expression directed at him. "Isn't your behavior somewhat inappropriate?" Just as the crowd was about to move, Yu Qing intervened. "Third master, fourth master. There is no serious harm done. There's no need for agitation. This fellow is cunning." Master Duansan believed it, his expression solemn as he gazed at Shirley. "I was momentarily incensed. Since you possess such abilities, I shall concede. With so many people here, protecting a mere child is no simple task. Release my fourth brother, and I shall grant you passage." "Agreed." Shirley nodded, taking hold of Zhou Taoyao and Lai Fu, intending to depart. Yet, Yu Qing called out to her, "Please leave the dog behind." Shirley turned back, retorting, "I must have a dog to escort us out, do I not? If you were to renege on our agreement as you did earlier, what would become of us? We shall not follow. We kindly ask that you return at once you have exited the woods." "Of course." Xianxia suddenly perked up. "Brother Shirley, what are your plans? Are you going to eradicate the wolf that escaped last time?" "No. I merely recalled that I left my assignments at the school, and they are due for submission tomorrow. I need to retrieve them." "Very well." As Shirley observed him leave, she did not head towards the school but instead retraced her steps down the path she had come. Upon exiting the town, she noticed someone trailing behind her. To prevent Xin Chunhua and the others from worrying, she feigned ignorance. Swiftly, she approached, covering the person's mouth and dragging him into the nearby woods, binding him to a tree with his belt. To the person, this inquiry appeared nonsensical, devoid of logic. Suddenly realizing that he was being threatened, he confidently asserted, "No, there were no wolves yesterday." With a sharp clang, a dagger grazed the man's face and embedded itself in the tree, causing him to tremble in fear. "Have you comprehended the situation?" Upon discerning the situation, "I found myself at a loss, for I had lost track of you and was unaware of your whereabouts." Tin Li, grasping a short dagger, scrutinized the surroundings once more and pondered aloud whether it was necessary to resort to extreme measures. Upon hearing this, the individual before him was overcome with emotion, pleading for mercy and swearing to keep the encounter a secret, imploring Tin Li to spare his life. Only the deceased can remain silent, Tin Li mused. After a brief contemplation, he sheathed the dagger and retrieved from his cloak a vial of medicine given by Dr. Qi the previous day. He poured out the hawthorn pills meant to aid Zhou Taoyao's digestion, pried open the man's mouth, and forced the pills inside, compelling him to swallow. Having completed this task, Tin Li released him from the tree. "You may leave now. Tomorrow, I shall await you at Lu Posey's home at the village entrance." "Do you know the location?" "It is the house with overgrown grass on the wall that you just passed by. Do you see it?" The man nodded fervently, then hesitantly inquired, "What was it that you made me consume?" A slight smirk graced Tin Li's lips as he replied, "Aside from poison. What else do you think it could be?" Realizing the implications, the man collapsed onto the ground in despair. "Do your job well, and do not raise their suspicions, lest your newlywed wife find herself a widow." As Tin Li observed the man's faltering figure retreating, he sighed deeply. Since the expansion of the star domain to encompass 1/5 of the federal interstellar territory, such matters had become rare, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this reality. Dr. Qi approached, carrying a medicine box. "Mission, has the task been accomplished?" "Tomorrow, may I borrow your venue? By the way, your medicine is rather ineffective. My wound has yet to heal. Please provide me with another bottle." Dr. Qi, following closely beside her, produced the medicine and remarked, "With your frequent injuries, even the finest healing ointment cannot suffice." Shirley turned her head slightly, offering him a faint smile. "Do remember to inform Lu Posey, and also, Prepare more anesthetic. The healing of my wound relies entirely upon you, Dr. Qi. Afterward, Shirley inquired, Dr. Qi, what compels you to accompany me? Miss Shen jested. Our encounter here is indeed a matter of chance. Third Master, this way, please tread carefully. Zhao Zhuo, slightly hesitant, questioned, Are you certain this is the right place? Third Master scrutinized the somewhat dilapidated and modest abode, doubting that someone of Shirley's caliber would willingly reside in such a neglected dwelling. Zhao Zhuo, bent over and avoiding eye contact, replied, Yes, Third Master. Just yesterday, I witnessed them entering that house. There can be no mistake. I shall go knock at the door immediately. Zhao Zhuo felt a cold sweat forming. How could he dare? Third Master, is there a problem? And no, there is none. I shall proceed to kick the door down. Zhao Zhuo, dispelling any hesitation, advanced and forcefully kicked open the rickety old wooden door. The door crashed down, stirring a cloud of dust, while the courtyard was suffused with the afternoon sun. There stood a figure with hands clasped behind, gazing through the dust, appearing both ethereal and real. Third Master, look, it's that fellow from yesterday. Zhao Zhuo exclaimed, elated to have preserved his life, his voice rising with excitement. It seemed that Shirley only then noticed them, turning around with a guarded expression as she regarded the group standing at the entrance. Hadn't the matter been resolved yesterday? What brought them to my home today? Seeing her demeanor, Third Master Duan felt his suspicions dissipate. He boldly led his entourage into the courtyard, declaring, I have taken your sister hostage, and you have captured my fourth brother. This matter is settled. However, your collusion with that fellow from yesterday to ambush me remains unresolved. Charge. The individual leading the pursuit suddenly stumbled over something and fell to the ground. In quick succession, a series of piercing sounds filled the air as a flurry of silver needles shot forth. Alas, it was too late. Hundreds of silver needles formed a flat fan shape before them, hurtling in their direction. Shirley crouched beneath the eaves, watching as they fell one by one. Once the volley of needles ceased, Dr. Qi and the crippled Lu emerged from the open door of the inner room, each wielding a palm-sized crossbow. Miss Shen, this contraption you've crafted is indeed quite effective, but regrettably, it discharges all 12 silver needles at once, Dr. Qi remarked. Shirley rose, grasping a pillar, retrieved a crossbow from the eaves, adjusted it slightly, and handed it to him. It can be fired one at a time. Dr. Qi tested it and confirmed its functionality. Might I inquire if this device could be gifted to me? Shirley nodded, certainly. Lu, his eyes filled with anticipation, gazed at her, hoping she would bestow one upon him as well. In the realm of Tinli, one is welcome to take from what resides within your dwelling, treating it merely as a fee for utilizing your space. Lu, the lame man, felt a surge of joy with this arrangement. He could replace the sedative in his silver with poison, ensuring that his foraging in the mountains would be free from the fear of encountering wolves, tigers, or leopards. However, upon seeing the pile of bodies strewn across the ground, a headache began to form. What shall I do with the people in my courtyard? I am not a magistrate. How should I handle the intruders who have invaded and plundered? After speaking, Tinli patted Lu's arm and whispered, Remember to make yourself appear worse off when reporting to the authorities. Furthermore, the courtyard must not appear too tidy. Before the officials arrive, ensure the timing of the antidote is calculated so that they may witness the crime firsthand and administer justice on the spot. Neighbors can be summoned as witnesses. And do make good use of your identity as a physician. Rest assured, I stand with you. Though his voice was soft, there was no intent to conceal. Doctor. She also heard, chuckling, Miss Shen appears quite adept at managing such matters. Tinli waved his hand dismissively. I am but adhering to the law. When County Magistrate Luo heard from his officers that a report had been made in Xingyuan village of Luoyang town, he initially paid little heed until he recalled that the son of General Guid resided there, prompting him to hasten to Xingyuan village without delay. Ah, a joyful resolution indeed. Niu Guiping refrained from joining the commotion, instead seated in his room, engrossed in studying the crossbow that Tinli had crafted for him. He carefully disassembled it, marveling at its ingenuity, pondering the potential devastation it could unleash if scaled for battle, lamenting his current inability to replicate such a feat, and nostalgically reminiscing about days gone by. Subsequently, Mr. Sun Shan returned to persuade, only to discover that Niu Guiping had begun to waver, prompting his visits to become increasingly frequent. Lu area, having previously been deceived by Sanfu into meeting Wang Xiaowan, began with a pointed inquiry. Did you encounter a wolf alongside Xu Yuan? Why did you descend alone, while Xu Yuan brought along her 2 children? Wang Xiaowan, feeling guilty, responded evasively, which only ignited Lu area's insatiable curiosity. Mistakenly believing that Lu Area had uncovered some hidden truth and was mocking her, Wang Xiaowan felt cornered. Conversely, Lu Area perceived Wang Xiaowan as heartless, having ascended to the Zhou family and desiring to sever ties, forsaking their years of camaraderie. Sanfu, exhibiting peculiar behavior behind Wang Xiaowan, was intercepted by his grandmother, who inquired about his actions. Unable to withstand the pressure exerted by Lu Area, Sanfu divulged to Shirley the matter of keeping an eye on Wang Xiaowan for Zhou Zifeng. Lu Area, after listening intently, remained lost in thought for a considerable time before allowing him to depart. That evening, Zhou Zifeng informed Shirley that Wang Xiaowan had become isolated in the fields at the foot of the eastern hills. Without hesitation, Shirley took 2 dogs and ventured out. "Sister, where are you headed?" "To walk the dogs. I'm coming too." Shirley refrained from disclosing to Zhou Zifeng the reason for monitoring Wang Xiaowan, but seeing her emerging, she felt compelled to accompany her. Very well. Shirley led the 2 dogs to a concealed spot. Yao Ji, do you see that person? Approach her and howl. No barking, just howl. Understand?" The 2 dogs emitted a few grumbles, and Shirley patted their backs, encouraging, "Go on." "Awah, awah." After 2 long howls, Wang Xiaojuan's terrified scream echoed. "Ah, there's a wolf. Help." The darkness of the night only heightened her panic, compounded by her previous encounters, leading her to instinctively believe that 2 wolves were pursuing her. This misconception was largely due to the fact that Shirley had deliberately chosen dogs resembling wolves in stature. Peering out, Shirley observed that Daji and Yaoji were indeed chasing her, though they did not attempt to bite. The glimmering eyes and agile forms of the dogs in the night were sufficiently alarming. One by one, more dogs joined the pursuit of Wang Xiaojun, drawn in from the vicinity of the village. As Shirley watched her cry and desperately evade the affection of the pack, he swore to himself that this scene was not of her own making. It was purely a coincidence. Shirley remarked that 2 of the dogs had started fighting, prompting one to call upon several others for assistance. The other, unable to hold its own, began to howl as well, leading to a gathering of all the dogs in the village, their cacophony creating an unnerving atmosphere. Yet, did anyone get hurt? Zhou Zhongjiu, upon hearing the commotion, sensed something was amiss. Shirley forced a smile and explained, "The scene was too intense earlier. It hasn't settled down yet. I will take them inside." "Is that so?" "Sister, did you bring Daji and Yaoji?" On the following day, at dawn, the village chief opened the ancestral hall and called upon the villagers to gather, urging those who owned dogs to bring them along to discuss the previous night's chaotic barking. The night was shrouded in darkness, rendering the appearance of the dogs indistinguishable. Being from the same village, everyone knew which household owned a dog. Whether one brought a dog or not made little difference. It was uncertain whether village chief Lu had heard rumors about Wang Xiaojun abandoning Lin Shuyuan on the mountain and deliberately pointing in the opposite direction, which led the villagers to bring the dogs to the ancestral hall. After all, Wang Xiaojun had been terrified by the dogs just the day before. Zhou Zifeng approached Shirley and whispered, "Sister, did you cause trouble yesterday?" Shirley, with a serious expression, replied, "No, just focus on the road." Wang Xiaojun sat on a stool, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. "Chief, after that person blew the whistle yesterday, the dogs scattered. I was truly terrified, with so many dogs chasing me. If it happens again, sob. Jiangyang, do not be afraid. I am here," her husband comforted, wrapping his arms around her. Lu Jin declared, "I will certainly uncover who incited the dogs. You need not worry." Lu Jin's wife interjected angrily, "Is there still a need for investigation? My wife was safe at home yesterday, yet Wang Linfu's mother inexplicably called her out. If she is not responsible, then who could it be?" Wang Linfu slammed the table in outrage. "Lu Jin, how dare you speak like that? Could my mother really command dogs to attack your wife?" Lu Area chimed in, "Indeed. Lu Jin, one must speak with a clear conscience. The bond between Xiaojun and me has been evident to the villagers for many years. How could I possibly harm Xiaojun?" Wang Xiaowan clutched Lu Jin's sleeve, weeping softly, "My husband, Aunt Lu has always treated me well. I believe her calling me out yesterday was merely a coincidence. It is my misfortune to have encountered such an incident. Dear Wan, if Lu Area truly cared for you, how could she have left such a long mark upon your face that day? Not everyone possesses your benevolence, capable of overlooking grievances after a quarrel. But I inadvertently hurt Aunt Lu as well." Wang Xiaowan insisted on defending Lu Area, then turned to her, "Aunt Lu, I truly did not mean to hurt you that day. I have felt remorseful these days, wanting to visit and apologize, yet fearing you might cast me out. Has the injury on your face healed?" "Wan, There is no need for you to apologize. It is they who owe you an apology. That mark on your face has yet to fade. Oh, so the injury on my mother's face was caused by you, and you still expect us to apologize? How delusional. Lu Jin trembled with anger, pointing at Wang Linfu. Village chief, look at his attitude. I find it hard to believe that he did not instigate the ruckus with the dog yesterday. The crowd in the ancestral hall began to murmur, most condemning Lu Area for her unkindness. Zhou Zifeng leaned closer to Shirley's ear and inquired, Sister, how did Aunt Lu come to confront Wang Xiaowan? Weren't they on good terms? Oh. Zhou Zifeng momentarily lost interest but soon rallied. Sister, do you think their families might come to blows? Not likely, but it is quite possible they may turn their ire upon me. Why is that? There is no reason. It is simply entertainment. Zhou Zhangju listened attentively as Lu Jin and Wang Linfu exchanged words. Suddenly, he recalled the incident from the previous night, where Tinli mentioned a scuffle between two dogs. Upon inquiring with others, he learned that two dogs had initially chased Wang Xiaowan, only to attract a whole pack afterward. Tinli stood nearby, eavesdropping, and caught Zhou Zhangju's gaze, silently lamenting the predicament. It could have been easily concealed, yet the situation had escalated unexpectedly, a miscalculation. Remember, if anyone inquires about last night, simply state that you remained at home, for our gate was secured and there is no dog door. Daji and Yaoji did not venture out either. Indeed, Wang Linfu added, you all keep alleging that my mother incited the dogs to attack Wang Xiaowan. But where did these dogs come from? We do not own any. In such darkness, you could easily find two random dogs. Did not the Zhou family next door recently acquire two? Perhaps they lured their dogs away. The tales of Tinli slaying wild boars and 4 wolves had spread across several nearby villages. Those who had never encountered her claimed she stood 9 feet tall, possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, with a robust stature and a gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, capable of dispatching a wolf in a single bite. The residents of Xingyuan village, who frequently crossed paths with her, dared not provoke her. The sight of such a lean yet formidable figure, capable of killing a wolf with a mere gesture, instilled fear of what she might become as she matured. Thus, no one would willingly invite misfortune upon the Zhou family. Even if wronged, they would approach the matter with utmost caution. Lu Jin had never considered that it could be Shirley, for in his recollection, Wang Xiaojun and the Zhou family harbored no animosity. In fact, their relationship was rather amicable. The members of the Zhou family had no motive to harm his wife. Shirley flashed a broad grin, revealing his white teeth, causing Wang Xiaojun to instinctively retreat into Lu Jin's embrace. Lu Area, feeling the tide turning against her, suppressed the thought of revealing that Shirley had instructed her grandson to keep an eye on Wang Xiaojun. My husband, let us depart. I wish to no longer pursue this matter. The barking I hear fills my heart with dread, Wang Xiaojun lamented, her hand pressed against her forehead, overwhelmed. Yet, the village chief had not yet decided on how to handle Lu Area. The implication was clear, even if she were at fault, as a fellow villager. I prefer to seek a peaceful resolution. Lu Jin shot a glare at Wang Linfu before leading Wang Xiaojun away. The onlookers began to murmur as the couple left, for they had nearly concluded that Lu Area was indeed responsible for the incident, and they surrounded her, condemning her actions as unscrupulous. Ultimately, Lu Area could not withstand the mounting pressure and loudly proclaimed that Shirley had directed Sanfu, asserting that she had only learned of this that very morning. Shirley had deliberately purchased 2 dogs just days prior, indicating that she had been plotting this for some time. This was undoubtedly her doing. As the crowd's gaze fell upon him, Zhou Zifeng felt a twinge of fear and hid behind Shirley, whispering, Sister, you have been exposed. What shall we do now? Zhou Zhangju stepped forward to shield them, declaring, Hear me, everyone. Last night, Ashur remained at home practicing his calligraphy and did not venture outside. This is certainly not the case. Lu Area scoffed, asserting that as her elders, they naturally shielded her. The crowd shivered, nodding in agreement. Indeed, indeed. On the way back, Zhou Zifeng, brimming with excitement, asked, Sister, will I be able to walk boldly in the village from now on? You already walk boldly. Wang Xiaojun remarked, feeling particularly disheartened after hearing the developments from the ancestral hall. She had noticed Zhou Zifeng and Sanfu's conspicuous surveillance early on but had remained oblivious to their intentions. It wasn't until last night's incident that she began to connect the dots, especially after Lu Jin mentioned that the Zhou family had acquired 2 dogs recently. By then, she had already been embroiled in a fierce argument with Lu Area, connecting the dots, particularly regarding Lu Area's invitation for a meeting. She became convinced that Lu Area was also aware of Shirley's intentions to target her. Thus, she resolved to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance, urging others to compel Lu Area to divulge Shirley's plans. To her surprise, Lu Area's influence in the village was so formidable that a mere word from her silenced any dissent. This matter is far from over. Since they could not act against her, the two beasts must surely pay a price. The green leaves on the trees gradually turned yellow, cascading to the ground, transforming into soil. The hillside behind the Zhou family's courtyard also took on a withered hue. Ah sure, this iron hammer was bestowed upon me by my master. Now, I pass it on to you, hoping you will achieve greater feats in blacksmithing, Tenli said, grasping the hefty hammer, which was forged entirely of iron. May you travel well. But you, Niu Guiping wished to express that she possessed remarkable talent in this regard, and with just a single opportunity, she could soar to great heights. Indeed, Dezhou might even ascend to become the foremost nation because of her. Alas, she was interrupted mid-sentence by Shirley, who stated, I do not seek fame nor fortune, and I lack not for money. I live quite comfortably here. Kyoto is unfamiliar to me. What purpose would I have in going there? You should set off sooner. Mr. Sunshine is likely waiting anxiously. He sighed, acknowledging that one cannot force every matter. If you ever visit Kyoto, do remember to seek me out. My residence is at the manor of Lord Sun, the secretary-supervisor. You need only ask someone along the way, and they will guide you. The blacksmith's wife emerged from the room, carrying her bundle. My dear, have you seen the pair of emerald green earrings I left on the table? I noticed them there this morning. She did not dwell on the earrings for long, smiling instead. Life here is quite pleasant, serene. I do not find it burdensome. After waiting for a considerable time without anyone emerging, Mr. Sunshine decided to enter. Qin Gui. If we do not leave now, we may find ourselves without a place to rest before sunset. Niu Guiping, whose birth name was Qin Gui, had chosen to adopt a pseudonym to seek tranquility. Come, sure, I entrust the forge in this house to you from now on. We shall take our leave. Very well, master, I shall make good use of it. To impart skills is the role of a mentor, and since she had learned the craft from others, she would not hesitate to call him master. As the blacksmith and his companions departed from the village, Shirley suddenly heard a bird call unlike any she had ever encountered. Glancing upward, she spotted a palm-sized emerald green bird soaring above the blacksmith's home, clutching something in its talons that glimmered in the sunlight. What kind of bird is that? Shirley inquired, pointing towards it. Mr. Sunshine followed the direction of her finger, but found it too distant to discern clearly. With green feathers and a hooked beak. The blacksmith's wife mused. It must be a parrot, but how could such a bird appear here? I have lived in this place for many years and have never seen a parrot in the vicinity. Qin Gui perceived no significant issue with the bird's presence in the village. It might have merely arrived. Ah sure, let us deliver her here. Do not proceed any further. Shirley nodded, halting her steps as she watched them leave. At home, only Shen Chunhua and Zhou Taoyao remained, while Zhou Zhongju and Zhou Zifeng had gone to school, and Lin Shuyuan was tending to seedlings in the field. Something was amiss. This was her first thought, and as she rushed inside, she found Zhou Taoyao collapsed on the ground, with Daji and Yaoji circling her, clucking anxiously amidst scattered pieces of chicken. Tao Tao. Shirley hurriedly lifted Zhou Taoyao and dashed towards Liu Bozi's house. Villagers encountered along the way, witnessing her frantic embrace of Zhou Tiao, called out, "Assure! What has happened to Tao Tao?" As she vanished from sight within moments, they murmured amongst themselves, "Trained individuals are indeed different. Look how swiftly she runs. No wonder she can slay wolves." Dr. Qi, Dr. Qi. Dr. Qi was tending to herbs in the courtyard when he heard a shout from Shirley and was about to step outside. In the next moment, the courtyard door was kicked open. Noticing the person she was carrying, he instinctively stepped forward to check the pulse, poisoned. "Quickly," he urged, "bring her inside." Shenshunhua was washing clothes by the lake in the village when she encountered Shirley, who informed her that her granddaughter, holding Tao Tao, had rushed toward the village head with an anxious demeanor. Sensing that something was amiss, she hurried to investigate. The village head was home to the doctor, and without a second thought, Shenshunhua made her way there. "Thank you, doctor, thank you," she expressed, though her mind was too preoccupied to fully absorb his words. She was desperate to see the child. Upon entering, she found Zhou Taoyao breathing steadily, as if peacefully asleep. A weight lifted from her heart. Ah sure. How could Tao Tao end up like this? Dr. Qi entered with a medicine pouch and handed it to her. She ingested rat poison. What? The doctor's words struck her like a thunderbolt. "You mean Tao Tao consumed rat poison?" Shenshunhua explained. "I haven't had any rats in my home for over 6 months. Why would I poison them?" Shirley then asked, "Grandmother, Who provided that plate of chicken? Xianxia recalled that she had gone out to wash clothes, and Taoyao, wanting to play with the puppy, had not wanted to follow. Believing there were no human traffickers in the village, she had left the courtyard gate ajar, leaving her at home. Today's meal did not even include chicken. Chicken? What chicken? Realization dawned on Xianxia that someone had deliberately fed her granddaughter poisonous chicken. She cried out in anguish, "Which heartless fiend seeks to harm my granddaughter? She is so young. What has she done to deserve this? Why not come for me, an old woman?" Little Wolf was delighted to see her, playfully nipping at her shoes. At one point, he considered seizing a piece of chicken, but was halted by Shirley, who cradled him in her arms. Yaoji twitched his nose. Although the aroma of meat was enticing, he felt no desire to eat. Together, they followed the scent, with Daji trailing behind, until they paused at the doorstep of Wang Xiaojuan's house, both dogs barking in unison. In Xingyuan village, roughly one-third of the inhabitants were convinced of Shirley's daughter's identity, while the remaining two-thirds believed her to be a son, often dismissing claims of her being a daughter. When Lu Area first arrived, she had mentioned to Wang Xiaojun that she was the granddaughter of Xianxia, and Lu Jin naturally trusted his wife. Shirley lifted the plate of chicken, inquiring, "Have you seen this? Oh, then I shall take my leave. I will see you at the ancestral hall tonight." Shirley scrutinized his expression, confirming his ignorance, and deduced that Wang Xiaojun was behind this incident. Leading Daji and Yaoji away, she felt a strong urge to force the entire plate of chicken into Wang Xiaojuan's mouth. However, such a blatant act would complicate matters afterward. She bore no concern for the accusation of murder. She was indifferent to it. Yet, she was mindful that Zhongjiu and the others would have to continue living in this village, and she did not wish for them to face ostracism due to her actions. Thus, she decided to initially pursue official channels, resorting to private means only if necessary. Upon hearing the dogs barking from within, Wang Xiaojun sensed trouble but clung to a glimmer of hope. When Lu Jin entered, she feigned ignorance and asked, "My dear husband, who is outside?" The girl from the Zhou family, who could slay wolves, was strolling into town, leading two dogs and holding a platter of chicken, inquiring if I had seen it. This was clearly a mockery of my lack of worldly experience. Had it not been for her tender age, I would have certainly taught her a lesson. Lu Jin wore an expression of impatience, directed not at Wang Xiaojun, but rather at the situation. Two dogs. Wang Xiaojun gasped in surprise. They were still alive. Lu Jin, mistaking her shock, quickly reassured her, "It's all right. It's all right. They've already departed." Wang Xiaojun, following his lead, patted her chest, pretending to be genuinely relieved. "They've gone? That's good. That's good." As for the matter of the chicken, she had no intention of concealing it. It was no surprise to her that the other party had discovered her presence, nor did she care. The only deviation from her plan was that the two dogs were entirely unscathed. That evening, torches were inserted into the walls of the ancestral hall, where the village elders and respected figures sat in a U-shape. Lin Shiyuan wept, her eyes swollen and tear-stained, the marks of distress still visible on her face. Xianxia fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Xiaojun, her eyes sharp as daggers, wishing to pierce her with countless holes. Upon being informed that Zhou Taoyao had mistakenly fed the meat she had suggested her son take to the dogs, Wang Xiaojun realized the gravity of the situation. The death of two dogs would hardly stir the villagers' concern, but the matter of human lives was a grave one, not easily brushed aside. Wang Xiaojun knelt on the ground, sorrowfully lamenting. Lu Er had a great fondness for the two dogs belonging to Aunt Chunhua and had been incessantly expressing his desire to visit them. "I never anticipated that he would take the meat I had carelessly left in the corner to feed the dogs at Aunt Chunhua's home. Nor could I have foreseen that Taoda would mistakenly consume it. Village chief, had I known this would occur, I would rather face any consequence than engage in such folly." Lu, 6 years old, had a younger sister of 3, who now stood beside Wang Xiaojun, crying alongside her. "Mother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Wang Xiaojun wept, addressing the village chief. "Lu Er is still young and knows nothing. His intention in feeding the dogs was merely out of kindness. If Mr. Zhou is truly upset, please do not direct your ire towards the child. If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me instead." The village chief sighed and turned to Zhongjiu. "Zhongjiu, what do you think of this matter?" "Village chief, you are the leader of our community. All affairs, great and small, fall under your jurisdiction. You may decide," Zhongjiu replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at those on the ground, clearly merely exchanging pleasantries. The village chief, uncertain of how to proceed, softly inquired of Wang Xiaojun's son, Lu Er, "Could you tell us how you came to bring the meat to Taodao?" Even though the ancestral hall was illuminated by torches, it could not mask the scent of decaying wood and the encroaching darkness. With more than a dozen pairs of eyes fixed upon him, Lulu felt an overwhelming fear, more intense than when his mother had locked him in a dark room. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Father, I want my father. Nestled in her mother's embrace, yet calling for her father, the gaze of Shirley upon Wang Xiaowan grew increasingly elusive. Do not blame yourself. Do not cry. Come. Speak kindly with the village chief, and tell him how you serve the meat to Tao Dao, the village chief coaxed gently. Lulu replied, Sister Tao Dao has a dog at home, so I fed it to the dog. Did Sister Tao Dao take the meat from your hands? Shirley approached and squatted in front of Lulu, whose body was suddenly bristling with tension as she regarded him warily, but Shirley paid her no heed. Lulu shook her head. I placed it on the table, and then Sister Tao Dao came over. How did you get inside? Was the door open? Yes. The door was open. Shin Chunhua interjected sharply. Nonsense. I distinctly closed the door when I went out to wash clothes this afternoon. Her voice echoed in the empty ancestral hall, causing Lulu to hunch her shoulders, yearning to retreat into Wang Xiaojuan's embrace, yet she hesitated. I did not lie. Shirley reassured her. It's all right. I am not speaking of you. There is no need to be afraid. Let me ask you again. What made you decide to serve the meat to the dog? Mother said dogs love to eat meat. Before she could finish, Wang Xiaowan pressed Lulu closer to her, lamenting, Lu loves dogs and always asks me questions about them. I told her that dogs enjoy eating meat. It is all my fault for speaking too much. After Wang Xiaowan spoke, Lulu fell silent. Upon seeing her father approach, Lulu immediately left Wang Xiaojuan's side and clutched at his garment. Turning to Lu Honan, Shirley's gaze bore a sharpness that even a man of over 90 years could not withstand, provoking an instinctual urge to retreat. Anger quickly followed. What kind of look is that, Zhou Zhongjiu? Is this how you instruct your children, with such a blatant disregard for elders? Zhou Zhongjiu maintained a composed demeanor, positioning himself before Shirley to prevent him from advancing. Lu Te, if you so casually dismiss this matter, who will bear the suffering endured by my daughter, Tao Tao? Lu is but a child, yet is Wang Xiaojuan's child any less so? How could a 6-year-old, without external provocation, intentionally traverse a quarter of an hour to feed meat to a dog? Moreover, while my household may not indulge in lavish feasts daily, we have never deprived our child. There is always meat on our table, and Tao Tao is not so greedy as to snatch food from 2 dogs. Provocation? Setting aside Wang Xiaojuan's kind-hearted nature and her amiable disposition towards others, what motive would a nearly 30-year-old woman have to incite her son against her daughter? Wang Xiaojun, sensing his support, was overwhelmed with tears, shaking her head vehemently. No, I did not. I did not instruct Luer. Zhou Zhongjiu, unwilling to grant him any leniency due to his age, replied bluntly, dissatisfied. Very dissatisfied. What do you intend to do? Shirley interjected, an eye for an eye. Before Lu Honan could respond, Lu Jin erupted. Zhou Taoyao is still alive. Why should my Luer pay with his life? I demand Wang Xiaojuan's life, Shirley stated, his eyes betraying no emotion as he uttered this demand. Zhou Zhenjiu, you must exercise greater oversight over your people. What kind of words is she uttering? She speaks of killing at the drop of a hat, which is hardly distinguishable from the behavior of bandits. The assembly within the ancestral hall erupted in murmurs, and village head Lu could no longer remain seated. He stepped forward to engage Shirley, inquiring how one ought to address a distinguished elder without first offering an apology. However, his words were merely rhetorical, as he held no genuine expectation that Shirley would find the means to respond. With a smile, he turned to Zhou Zhongjiu and remarked, Zhongjiu, the sky has darkened considerably. This matter is unlikely to reach a resolution in the immediate future. Shall we not disperse for now and reconvene tomorrow morning? Village head. Zhongjiu, I understand your concerns, yet Wang Xiaowan merely prepared a dish of meat to poison the rats. And Lulu only wished to offer a tasty morsel to your dog. No one harbored intentions of harming your beloved Tao Dao. Unfortunately, Tao Dao succumbed to poisoning from the very meat she consumed. And even a magistrate would find it difficult to render a fair judgment on the matter in such a short span. One by one, the villagers rose in agreement. Indeed. Zhongjiu, it is growing late. Let us discuss this further tomorrow. Village head, Wang Xiaowan, having composed herself, knelt before Zhou Zhongjiu, tears streaming down her face. Village head, esteemed elder, I no longer wish to contest this matter. Luer is still so young and inherently reticent. He has already been frightened by this incident, and I do not wish to subject him to further distress. Although I bore no ill intent toward Tao Tao, The meat was indeed prepared by me and placed by my hand. Ultimately, I must accept my share of the blame. I am willing to leave Xingyuan village and never return, but Luer is still pursuing his studies. I implore you, Mr. Zhou, do not make things difficult for the child. Upon concluding her words, without awaiting the reactions of those present, she dashed out, wiping her tears. Lu Jin hurriedly grasped Lulu and pursued her, calling, "Wan Yang." "Wan Yang." Lu Ho glared at Zhou Zhongju, satisfied. "Disperse," he commanded. The village head sighed. "Zhongju, let it be." Zhou Zhongju clenched his fists. The words lodged in his throat, taking a deep breath before sweeping away. Lin Xiuyuan sat beside Zhou Tian, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, "In families like ours, who would use a whole chicken to poison a rat? That woman harbors ill intentions. I should have known she was rotten to the core since the last time she pushed me down. I foolishly hoped for the best in her. My Tao Dao. It is all my fault." Just after Shirley had seen off Dr. Qi, he entered to overhear this conversation and inquired, "Last time? And what last time?" Lin Xiuyuan, indignant, recounted how she and Wang Xiaojun had fled from the pear orchard, only for Wang Xiaojun to push her to the ground. Zhou Zhongju, also present, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Xiuyuan, why didn't you tell me sooner? I will go find the village head." "Do not go. It would be futile. I shall resolve this myself. Justice is always sought through one's own efforts. If the conventional means prove ineffective, then she shall be the law." She had climbed over the wall, and upon landing, she heard faint sobs emanating from a locked room. Shirley glanced over and proceeded towards the other side, where Wang Xiaojun and Lu Jin were packing their belongings. Outside, Lu Jin asked, "Wan Yang, are we truly leaving?" Lu Jin nodded. "It is still for the best that you consider." Before she could finish her words, she collapsed onto the ground. Wang Xiaojun was taken aback. Her face drained of color as she cried out, "Help! Murder!" with a cold scoff. Shirley kicked the door open and strode in, pointing a dull object at her forehead, icily uttering two words, "Silence." Wang Xiaojun crouched down, shielding her head, trembling in fear. Shirley. Your voice sends chills through me. I almost shot you in the forehead." Shirley appeared to be still shaken, as if the weight of her actions lingered. Wang Xiaojuan's gaze fell upon the object in her hand, and she instinctively covered her head. Being threatened by something that could pierce through flesh and claim a life would unnerve even the most composed individual. A singular thought consumed her mind. She realized it was her doing. Feigning calmness, her voice quivered as she questioned, "Shirley, what do you intend to do?" "Zhou Taoyao was poisoned after consuming the chicken meant for the dog, which I prepared. Yet, I bear no responsibility for this. I have never wished harm upon anyone. Not even the county magistrate could convict me. By what right do you threaten me with that?" The meat was intended to poison rats. Sensing the tension above her, Wang Xiaojun screamed, "No. Murder is a crime, punishable by imprisonment. Sure, listen to your aunt. Put it down. If something happens to me, you too will face dire consequences." With a light laugh, Shirley's amusement sent a tremor through Wang Xiaojun as she replied, "Guess how many people I have killed before?" As her voice resonated, a chilling aura enveloped Wang Xiaowan, with the specter of death looming overhead. She suddenly felt an overwhelming coldness, as if something heavy pressed upon her chest, rendering her breathless and increasingly struggling for air. Her resistance seemed utterly futile in the face of this colossal mountain of despair. Instantly, Wang Xiaowan trembled like a sieve sifting through beans, stammering, Sure, I confess. That meat was deliberately prepared by me. I never intended to harm Tao Dao. I merely wished to take revenge on those two dogs. I never imagined Tao Dao would consume it. And he has been plagued by guilt." Her heart twisted upon hearing this news. I truly did not intend to harm her. As for the incident with Xiao Yuan, the wolf was right behind me, ready to pounce. I was terrified, and in a moment of panic, I was wrong, Asher. I was truly wrong. Given that I never meant any harm towards you, please spare me. I promise to keep my distance from you in the future and will never appear before you again. But you must understand, to me, dogs and humans are of equal value. They are all lives, all mine. You wish to take my life while asking for mercy? Do you truly believe that is possible?" Wang Xiaojuan's face turned ashen, and she murmured, "How can dogs be like humans? How can they be the same?" Suddenly, she turned to Shirley, forcing a smile. "Asher, you must be merely trying to frighten Annie, right? Right? I always thought Li Shu's daughter must be just as kind-hearted. How could she possibly kill?" "No, it's not like that. Previously, I encountered human traffickers who captured me and confined me in a dark room. Do you know what happened next? I killed them all." Shirley smiled faintly at her, continuing with his narrative. "Their intestines, heads, Limbs, they were all severed and tossed upon the ground. You cannot imagine, the entire hillside was stained a deep crimson, though it was rather gruesome. It was as beautiful as flowers. Looking back, they treated me quite well, providing food and shelter, fulfilling my every request. Alas, they sought to sell me, leaving me no choice but to eliminate them. You see, they had no intention to kill me, yet I acted thusly towards them. And you? Not only do you wish to take my life, but you have also laid hands upon me, and Cao Dao has been ensnared in this fate. If I were to spare you, what would become of the souls of those deceased traffickers? Enough. I beg you, cease your words. Wang Xiaojun has never feared the intrigues of palace battles or familial strife. Yet the gruesome scenes unfolding in her mind as Shirley described them made her scream while clutching her head. In her moment of despair, Shirley suddenly countered his own words. If you wish for me to spare you, it is not impossible. Consume this plate of flesh, and our grievances shall be erased. Your fate, life or death, rests solely upon the will of heaven. Initially ignited with hope, Wang Xiaojun's gaze fell upon the plate of dust-covered meat, plunging her instantly into despair. No, please, no? Do you truly not wish to sample your own handiwork? Wang Xiaojun shook her head once more, and Shirley sighed. In truth, consuming it may not necessarily lead to death. If you expel it in time, you might still preserve your life. Since you are resolute, I cannot be blamed. I hope your luck is slightly worse in your next life, and that you do not cross paths with me again. I will eat. I will eat. Wang Xiaojun shouted just as Shirley was about to pull the trigger. Shirley raised an eyebrow, retrieved a pair of chopsticks from behind, handed them to her, and parted her lips to utter a single word. Please. Wang Xiaojun grasped the chopsticks, her gaze fixed upon the plate of cold, dust-covered meat before her. Tears cascaded from her eyes as her trembling hands reached out to grasp the meat, yet she hesitated to bring it to her lips. Noticing her reluctance, Shirley inquired, "What troubles you? Did you not consider that you would have to eat it when you prepared it? To be honest, your culinary skills are rather commendable, even though I have yet to taste them. Do not fear. It is merely a matter of closing your eyes, letting go, chewing, and swallowing, just as you would during a regular meal." At that moment, Wang Xiaojun suddenly sprang to her feet, attempting to push Shirley aside in a bid to flee. Shirley slightly raised her gaze, her stance unwavering, and with an impassive expression, lifted her right foot to strike Wang Xiaojun's ankle, shattering the bone beneath her skin. Wang Xiaojun cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. "You haven't eaten yet. It is not too late to leave after you have finished," Shirley remarked. Her tone seemingly cordial, yet to Wang Xiaojun, it sounded like a malevolent specter demanding her due. "Please, spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly do. Did I not say? Once you finish, you will be released. What more do you wish from me?" "No, I cannot eat." Wang Xiaowan glanced at the plate of meat, contemplating the inevitability of death surrounding her. Suddenly, she mustered her defiance. "Surely, if you possess the courage, then go ahead and kill me." "That simply cannot be," he replied. "Having promised to let you go, how could I possibly take your life? Did you not say that if I were to kill you, I would be apprehended and imprisoned? I have no desire to be incarcerated. After all, I must attend school tomorrow. However, should you perish from consuming this meat, it would not concern me, for you are the one who cooked it." Shin surely feigned an epiphany. "Oh, I see. Is it that you do not wish to eat? Fear not, for I shall feed you." As he spoke, he brandished a short dagger, pressing its edge against Wang Xiaojun's face. "In a moment, I shall slice open your abdomen, making an incision upon your stomach akin to, let me think, yes, much like a money pouch. I shall pour the meat into your stomach through that opening, resembling coins being placed into a pouch. And then I shall sew you up with needle and thread. Thus, you shall not perish, yet you will have consumed the meat, allowing me to release you. What do you think of this plan? Is it not splendid?" Shin surely uttered these words with a smile, and in his later remarks, he appeared genuinely interested in Wang Xiaojun's opinion. Overwhelmed by oppression, Wang Xiaowan caught a glimpse of the dagger's glint, and upon hearing his words, she could no longer endure it. Her spirit shattered, and she burst into tears. "No, it is not good at all. Then shall you eat it yourself?" I will eat it myself." "Precisely," Shin surely exclaimed, picking up chopsticks and placing them in Wang Xiaojun's hands. As Wang Xiaojun wept, she brought the meat to her lips. Unable to discern its taste, the saltiness of her tears rendered her mouth bitter, while her heart brimmed with immense hatred. Shirley, sensing the potent malice radiating from her, chuckled and remarked, "In truth, you are not a bad person. Your resilience is commendable, yet alas, you have encountered me. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Save me." Having consumed less than a third, Wang Xiaojun clutched her stomach, writhing on the floor. In her turmoil, she inadvertently collided with the edge of a table, causing a loosely tied bundle to topple. As the table shifted, a box fell to the ground, bursting open to reveal a wooden hairpin within. During her time in Du City, she had often witnessed her father staring at a similar pin, lost in thought. Shirley's expression turned grave as he stepped forward to restrain Wang Xiaojun, preventing her from moving. "Where did this pin come from?" he inquired. Despite the agonizing pain in her abdomen, which felt as if death were imminent, she recognized her proximity to the end. With this realization, fear dissipated, and after Shirley's question, she erupted into laughter, despite the suffering. "Huh, do you find this familiar?" "Indeed, this is a gift from your father to me. Back in the day, your mother and I rescued him from the river. He took an instant liking to me, always trailing behind. He was such a handsome man, and naturally, I was fond of him as well, and we developed mutual affection. With his skilled hands, he crafted this hairpin, a token of our love. How infuriating it is that your mother intervened and snatched away my happiness. Were it not for her, I would not have ended up marrying that useless man Lu Jin, wasting my days in this wretched village." Shirley listened quietly, and once she ceased her rambling, she finally asked, "Have you taken some sort of poison that has induced these delusions? With such an unappealing appearance, how could my father ever be attracted to you?" "Shirley." Those words echoed the sentiments expressed by Zhou Lishu years ago, albeit in a more subtle manner. Nevertheless, to Wang Xiaojun, the meaning was the same. With a furious shout of her name, she soon erupted into laughter. "You are indeed just as despicable as your wretched mother. What if she is beautiful? What if she married Lin Shui? It mattered not. She met her end within 2 or 3 years. Ha! Shirley regarded her with indifference, allowing her to unleash her frenzied recollections from over a decade ago. "You are truly deserving of your fate. Do you wish to avenge your mother? Come then, slay me. Stab me with your knife. You lack the courage. Otherwise, you wouldn't go to such lengths to force me to consume poisoned meat. Ha! I was foolish enough to believe you, just like your mother. Truly, this is poetic justice. Dare to kill?" Of course, Shirley would. But upon discovering that Wang Xiaojuan's demise was orchestrated by Zhou Lishu, Shirley would refrain from ending her life. Often, existence feels less preferable than oblivion. Death appears more as a liberation. "I shall not take your life. I will hand you over to my father, and your fate will rest in his hands. However, before that, I must collect some interest. I am someone who avenges grievances. If Tao Tao has tasted flesh, I shall feed you likewise. If my aunt was pursued by wolves, I will set dogs upon you. With these deeds, you shall have repaid your dues." The final statement was not a solicitation for her opinion, merely a formality. After articulating her thoughts, Shirley immediately stuffed a piece of cloth into Wang Xiaojuan's mouth to silence her. When the first tendon in her hand was severed, Wang Xiaojuan could no longer endure the pain and succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as she was about to exit, she suddenly remembered a locked room. The chamber was dim and cramped, a storage space, but fortunately, her night vision was adequate to discern Lulu cowering in the corner. In the ancestral hall, Lulu had exhibited a fearful demeanor towards Wang Xiaojuan, and it was highly likely that his imprisonment was orchestrated by her. Perhaps her disdain for her husband extended to their child as well. Shirley approached and attempted to rouse him, calling out twice and gently patting his face. Yet there were no signs of awakening. Lulu's cheeks bore traces of tears, suggesting that the earlier sounds of sobbing had emanated from him. She promptly lifted him into her arms and, in the darkness, sought out Dr. Qi. Dr. Qi took his pulse and examined Lulu's eyelids, determining that he was unharmed. The child had merely been frightened. "I will administer 2 injections, and he shall awaken shortly. Then take good care of him. I shall take my leave." "Are you not going to take away the person you brought?" Her father placed great trust in this individual, and since he had accompanied her and consistently offered assistance, it was clear that there was something of value in her that he sought. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not harm her. Dr. Qi shook his head, cautioning her that this place was not like Du City, and it would be wise to exercise caution. As Shirley was about to leap from the window, she added, "Do not mention that you have seen me." "Very well." Dr. Qi observed her perched at the window and kindly advised, "You may exit through the front door. There is no one around at this hour." "I feel safer using the window," she replied as she was already outside. As anticipated by Shirley, the following morning, Lu Jin arrived with a group of people at her doorstep. The clamor from outside compelled Shirley to rise from her slumber. Lu Jin bellowed for her to come out, while Zhou Zhongju and Shun Chunhua confronted him. A crowd had gathered outside the courtyard. Lu Te, along with a majority of those who had been present in the ancestral hall yesterday, stood in her yard. "Hand over Shin Shirley. Such a young age, yet so ruthless. If she faces any discontent in the future, will she not massacre the entire village? Lu Te scolded angrily, tapping his cane. Shirley opened the door, still bleary-eyed and yawning, and said, "Uncle, what is happening? Why is it so noisy? Hasn't the school schedule changed? Life is but a play." Entirely reliant on one's performance. Her completely oblivious demeanor infuriated Lu General. "My wife merely prepared a dish. Your child consumed it of their own accord. What concern is it of my wife's? Wan Yang has already promised never to set foot in the village again. Yet you remain unsatisfied and have even resorted to murder. How can such a cruel woman exist in this world?" Shirley was taken aback. "Did you say Wang Xiaojun is dead?" Lu Jin's fury intensified. "How can you even show your face? You are the one who committed the act. Do not feign ignorance." She was so formidable that she managed to escape unnoticed in the dead of night, and besides, the gate to my yard was secured last night. Who else in this village possesses the skill to stealthily enter my home and slay my wife? Shirley surveyed the crowd surrounding Lu Jin, and it seemed they all concurred with his words. Zhou Zhongju's face was etched with concern. "Sure this." Zhou Zhongju bowed his head in contemplation, then stepped forward to address the assembly. "Lu Jin, when did you discover your wife's demise?" "Just as I awakened. Last night, Wan Yang and I were packing our belongings when I suddenly lost consciousness. Upon regaining my senses, I found Wan Yang lying beside me, her limbs severed, and her chest pierced by scissors. She had already succumbed." Lu Jin's eyes were bloodshot, veins visibly throbbing, tears glistening as he pointed at Shirley, accusingly declaring, "It was you. It must be you. The heart was pierced by scissors?" Shirley looked at him in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe, only to discover that he bore no traces of blood. When she severed Wang Xiaojuan's tendons the previous day, she endeavored to minimize the bleeding. Yet some inevitably spilled onto the ground. Lu Jin had been lying nearby, and she recalled that a portion of his clothing had been stained. She couldn't help but admire him, a true talent. The incision made toward the chest was likely his doing, demonstrating a ruthless disposition. "Your conviction that I am the culprit stems solely from my martial prowess. All you have articulated are mere suspicions. It is often said that one catches a thief in the act. You assert that I murdered your wife. Where is your evidence?" Seeing her unrepentant demeanor and refusal to admit guilt, Lu Te rapped his cane against the ground. "Evidence? What more evidence is needed? Who else in the village could possibly wish harm upon Xiaojun besides you?" Shirley offered a half-smile, her gaze fixed on Lu General who knows. Lu Jin turned his head away, unable to meet her eyes, directing his focus towards Zhou Zhongju. "You must provide me with an explanation today. My wife is dead, and Shen Shirley must pay for her life." "You must be dreaming." Shirley interjected, her voice laced with disdain, scanning the faces before her. "This is a matter of life and death. It would be prudent for us to convene at the yamen." For a fleeting moment, Lu Jin appeared flustered, but he quickly regained his composure. "Very well. Once we arrive at the yamen and the county magistrate uncovers the evidence, I shall see how you wriggle out of this." Shirley shrugged indifferently. Magistrate Luo surveyed the scene, troubled to find himself once again confronted by this troublesome individual. "Who stands before the court? State your name." Lu Jin knelt upon the ground, identifying himself as a humble villager from Lu clan in Xingyuan village, Luoyang town. "It is merely a name, Shen Shirley." The mere utterance of the surname Shun caused the magistrate Lu to feel an intensifying headache. What is the cause for this disturbance? Shen Shirley, perplexed by the bureaucratic procedures of this earthly court, understood that lodging a complaint required a formal written statement. The document must elucidate the circumstances clearly, and upon reviewing it, the magistrate would still inquire about the events, despite the presence of the deceased's body already in the courtroom. "This woman is ruthless and malevolent. She has slain my wife. Yet she adamantly denies it. I implore you, honorable magistrate, to investigate this matter thoroughly." Upon learning that Shirley was the son of General Shan, Magistrate Lu dispatched individuals to ascertain the truth. They discovered that General Shun did not have a son of 13 or 14 years. Rather, he had a cherished yet mysteriously absent daughter. It was surmised that Shirley, weary of life in the capital, had ventured to this rural locale for diversion. As long as he remained vigilant, when the general arrived, the magistrate's own position would surely ascend. Shirley, resolute in his stance, declared, "Honorable sir, I cannot accept such a grave accusation of murder. Lu Jin and the villagers of Xingyuan claimed that you had previously clashed with the deceased Wang Xiaowan, who, by a series of unfortunate coincidences, nearly caused harm to your sister, Zhou Tian, prior to her demise. It is alleged that you harbored resentment and thus committed this heinous act. Is this true, esteemed sir?" Although Wang Xiaojun has repeatedly sought to harm both myself and my family, my father instilled in me from a young age the virtues of magnanimity and kindness. He taught me to embrace a generous spirit and to treat others with compassion and tolerance. Therefore, I do not hold any grudges against her, nor have I ever entertained thoughts of causing her harm. There exists no concrete evidence to substantiate the claim that I took her life. Lu Jin merely seeks to affix blame upon me with nothing but his words. What purpose does that serve, esteemed sir? If he alleges that I murdered his wife, may I not also assert that he is the one responsible for her demise, only for him to play the role of the aggrieved? County Magistrate Luo nodded in agreement. There is merit in your argument. Lu Jin's heart raced with anxiety. Sir, do not heed her fabrications. My affection for one is profound. How could I ever harm my own wife? It is she who, in her guilt after committing murder, seeks to scapegoat another. County Magistrate Luo struck the gavel, exclaiming, Surely, is what he claims true? Deep within, he felt a tumult of confusion. Good heavens, engaging in brawls was one thing. But murder? You. Lu Jin was nearly driven to madness by Shirley's twisted reasoning, feeling a tinge of fear. Though Shirley spoke in jest, he had indeed hit upon a kernel of truth, leaving Lu Jin speechless. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Luo considered the possibility, murmuring, It is not without merit. Esteemed sir, she distorts the truth and spreads falsehoods, and I am wrongfully accused. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. The shock and fury stemming from betrayal rendered his already clouded mind even more muddled. Thus, when Shirley severed Wang Xiaojuan's tendons, he did not react. He feigned unconsciousness, lying motionless on the ground under the guise of having been drugged. It was only after Shirley departed that he struggled to rise, gazing at Wang Xiaojuan, who was barely clinging to life. The memories of her treachery and the grim reality he would face if she survived ignited a malevolent spark within him. Clenching the hand that held the scissors, he plunged it into her heart. Lu Jin, having finished his kowtow, rose with tears brimming in his eyes. After wiping them away with his sleeve, he said, My lord, last night, when she infiltrated my home and murdered my wife, I was struck unconscious nearby. However, I did not truly lose consciousness. I heard the entire process of her killing my wife. She took one of my wife's gardenia hairpins. My lord, you may search for it. County Magistrate Luo was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shirley. This is utter nonsense. If he had truly been unconscious, how could he have heard anything? A smirk played at the corner of Shirley's mouth. It was indeed an opportunity presented to him. In full view of the crowd, he retrieved the wooden hairpin from his bosom. I do possess a hairpin. However, this particular one, on their way here, she had inquired whether her maternal grandmother had any recollection of the hairpin. This hairpin had adorned Zhou Lishu for 3 years, and Xin Chunhua certainly recognized it. Moreover, during Shen Han's 2 years in the north, a merchant's wife had coveted this very pin, offering 100 taels for it, astonishing the locals who flocked to see it. Internally, County Magistrate Luo was seething. Heavens, not only did you fail to discard it, but you also brought it out. You have a father who is a general, while I do not. Indeed, it is this very hairpin. Lu Jin was filled with excitement, but soon after, a sense of unease washed over her. She boldly displayed the hairpin instead of concealing it, which surely indicated a hidden agenda. Shirley spoke slowly. This hairpin was painstakingly carved by my father as a gift for my mother. My mother had a profound fondness for gardenias, and the characters inscribed upon it represent the alias Lu Shui that my father used during the 3 years he resided in Woyang. Gentlemen, feel free to examine it closely. Should you harbor any doubts, you may inquire among the residents near the Rouge shop in Daomi Lane to confirm whether my mother possessed such a hairpin. I believe the merchants from the north must retain some memory of it. If they do not recall, they certainly should. The county magistrate handed the hairpin to a constable, instructing him to investigate further. Shirley interjected, reminding them that this was the sole memento of my mother, and I kindly ask that you safeguard it with care. The constable's grip on the hairpin softened considerably. Lu Jin had initially thought it to be an ordinary wooden pin, unaware of the significance it held, and was now drenched in cold sweat. Shirley turned to confront her, asserting, This hairpin belongs to my mother, who has never set foot in Xingyuan village. How could you possibly know that the carving on this wooden pin is a gardenia? Lu Jin's retort swirled in her mind before finally escaping her lips. I have indeed seen your mother, for she was a close confidant of my own mother. This hairpin was bestowed upon my wife by yours, and my wife often takes it out to admire, thus I am naturally familiar with it. Have you seen my mother? Tin Li's expression grew solemn as he suppressed his desire to play along and unleashed his formidable mental power, causing Lu Jin's head to throb with pain. How could you have seen my mother? How could her belongings be in your wife's possession? Do I not have reason to suspect that the circumstances surrounding my mother's death are far from simple? Lu Jin, somewhat dazed, began to recount the events of that fateful time. He recalled a visit to the market in town where he met Wang Xiaowan, and their relationship blossomed. One evening, Wang Xiaowan invited him to meet her on the bridge over the Yingchun River. Although he found it peculiar, he harbored no suspicions and felt a flutter of excitement. On that dark winter night, with no moon to illuminate the path, he spotted a woman approaching the bridge and, mistaking her for Wang Xiaowan, he embraced her. To his surprise, it was not her, and at that moment, Wang Xiaowan appeared. In his haste, he pushed the woman away, unintentionally sending her tumbling into the river. Wang Xiaowan reassured him, stating that the woman was a friend of hers and that she would take care of her, urging him not to worry. Fearing that Wang Xiaowan might misunderstand, he chose to ignore the incident. It wasn't until later, when Zhang Ju and his family moved to the village, that he learned the woman had perished due to a cold she had contracted. Listening intently, Xianxia was overcome with grief, and upon Lu Jin finishing his tale, she rushed forward, weeping uncontrollably as she struck him, exclaiming, "You took my daughter! You took my daughter!" Meanwhile, Zhang Ju seized a knife from a constable, intending to attack Lu Jin, but was swiftly restrained, leading to a chaotic scene that even the county magistrate, Luo, found difficult to quell. At that moment, Dr. Qi arrived late, carrying a package into the hall. He unfurled the bundle on the ground, revealing a garment that had been recently excavated from the mud. Esteemed officials, this is what I discovered in Lu Jin's courtyard. It is indeed the clothing he wore last night, as the villagers can attest. Lu Jin felt a sudden alleviation of his headache. Shaking his head to regain clarity, he beheld the garment on the ground. A tumult of emotions surged within him. With a roll of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. County Magistrate Luo, astonished that this matter truly had no connection to Lu Jin, waved his hand, sentencing him to the dungeons to await execution on a future date. Upon awakening, Tinley had already accompanied the others to the magistrate's office, hurriedly retrieving the clothing that Lu Jin had hastily buried. Tinley sighed deeply, realizing that had she known of this evidence beforehand, she would not have wasted her breath arguing with Lu Jin, nor would she have expended her mental energy attempting to extract the truth from him. This body was too frail. Exerting her spirit in such a manner would leave her with a headache for 2 or 3 days. Lu Jin and Wang Xiaowan were no more, yet they left behind 2 children. Lu Jin's parents had passed away several years prior, and Lu Lu along with his sister had been taken to the town by Wang Xiaozhuan's father. Tinley had visited them a few times and observed that Wang Xiaozhuan's father treated them relatively well, prompting her to lessen her concern. Xianxia, stirred by sorrowful memories, found it difficult to regain her composure. Ultimately, she urged Tinley to accompany her to Li Mountain, situated 20 miles away in the town, to visit Zhou Lishu. There was a direct path from Xingyuan village to Li Mountain, bypassing the town, yet the journey remained quite lengthy. Xianxia called for Tinley to rise before dawn, urging her to prepare for their ascent. When she first arrived, Xianxia had brought her here once. It was still early summer then. But now deep winter has settled in, and the landscape is filled with desolation. The donkey cart jolted along the mountain path as Shirley observed her surroundings, her gaze fixed upon a tangle of underbrush. Following the line of the thicket down to the ground, she noticed the dry yellow grass bore traces of having been trampled. Not just a few, but a continuous trail. Grandmother, are there any large animals in this mountain? In winter, what animals would venture out? Moreover, this path leads to Lishan, and people pass through here from time to time. The creatures of the mountains would not come this way. Oh, none at all. Then are these tracks made by humans? Suddenly, Xianxia recalled the connection between Shirley and the animals of the mountain, her expression turning grave. Today, stay close to me. Do not go after wild boars or wolves. Shirley responded with a soft "oh," then quietly murmured, they were the ones who initiated the attack. Xianxia lingered at the grave for quite some time, weeping before encircling the paper money with wine. Shirley bowed 3 times before the gravestone. Although the one resting within was not her mother, she occupied her daughter's body, and thus the duty of filial piety fell upon her. Time drifted by, and no one in the village dared to trouble Shirley again. Upon reflection, those who had opposed her had either perished or ended up in prison. Due to poisoning, Shirtao Yao's stomach had weakened, necessitating careful nurturing, and her vitality was not as vibrant as before. What is her name? What does she look like? If her father were here, he would certainly accompany the steward to the village rather than waiting in the county office. Father-in-law? She had only heard this term when other wives addressed their husbands' fathers, and upon hearing the county magistrate say it, her gaze reflected a hint of confusion. The magistrate, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, inquired, "Miss Shan, is there something amiss?" "No, let us proceed." It was only upon encountering others that she realized father-in-law was a title. In his youth, Shan Han was renowned as a great beauty in the capital, and Tin Li had inherited some of his features. Zhou Lishu was also quite striking, which rendered Tin Li's visage somewhat incongruous among those around her. However, due to her attire and the restrained demeanor she consciously adopted, Tin Li appeared rather ordinary, her beauty diminished, resembling merely an attractive peasant girl. After years of navigating the intricacies of court life, Gao Gonggong had developed a discerning eye. Upon the arrival of the group, he set down his cup and approached. Bowing to Tin Li and greeting her with deference, "I am Gao, at your service, Miss Shun." In the presence of Tin Li, he maintained a degree of humility. After all, he was merely a servant to the emperor, having secured this position through the patronage of the Grand Steward. The emperor's reign was precarious, as the current emperor of Dazhao was already 44, having ascended the throne at 23, and the burdens of governance had taken a toll on his health. The previous emperor had not lived beyond 50. While Dazhao might not be entirely isolated, its neighbors eyed it with keen interest. Moreover, the number of capable generals in the Great Zhao is rather limited. Apart from Shen Han, there is only General Qin who has achieved repeated victories in battle. The populace still buzzes with admiration for Shen Han's valor in repelling the disease, and since he has relinquished his military authority, the emperor is inclined to treat him favorably. Although he has been poisoned and cannot exert much strength, the court physician has assured that with a few years of recuperation, he may recover. By that time, Shen Han will be merely in his early 40s, still capable of leading troops for several more years. Even if he cannot wield a spear, he can still nurture capable generals for the Great Zhao. Thus the emperor would never allow him to escape. To be honest, since her arrival on this planet, she has been hearing these people speak of the capital, yet she remains unaware of its location, though it must be the principal city of this world. Master Gao nodded. "Indeed, Miss Shun, when do you intend to set forth?" He hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to fabricate a story, for he had come at the emperor's behest, unbeknownst to General Shen. After some reflection, he resolved to speak truthfully, albeit not entirely so. As the year draws to a close, the emperor, feeling compassion for General Shun's solitary state, inquired about his sentiments, knowing that Miss Shun was present, and thus dispatched a servant to escort you. In that brief moment, Master Gao's heart fluttered with apprehension. He thought, if Miss Shun has inquiries, she may ask, and I shall do my utmost to respond. I am not well versed in literature, so if my answers are lacking, I hope Miss Shun will forgive my shortcomings. Not at all. Tin Li had no intention of placing anyone in a difficult position. This inquiry had been predetermined with his father when they parted at the protectorate of the Chanyu. At that time, Shen Han was troubled over which signal to use for communication, and it took Tin Li considerable effort, while cradling a chicken and an egg, to convey the message effectively. The esteemed High Minister was uncertain whether her assertion of not being able to implied a lack of reproach towards his inadequate response or a disbelief in his words. Amidst this uncertainty, he was suddenly posed with the question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The High Minister found himself at a loss for words. Both County Magistrate Luo and the accompanying Lin Shiyuan and Zhou Zifeng were equally bewildered. Who would linger over such a conundrum? Yet, they found themselves pondering it in unison. As the saying goes, what one thinks by day, one dreams by night. That evening, the High Minister was plagued by nightmares, filled with visions of chickens and eggs, either being crushed by eggs laid by hens or pecked to death by chicks hatched from those very eggs. On the journey back, Zhou Zifeng appeared somewhat despondent, a mood that seemed to have begun the moment he encountered County Magistrate Luo. Shirley, sensing his gloom, inquired about his thoughts. Zhou Zifeng, with a heavy heart, implored, "Sister, are you planning to leave?" Shirley nodded. "Yes, soon." Zhou Zifeng pleaded, "Could you not depart? My parents can support you, and I will strive to transcribe more books to earn some silver for your pocket money. It won't be worse than your life in the capital." His voice dwindled to a whisper. The furthest and most vibrant place Zhou Zifeng had ever visited was the town, and he understood that the people in the capital were affluent, although it was merely an abstract notion to him, perhaps akin to the wealth of the Qin family. Then let my uncle live with us. Your pocket money could come from him, and that would solve the issue," he suggested. Lin Shouyuan stifled a laugh and replied earnestly, "Your uncle holds a high office in the capital. Abandoning his duties could lead to a death sentence from the emperor." Zhou Zifeng was taken aback. He glanced at his mother, then at Shirley, and finally, with a sense of reluctance, said to Shirley, "Sister, I do not wish for my uncle to face execution. Perhaps you should depart. Shirley initially laughed for a while, but then her demeanor shifted. Gazing at the horizon where the sun descended, her voice became distant and ethereal. I must wait for my father to come for me before I leave. When that time comes, you should persuade my father to stay, if he consents. I shall not have to go. Very well, when my uncle arrives, I shall certainly urge him to remain. Zhou Zifeng found this suggestion splendid and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he recalled his mother's words, "Sister, if my uncle arrives." Would that not signify a dereliction of duty? Indeed, thus my father shall not come, and I shall not depart. Seeing Shirley so resolute, Zhou Zifeng believed her words. And his earlier gloom dissipated, rendering the distant mountains suddenly more picturesque. Shirley observed him, her lips curving slightly, and chose not to say more. Even if Shun Han did not come, she would eventually have to leave, perhaps not for the capital, but certainly to other realms. For this world was yet to be fully explored, and she could not remain confined to a mere corner of it. However, with the Emperor's arrival, how far could the general be? Ultimately, Master Gao answered with chicken, and Shirley corrected him, embarking on a discussion about genetic origins and mutations, though her interlocutor appeared perplexed. In truth, whether the answer was chicken or egg, both were erroneous. The true answer remained elusive, despite Master Gao's incorrect response. He did not take his leave but chose to reside at the home of the county magistrate, waiting there until he encountered the steward of the execution. In the days leading up to the new year, Steward Xing, accompanied by a retinue, rode into Luoyang town on magnificent steeds, instilling considerable trepidation in the county magistrate. One high-ranking official was already quite the handful. The arrival of an entire entourage was nothing short of overwhelming. Upon learning that they were representatives of the general, the magistrate's face transformed into a radiant smile, and he hurriedly went to greet them. After exchanging formal pleasantries with the county magistrate, the steward expressed his gratitude for the care bestowed upon the general's daughter, Tin Li, during her stay, despite his uncertainty regarding the magistrate's actual involvement. Nonetheless, the customary niceties were indispensable. The gates of the Zhou residence stood ajar, likely due to someone having just departed. As the steward brought the carriage to a halt, he heard Zhou Zifeng exclaim, "Sister, if you keep making dumplings like that, we'll only have soup to eat tonight." A subtle smile danced at the corners of the steward's mouth, and just as he was about to speak, Tinley turned to him and asked, "Uncle, are you looking for someone?" The steward was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Zhou Zifeng struggled to suppress his laughter, attempting to appear somber. "Indeed, steward uncle. Are you unaware of how fierce that wolf is? It is enormous and fetched quite a fortune." The steward remained puzzled by Zhou Zifeng's comments, choosing to abandon the conversation and instead addressed Tin Li, saying, "Miss, I am Steward Xing, dispatched by the general to escort you and the old madam to the capital." The high-ranking official had conveyed the same message, but I did not acquiesce, as I am unfamiliar with this general. Tin Li's gaze met his directly, her tone devoid of deceit. The steward was genuinely alarmed. Previously, he had recognized the general upon leaving Dazi, yet now it seemed the general was of no consequence. Zhou Zifeng could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Zhou Taoyao rushed out of the house, inquiring, "Brother, what are you laughing at? Has the esteemed Master Gao come again?" Only then did she notice the butler standing in the courtyard, his presence somewhat unfamiliar after 6 months apart. She instinctively stepped back behind Shirley and shyly greeted, "Uncle Butler, hello." The butler, realizing he had been tricked, bore no anger and smiled at Zhou Tian. Turning his gaze toward Shirley, "It is good to see you well, Mississippi. By the way, I overheard that Master Gao has been looking for you?" Zhou Zifeng replied, "Yes. He has come 5 times. I deceived him 3 times, yet he believed none of my ruses." The butler, having decided to ignore the once-fooled master, smiled at Shirley and asked, "Miss, are you able to speak fluently now?" Shirley nodded affirmatively. "I can." The butler was delighted and inquired about her recent circumstances. Although Shirley longed to assist, the 3 adults unanimously dismissed her intentions, leaving her feeling dejected for an entire evening. She even contemplated taking matters into her own hands. The butler, observing the imposing figure of a robust man wielding a knife behind her, was momentarily taken aback. "Madam Shin, what is the meaning of this?" As the new year approached, plans were made to slaughter the pig before the festivities began, with Shin Chunhua pointing toward the pig pen and instructing the others. "The pig is in the pen. Go and catch it." The slaughter would not occur in the courtyard, but rather in a designated area. Shirley watched, her heart heavy, as the pig she had nurtured for over half a year was dragged away, squealing in distress. She felt a pang of regret that she could not wield the knife herself. How infuriating. Thus, she followed the pig slaughterers, determined to witness its fate, even if she could not be the one to end its life. The young wolf now runs with remarkable swiftness, often observed by Shirley over extended periods. Throughout much of the day, it trails behind her, imitating her movements. Zhou Zifeng hastily leads Zhou Taoyao to follow, accompanied by 2 large dogs in tow. The steward gazes at the desolate courtyard and the half-wrapped, unsightly dumplings on the table, letting out a sigh as he sits down to wrap the dumplings himself. Zhou Zhongjiu is already present, with 2 wooden barrels filled with steaming hot water beside him, exhaling vapors under the winter sunlight, intended for the depilation of pigs. Slaughtering pigs is a task that necessitates both strength and courage, and fortuitously, Shirley possesses both attributes. She believes that her recent endeavors in wielding a knife and engaging in rough work would earn her the respect and recognition of the villagers. Even if Shen Shenhua and Zhou Zhongjiu were to intervene, the person holding the slaughtering knife would undoubtedly hand it over to her without hesitation. Yet, the reality is that after the firecrackers ceased, a group of people left her to the side, engrossed in discussions on how to end the pig's life. Not even casting a glance her way. Why was she not allowed to slay the pig she had raised? This thought reminds her of the time she meticulously prepared a purebred chicken through 49 intricate steps, yet never had the chance to taste it. Amidst the cacophony of discussions and the anguished cries of the pig, Shirley slowly draws the dagger from her waist, assesses the distance, and with a forceful throw, it pierces through the gaps between people, embedding itself directly into the pig's brow. The pig does not succumb immediately, emitting a loud, distressing cry that captures the attention of everyone present, before it struggles violently and collapses after a few agonizing seconds. The scene fell into an abrupt silence as Shirley leisurely approached, drawing out a short dagger before the watchful crowd. "Let us commence," she declared. Although the villagers were aware of Shirley's prowess in hunting wild boars and slaying wolves, they had never witnessed it firsthand. As she swiftly dispatched a lively 200-pound pig, they were struck by the stark reality of her formidable strength. Once the pig was slain, the villagers gathered around to purchase meat, while Shirley reserved 4 large pig's trotters for herself. Upon returning home, the steward engaged in conversation with Shen Chunhua at the dining table. Shen Han had initially intended to join everyone in celebrating the new year. Having expended great effort to elude the emperor's watchful gaze and galloping through the night from the capital. However, misfortune struck as he encountered the emperor, who was traveling incognito. It was truly uncanny, for when Shen Han had escaped, the emperor had still been within the palace walls. The emperor inquired of Shen Han, "My esteemed minister, it seems we share a remarkable connection. Pray tell, what brings you to this place?" After consulting those beside him, he confirmed the matter and, with a grand gesture, proclaimed, "The region of Yuezhou is impoverished. Why not have your mother-in-law move her entire family to the capital?" Shen Chunhua felt a pang of disappointment at the realization that Shen Han could not come. She was also ambivalent about the idea of relocating the family to the capital. Life in this small village had been a struggle, and their recent improvement was largely due to Shirley's influence. The thought of moving to such a bustling metropolis left her apprehensive. How would they sustain themselves? Would they rely on her son-in-law's hospitality? That seemed implausible. She had no such presumption. If it were only her, it might be acceptable. As his mother-in-law, it would be expected for him to provide for her. Yet, he bore no obligation to support his son's family. After deliberation, Shen Chunhua and Zhou Zhongjiu resolved not to relocate, opting instead to wait until next year's imperial examination. If he were to succeed in becoming a scholar, they would then journey to the capital without delay. However, Liu Batzi interjected, expressing his dismay at the departure of Shen Chunhua's granddaughter from the city, a remarkably astute young lady. "If she were to linger a while longer in the village, I could acquire several more defensive tools." Departing? Has she consented to accompany that elder? No. The elder is fortunate to have not been cast aside by her. How could she possibly leave with him? It seems she refers to someone from her father's entourage. I overheard them calling him Steward Xing. During the incident involving Shen Han's poisoning, one of the 3 iron corners, Dr. Qi discerned that Steward Xing had no intention of meeting him. Rather, he was eager to flee before discovering that he resided in this village. Initially, he had informed Shen Han of his intention to travel the world, intending to venture towards the borderlands, where diseases were rampant, allowing him to practice his healing arts. Having lingered in this village for so long, it was evident that he was no genuine itinerant physician. Driven by trepidation, he commanded himself to gather his belongings and depart with his medical kit. Merely a mile from the village entrance, he unexpectedly encountered the one person he wished to avoid. The steward, upon seeing him, was taken aback. "Dr. Qi, what brings you here?" Dr. Qi, maintaining his composure, replied, "I stumbled upon a prescription in an ancient text. But one ingredient was exceedingly rare. Recently, I found it in the mountains near this village and decided to remain. Now that the prescription is complete, I intended to leave. Not expecting to meet you, Brother Xing. Yet, considering Ms. Shen's presence here, it is only natural that you would come." Dr. Qi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Had I known it would be so easy to deceive, I would not have bothered to tidy up." Lu Batzi, being a solitary soul, forged a profound friendship with Dr. Qi through a mere prescription, successfully persuading the wandering physician to take refuge with him. Upon hearing from the steward that Dr. Qi was associated with the general, Shen Chuanhua's demeanor towards him became considerably warmer, even extending an invitation for him to join the Zhou family for the New Year's feast, bringing along Lu Batzi as well. The four gentlemen engaged in a spirited drinking contest at the table, determined to prove their superiority, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. Zhou Zifeng secretly poured a small bowl of the liquor, and after swallowing, his face contorted in confusion. "Sister, how is this wine so different from the rice wine my grandmother makes? Do all the people in the capital drink this? They must be quite unfortunate." With a loud thud, he poured another. Shirley emptied the remaining contents of the wine jar into his bowl and gulped it down in one go, pondering the frailty of mankind. "Oh my heavens, how could it all spill?" Shen Chuanhua, upon entering the kitchen, called out upon seeing the men sprawled across the table. Her gaze then fell upon Shirley, who was seated nearby with the wine jar in hand, prompting her to exclaim, "Ah, sure." Shirley casually placed the jar on the table and leaned over it, completely unresponsive to Shen Chuanhua's calls. The liquor from the capital indeed possesses a high alcohol content. From the 1st to the 5th day of the new year, one visits relatives and friends. Initially, when Grandfather Gao made a grand entrance, many inquired about the matter. And now even neighboring villages are aware of the Zhou family's connection to a high-ranking official in the city. As the New Year festivities drew to a close, a throng of visitors eagerly arrived at the door. Before the previous group had departed, another was already at hand. Shen Chuanhua felt no fatigue, on the contrary. She radiated joy. In recent days, the praises sung by her guests elevated her to celestial heights, making her seem unparalleled in the mortal realm. Ever since her itinerary had been confirmed, the smile on Lord Gao's face had been unwavering, and he was most eager to accept Zhou Tian's invitation. Magistrate Luo accompanied his wife and daughter to the banquet. Zhou Zifeng had only recently learned of Shirley's impending departure. Although he had harbored suspicions, no one had explicitly informed him, leading him to cling to the hope of her staying. It was only when he observed her packing that the reality of her leaving struck him, and that night, he wept under the covers for hours. The following day, Lin Shuyan noticed his swollen eyes and, filled with concern, drew him into the house for inquiry. Initially reluctant to speak, it was Zhou Taoyao who ultimately revealed the truth. Lin Shuyan sighed and mentioned that his father would be relocating to the capital after passing the provincial examination this year, which brought a glimmer of joy to Zhou Zifeng. As Lin Shuyan conversed with Magistrate Luo's wife, the magistrate's daughter sat nearby, her eyes alight with curiosity. Upon seeing Shirley enter, her gaze sparkled even more. Lin Shuyan nodded, inquiring whether she had sufficient funds. "Indeed, I have enough," Shirley replied, performing a polite bow as she exited. The magistrate's wife remarked, "Is this not Shen General's son? He is undeniably handsome." Magistrate Luo seldom discussed official matters at home, thus upon seeing Shirley's attire, the magistrate's wife instinctively assumed she was a boy. Lin Shuyan wholeheartedly agreed. Both her elder sister and brother-in-law were blessed with good looks, and Ashur had inherited their features. Luo Baoqi gently tugged at the county magistrate's wife's sleeve, saying, "Mother, I wish to go out and see the lanterns." The county magistrate's wife turned to her, pondering for a few moments before finally nodding in assent. "Remember to stay close to that brother from earlier. Do not stray too far." Instantly, Luo Baoqi fluttered away like a butterfly released from a glass jar, brimming with joy. The customs of Dazhao remained relatively open, imposing no stringent expectations on women, thus allowing them the liberty to roam freely. Unmarried women could stroll about without veils, and those who were married yet dissatisfied with their husbands could seek divorce and remarry without attracting disapproving glances. Brother Shirley, wait for me. I too wish to see the lanterns." Luo Baoqi called out as she spotted the trio at the entrance, who had not yet ventured far. The little girl regarded her with a peculiar gaze. Brother Shirley smiled and replied, "Miss, we are not acquainted." Brother Shirley, my name is Luo Baoqi, but you may call me Sierra. That is how my parents refer to me, she said, pushing past Joan Zifeng to link her arm with the bend of Brother Shirley's arm. Her mother had always said that if one set their sights on something or someone, they should earnestly strive to claim it, lest they regret missed opportunities. This Brother Shirley was the most handsome man she had ever encountered in her young life. Zhou Zifeng was about to scold Luo Baoqi when Qianxia pulled him back, cautioning him not to intervene. The oblivious newcomer, Zhou Zifeng, instinctively inquired, why not? Although he had never personally experienced it, Qianxia had witnessed numerous young suitors around his father. He explained, can't you see? Luo Baoqi has taken a liking to Sister Shirley and wishes to be with her. I have encountered several young ladies who ran up to my father, declaring their desire to be with him. Did your father end up with any of them? Before Qianxia could finish his sentence, Shirley interjected. If Miss Luo wishes to follow, then let her. Whether 2 cubs or 3, they all require walking. Zhou Zifeng shot Qianxia a disdainful glance. Pushing past him to stand to the right of Shirley, Qianxia hurriedly followed behind, his curiosity piqued by the figure of Luo Baoqi. Out you go, leader. Which of these 4 is it? A man's voice at the street corner was deliberately subdued. Tai Fumo, casually eating from his bowl of noodles, cast a nonchalant glance at the 4 figures, while Shunhan's attention was solely focused on his daughter, intent on capturing that young lady. All right, boss. Time to settle the bill. As he surveyed the devastated stronghold, Tai Fumo swore that he would not rest until this vendetta was avenged. However, the one who resided in his lair was Shunhan, a 3rd-rank general of Dezhou, and he lacked the means for retribution. In this world, there was no shortage of people. After 4 years of effort, he successfully rebuilt the stronghold, now situated in Anzhou, adjacent to Weizhou. During a hunting expedition in the mountains, he spotted a pregnant wolf and intended to capture it to wait for the pups to be born. Regrettably, despite his subordinates' relentless pursuit for an entire week, the wolf managed to escape. Fortunately, he discovered an unoccupied stronghold in Qishan, providing an opportunity to expand his influence, thus rendering his efforts not in vain. Within a mere 2 months, word reached him from the inhabitants of Xianxia that someone from Kyoto had arrived, bearing ties to Xinhan. Unable to remain at ease, Tai Fumo hastened from Anzhou to Weizhou, and upon confirming that it was Xinhan's daughter, he devised a plan for abduction, not for any ulterior motives, but solely for personal vendetta. Luo Baoqi dragged Shirley from one end of the street to the other, then from this street to that. Brother Shirley, this lantern is delightful. Brother Shirley, come quickly and solve this riddle. Brother Shirley, I desire that one. Brother Shirley, what do you think of this hairpin I wish to wear? Brother Shirley, where are you? Your Brother Shirley has gone offline. Seizing the moment while Luo Baoqi was preoccupied with selecting hairpins, Qianxia swiftly pulled Shirley away, with Zhou Zifeng following suit without a word. Zhou Zifeng nodded in agreement, then turned to glance at Shirley, discovering her by the riverbank, entranced by the lanterns dancing upon the water's surface. He approached her and explained, Sister, these are lanterns. You write your wishes on paper and place them inside the lanterns, allowing them to float away with the river's current. As long as the lantern remains upright, the river deity will behold your wish and assist in its fulfillment. Sister, would you like to release a lantern? I shall procure one for you. However, engrossed in contemplating the issue of source pollution, Shirley declined his offer, asserting, no need, I have faith in science. What is science? Zhou Zifeng inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Shirley regarded Qianxia's eager expression and replied, it is a discipline, one that is examined. Do you wish to study it? Qianxia hastily shook his head. What a vibrant green bird. Zhou Zifeng suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, how could there be a parrot? Just as Chun was engulfed in confusion, the previously boisterous crowd suddenly erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. There's a fire. Help extinguish it. Zhou Zifeng exclaimed, pointing towards the source of the flames. Sister, that seems to be where we just arrived. A crude wooden post, which had been used to hang lanterns by the roadside, had abruptly collapsed, igniting the fire. Fortunately, the response was swift, resulting in minimal damage and no casualties. Although 2 individuals who were struck have already been taken to the medical clinic. Just as County Magistrate Luo released a sigh of relief, he heard his wife cry out, Where is Cece? Where has she gone? His heart sank once more. My dear, what do you mean Cece is missing? Husband, Cece is nowhere to be found. You must send someone to search for her. Do not panic, my dear, perhaps Cece has simply gone off to play. Although Magistrate Luo offered this reassurance, he wasted no time in issuing orders. He gestured for her not to blame herself. Sir, there is a letter at the entrance. Quickly, let me see it. Magistrate Luo anxiously tore open the envelope, his hands trembling as he unfolded the letter. After reading its contents, he sank into a chair, dazed, and muttered, "It's over." Tin Li approached him and took the letter from his hands. The message was blunt and its intent unmistakable. In 7 days, the kidnappers demanded to see Shen Han appear in Luoyang town. Delay by even a single day, and they would sever one of Luo Baozi's hands. Upon connecting with Shen Han, Shirley realized that Luo Baozi might have shielded her from calamity. Lord Luo, I shall promptly compose a letter on behalf of my father. We have 7 days remaining, during which Miss Luo's life should be safeguarded. There is no need for excessive concern, Lord Luo. Miss Luo has found herself in peril due to my involvement. If circumstances permit, I shall escort her back by tomorrow. The magistrate of Luo County felt rejuvenated. Is what you say truly the case? Indeed. Bring forth the writing materials. As a minor official, how could he possibly summon a great general? Yet, if Shirley were to take the initiative to write, there would be considerable hope. Regarding her subsequent mention of bringing Luo Baozi back, the magistrate paid little heed. After completing the letter, Shirley inquired about a piece of jewelry that Luo Baozi frequently adorned before departing. She then hurriedly took the 2 dogs, Daji and Yaoji, back, while the little wolf insisted on accompanying her, tugging at her trousers to prevent her from leaving, compelling her to carry it instead. The commotion roused the light-sleeping Xianxia, who inquired about her destination, to which Shirley merely replied that she was assisting the magistrate in locating someone. If the kidnappers were confident in delaying for 7 days, their hideout must be situated quite far away, with only surveillance left in Luoyang town. The sooner they locate the missing person, the better. Time was of the essence. Shirley drove the donkey cart to the site of Luo Baozi's disappearance, presenting the jewelry for the dogs to scent in hopes of finding its owner. Daji and Yaoji barked twice, leaped from the cart, and took the lead, while Shirley followed closely behind, cradling the young wolf, Xiaoxia. Gradually escaping the confines of the town, they ventured into the desolate wilderness. Little C, upon entering the forest, began to exhibit a spirited demeanor, occasionally howling, until a reprimanding tap from Shirley subdued him. The dark and frigid night, the silent mountain peaks adorned with graves, and the eerie sounds of withered branches snapping under the howling northern wind rendered the night in Li Mountain particularly foreboding. De Ji and Yao Ji hesitated to proceed, while Little C's fur bristled with apprehension. Shirley crouched down, gently reassuring them with a touch along their spines. Fear not, for I am here. De Ji and Yao Ji nuzzled her hand, emboldened to continue their journey. As they traversed the graveyard and delved deeper, they entered the domain of Qi Mountain. It was not until the dawn's first light that Shirley discerned the secluded wooden cabin nestled within the depths of the Qi Mountain forest. After a night of relentless travel, De Ji and Yao Ji were nearly exhausted. Shirley instructed them to wait, entrusting Little C to their care before stealthily infiltrating the kidnappers' hideout alone. The patrol consisted of only 5 robust men, making it implausible to blend in. Incapacitating one would inevitably alert the others. Leaning against the wall, Shirley suddenly heard commotion from within the cabin. Not spotting any weapons, she picked up a brick from the ground, cautiously positioning herself against the wall, awaiting her moment. Soon, as one of the men opened the door to exit, Shirley seized the opportunity, advancing swiftly to strike the man on the head with the brick, while her other hand swiftly covered his mouth to stifle any cries. Glancing around to ensure the coast was clear, she grasped the man's collar and dragged him inside, promptly shutting the door behind them. With a swift motion, Shirley stripped him down to his undergarments, then sought out a length of hemp rope to bind him securely, subsequently using cloth to muffle his cries. Having completed this grim task, he poured a basin of cold water over the man. The winter chill of the mountains was already penetrating to the bone. The shock of the icy water roused the man completely, and he began to struggle in his bonds as he became aware of his dire predicament. Observing his regained consciousness, Shirley produced a pill, deftly unwrapping the cloth, administering the medication, and rewrapping it before the man could utter a sound. In the man's wide-eyed terror, Shirley held a brick in one hand, his other knee pressing down on the man's chest. Gazing into his eyes as he spoke, the substance I just administered is a parasitic worm capable of corroding a human's digestive system within the span of an hour. Oh, I forgot you may not comprehend what a digestive system entails. To put it simply, this pill dissolves upon ingestion, flowing directly into your stomach, then into your intestines, where it will methodically consume everything within you like a ravenous creature. I cannot ascertain your fear of death, but those afflicted by this poison often wish for an end. as you will gradually perceive your body decaying from the stomach outward, culminating in a pool of your own blood. Of course, when the parasite reaches your heart, you will perish, oblivious to how your head was consumed. However, you may still behold the fate of your limbs. Look down at your stomach. Something is already stirring within. The man paused momentarily, feeling a dull ache in his abdomen, and as he glanced downward, he began to struggle violently against his restraints. With a gentle tap of a brick upon his face, Shirley declared, "I possess the antidote. Agree to a single condition, and it shall be yours. Nod in consent, and if you refuse, I shall leave you to your own fate, to dissolve into a mere puddle." The man, brimming with urgency, nodded in agreement. "Astute of you," Shirley remarked as he removed the cloth from the man's mouth and inserted the antidote. The man swallowed it, only to attempt a scream that emerged as a silent gasp. Despite 2 futile attempts, the realization of his voicelessness left him in despair. "Spare your efforts. From the moment the antidote entered your mouth, your throat has been rendered useless. The antidote consists of 3 doses. The first stunts the growth of the parasites. The second repairs your damaged organs, and the third annihilates the creatures." Shirley unveiled the vial, stating, "My condition is straightforward. You captured a girl yesterday. Simply disclose her whereabouts. Once I rescue her, the remaining dose will be yours." Upon the man's nod, Shirley administered half of the antidote. Gradually, the man's voice returned, albeit in a raspy and discordant manner, his words emerging intermittently in the northwest corner of the village, in the smallest room. Shirley rose to depart. But the man interjected, "What if you forget to provide the antidote after rescuing her? I handle the food delivery and can assist you in infiltrating that room. First, grant me the remaining half of the antidote, and once inside, you can then give me the last dose." The village was rife with patrols. The houses few, and with dawn approaching, a careless move could easily lead to discovery. Should the adversaries take advantage during her struggle to relocate the captive, it would require considerable effort to rectify the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Shirley acquiesced to his proposal and approached to assist him in untying the bonds. However, just as she turned, the man brandished a cleaver with a menacing expression and lunged at her. Shirley swiftly bent down to evade the strike, retaliating with a brick that she brought down upon his head, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. Upon being awakened a second time by a splash of cold water, it seemed he had resigned himself to the futility of resistance, his demeanor markedly subdued. Standing over him with an air of authority, Shirley inquired, "May I offer my assistance now?" The man lay sprawled on the ground, feeling the turmoil of hunger within him, and nodded in acquiescence. With a food container in hand, Shirley followed Chef Zhao, who limped as he made his way to the patrol team, introducing her as his niece while explaining that he had injured his foot and she was merely accompanying him to deliver meals. Committing to take on this duty for the following days, the night patrols were conducted by the members of Chishan village, and having spent considerable time there, Chef Zhao was well regarded. His explanation was sufficient for the patrol to allow him to rest and recuperate. Before the room where Luo Baoxiai was confined, 2 guards stood watch, both hailing from the Iron Floating Wood faction. Noticing an additional person accompanying the meal delivery today, they halted her. Chef Zhao reiterated his earlier statements. Shirley, slender in stature with delicate hands that seemed fragile enough to snap, did not give the impression of someone capable of wielding a weapon. The guards, lacking suspicion, stepped aside to grant them entry. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, Shirley discreetly produced a concealed dart from her sleeve, administering a swift strike to each guard. With both men now incapacitated and leaning against the wall, she instructed Chef Zhao to stand before them as if engaging in conversation, effectively concealing their predicament and maintaining the facade of normalcy. In a dim corner, Luo Baoqi huddled, sleepless through the night, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Upon hearing the creak of the door, her body trembled in fear. She dared not look at the person entering, wishing fervently to transform into a small stone on the ground, hoping to remain unseen. "Miss, it's time for your meal," came the voice of Shirley, as he set down the food container. Upon recognizing that familiar voice, an overwhelming joy surged within her. She lifted her gaze, and indeed it was him, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Just as she was about to call out, she noticed Shirley's gesture for silence and quickly stifled her words. Suddenly, the door was slammed shut with force, followed by the sound of a lock clicking into place. Zhao the cook, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed, "Kid, I've never encountered anyone as easily deceived as you. Enjoy your time with your little lover inside. Having a beauty by your side is a small fortune before your demise." Panic surged through Luo Baoqi as she clutched Shirley's arm, pleading, "Brother Shirley, what shall we do? We cannot get out." "Fear not," Shirley replied, having never placed any expectations on Zhao the cook. He assumed the man would immediately call for help upon stepping outside. Having prepared a knife, he was taken by surprise that Zhao had brought him to see Luo Baoqi, which is why he had refrained from taking action. Shirley approached the door, pushing against it with no success. After stepping back a couple of paces, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, shattering the door. Simultaneously, he drew his small crossbow and aimed it at Zhao, who had not yet retreated far. "Let us go." All of Luo Baoqi's fear and trepidation dissipated with that one decisive kick. She gazed at Shirley's handsome figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The patrol team would take another minute to reach this point, and Shirley guided Luo Baoqi as they darted between the houses, slipping into the shadows of the forest. As the two emerged from the village, chaos had already erupted within. "Brother Shirley, let us depart together." Upon hearing her intent to stay behind to confront the kidnappers, Luo Baozi's eyes brimmed with tears. "I have trained for this. Escaping will pose no challenge. Your safety is paramount. Do not worry, just hurry away." Alas, the young one had come to see her as a mother. The villagers began to scour the area, and although the place they had lingered was shrouded in shadows, it was far from secure. With a heavy heart, Luo Baozi bid farewell to Shirley. "Brother Shirley, I must go. You must follow swiftly." Indeed, before Luo Baozi's figure had completely faded from sight, the villagers arrived. Shirley took a small detour to confront them. "Gentlemen, are you in search of me?" The men sent to search for others lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. The woman they had captured the previous day had also escaped. Taifomo slammed his hand on the table. "What is this nonsense? What purpose do I serve in sustaining you? A bunch of worthless fools. And you cannot even capture a defenseless woman." The informant was drenched in sweat. "Boss, the one who came to rescue her was exceptionally formidable. The moment we approached, we were struck down before we even realized it." "Only one person?" The informant paused, then nodded. "Yes, just one." Taifomo slammed the table once more. "Incompetence. Fetch my knife and lead me there." Yes, boss, this way." After dispatching the encroaching men, Shirley suddenly recalled that Xiaoxi had not followed De Ji and Yao Ji, and he retraced his steps to search for her. Just in time, I heard the person accompanying the iron raft shout, "Head, there is a wolf cub here." They resided in the mountains, spending their days in the company of the creatures that inhabited the area, even relying on them for sustenance. Initially, they had ventured here in pursuit of a few wolves, and upon seeing the little one, they immediately recognized it as a wolf. Without a moment's hesitation, 10 miles proceeded toward the sound, for she had promised the mother wolf that she would take good care of its offspring. Thus, where the cub was, she would be as well. The little wolf, feeling anxious in the grasp of a stranger, clawed at the man's hand, attempting to free itself. Rather than being angered by its struggle, the iron raft burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, such wildness. I admire that." Just as he finished speaking, the wolf cub suddenly ceased its clawing and began to call out vigorously in a particular direction, straining to move towards it. Following its gaze, the iron raft observed a young lad clad in grayish-blue attire emerging from the woods. His expression solemn and his presence exuding an undeniable aura of strength that was hard to overlook. He addressed the man, saying, "Uncle, the wolf cub you hold is mine. Might I kindly request its return?" The iron raft, having encountered many formidable figures, was merely taken aback by the young one's commanding presence at such a tender age. He smiled slightly, stroking the little wolf, pondering how to respond. Just then, the individual who had reported earlier remarked, "Head, he is the one who took down our brothers." The iron raft was unfazed, for it was apparent that there were not many idle individuals wandering into Qishan at such an early hour. "Very well, please." The iron raft held 10 miles in high regard and was inclined to draw him into his ranks. As Tinley charged forward, he took 2 steps back, waved his hand decisively, and commanded, "Attack." Instantly, those standing behind him surged forward, brandishing their blades. While admiration was one thing, the act of seizing was another. In life and death situations, there had never been a stipulation for one-on-one confrontations. However, it was not long before the assailants began to fall one after another, some howling in agony while others lay lifeless. At this moment, Taifomu could no longer maintain his ground. Entrusting Xiaoxi to the individual who had stayed back and reported, "Hold tight, don't let it escape." After speaking, he discarded his bearskin coat onto the ground, flexed his fingers to loosen his muscles, and strode purposefully towards Tinley. Danger loomed. As Taifomu advanced, Tinley tensed. kicking aside an approaching henchman and using the momentum to leap up, pivoting to deliver a kick to Tai Fumu's outstretched arm. Initially, she had aimed for his wrist, but he deftly evaded her strike. Tai Fumu shook his numbed arm, exclaiming, "Good lad, you've got guts." After this praise, he resumed his relentless assault, striking without mercy. The impact from his foot resonated in Tai Fumu's foot, a subtle ache emerging, while Tinli wiggled her toes, relieved to find them intact and unbroken. Her gaze shifted to the rather hefty figure, awkwardly dragging a long blade yet moving with surprising agility. There was something peculiar about this. With the intent to draw out all of Tai Fumu's skills, Tinli unsheathed the dagger she always carried. Though it paled in size compared to Tai Fumu's weapon, it excelled in being lightweight and nimble. Tai Fumu reacted swiftly, possessing a heightened awareness of danger far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Driven by a sense of exploration, Shirley did not succumb to defeat with just a single or two strikes as in the past. Instead, she moved with the grace of a nimble cat, adeptly countering the serpent's onslaught. In this cat-and-mouse dynamic of combat, where she found herself in the role of the mouse, Tai Fumu's anger surged. Channeling his internal energy into his long blade, he struck fiercely towards Shirley. The force of the blow was so intense that Shirley could hear the air being cleaved apart. To be struck by such a blow would undoubtedly be painful. There was no time to evade, so Shirley raised her short dagger to meet the blade. Clang! Shirley examined the short dagger, which now bore a noticeable dent. Tai Fumu remarked, "Impressive, young one, to withstand my strike. Let us see how you fare against this." He unleashed a powerful blow, the Oceanic Surge Slash, a strike that descended just 2 or 3 meters away from her. Shirley could clearly see the air condensing along the trajectory of the descending blade. Though the blade fell, the gust of wind it generated continued to rush toward her. Realians? To ascertain whether this human was indeed one of the Realians, Shirley did not evade the oncoming wind slash, but instead sidestepped to avoid a critical hit, allowing it to strike her shoulder. No, it feels different. Realians possess a unique ability to manipulate gases. A mere twig, a leaf, or even their own tendrils can be wielded to create sharp edges capable of inflicting harm upon other beings. Moreover, the wounds they inflicted would retain their psychic energy, causing the blood to flow incessantly from the injury. The winds cut forth from this humanoid creature merely grazed the flesh of its opponent, inflicting little damage. This was primarily due to the frailty of its current form. Had it been in its true essence, not even a mark would have remained. After exchanging several dozen blows, the creature named Tieli and the figure known as Tai Fumu found themselves in a prolonged engagement. The latter's internal energy gradually waned, while Tieli's intrigue only deepened. It was astonishing that such abilities existed among the denizens of this planet. After nearly a year of encounters with various beings, she had never witnessed anything quite like it. Indeed, the quest for discovery knows no bounds. Tai Fumu realized that the frequency and speed of Tieli's attacks were escalating, and he inwardly lamented her peculiar prowess. Here was someone untrained in internal energy, yet she was managing to exhaust him, a practitioner of over 2 decades. He pondered the identity of her mysterious mentor, who had allowed her to roam freely and engage in such confrontations. How unfortunate. The wounds inflicted by the short dagger multiplied, and as he felt a sharp cut across his chest, an overwhelming pain momentarily clouded his senses. Seizing the opportunity, Tieli delivered a kick that sent him sprawling, and as he fell, she struck the back of his head with the hilt of her blade. "Cease at once. Move again, and I shall strangle it." Tieli paused, glancing towards the source of the voice, where she saw Xianxia being held aloft by the throat by the other man. "You seek death." As the words left her lips, the short dagger pierced the assailant's throat. Tieli was unperturbed by the threat that he might suffocate Xianxia before she could act, for her reflexes were swift enough to ensure that he could not apply enough force in time. Xianxia tumbled onto the man, rolled twice, and quickly regained his footing, sprinting back towards Tieli. At this moment, the iron floating wood, having been knocked to the ground, quickly regained its composure, brandishing a knife and delivering a horizontal slash to her side. Although Shirley sensed the impending danger, it was too late to evade entirely. Fortunately, she managed to sidestep the brunt of the attack. The instant the wound was inflicted, blood began to flow forth. The injury on her left shoulder, previously sustained during their skirmish, had already stained her garment with a dark hue. Shirley felt a twinge of regret. This new attire was now rendered utterly useless, having cost her a considerable sum of silver. Aware of his inability to best her, the iron floating wood retreated a few paces before hastily fleeing into the woods. Channeling the last vestiges of his internal energy, he propelled himself upwards, leaping towards the trees. Shirley arched an eyebrow, refraining from immediate action as she observed him nimbly navigating the branches. Ah, he can soar, quite impressive indeed. Drawing forth her small crossbow, she focused her mental energy onto the flickering figure within the forest and fired. The sound of snapping branches echoed, and soon, silence enveloped the woodland. Cradling the small dog that had rushed to her side, Shirley smiled faintly and proceeded in that direction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky over Luoyang town began to darken. The two had reached an impasse, ultimately conceding to each other and allowing Shirley to make her own decision. Yet they found no trace of her anywhere. Inquiring among her usual companions, even her grandfather mentioned he had not seen her since their separation the previous night. It was only through Shun Chuanhua's revelation that Shirley had taken 2 dogs and a donkey cart to search for the county magistrate's daughter that they finally had a lead. Search. Hurry and find her. Boss Zhu, having lost his temper from being confined, was now thoroughly intimidated. When County Magistrate Luo inquired, he promptly shook his head in denial. Master Duan San's temperament remained unchanged. He laughed heartily, exclaiming that it was better not to see, only to be subjected to intensive questioning thereafter. Yet, there was still no trace of Shirley. The steward had mobilized his men, along with eunuch Gao's entourage and the county guards, leaving no stone unturned in their search of Luoyang town. As dusk fell, County Magistrate Luo was engaged in discussion with the steward and eunuch Gao regarding the possibility that Shirley had ventured to the bandits' lair when a guard rushed in, shouting, "My lord, we found her! We found her!" The trio rejoiced and hurried forth. "Where is Xia? Where is Ashur? Where is Miss Shun?" Although the steward felt a pang of disappointment, he still congratulated the magistrate. County Magistrate Luo, suppressing his amusement, inquired with composure, "Where is Xianxia? Where did you find her?" "The young lady is still on her way. We spotted her at the town's entrance, accompanied by 2 dogs, which she claimed belonged to Master Shirley." The steward gasped in surprise. "What of Ashur?" "The young lady did not mention," came the reply. At that moment, Luo Baoxiai arrived at the magistrate's residence. Witnessing her father's reddened eyes brimming with tears, she rushed forward, crying, "Father!" County Magistrate Luo comforted her, saying, "Do not cry, do not cry. Your father is here." Hearing the steward's inquiry, Luo Baoxiai lifted her head from her father's embrace, her expression sorrowful. "Brother Shirley stayed behind on the mountain to confront those bandits, allowing me to escape. Father, you must gather men to rescue Brother Shirley. He cannot face so many alone. Miss Luo, do you remember how to reach the bandits? Remember, I will take you there." Though she was filled with trepidation, she felt compelled to rescue Brother Shirley, who had put himself in peril for her sake. Magistrate Luo sought to intervene, but found himself unable to voice his concerns. The urgency of Grandfather Gao was palpable as he chastised Luo Baoqi, exclaiming, "How could you leave Miss Shen alone in the den of kidnappers? What if something were to happen to her, a lone woman surrounded by such a crowd? When the Emperor learns of this, not just you, but I too would be in grave danger." Upon hearing the words Miss Shen and woman, Luo Baoqi was momentarily taken aback. Was Brother Shirley a girl? A deception. Once the others departed, she confronted Magistrate Luo with indignation. "You just allowed her to enter again after she barely escaped from the kidnapper's lair. Do you possess any compassion? She is your daughter, your own flesh and blood." "I am aware," he retorted, his voice filled with exasperation. "Do you think I desire this? However, Shen Shirley is the daughter of a general. If anything were to befall her, our entire family would be at risk." After his outburst, his tone softened. "Madam, rest assured, with so many accompanying us, I too shall follow. Baoqi will not face any further danger." Only then did the magistrate's wife relent. As the group journeyed halfway up Mount Li, Daji and Yaoji suddenly became agitated, sprinting ahead as if possessed. Luo Baoqi had previously mentioned they were the ones who guided her down, prompting the steward to hastily direct others to follow. In the distance, a figure gradually emerged, first a head, then a body, until the person stood tall upon the mountaintop. "Found her! Found her!" Shirley exclaimed, crouching down to pat Daji and Yaoji on their heads. "Thank you for your efforts." The steward dismounted and approached, only to behold her drenched in blood. Although he had anticipated the possibility of injury over the 10-mile journey, witnessing the reality made his heart race. "Miss, what has happened to you? Where are you hurt?" Old Master Gao exclaimed, urgently calling for the physician. Realizing this was not the palace, he swiftly corrected himself. "Doctor. Where's the doctor? Hurry, summon him." Dr. Chi squeezed through the crowd, arriving just in time. Luo Baoxiai felt a tumult of emotions, unsure how to face Shirley, But upon seeing her covered in blood, all her inner conflict dissipated. "Shirley, are you all right? This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have sustained such grievous injuries." "Indeed," Shirley responded, not objecting. Someone must attend to the body. She had done what needed to be done and taken the silver notes that were rightfully hers. The physique of the deceased was markedly more robust and sinewy than that of an ordinary person, indicating that this planet must possess some form of body tempering technique. Current interstellar body tempering practices require a combination of mental fortitude, yet here, even those devoid of such abilities could harness it. This could potentially herald a transformative leap in the interstellar era. In hindsight, the federal government colluding with space pirates to obliterate her essence into ashes may be viewed as a blessing in disguise. Her belongings destined for the capital had long been prepared. After expressing gratitude to County Magistrate Luo for rescuing her the previous day, returning to the village was impossible as it was already late into the night. Thus, they would have to delay their departure by another day. As Shirley moved the belongings from the room to the carriage, Gu Lu, who had accompanied the steward, instinctively offered to assist. He intended to lift a wooden box filled with a grass-covered ceramic jar that lacked a lid when Shirley halted him. "Do not touch." Gu Lu instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. "Miss, this Lord Xing mentioned that if we do not hasten, we shall be forced to travel by night." Shirley, cradling a similar box in her arms, regarded him for a moment before nodding. "Then you may proceed, but remember to cover it with that mat. We must not disturb what lies within." "Understood." Gu Lu nodded and bent down to retrieve the mat nearby. As he did so, his face aligned with the box, and upon discerning its contents, his pupils constricted. Startled, he inhaled deeply twice, swallowed hard, and cautiously covered the box, securing the mat with a rope, leaving ample space. Heavens above, the luggage filled 2 carts, all containing Shirley's possessions, save for one box of crops that Xianxia had instructed her to take to Shenhan. Xianxia, aware of her departure that day, had hurried over from the neighboring village to bid her farewell, while Zhou Zifeng nestled behind Zhou Zhongjiu, observing their parting. Noticing Zifeng's somber demeanor, Shirley approached him and produced a small bow and a vial of silver needles. "This is for you. Do you remember what I taught you? Practice diligently, and when you arrive in the capital, I shall assess your progress. Remember, keep your eyes focused, steady your hand, and strike swiftly." This lesson had stemmed from a summer day when Shirley, irritated by the cacophony of cicadas, had brought down all the insects with stones, prompting the others to request her tutelage in that skill. Zhou Zifeng took the bow and arrow, saying, "Sister, I will practice diligently and shall not disappoint you. Please wait for my return." With that, Shirley smiled faintly and turned to board the car driven by the steward. Suddenly, Zhou Zifeng called out, "Sister, farewell." Gu Lu observed her figure concealed by the carriage curtain and murmured, "Truly, she is General Shen's daughter. Not only did she single-handedly eradicate a bandit den, but she also dares to nurture such creatures." Beside him, someone nudged him with an elbow, saying, "Are you out of your mind? Do you dare to speak of mission? Moreover, I must remind you, Lord Xing has insisted that the matters on the mountain must remain confidential." After speaking, the person glanced around and leaned closer to ask in a hushed tone, "Why the sudden mention of this?" "Move aside," Gu Lu pushed him away, gazing at the sun on the horizon and sighed. "Even I, your 6th brother, have seen quite a bit of the world." As the morning sun rose, the wheels of the carriage rolled over the well-trodden dirt road, displacing the small stones along the track. Perhaps due to their journey, Grand Eunuch Gao was not as anxious as before. They traveled by day and rested early at night, occasionally pausing at certain spots, yet never exceeding a 2-day interval. Deji and Yao Ji were left behind with Zhou Zifeng, bringing only Xiaoxi along. Xiaoxi had already grown to her knee height, and Shirley attempted to train its hunting skills. However, the creature seemed to think they were still in the Zhou family's courtyard, chasing after prey only to pin them down with its paws, releasing them moments later without any intention of using its mouth. Stepping upon a sharp stone elicits a cry of distress, and even a simple leap can result in a fall upon level ground. The only moment of valor occurred when I witnessed the horse's tail flicking back and forth, a sight most amusing. I darted behind the steed to nip at its tail, but was promptly kicked away, and since then, I have never dared to provoke them again. I have raised a foolish wolf. After a month of wandering, by late February, our group finally arrived at the gates of Kyoto, queuing for inspection. With the presence of the esteemed official and the steward, the gatekeepers did not thoroughly search our belongings, allowing us to enter with ease, even inquiring if we wished to notify the general at his residence. The steward declined, previously. When writing that letter in Luoyang town 10 miles away, the general had intended to leave the capital but was thwarted by the emperor. Since then, they had maintained correspondence. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, the general should be nearing the city gates. Make way. Clear the path for this young master. A magnificent steed, seemingly possessed, charged towards the gates, causing the citizens gathered there to scatter like startled birds. The carriage carrying our party had no time to evade the oncoming horse, which crashed into the rear of our vehicle. The black stallion did not halt upon impact. Instead, it pressed forward, attempting to dislodge the carriage with its head. The vehicle swayed precariously, and the rider, having clung desperately to the reins, was now at the mercy of the horse's frantic movements, a fall becoming inevitable. The steward recognized the horse as a rare and exquisite Akeltech and hesitated to take drastic measures. However, as the creature was uncontrollable, the potential for injury to the individual thrown to the ground was grave. Enduring the pain, he drew his blade and struck down the horse, catching the fallen rider just in time to prevent further harm. The young rider appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age, clad in a shimmering silver riding outfit. His hair was neatly tied back in a high ponytail. Although his features still bore a hint of youthfulness, he had already become the romantic ideal of many young ladies in the capital. Upon witnessing the demise of his black steed, Yeshuan immediately pushed the butler aside, exclaiming, "How dare you slay my beloved chasing wind?" This forceful shove caused the butler to stumble backwards, colliding with a luggage cart that had already been swaying from the impact of the horse. The precariously balanced boxes toppled over, spilling their contents onto the ground. Gulu hastily shut his eyes, turning his head away in trepidation. Traveling by carriage was far from an enjoyable experience. The shock absorption system was woefully inadequate, resulting in a jarring journey. On a starship, such turbulence indicated either a malfunction or an impending attack, and Shirley had remained perpetually vigilant to prevent the carriage from disintegrating. Only after confirming a few days prior that the carriage was secure enough to withstand the bumps did he finally allow himself to relax and drift into slumber. Upon awakening to the anguished cries of the horse, Shirley lifted the curtain and descended from the carriage, coincidentally witnessing the butler's collision with the cart, as its contents spilled across the ground. Thankfully, the items were secured within a grass cage. Although some jars had shattered, their contents remained undisturbed and intact. Shirley lifted the grass cage, glancing around in confusion, and remarked, "Why has it fallen asleep again?" Upon seeing the object in her hand, Yeshuan's eyes widened in horror, her face a mask of fear as she recoiled, exclaiming, "A snake! A snake! What are you doing? Release it at once. Do not dismantle it. Silence." Shirley cast a disdainful glance at him, shaking the head of the snake and murmuring, "You were clearly awake earlier, yet upon arriving here you fell asleep again. It seems that the temperature indeed induced this state of dormancy." Having uttered this, she set the snake down and proceeded to examine the other grass cages. And Yeshuan was fortunate enough to catch sight of the elusive species rarely seen in 5 years: the snake tribe, the frog tribe, centipedes, scorpions, and spiders. Shirley, unperturbed, slowly disassembled the cage, took out the creatures within to observe them, and then, with equal slowness, returned them and reassembled the cage. Gulu observed her calm demeanor while handling those creatures with a sense of deep respect, and the soldiers nearby regarded her with admiration. Amidst the crowd, whispers of "This young gentleman possesses remarkable courage" could occasionally be heard. The steward felt a pang of sympathy, if it were not for the Shen family. How could the young lady possibly be dealing with such beings? She should have been nestled in the boudoir, pampered by her parents like a delicate flower. Yet now she had grown into someone whom even he, a grown man, felt inferior to. One who would be terrified at the sight of a mere mouse. What trials must she have endured to arrive at this point? Once Shirley had settled everything, she wiped her hands with a handkerchief and approached Yeshuan. As she neared, Yeshuan instinctively stepped back, stammering, "What do you intend to do?" Shirley halted about 1.5 meters away, gazing at him and saying, "You frightened the box of pets I keep, shattering their dwelling. You must compensate for the damage." "Oh?" Shirley appraised him from head to toe, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, "So, you are unwilling to pay? In that case, my little darlings will have to be sent to your home, as they have nowhere else to reside." No. I shall compensate. I shall compensate. He raises snakes. He raises snakes. As a frivolous youth, I shall not stoop to his level." After offering himself some psychological solace, Yeshuan's voice noticeably weakened. I did not say I would not compensate. How much silver is required?" The steward stepped forward to apologize, unsure of which noble family the young master belonged to. Today, I have inadvertently caused offense. I sincerely hope for your understanding. With that, he took his leave, and Yeshuan wished to leverage his esteemed lineage to argue with them. But seeing their demeanor, he felt vexed yet refrained from reprimanding them and left in a huff. And Yeshuan, who frequently traversed the imperial palace, found the figure beside the emperor somewhat familiar. He was displeased that his earlier cowardice had been witnessed. Master Gao, what brings you here? Were you present all this time? And Yeshuan's tone was less than cordial. Master Gao discerned his irritation. After a moment's contemplation, he understood the cause of his anger but chose to feign ignorance. Indeed. Young master, is there a problem? And Yeshuan found it difficult to admit his own timidity and simply stated, what you witnessed today must not be spoken of, otherwise I shall have your head. Certainly. I assure you, I shall not utter a single word. Tell me, you mentioned that the young lady was General Shen's daughter. What do you know of her? Share your knowledge with me. Master Gao, uncertain of what aspects in Yeshuan sought to learn about the young woman, proceeded to recount everything he knew about her. His profound paternal affection had yet to be fully expressed, and now his daughter had surpassed him in prowess. If he did not make her feel the weight of a father's love soon, what would happen if she grew to resent her old man for being ineffectual? Without even shedding his ceremonial robe, Shen Han hastily inquired after his daughter's whereabouts and rushed towards Shirley. Sure, come let your father see you. The steward was leading Shirley through the general's residence, familiarizing her with the grounds. Upon seeing Shen Han, he bowed and greeted, General. Shirley echoed, Father. A torrent of emotion surged within Shen Han, predominantly regret for not having kept his amnesiac daughter by his side. In the past, she would affectionately call him Daddy. But now she merely addressed him with the cold and distant term Father. Cursed be that rascal, cursed be the Emperor, that thought must not be uttered. Sure, how did you fare at your grandmother's? Very well. Grandmother and the others miss you dearly and hope you can visit soon. If all goes as planned, they should arrive in the capital by late autumn. Grandmother also asked me to bring you some provisions, just some food, so do make use of it soon. Shirley herself was unaware of how she had come to inhabit this body. The spiritual essence of the original occupant had long dissipated, leaving no trace of memory. The steward lamented, General, the young lady possesses no recollection of her past. With a sigh, Shen Han expressed a bittersweet relief. Perhaps it is for the best that she does not remember. Sure, rest for today, and tomorrow, I shall take you to explore this grand city. The three individuals conversed in the corridor of the courtyard, beside a meticulously crafted landscape. Just as Shirley was about to respond, the raucous cries of Xianxia echoed through the air. Following the sound, she beheld Xianxia atop the artificial hill, howling at the sky. Xianxia bang. A whoa. Upon hearing her call, Xianxia joyfully descended from the hill, plunging straight into the pond below. Shirley found herself at a loss for words. This was perhaps the dimmest of her subordinates. Even to Ji and Yao Ji had demonstrated greater intelligence while still in the nurturing box. Though March was approaching, the air remained brisk. As Xiaoxi splashed into the water, attendants swiftly jumped in to retrieve her, and Shirley expressed her gratitude. Shen Han scrutinized Xiaoxi with keen interest. Sure. Is this a wolf? Yes, I found her on the mountain and nurtured her for several months. How could a girl rear such a ferocious creature? This is not a dog. When she matures, she may very well turn on you. Listen to your father. Shen Han raised his gaze to meet Shirley's impassive stare and, with a smile, amended his statement. It is indeed somewhat lonely at the residence. Having a few small animals could be quite delightful. Tomorrow, my father shall send someone to build her a den. Sure. Do you have any other animals you wish to keep? I recall that you once had a cat. Do you still fancy one? What about a rabbit? Or perhaps you could consider adopting 2 more dogs. No need for that. Father, I desire a secluded room to accommodate the animals I care for. Of course, that is no trouble at all. If you wish, the entire general's residence is yours to command. Shirley offered him a faint smile, the corners of her mouth barely lifting, yet it stirred a profound excitement within Shen Han. He took a few steps back, positioning himself beside the butler, and inquired, Old Shing, do you believe that Ashur can sense my concern for her, correct? The general treats the miss exceptionally well. She is undoubtedly aware of it. There is no need for the general to heed the words of Lord Shen. Although Shen's elder was not particularly fond of Shen Han, he maintained a relatively neutral stance towards Shirley. Shen Han, wary of potentially leading the child astray, did not impede her interactions with the Shen family. His feud with his father should not extend to the next generation. Furthermore, despite the elder's irritable temperament, obstinate nature, and somewhat lackluster courage, coupled with a tendency to be verbose and occasionally throw objects in anger, His scholarly accomplishments were commendable, otherwise he would never have attained the esteemed position of the Crown Prince's tutor. Most importantly, he was frequently engaged in warfare, leaving Shirley as the sole resident of the general's residence. At that time, she was still quite young and could not be taken to the frontiers. Thus, she had to be entrusted to the care of the elder Shun. He understood the root of the elder's grievances, which stemmed from his discontent over Shun Han's decision to abandon the pen for the sword and become a general. To this day, the elder was still scheming to undermine him, often whispering ill of him in the emperor's ear. However, public matters were separate from private ones. Shirley was his beloved granddaughter. While he might not provide meticulous care, he would certainly ensure her well-being. From that moment on, Shen Han began to reflect on whether he was indeed such an inadequate father, harboring a determination to show Shirley that he genuinely cared for her. After hearing the butler's remarks, Shen Han waved his hand dismissively and recalled, "Usher mentioned she has taken to raising some animals. What are they?" The steward, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the city gate, averted his gaze and spoke in a rather hollow tone. "They are quite charming little pets." Shen Han was pleased with this response. In the past, Ashur had always had a fondness for furry creatures, and that sentiment remained unchanged. The steward forced a smile and deftly shifted the conversation to the altercation at the city gate, readily offering his apologies. Shen Han was largely unconcerned, recalling that not long ago, the Eastern Qi Kingdom had presented two magnificent black steeds, one of which had been taken by the crown prince while the other, bestowed upon him by the emperor, had been deceitfully appropriated by that scoundrel, Princeton, for his son to frolic with, roaming around the city. He had long harbored disdain for that fellow. It was good that he had met his end. However, it was curious that the horse had gone mad, and there was no one by that little scoundrel inside. It seemed the prince's residence was not particularly peaceful either. "You needn't concern yourself with this matter. Your slaying of the horse turned out to be a fortuitous event. By the way, has he fulfilled his promise of compensation? It remains unsettled." At the time, the young lady demanded 1,000 taels, but the young master only possessed 315 taels, which the lady accepted without further pursuit. On the way back, the steward first led her to the room occupied by the original owner, and those several boxes had been brought along as well. She had repeatedly instructed not to touch those boxes. "Miss, what on earth are these ghastly things inside your box? I'm nearly frightened to death. Please, dispose of these items at once." "Ah, it's crawling over here. Go away. Go away. I have told you not to touch my boxes." "Miss, I merely wished to see what was inside, to assist you in tidying your belongings. I never anticipated encountering such items. Please, miss, swiftly dispose of them. They are quite frightening." Xiao Hong has been the chief maid beside the original owner for 5 years, earning her trust, which accounts for her casual demeanor towards Shirley. Xiao Hong continues to cry out. "Xiao Hong." Xiao Qing set down the food box and directly approached, pulling Xiao Hong down. "That is the young lady's bed. How dare you ascend it?" Xiao Hong shook off her hand, attempting to rush to Shirley's side. However, recalling her recent act of capturing insects barehanded, she hesitated. The young lady has yet to utter a word. "Why are you so enraged? We are both chief maids, and only the young lady may reprimand me. Do you intend to usurp her authority?" "You." Xiao Qing, exasperated, stomped her foot, yet felt helpless. She had only been a chief maid for a mere year, and the young lady would not punish her. With a cold huff, she turned to place the meal on the table. "Xiao Qing, why didn't you bring ours as well?" "Miss, I am so hungry. I wish to eat too." Xiao Hong puffed her cheeks and blinked, gazing at Shirley. In the past, under similar circumstances, Shen Shirley would have invited Xiao Hong to sit and share a meal with her, for to Shirley, Xiao Hong, who was 3 years her senior and had accompanied her for 5 years, felt akin to a sister. Xiao Qing, accustomed to this, though she held disdain for Xiao Hong, often prepared an extra portion to ensure Shen Shirley would not go hungry. Today, she wished to test whether the young lady, having ventured beyond these walls, still remained as naive as before. Indeed, the reality unfolded as she had wished. The young lady not only refused to invite her to dine alongside her, but also inquired, "Does this maid seem to serve any purpose? May I dismiss her?" Tenli, devoid of the affectionate lens through which she viewed Xiao Hong, was acutely aware that she had allowed her meticulously cared-for experiment to escape, along with 2 others whose whereabouts remained unknown. Xiao Qing, brimming with joy, replied, "Of course, you may. I have signed the contract of servitude. You may not only dismiss me, but even sell me if you wish." It became apparent that she was a slave. Upon hearing about the contract of servitude, Tin Li comprehended that those working within the general's residence were not merely laborers, but rather slaves. In the shadowy regions beyond the jurisdiction of the Federation, there existed a trading planet, a place she had visited. Deep within its subterranean levels lay a vast slave market. Then let us proceed with the sale, Tinley remarked, casually pushing her food aside. Xiaoqing promptly rushed outside to summon assistance. Xiao Hong, kneeling on the ground, wept inconsolably. Miss, have you truly forgotten the kindness I have shown you? You were merely 9 years old, and I, just 12. That night, when you were burning with fever and speaking deliriously, I stayed by your side the entire night, constantly changing your cloths. Moreover, miss, in recent years, when you struggled to sleep, it was I who sang to you night after night, soothing you into slumber. Have you forgotten? The cat you nurtured, Xiao Bai, once climbed to the rooftop and couldn't descend. It was I who climbed the ladder to rescue it, even falling in the process and nearly breaking my leg. Miss, how can you say that selling me is as simple as a command? Miss, you claim not to recall my words. Yet the tasks you undertake are merely the duties befitting your status as a servant. From the moment you signed your bond of servitude, you ought to have comprehended the nature of your future. Moreover, it seems you, as a slave, lead a life far more lavish than I, your master. The entirety of my wealth scarcely amounts to the value of the jewelry adorning your person. Xiao Hong was taken aback. Miss, these possessions were all bestowed upon me by you. Have you forgotten? I am utterly devoted to you. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Twelvely set down her chopsticks, observing her with keen interest. You assert that everything you possess is a gift from me? This maid remains oblivious to the fact that she has no recollection of her former memories. Perhaps it is time to provoke her a little. Indeed, Xiao Hong fervently nodded. The jewelry she wore was abundant, and she could not recall when she had acquired the pieces she adorned today, but Miss would not dwell on such details. So it would suffice to offer a vague excuse. When did you receive those earrings? During the New Year 2 years ago, I assisted you with your hair, and you rewarded me. Yet these earrings appear rather new. Xiao Hong's eyes darted momentarily. Yes, I have taken good care of them. I do not wear them frequently. Then from where did I procure these earrings to bestow upon you? Surely, I did not pluck them from my own ears. This maid seems to lack a certain clarity of thought. Perhaps a change of scenery would have sufficed to provoke a more straightforward response. Naturally not. Miss took them directly from the cosmetics box to give to me. I seem to lack earlobes. How could there be earrings within the cosmetics box? Which lady do you serve? Xiao Hong's complexion turned ashen, her eyes darted from side to side, and her fingers anxiously tugged at her skirt. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing had already brought in the maidservant, standing by to listen to Shirley's inquiries. When Xiao Hong found herself at a loss for words, she pointed at her and instructed the maidservant, drag her out and sell her off to someone, informing them that she has stolen from her master. Such a dishonest maid could hardly be sold to a reputable household. Even if sold to an ordinary family, the seller would inevitably warn them about her thieving ways. After all, the transaction originated from her hands, and if anything valuable were to go missing, her business would be utterly ruined. Once her hands were restrained, Xiao Hong realized that Shirley was indeed intent on selling her. Miss, I am the maidservant appointed by the old madam. If you wish to sell me, you must first seek the old madam's consent. The Shen family had 3.5 young ladies, 1 legitimate daughter, 1 illegitimate daughter, 1 cousin, and the half being Shen Shirley, all nurtured under the watchful eye of the old madam. The madam treated Shen Shirley with great kindness, allowing her to do as she pleased without reprimand or scolding, never uttering a harsh word. As Shen Shirley grew older, her willfulness escalated. Bolstered by the modest skills her father had taught her during his time in the capital, she frequently mingled with the sons of noble families and engaged in brawls, all the while enjoying the lack of discipline from the old madam, which emboldened her to act recklessly. Similarly, her standing among the elite ladies of the city was far from commendable. The 3 missions of the Shen family were all poised, dignified, and gracious young ladies, making it impossible for her to associate with them. Moreover, within the noble circles of the capital, Shen surely lacked any female confidants. The scions of other esteemed families regarded her not as a friend, but rather as a na-ve and wealthy target, often placing the blame for any major mishaps squarely on her shoulders. Shen Shirley, in her characteristic loyalty, would readily shoulder the blame, knowing that no one would criticize her or hold her accountable. At times, when matters escalated too far, just as the elder Shen intended to summon her for a reprimand, the matriarch would hastily intervene, shielding her and allowing the issue to dissipate without consequence. Hence, Shen Shirley held a fondness and deep respect for her grandmother. which is why Xiao Hong sought to use the matriarch as a means of control over her. Shirley showed little reaction, recalling that her grandmother had passed away long ago, and she had no acquaintance with the elder woman Xiao Hong spoke of, nor did she possess any desire to learn about her. Whatever consequences ensued could be dealt with when the time came. Xiao Hong was taken aback, exclaiming, "Miss, how can you speak of the matriarch in such a manner? She has treated you so well. Do you not appreciate her kindness at all?" Shirley, without turning to him, directed her gaze towards the two sturdy maids, asking, "Why are you dragging someone out so slowly? Do you wish to be sold along with her?" The robust maids, upon hearing this, immediately summoned their strength to forcibly pull the struggling Xiao Hong away from the table leg. The maid sold by the general's manor found herself with little hope of survival in the capital. She was reluctant to part with the opulence of this affluent land. As long as she could remain in the general's household, all could be reimagined. Xiao Hong, contemplating this, exclaimed, "Miss, do you truly believe that the old lady has your best interests at heart? She positioned me by your side solely to keep you under surveillance and lead you astray. The entire Shin family is aware of the old lady's disdain for you, yet you foolishly think she genuinely cares for you." This revelation was a closely guarded secret, causing the two matrons to relax their grip, pausing to await further orders from Shirley. Xiao Hong wrenched her arms free, rubbing her sore limbs, and spoke with a hint of grievance, "I have cherished you, miss, which is why I have never heeded their words, always striving to protect you. The only one who has ever treated you well is me. Should you choose to sell me, you shall find no one else who truly cares for you. And as for Xiao Qing, she is hardly virtuous. She is. Enough of your nonsense." Xiao Qing interjected loudly, astonished by Xiao Hong's knowledge of her identity. Her mind raced as she formulated a response, scolding the matrons. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take her away." "Do you wish for her to harm the miss?" Seeing the matrons genuinely approaching, Shirley sighed, recognizing that none of those around her possessed innocent motives. "Enough. You may all leave now." Xiao Qing stamped her foot. "But, miss, I did not call for you." Shirley smiled at her, then instructed the matrons, "Please go outside and close the door." Yes, Mississippi Xiao Hong believed that Shirley had let her off the hook, and she felt quite elated as she swiftly rose from the ground, exclaiming with a smile, "I knew the young lady could never bear to part with me. I shall certainly treat you twice as well from now on." Shirley merely curled the corners of her mouth in response, gently saying, "In truth, I have no intention of selling you at all. It is merely that the person beside you has persistently insisted on selling you off, which compelled me to suppress my heartache and allow them to drag you away." Xiao Hong, upon hearing her words, turned to glare at Xiao Qing. "I've known you've held a grudge against me for quite some time. Is it merely because I have gained more credit before the old lady than you have before the madam? The rewards I received were nothing more than a few pieces of jewelry. Yet look at how envious you are. You even wish to drive me away from the young lady's side. Dream on." Xiao Qing was at a loss for words to describe her. To call her foolish would be an understatement. Unlike the old lady, who found General Shin and his daughter a nuisance and wished to raise the young lady in a manner that would disgust Shinleoi, the madam sought to gain entry into the general's residence. To do so, she needed the young lady's approval, for only then would General Shun allow her to visit. The madam had been turned away at the door on several occasions, leading her to devise a plan to approach the young lady. Regrettably, from the very beginning, the young lady had harbored an aversion to the madam, which only intensified with age to the point where she could hardly bear to see her. Observing how obedient the young lady was to Xiao Hong, the madam conceived the idea of sending Xiao Hong to win the young lady's trust, whispering praises of herself to the young lady in hopes that she would gradually accept her. As for what would become of the young lady once the madam moved into the general's residence, that would ultimately be at the madam's discretion. She had served beside the young lady for 3 years, always considering her needs, to the extent that she believed herself to be truly devoted to this mistress. In a moment of impulse, she attempted to test her with matters of food, never anticipating that it would actually come to fruition. She had thought to take the opportunity to undermine Xiao Hong, only to discover that the latter was aware of her true allegiance to the madam. Observing the unwavering smile on the young lady's face, Xiao Qing immediately knelt heavily on the ground. "My lady, I am guilty. I am indeed assigned by the madam to attend to you, yet the madam has not instructed me to do anything other than to care for you well. My conduct towards you over these 3 years speaks for itself, and I believe you can discern the truth in your heart. Whatever punishment you deem appropriate, I shall accept without complaint." Shirley nudged the still fuming Xiao Hong, saying, "Control your expression. Do you see? That is what a true spy looks like." Xiao Hong, unwilling to concede, retorted, "It sounds good in words, but one cannot know what lies beneath. Then bind her and give her a few hits to vent my frustration. Of course, my lady. I shall fetch some rope at once. Seeing her amiable demeanor, Xiaohong felt reassured that she bore no ill will, casting a triumphant glance at Xiaoqing. No need to search. Simply undo her belt, Shirley instructed. Very well, my lady. In what seemed like an attempt to validate her earlier claims, Xiaoqing offered no resistance, allowing the actions to unfold while discreetly rolling her eyes at Xiaohong from a concealed corner. Once Xiaohong had secured her, Shirley produced a small vial and poured out a pill, handing it to her. Feed this to her. My lady, what is this? Soon you shall understand. Oh. Xiaohong crouched down, holding the medicine, and offered it to the unwilling Xiaoqing, who persistently turned her head away. Without hesitation, Xiaohong grasped her chin with her other hand and forcefully administered the medicine. Miss, I have fed her, she announced. Splendid, Shirley replied. Now you may release her. But I have yet to strike her, Xiaohong retorted. Shirley gazed at her in confusion. Did you not claim to be the only one who cared for me? Are you truly unwilling to assist me with such a modest request? Of course I am willing, Xiaohong exclaimed, promptly moving to unfasten Xiaoqing's belt, her disdain evident in her actions. At that moment, Shirley added, Xiaoqing, upon reflection, I must concede that you have indeed treated me well over these past 3 years. In contrast, I placed my trust in Xiaohong, yet she chose to heed others and monitor my actions. It pains me deeply. Why not bind her as she did to you just now? Upon hearing this, Xiaohong cried out, Miss, did you not say you bore me no ill will? You claimed I was the only one who treated you kindly. Were you deceiving me? Shirley maintained her previous smile. Xiaoqing regarded her with uncertainty, a chilling sensation creeping through her bones. Yes, Mississippi Xiaohong struggled fiercely, yet Xiaoqing seemed to possess a surprising strength, easily pinning her down. Xiaoqing's heart quivered, her hand holding the medicine trembling uncontrollably. Shirley appeared oblivious, gazing at her with a serene smile. After being untied, Xiaohong collapsed onto the ground, weeping profoundly. Miss, why have you treated your servant this way? I have always been the one who cares for you the most. Even though the ornaments and earrings adorning my head were bestowed upon me by the matriarch, they pale in comparison to your wealth. Although the matriarch instructed me to lead you astray, how could I betray you for a mere handful of hairpins? Xiaoqing has nefarious intentions and is prone to deceit. How could you place your trust in her? Do not cry, my dear. Shirley gently helped her to her feet, but Xiaohong was devoid of strength to resist. Did you not wish to know what that pill was? Allow me to enlighten you. It is a creature known as the stomach-devouring worm, which will begin to consume you from within. Without an antidote within a month, you shall witness the gruesome spectacle of being devoured by this worm, an utterly horrifying sight. Mississippi. Xiaohong's eyes were filled with sheer terror. You must be deceiving me. Absolutely not. I would never deceive you in such matters. You are the only one who has shown me kindness. Xiaoqing has already ingested it before you. She must be feeling something moving within her stomach by now. Do not hesitate to inquire with her. At the moment Shirley spoke, Xiaoqing was already bent over, clutching her abdomen with a pallid complexion. Xiaohong slowly shifted her gaze towards her, and upon witnessing her state, she felt utterly shattered. Xiaoqing immediately knelt on the ground. Miss, from this day forth, I shall be entirely devoted to you. At your command, I would not hesitate to brave any peril. Tinley placed the medicine on the table, pushing it towards the two individuals. Rise, she urged. You have accompanied me for such a long time. How could I bear to let you perish? This is the medicine for this month. As for the lady and the old matriarch, you shall speak as you have before. What should remain unspoken shall fester deep within your hearts. You are still the eyes and ears of your master by my side, and I remain that naive young lady. Do you understand? Xiaohong inquired. Miss, how should I respond if the old matriarch asks? Ask Xiaoqing, Tinley replied. She suspected that the venerable Madame Shun valued Xiaohong's cleverness, which might influence her original disposition. By the way, you mentioned I possess a great deal of silver. How much have you taken, and how much remains? Xiaohong hesitantly recounted the silver she had acquired over the years, although she did not recall each sum precisely. When added together, it amounted to 300 or 400 taels. Coupled with the jewelry she had pawned from Shun Tinli, the total exceeded 1,000 taels. This revelation astounded Xiaoqing, who had believed that with her dual responsibilities and her master's occasional rewards, accumulating 30 taels in a year would render her among the wealthier maidservants. She never imagined that this thoughtless Xiaohong lived a more lavish life than the daughters of affluent households. Tinli did not press her too hard. She merely requested Xiao Hong to fetch the items in which Zhou Tian stored her silver to ascertain the remaining family wealth. Then Xiao Hong remarked, "Miss, your silver has always been entrusted to me for safekeeping. Have you forgotten?" And Yi Xian's compensation was collected by the steward, leaving her with only a banknote and a few pieces of silver, no longer the carefree individual who effortlessly displayed wealth. She inquired, "How much silver do you possess?" After robbing, Xianxia Li was in high spirits and, feeling generous, extracted 2 small treasures from Xiao Hong that had previously escaped her notice. She then cradled the box and headed to the room she had her eye on. On the way back, the steward refrained from discussing Xianxia Li's circumstances in the capital, primarily because he often followed Shenhan and was not well acquainted with her past. Xianxia Li gleaned fragments of her former life from the 2 maids. Before the age of 11, she resided in the Shun household, where, regardless of her proficiency or lack thereof in needlework, music, and the arts, the matriarch remained silent about her. After engaging in her first brawl at 11, she discovered that although the matriarch continued to be indifferent, the patriarch would occasionally admonish her, and the matriarch would stand by her side in defense when he did. Following that, she often ventured outside, rarely remaining quietly at home. Ironically, her current situation mirrored her past, marked by frequent altercations and consequent injuries. The steward, preoccupied with their journey, had not mentioned the need to acquire new garments for Shirley. She was indifferent to clothing, viewing it as neither protective gear nor battle attire. Observing their demeanor, the steward presumed they had other plans and chose not to raise the topic. Consequently, Shirley continued to wear the clothes that Xinchun Hua had purchased for her in Xingyuan village. Fortunately, at the city gate, Yu Xian was so frightened by the snake that she paid little attention to Shirley's attire. Otherwise, she would have confronted her much sooner. Once Shirley had settled the group of animals, Xiaoqing could no longer restrain herself from suggesting that she take a bath and change her clothes. The garments from a year ago might now be somewhat short, yet they were certainly preferable to a coarse set of men's clothing, a dress or trousers. Xiaoqing quickly realized that this was a preference for male attire over female, and though she hesitated to voice her opinion, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Before the new clothes could arrive, a servant hurriedly approached Shirley, exclaiming, "Miss, the general and prince have clashed on Yong'an Street, and nothing can stop them. Steward Xing sent me to urge you to intervene." Shirley raised her eyebrows in surprise. "They are fighting? What prompted this?" The general went to the inn residence to demand repayment of a debt, but unexpectedly encountered the furious prince on the way. They exchanged only a few words before a brawl ensued, reportedly over a matter related to horses, though the details remain unclear. The messenger was nearly frantic, knowing that if anything happened to the general, his own fate would be equally grim. "Miss, you must act quickly. If the general confronts Princeton, it will not bode well, especially since the general is currently unable to exert his full strength." Upon hearing this, Shirley was suddenly reminded of her father's poisoning and feared for the general's safety. She promptly made her way outside, commanding, "Lead the way." Princeton, upon learning of the situation, was utterly incensed. Believing that Shun Han was unwilling to accept his victory over the horse and had deliberately orchestrated this scene to ruin his prized steed. Thus, he gathered a group of followers and set out to demand an explanation. In Chang'an, it is forbidden to ride horses without reason. Princeton, wary of the experienced warriors from the general's manor, brought along a few extra men. Riding in a carriage seemed rather undignified, yet fortunately, the two families were only half an hour apart. Shenhan also contemplated the possibility of this old scoundrel, Princeton, resorting to underhanded tactics, thus transforming a trio into a gathering of 6. The two parties encountered each other at the entrance of Hida Restaurant on Yong'an Street. Princeton recognized the steward and also identified Shun Han's carriage without hesitation, ordering it to be stopped. Upon disembarking, Shun Han exchanged a glance with Princeton, instantly realizing that the latter had come for him. Princeton spoke first. "Shun Han, I respect you as a hero, yet I am appalled by your despicable actions. The horse belonging to my son was originally won from you. Your refusal to accept defeat led you to allow your daughter to slay my son's horse at the city gate, and you even deceived him out of his silver. My son, being pure of heart, chose not to hold this against you and graciously compensated you. As his father, I cannot bear to see him suffer such indignities. You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation for today's events." With onlookers present, Princeton felt belittled by this tirade and replied with defiance, "If it comes to blows, so be it. I fear you not. Let us go to the West Training Grounds." "Your Highness, indeed." The West Training Grounds were rather distant. "Shenhan, seated in his carriage, waited at the observation platform for quite some time before Prince and finally arrived. Your Highness, I thought you might have lost your nerve. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Perhaps you should sit and have a cup of tea first? Enough with the pleasantries. Are we to fight or not? Of course we shall fight. With that, Shen Han set down his cup and shouted, Bring it on. Upon witnessing 3 or 4 individuals charging towards him, Prince promptly retreated, exclaiming, You despicable scoundrel, you promised to fight me. Shen Han replied with a faint smile, All's fair in war. I learned this from you. You old rascal. Last time, Prince had wagered that he could repel Shen Han by 100 meters within the span of a single incense stick, deceiving over 100 palace maids into overwhelming him, thus settling both old grievances and new on this day. With a scoff, Prince declared, You have allies. Do you think I lack support? Everyone attack. Initially accompanied by only 6 or 7 men, he soon had an additional 5 or 6 join the fray. When Shirley arrived at the Western Parade Ground, he beheld the sight of Prince and's entourage encircling Shen Han and his companions. Without hesitation, he seized a spear from the weapon rack and prepared to plunge into the fray. A companion rushed forward, desperately clinging to his leg, imploring, Miss, you mustn't. You cannot confront them. You will be overmatched. Please, lay down your weapon, and let us approach Prince with civility. Though he found it perplexing that the steward had sent the young lady to persuade the general, he was resolute in ensuring her safety. Shirley glanced down, attempting to extricate his leg from the grasp, commanding, Release me. At his order, the individual instinctively loosened their grip, only to find their forehead now pressed against the tip of the spear. Go fetch a few doctors, Shirley instructed. Should the general sustain any injuries, medical attention would be imperative. The individual glanced toward Shen Han, assessing that the general could endure a little longer, and nodded before scrambling to his feet and hastily departing. He regretted having heeded the steward's advice to summon the young lady instead of bringing along a few brawny enforcers. Xian later overheard the servants calling for someone and realized that his father intended to confront General Shen. Stealthily, he followed them to the Western Parade Ground. Although Xian had grown up in the capital, his circle of acquaintances consisted primarily of princes, heirs, and the wayward scions of high-ranking officials. He had little familiarity with Shun Shi, an inconspicuous ruffian. Perhaps he had heard of him in passing, but the memory had faded swiftly. Seeing her preparing to intervene, he thought to himself, as a man, how could he possibly be outdone by a mere woman? Without hesitation, he sprang forth, brandishing his sword at her, declaring, If you wish to advance, you must first pass through me. Shun Shi cast a glance at him, stepped forward, and with a swift motion, struck at his sword hand, deftly disarming him before Xian could react. Feeling insulted, he retorted, Repeat that. Who is the child here? You are the child. Do not think that because you have tamed a few snakes, I am intimidated by you. Come at me head on if you dare. Shun Shi ignored his taunts, and Xian was determined not to let her pass. He strode forward, arms outstretched to block her way, insisting, Unless you can defeat me convincingly, I will not allow you to proceed. She finally regarded him properly, saying, Come back to me when you can wield your sword steadily. Then we may discuss the matter of combat. And Xian, feeling that he was a prominent figure in the capital, could not bear to be repeatedly scorned by a frail woman. In a fit of determination, he swung his sword towards Shun Shi, simultaneously shouting, Behold my blade. Clang. Once again, the sword was deftly knocked away, and Yeshuan stood in place, feeling the tingling in his numbed arm, questioning the very essence of his existence. Was he truly so fragile? Upon witnessing Shirley wield a firearm, Shen Han's immediate instinct was to urge her to swiftly return the weapon, for he vividly recalled the incident in Duyu City, where she, armed with a gun and a horse, had left a trail of blood in her wake. Her strikes were lethal, and her retribution was swift, leaving an indelible impression on him. However, as the younger brother of the emperor, Wang could not perish so easily. He could afford to engage in a scuffle, perhaps only to incur a few reprimands or minor penalties from the emperor, but should his daughter take a life, it would spell the end of her existence. Sure, do not approach just yet. Your father can manage this. Stand back and witness how I render him incapable of finding his teeth. Shirley gradually slowed her steps, understanding the need for her father to assert his prowess in front of her, not wishing to appear too feeble. And Wang turned his gaze, initially surprised to see his son, but observing him standing there, clearly reluctant to be recognized, he suppressed a chuckle and refrained from calling out. Redirecting his attention, he cast a scornful glance at the shabby appearance of Shirley, mercilessly mocking her. Shenhan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, his attire was an oversight. It became evident that there were reasons for his daughter's reluctance to address him as father. Noticing in Wang's amused expression, Shenhan solemnly declared, "I am grateful for your guidance, Your Highness. I shall refrain from further confrontation, as I have pressing matters to attend to." And Wang, who had braced himself for a tirade or possible retaliation, was momentarily taken aback. "Guidance? Have you lost your martial prowess, or has your hearing betrayed you?" Shenhan had no intention of contesting with him. "Your Highness, take your time. I shall escort my daughter away first." "Stop. You cannot simply declare a ceasefire without my consent. I distinctly heard you say you would beat me to a pulp. Let us settle this. You old scoundrel. I have matters to attend to. Do not cling to me," Shenhan declared, simultaneously launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Princeton. "By the heavens, you shall not escape today. I shall see who ends up battered." The skirmish ensued for a brief moment. Prince An's original intent was to instigate trouble, and his companions were all skilled fighters. Although Shenhan possessed decent martial prowess, his numerical disadvantage was glaringly apparent. Just as Prince An's fist was about to connect with Shenhan's face, Shirley intervened, gripping his long spear and striking the prince's arm with its blunt end. As Prince An glared at Shirley in fury, the latter swiftly swung his spear, landing a blow to the prince's abdomen, causing him to slide several meters across the ground. Upon witnessing their lord injured, Prince An's entourage abandoned their current adversaries and turned to confront Shirley. Noticing that neither side had drawn weapons and the altercation was merely a contest of strength without bloodshed, Shirley understood that this was a friendly sparring match. He aimed his spear at a nearby weapon rack, and, despite the considerable distance, it landed perfectly. The adversary poised to engage him swallowed hard, glancing at the curled-up prince on the ground. Taking a deep breath for courage, he shouted and charged forward, fists raised. As the fists approached from both sides, Shirley slightly tilted her head back, interlacing her fingers to grasp the wrists of the two assailants. With a swift downward motion, she leveraged this hold, executing a precise kick with one foot forward and the other back, sending the would-be attacker from behind crashing to the ground. After delivering the kick, her feet remained airborne, and she concentrated her strength in her lower back, propelling herself into a graceful somersault. Upon landing, she executed another powerful thrust, trampling the individual obstructing her path. Subsequently, she pivoted, delivering a side kick that dispatched yet another adversary rushing towards her. The remaining assailants surged forward in unison, yet each was swiftly subdued by her deft maneuvers. Even with minimal effort, Shenhan bore a complex expression, while the butler nodded in satisfaction, and the companions who had accompanied them stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Yeshuan, having contemplated the intricacies of life, was on her way to find her father. Upon witnessing Shirley single-handedly incapacitate over 10 individuals, she immediately felt intimidated. This woman was not to be trifled with. Gripping her thigh firmly to ensure tears welled in her eyes, and Yeshuan rushed towards Prince An, oblivious to his reaction, and cried out, "Father, how are you?" "Father." The sage proclaimed that those who recognize the times are heroes. "He is a hero," Shirley, with utmost kindness, advised. "Your father's hand is injured as well. It would be best to let go." And Yeshuan noticed the spot she was gripping and hurriedly released her hold. "Father, are you all right? Does it hurt?" Prince An, with a defiant tone, replied, I'm fine." Shenhan was well versed in such circumstances, commanding those behind him to lift Prince An onto the carriage. "Rest assured, young Master An," he said, as a martial general, "I possess a considerable supply of healing salves at home. Allow me to accompany you and your father. I shall tend to the prince's wounds." In truth, the prince's injuries were not severe. He had merely received a couple of blows, akin to being struck twice with a bamboo board. However, due to his frail constitution, he was in considerable distress. Initially, Yeshuan had contemplated seizing an opportunity to report the incident to his imperial uncle, but upon hearing the mention of the bamboo board, he abandoned that thought. It seems this will be a bother for the general, though he had not witnessed the confrontation firsthand. He had heard from a relative of a relative that a familiar figure at the training grounds had described the altercation as fierce. With both sides clashing violently, blood was drawn with every strike, resulting in several casualties. The prince had even suffered a broken hand at the hands of the general, who in turn was so grievously injured that he could not rise from his bed. This vividly illustrated the intensity of the encounter. Such gossip concerning the affairs of influential families was a favorite topic among the common folk, and in no time, The streets of the capital were abuzz with tales of the fierce clash between Prince In and General Shun over a horse and a sum of 1,000 taels of silver. Naturally, this incident reached the emperor's ears, prompting an investigation into its origins and outcomes, though he remained largely indifferent. When Prince In engaged Xianxia, he bore no intent to kill. His strikes were measured and did not fracture bones, and the blows to the abdomen were merely painful rather than causing any significant harm. This morning, the Prince of In, who usually refrains from attending court when there is no pressing matter, made his way to the Golden Throne Hall in a wheelchair. Clutching a cane, a minister beside him lamented that despite his severe injuries, the prince insisted on attending court, truly a paragon among us. Upon entering the hall and spotting Xianxia among the row of military officials, his bruised visage and bandaged feet extinguished any semblance of good cheer the prince might have harbored. Xianxia, upon noticing him, flashed a grin. The prince immediately shot him a glare, deeming him contemptible. The emperor, witnessing both men arrive injured, particularly noted Xianxia's battered face, stifled a laugh while maintaining a serious demeanor as he addressed the reports from his ministers. As the morning court neared its conclusion, the Prince of In could no longer contain himself and lodged a complaint against Xianxia, claiming that his daughter had slain his son's horse and bullied the boy, who was still naive and inexperienced, extorting 1,000 taels from him. When he sought an explanation, he ended up in such a state. Xianxia recognized the prince's shamelessness but was astounded by his brazen audacity. Your Majesty, such events never transpired. The prince is slandering me, distorting the truth with his fabrications. It was his son's horse that went mad and attempted to throw him off. My daughter only ordered the horse to be killed out of necessity. As for the 1,000 taels, that black stallion collided with my daughter's carriage as they entered the city, toppling her belongings and causing considerable damage. It was only fair for the young heir to compensate her. What value do a few earthenware jars hold? They are hardly worth a tael. And your daughter's exorbitant demands can only be seen as taking advantage of my son's youth. And Jishan, my daughter is merely 14 this year, while your son has already reached 15. How can you claim that my daughter is taking advantage of your son's youth? Is there no shame in your words? Moreover, is this matter truly about a few ceramic pots? Do you comprehend the origin of those pots? They were crafted by her grandmother, a treasured keepsake brought from Kyoto. It has been nearly 6 years since I last saw my mother-in-law and her family. Is it so wrong for my dear daughter to seek a bit more silver from her father? Is this truly a matter of money? The horse was seized from Xianxia, and it appears that Prince In desires to use the horse's demise to cast disdain upon Xianxia, hoping to curry favor with the emperor and receive a reward for that exquisite glazed screen he so admired, while punishing Xianxia in the process. Upon hearing that Xianxia has not seen his mother-in-law for 6 years, the emperor was reminded of the numerous times he had thwarted attempts at escape in recent days. With a stern countenance and an exceedingly grave tone, he remarked, "You two, with a combined age nearing 80, how is it that you still behave like impetuous youths? Resorting to brawls at the slightest provocation? Are you not afraid of shattering your frail bones? Furthermore, and Jishan, you are well aware that General Shin still bears residual poison. Why engage in conflict with him? Look at what condition he is in due to your actions. Your Majesty," Xianxia hesitated, "it was he who first proposed the contest. Prince In realizes that this time he may not prevail, and thus has transformed the altercation into a friendly exchange between rivals." Xianxia continued, "Your Majesty, my daughter has only just arrived in Kyoto yesterday. Over the course of this past year, the city has undoubtedly changed, and I have promised her a tour of the capital today. Might we reconsider this matter of introspection?" For Xianxia, a skilled military strategist despite lacking the imperial token, the emperor would exhibit considerable leniency, permitting him to decline for a couple of days. "I am grateful for your Majesty's grace." After court, Prince In cautiously followed the emperor, saying, "Brother, given the severity of my injury, I cannot recover without resting for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. The physician advised that maintaining a cheerful disposition would expedite my healing. You are aware of my fondness for beautiful things. Might I inquire about that exquisite glazed screen?" To ensure that the civil and military officials could clearly observe the injuries on his feet, Xianxia entered with the aid of a cane. The crown prince, Enjunting, aged 20, had received half of his equestrian training from Xianxia. It was inappropriate to inquire about his injuries within the palace, so Enjunting waited specifically at the Wuda gate after court. Upon seeing Xianxia being assisted, he approached to offer his respects, asking, "General Shun, is your injury serious?" Xianxia quickly gestured dismissively, replying, "It is nothing, nothing at all." The majority of his wounds were self-inflicted, though they appeared alarming. A simple application of ointment would suffice, intended merely to prevent the old scoundrel and from lamenting excessively in court. Yesterday, Dr. Qi had informed him that Zhishan's injuries were merely superficial. As anticipated, this morning, he had exaggerated his condition, binding himself so tightly that he resorted to a wheelchair. As Xianxia moved, the swelling on his face shifted, eliciting a sympathetic ache from the crown prince. General Shan, I have a box of healing ointment, the precious Fagugo, sent as tribute. I shall have someone deliver it to your residence shortly. My injuries are but minor. There is no need for such fine medicine. There are only 3 boxes of it in the entire dazhao, so let it not go to waste. Keep it for yourself. General Shen need not be so courteous with me. I seldom find myself in harm's way, and it would be a waste to keep it here. Good things should be utilized where they can truly shine. The crown prince has insisted upon this gift, and should Xianxia continue to decline, it may come across as rather inconsiderate. I am grateful for His Highness's kindness. And Junting nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he had little fondness for the lofty principles espoused by the esteemed Shen Taifu, filled with confounding Confucian texts. Instead, he yearned for the life of General Shan, galloping freely across the vast steppes and deserts, a life of true liberty. Each day, his words and actions were scrutinized, with even the slightest misstep reported by the ever-watchful eunuch Feng, who served at his mother's behest. Consequently, he would find himself summoned to the palace, subjected to her incessant lectures. Seeing Xianxia's kindness towards his less than illustrious mentor brought genuine comfort to Xianxia, who smiled and nodded in gratitude, thanking His Highness. But wait, old Master Shen had been trailing behind Xianxia after his departure from the Golden Luan Hall, hesitating on whether to approach. Just as he resolved to step forward, the crown prince moved in closer. He thought to wait a moment longer, intending to speak once the prince had departed, but to his surprise, the crown prince reached out to take him along. He had no choice but to intervene, for should he miss this opportunity, he knew not when he might speak again. And Junting, upon seeing him, made an effort to remain composed and politely greeted, "Sir." "Your Highness." Old Master Shen clasped his hands in salute, rising to speak. "I have matters to discuss with my son. I beg your Highness to grant us a moment." And Junting nodded in response, indeed. Xianxia regarded him with a lack of warmth, stating, "I feel there is little left to discuss. Your Highness, let us depart." How strikingly handsome. Initially, and Junting contemplated stepping aside, but upon hearing Xianxia's words, he resolved to remain. Strangely, each time he heard General Shen unflinchingly confront the Grand Tutor, his heart would stir with excitement, leading him to admire this archer even more. Regrettably, such encounters were rare. He had only experienced them twice. Xianxia slightly curved his lips. "It's quite fine. You need not concern yourself. As for visiting the Shen residence, it is unnecessary. I shall remain in the city. There is no need to go to the Shen family." Despite his prolonged investigation, he could not ascertain why his daughter had ventured alone to the northern territories. A mere 13-year-old girl would undoubtedly elicit a city-wide search if her family truly cared, yet the Shen family had shown no concern during her extended absence. Furthermore, he had yet to address the matter of the letter sent by his mother-in-law, and he found the notion of sending his daughter to the Shen residence to be a mere daydream. Previously, the old Mr. Shen had shown little interest in Shirley, but upon learning that she had gone alone to the north, he became more attentive. Although Xianxia assured him that Shirley was safe, the old man still wished to see for himself. "Xianxia, Ashur has spent over a decade at the Shen residence. If you do not permit her to come, she simply will not. Have you considered her feelings? I am her father. She listens to me." The old man felt a dull ache in his head, replying, "I am still your father. Why do you not heed my words?" "That is no longer the case." "Must you insist on this?" Xianxia coldly scoffed. "When you shattered my bow, melted my sword, and compelled me to sit for the imperial examinations, did you ever consider my feelings?" "Your Highness, there is no need for you to see me off. I shall take my leave now." The old Master Shen cast a regretful glance in the direction Xianxia had departed. However, the tailor Xiao Qing sought was typically tasked with crafting garments for the women of the Shen household. Since Shirley required something to wear, and there were no suitable male garments in her size, she opted for several dresses instead. After donning a gown yesterday, Shirley found it manageable and thus made no further demands. She had observed some exercise equipment at the training grounds the previous day and wished to set up a similar arrangement in her courtyard, as there was ample space. Some items would need to be crafted by her own hands, and the animals could not be confined indefinitely in clay pots. It would be best to construct delicate iron cages, given the technological constraints of this planet. She was pleased to hear from her father today that he intended to show her around the city. However, instead of her father, 2 young children arrived. Shen Han touched his face and inquired of the steward, "Old Xing, do I appear frightening?" The steward, unsure of how to respond, merely smiled faintly. After all, the general had once been one of the young lords of the capital and was hardly intimidating. Then why did those 2 young boys hastily take their leave upon seeing me? Perhaps the general's formidable aura intimidated them, the steward suggested. Shen Han nodded in agreement. When Shirley emerged and noticed the bandages on Shen Han's feet and the bruises marring his face, she was taken aback. Last night, a master of body refinement had infiltrated the general's estate and assaulted her father, yet she had been completely unaware. "Father, who inflicted these injuries upon you?" Shen Han gazed upon her stern visage, a reflexive response to the perceived danger causing a shiver to run down his spine. "Ah, sure, fret not. These are merely the results of my father's late-night endeavors. It does not hurt." Shirley looked at him with confusion. He injured himself? Has he lost his mind? Shen Han felt an inexplicable embarrassment. This was merely a contest between his father and Princeton, of no concern. "My father has gone to change out of his court attire. Please wait here, and I shall take you out shortly. You seem rather unsteady on your feet. Perhaps it is best for you to rest at home while I venture out alone." "That is out of the question," Shen Han retorted, casting aside his cane and striding confidently before her. "My father's legs are perfectly fine. It is merely for show." Oh, suddenly, Shirley recalled a hairpin she had acquired from Wang Xiaowan in Xingyuan village. As Shen Han changed his clothes, she produced the hairpin but did not immediately show it to him. Instead, she inquired, "Father, back into you city. I happened to see you lost in thought with a wooden hairpin. Was it my mother's?" Shen Han was taken aback that she knew of this moment, and a wave of melancholy washed over him as he retrieved the hairpin and handed it to her. "Yes, it belonged to your mother. When I left home, I encountered your mother without any memories and utterly destitute. The only valuable possession I had was a token representing my identity, which I carved into this hairpin as a gift for her." "Did you carve only one?" Due to the wide cuffs, Shen Han did not notice the hairpin that Shirley was holding in her left hand. Although uncertain as to why she posed such a question, he replied, "Not quite. I recall carving one the day before your mother's birthday, which I kept close at hand. Regrettably, I have no idea where it has gone, so I carved this one overnight." I pondered over the inscription for quite some time. The previous one bore the character water, while this one is inscribed with your mother's name. Shirley further inquired, "My grandmother mentioned that after my mother gave birth to me, her health deteriorated, and later she succumbed to a chill, leading to her demise, correct?" If Wang Xiaojun had used him as bait to lure Zhou Lishu, resulting in her falling into the river and catching a chill, her father would likely be even more heartbroken. However, as Zhou Lishu's spouse, he had the right to know the cause of her death. Should he reveal this or remain silent? Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Shirley's eyes sparkled with determination. "Let us go." To avoid encountering acquaintances of her original self who might not recognize her, Shirley kept Xiaohong by her side, as she required supervision. Additionally, Shirley decided to take Xiaoqing along, leaving Xiaoxi to care for the little ones in the house who had grown up alongside her. When the goods are of high quality, buyers naturally abound. The city is not lacking in affluent individuals. Upon their arrival at Songjin Pavilion, it was bustling with activity. However, the proprietor did not neglect their presence. Who in the city did not recognize General Shun? During his triumphant return, the entire city had lined the streets in celebration. The image of him on horseback remained vivid in their memories. Seeing him assisted down from the carriage, they immediately approached with utmost respect to greet him and usher him inside. Had he not declined, they would have insisted on carrying him in. The shopkeeper attentively directed the servants to arrange the stools and serve tea, personally filling the cups before placing the teapot down and inquiring, "General Shun, what would you like to purchase for your esteemed daughter? We have a splendid selection of clothing and jewelry, all in this year's fashionable styles, greatly adored by the young ladies of the capital. Among our finest offerings is a set of ruby jewelry known as Golden Leaf Blazing Fire. Due to the rarity of the materials, only 10 sets were crafted, each with a unique design, and the master craftsman can no longer produce them. Currently, we have only 1 set remaining. Would you care to take a look?" General Shun, lacking expertise in jewelry, found the shopkeeper's description compelling and nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper promptly instructed the attendants to present the items. While they awaited the jewelry, he encouraged the others to examine the garments in the room. suggesting they try on anything they fancied. After trying on 2 outfits, General Shun was struck by how lovely his daughter appeared in everything. With a sweeping gesture, he decided to purchase all the pieces that were of similar size. The shopkeeper beamed with delight, his enthusiasm for their presence growing ever warmer. At that moment, the jewelry was brought forth, and as the box was opened, Xiao Hong exclaimed, "Wow, miss, this is stunning." Xiao Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration. It was evident that she had fallen in love with the treasures within the Zhongzhen pavilion as soon as she entered. The shopkeeper smiled knowingly, as such reactions were common among visitors. "What do you think, General?" Shen Han had no particular opinion and intended to inquire of Shirley, who stood by the window gazing outside. "Ah, sure, what captures your attention?" he asked. They were situated on the second floor of the Zhongzhen pavilion, with a view directly opposing the rooftops outside. Rising, Shen Han followed her gaze and observed a parrot, resplendent in its emerald plumage, perched upon the roof. "Do you have an affinity for such birds?" he questioned. "Father, do you know who this bird is?" she replied, noting its repeated appearances before her. While encountering it in Luoyang town would not have struck her as peculiar, the distance to Kyoto, a journey exceeding a month, rendered its presence here far too coincidental to dismiss. Shen Han pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have never encountered it before. The Prince of Nangu has a parrot, yet its feathers are rather flamboyant. Unlike this entirely verdant creature. Is there something amiss with this bird? I have seen it twice before while in town," Shirley admitted. Her words prompted Shen Han to reconsider. Indeed, the bird seemed suspicious. However, upon further reflection, he concluded that it was merely a bird, incapable of conveying messages or engaging in thought. Although parrots can mimic speech, they merely repeat a handful of words, a feat achieved through human training. Shirley then shifted her gaze to the table, where a box held 2 pairs of hairpins, 2 hair sticks, a pair of hair ornaments, a pair of earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. The golden structures cradled and encircled red gemstones, the crimson accents elevating what might otherwise appear somewhat gaudy into an ensemble of striking elegance, akin to flames dancing within golden leaves, bestowing an air of grandeur and sophistication. The young lady, somewhat disdainful, remarked that such gaudy adornments left no room for lethal intent. They were utterly useless for piercing another. She expressed her distaste and requested a simpler alternative. The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, pondered how it was possible for anyone to dislike such exquisite items. However, he refrained from voicing his astonishment, having anticipated that the moment the jewelry was revealed, the transaction would be concluded without a hitch. Thus, he invited her to a private room. "Miss Shen, please accompany me to the 3rd floor, where I have displayed the treasured gems from my collection over the years. Feel free to choose anything that catches your fancy." Just as the young lady was about to follow the shopkeeper, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A young woman, approximately 15 or 16 years old, entered with an air of authority, dressed in a pink pleated skirt and adorned with plum blossom makeup, flanked by 2 maidservants. The leading girl proclaimed, "The golden leaf blaze belongs to me. Let us see who dares to vie for it." The expanse of pink occupied a third of the young lady's vision, causing her pupils to constrict as she instinctively closed her eyes, suppressing her burgeoning psychic fury. A servant, who had hurried in after the commotion, appeared flustered. "Shopkeeper, the princess is aware that you have taken that set of jewelry and insisted on coming here." I truly could not deter her. The shopkeeper, understanding the servant's predicament, waved him away. When the young lady opened her eyes again, tranquility had returned, and she strode confidently toward the exit. The shopkeeper, attempting to appease the princess, smiled nervously. "Princess Yuyao, please do not take offense. Our staff are merely being considerate. Let us calm ourselves and perhaps discuss this in another room." Yin Yuyao's gaze had always been drawn to those more aesthetically pleasing than herself. For those of average appearance, she either looked down upon them or disregarded them entirely. Upon entering the room, her attention was immediately captured by Shirley, and she instinctively recognized her as the one who had stolen her jewelry, noting the hostility concealed within her eyes. To her surprise, Shirley did not spare her a glance, and simply walked away, an act of neglect that left Yun Yuyao seething with rage. She pushed past the smirking shopkeeper and shouted at Shirley, "Stop right there." Shirley, seemingly oblivious, continued on her path without pausing. Yun Yuyao's anger intensified, and she stepped forward to seize her arm. "I said stop. Are you deaf?" Shen Han, having observed her brash demeanor since her arrival, harbored a disdain for her. He recognized her solely because her father wielded the power of 120,000 troops as the king of the Southwest. The audacity with which he insulted his daughter compelled him to slam his cup down on the table, appalled at her lack of decorum. Before he could voice his thoughts, Shirley twisted Yun Yuyao's wrist and, with her other hand, grasped her throat, exclaiming, "Get lost." After hurling her to the ground, she resumed her exit. The command resonated with a chilling severity, laced with an undercurrent of pain. The palpable aura of menace enveloped the room, creeping over the onlookers like an icy shroud. Shen Han, seasoned by years of warfare and sensitive to the presence of danger, quickly discerned that the malevolence emanated from his daughter. With concern etched across his face, he called out, "Assure, what is wrong?" Shirley lifted her gaze to meet his, her piercing eyes prompting an instinctive urge within him to retreat. This only deepened his worry as he called out again, "Assure?" At that moment, her neck was being clutched, and the overwhelming presence surrounding her was utterly terrifying. Yun Yuyao attempted to voice her indignation, opening her mouth, but finding no sound escaping. Once the group completely disregarded her and departed, she struggled to rise, only to discover her legs had gone weak with fright, rendering her utterly powerless. She genuinely believed she was on the brink of death. With a face flushed with fury, Yun Yuyao bellowed at the maid beside her, "Are you all lifeless? Why do you not assist your princess in rising?" The maid, trembling in fear, hurried over to help her, saying, "My lady, please take care." Once Yun Yuyao regained her footing, she immediately pushed the maid aside and addressed everyone present regarding today's events. "Should any of you dare to speak of it, I shall take your lives. Do you understand?" The maid knelt on the ground, replying, "This servant comprehends." The shopkeeper also knelt, internally loathing the princess, yet outwardly maintaining a facade of utmost respect. "Rest assured, my lady, you have merely come to our humble shop to purchase jewelry. We know nothing of other matters. My lady, do you wish to buy this golden leaf flame?" Yun Yuyao kicked him in the chest, exclaiming, "What is your intent in selling me discarded goods others do not want? Do you perceive me as a scavenger?" The shopkeeper, trembling with fear, repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "My lady, spare me. That was not my intention. I would never dare to arrange such things about you." "Indeed, you would not dare. Today has truly been unfortunate. All my good spirit has been marred by that grotesque creature." "Shopkeeper, who was that woman just now?" "Miss Shen Shirley, the daughter of General Shen, stands beside her father." The shopkeeper, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, feels an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Shen Shirley seldom makes appearances at the gatherings hosted by the noble women or the daughters of esteemed families in the capital. However, she is often the subject of idle gossip. Yun Yuyao, having heard a thing or two, derisively remarks, "Oh, I thought it was someone of significance. Turns out it is merely a disgraced general and his ambiguous offspring." The words send a chill through all present, who instinctively bow their heads low. Seated in the carriage, Shen Han harbors concerns for Shirley, repeatedly inquiring about her well-being. Only after she reassures him multiple times that she is fine does he relent. "My dear girl, what transpired just now? Why did you suddenly erupt in such anger? Has she wronged you? Speak to your father, although it is not right to lay hands on a girl. I shall devise a means to topple the Southwest King's household." "I do not know," she replies. "It is merely that her presence causes me a headache. Perhaps it is the remnants of painful memories that haunt me." Past memories torment her so, leading him to believe that his daughter's life in the capital is fraught with difficulty. He naively thought that the elder Shen would, in his longevity, safeguard his granddaughter. Alas, at that time, he had few allies in the capital, and now, inquiries yield only fragmented information. Xiaohong and Xiaoqing are unable to provide any substantial insights, only aware that Ashur associates with certain individuals, yet oblivious to their actions. Shirley nods slightly in acknowledgement. In the distant recesses of memory, the tumultuous waves of the sea surged forth, their violent embrace entwined with pink, ribbon-like tentacles brimming with malice. Suffocation loomed, death permeated the air, and none emerged unscathed. There are certain truths that are better known, for whether they bring pain or sorrow, one must ultimately bear the weight alone. Upon returning to the general's mansion, Xiaohong trailed behind Shirley, her excitement bubbling over as she chattered animatedly. "Miss, you were truly imposing today. I've long harbored disdain for that so-called princess. You may not be aware, but any maid possessing beauty who dares to cross her path soon finds herself a target for her spite. She will seize any excuse to mar their visage. The face of my former sister-in-arms, Zhu Tian, was ruined by her malice. With the protection of a powerful father, she acts with impunity. Yet, I dare say, her father, the king of the Southwest, will not always shield her. Such intense jealousy breeds enmity, and if that is the case, we must prepare accordingly. Next time we confront her, it must be a decisive blow. Shirley halted, lifting her gaze to the overcast sky. What else do you know? Speak freely. Empowered by the command, Xiaohong's enthusiasm soared, while Xiaoqing occasionally interjected with snippets of information unknown to her. As Shirley listened, she cracked open sunflower seeds, pondering the curious figure of Princess Xianxia. She epitomized the notion of those who please my eye shall thrive, while those who offend it shall perish, having left countless beautiful women in ruin. Fortunately, she refrained from brazenly attacking the daughters of influential families. Otherwise, even with the Southwest King as her father, she would not have lived to see this day. After Xiaohong recounted the legendary life of Princess Yunyao, she realized how ruthless this Yunyao truly was, displaying a blatant disregard for the law and daring to commit murder. With a hint of concern, she remarked, "Miss, you have indeed grasped her by the throat today and commanded her to leave. Given your treatment of her, what if she seeks revenge? Might she resort to tactics similar to those employed against Miss Lin, the daughter of Minister Lin, by hiring bandits to abduct you and dispose of your body in the wilderness?" Shirley cast a glance at Xiaoqing and smiled gently. "Thus, it is imperative that you both safeguard me diligently and refrain from disseminating any information regarding me. Should malevolent individuals become aware and succeed in binding me, demanding a ransom, from whom would you procure the antidote?" Xiaohong immediately puffed out her chest and vowed earnestly, "Do not worry, miss. I shall certainly ensure your protection." With that fleeting glance and Shirley's subsequent words, Xiaoqing felt almost certain that she was aware of the message she had relayed to the Shun residents last night. Despite having never left her room at that time, a pang of pain seemed to strike her abdomen again. Xiaoqing pursed her lips, severing her thoughts and kneeling on the ground. From this day forth, the miss would be the sole master of Qiyu. Her life or death would hinge entirely upon the miss's decree. "Xiaoqing, what are you saying? What is this Qingyu? Is that your newly adopted name? Should I then be named Hongyu?" Shirley's expression remained unchanged as she cracked a seed and discarded the shell into the dish. "What foolishness are you uttering? Your existence, whether in life or death, has always rested upon my command." Xiaoqing bowed her head to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Miss, I swear to the heavens that there shall never be a next time. You are an intelligent individual, and as long as you are alive, you should comprehend that since I still have the leisure to engage in this idle chatter with you, I have no intention of pursuing the matter of the notes you slipped out last night. Of course, it is also possible that I am merely bored and seeking something to occupy my time. However, rest assured, I am not so frivolous at this moment. You ought to express gratitude to the creature within you, for it is indeed a troublesome companion. Now, do enlighten me regarding the contents of those notes." Xiaohong gazed at her in astonishment. "Did you not say that what transpired yesterday should not be disclosed to the madam and the old madam? Why then did you secretly inform the madam?" Xiaoqing remained silent. Shirley inquired again, "Did you not mention that I poisoned you?" Xiaoqing shuddered once more, and as Xiaohong passed by her, she scoffed loudly, "Fraud." After the evening meal, Shunhan sat in his study, repeatedly examining the documentation regarding his daughter's upbringing in the capital. Despite extensive research, he could only uncover a vague summary. Before the age of 7, she resided in the Shun household, engaging in calligraphy and play with 3 other young ladies. After turning 7, she attended a girls' school but did not excel. By 11, she began to skip classes and engage in altercations. And then, at the beginning of the last year, she vanished from the capital the day after the New Year festivities. While poor academic performance and a penchant for mischief are not extraordinary, what could have compelled her to leave the capital at the beginning of the year? Could she have longed for her father? Shinhan pondered the possibility, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Shirley entered and caught sight of him organizing the papers on his desk. "Ah, sure. Why are you still awake so late? Is there something you wish to discuss with your father?" Without uttering a word, Shirley approached the desk and placed the wooden hairpin, which she had acquired from Wang Xiaowan, onto the surface. The candlelight flickered dimly, yet it was sufficient to discern the inscription on the hairpin. Shinhan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Ashi, where did you acquire this hairpin?" Tin Li recounted the conversation between Wang Xiaowan and her husband Lu Jin that night at the county office, mentioning how she had avenged her mother. She concluded with, "I hesitated about whether to tell you, but I believe you ought to know. Without waiting for his reaction, she strode out. Shen Han, momentarily dazed, succumbed to tears, weeping as he snapped the hairpin into fragments, casting them into the basin to be consumed by flames. He then rose and knelt before the tablet of Zhou Lishu, spending the night in quiet supplication, murmuring countless words, known only to himself. The following day, as noon approached, Tenli encountered him anew. His hair still bore traces of moisture, and he had donned a fresh set of clothes, suggesting he had bathed before emerging. His eyes were slightly swollen, and the stubble on his face concealed his desolation. Ashy, Shen Han observed the faint smile that tugged at her lips, though it seemed forced, rendering him an image of strain. Tenli remarked, "If you don't wish to smile, then don't. It looks unappealing." "Indeed, so you should manage my monthly allowance yourself." As Shen Han contemplated reaching out to caress her hair, his hand lingered in the air before he ultimately chose to gently pat her shoulder. He resolved to continue his poignant reflections. "Father seldom accompanies you, nor does he spend much time with your mother. I owe both of you an apology. Henceforth, I shall remain in the capital, watching over you as you marry and bear children, surrounded by a multitude of descendants." At this juncture, Shen Han suddenly furrowed his brow and said, "My daughter, let us make an agreement. You shall not marry anyone. Instead, we shall adopt a son-in-law. If there is any young man you fancy, inform me, and I shall assist you in claiming him. There's no need for your intervention. Perhaps you could simply give me this year's allowance, or if that proves inadequate, the 300 taels of silver that the steward collected at the city gate will suffice. I earned that through my own cunning." Faced with her demands, Shen Han was compelled to abandon his nostalgic musings and address the pressing issue of their financial constraints. "Are you in dire need of silver?" "Indeed. The prices in the city are rather steep, and I cannot even fathom the costs of crafting a cage, let alone forging weapons. Do you require a considerable sum? The more, the better. Wait a moment, I shall procure it for you." As she beheld the 10,000 taels of silver notes nestled within the box, she vowed, "I will repay you in the future." Although Shen Han had relinquished half of their family's silver, his countenance betrayed no sign of distress. "Repay? I am your father. I promised yesterday to take you to the finest restaurant in Kyoto, and I have yet to fulfill that promise. While we still have half a day, let us depart. Allow me to secure the silver first." Wanjing Tower, inscribed by the emperor himself, is hailed as the premier edifice in the realm. True to its name, each private compartment offers a distinct vista. The first floor appears no different from an ordinary tavern. Yet ascending to the second floor feels akin to entering an entirely new world. The white stone walls are adorned with expansive ink splashes, evoking forms both human and ethereal, landscapes both real and surreal. It seems to embody whatever one envisions. The paper used to cover the windows is the finest mica shin paper, embellished with paintings believed to be crafted by renowned artists. Each compartment's artwork corresponds to its name, and upon opening the door, the inscription above reveals the scene within. "Esteemed guest, please step inside." The waiter, noticing Shen Han leaning on his cane, hurriedly approached to assist him. "We have the winter and summer scenes remaining. Which would you prefer, sir? The 4 noble ones and chrysanthemums are also available. The winter scene, it feels familiar." "Ah, splendid choice. Please follow me. What dishes would you like to order?" "A new chef has arrived, famed for his roasted duck. Shall I procure one for you?" As they ascended the staircase, Shirley trailed behind the waiter. Upon hearing the offer, he swiftly clapped Shen Han on the shoulder before he could respond. "Bring forth all the signature dishes at once." The waiter's eyes widened. "There are 108 signature dishes. Are you certain, young master?" Shirley, having left Xiaoqing and Xiaohong at home, donned male attire to accompany Shen Han, confidently declared, "Indeed, I possess the means." "Very well. I shall inform the kitchen at once." The waiter responded with alacrity, entrusting Shen Han to Shirley before scampering down the stairs. The ambience here is delightful, yet the prices for the dishes are exorbitantly high. Shen Han could almost hear the sound of money slipping through his fingers. However, it is his daughter's first visit, and he cannot dampen her enthusiasm. "Ah, sure. With so many dishes, how can we possibly consume them both?" Tenli pointed to the small C at her feet. "We have 5 people here. It counts as 3. Small C seemed to understand she was being referenced, and looked up at Shen Han with a yelp. "Very well." The two ascended to the second floor. And just around the corner, Shen Han encountered an acquaintance. Minister Gu, the Secretary of War, opened the door to a private room and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shen Han. "Your complexion has improved remarkably. It has only been one night, and the marks have vanished entirely. General Shen is dining here as well?" Shen Han smiled gently. I brought my daughter to experience the finest restaurant in the world. I have not had much time to accompany her before, and I wish to make amends. Minister Gu scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Tenli. Had you not mentioned it, I would have thought this was some young gentleman from a noble family. He appears even more dashing than you did in your youth. Indeed, I have grown older. Ah, sure, come meet your Uncle Gu. Grandfather. Tenli approached obediently. Hello, Grandfather Gu. Good child. The smile on Minister Gu's face became somewhat strained, and he gritted his teeth, whispering to Shinhan, I am but 3 years your senior. What do you mean by Grandfather Gu? Your eldest grandson can already walk. What is wrong with my daughter addressing you as Grandfather Gu? Shinhan shot him a glance, then turned to Tenli. Ah, sure, just turn right and walk straight to the end. That room is Winter's scene. You go ahead. I have a few matters to discuss with your Grandfather Gu. Ah, very well. Lord Gu observed her retreating figure and was reminded of Shinhan's prolonged absence from the capital, evoking a sense of nostalgia. This child possesses a quiet demeanor. It seems like just a moment ago she was but a small child, and now she has grown so much. One cannot escape the passage of time. By the way, my grandson will turn 15 on the 15th of next month. I had forgotten to mention your contemplation. Let your daughter join us for some merriment. You can rest assured with my wife around. She will take good care of your daughter. Still adhering to his old ways, he is reluctant to concede any ground in conversation. Shinhan merely chuckled. Is the Ministry of Revenue still pursuing you? Indeed, it is true. You see, Qin Gui insists on not diligently developing his war chariots and instead has chosen to create a threshing machine. The officials from the ministry have been visiting me every couple of days, attempting to entice him away. The mechanized device has yet to be produced. How could I possibly part with him? As they had not traveled far, he suddenly recalled that the master who taught him blacksmithing had also come here, and he seemed to have left an address, the residence of Secretary Sunday. I ought to find a time to pay a visit. The heir of the Marquis of Xuanwu, Qi Qishan, maintains a close friendship with An Yeshuan. On that day, while riding outside the city, he was also present. An Yeshuan sought to showcase his exquisite black steed, competing against both friends and rivals alike, and naturally emerged victorious. However, for reasons unknown, after winning the contest, he vanished without a trace. The following day, he learned from his father that his cherished steed, treated as a treasure, had been slaughtered. Qi Qishan promptly went to the residence of Prince and to inquire if An Yeshuan needed assistance in avenging the death of his horse. But the latter merely shook his head, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter further. This attitude only deepened his concerns. Undoubtedly, something was amiss. Otherwise, given An Yeshuan's temperament, he would have certainly caused an uproar, disrupting the tranquility of General Shin's residence, rather than remaining quietly at home. It is not a matter of fearing to offend General Shin. Aside from the emperor's family, there is no one in this world he would hesitate to confront. Today, he had invited his usual companions to dine at Wanjing Tower, specifically in the autumn pavilion adjacent to the winter scene of Four Seasons view, with the intent of coaxing An Yeshuan to divulge the matter at hand. No matter how challenging it might be, they were determined to assist him in resolving it. Fortunately, under the leadership of the third prince and amidst the inquiries and encouragement of the others, An Yeshuan gradually recounted the events following his departure on horseback. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the incident involving the horse's wild behavior, as it would only serve to embarrass him further. Someone inquired, the Dewu Gate is quite spacious, surely. Not just one, but even 2 carriages could pass through. Was it that the gatekeepers denied you entry? That seems unlikely. They wouldn't dare, especially since they recognize our faces. And Yi Xian paused momentarily before exclaiming in loud agreement. Indeed. At that moment, I merely intended to pass by. But that Shin surely insisted on having me queue for an inspection in the name of the capital's safety. I was all alone, accompanied only by a single horse. I hardly appeared to be someone who would incite panic in the imperial city. Moreover, do you truly believe I am the type to obediently stand in line? I continued to ride my black steed forward when, suddenly, my horse began to go wild, rearing its hooves in an attempt to throw me off. And it collided with the carriage that Shin Shirley was using for her salute, just as I was about to regain control of my horse. A flash of white light appeared beside me, and Shin Shirley commanded her servant to stab my horse to the ground with a sword. Enraged, I was ready to confront her in a brawl. I have heard of Shin Shirley. She is not the typical demure and graceful woman, but rather one who frequently engages in fights with others. It is said that she has joined the band of ruffians who constantly speak of upholding justice and eliminating evildoers, though she is not particularly skilled in combat. I suspect that Gu Jiqing took her in out of respect for her father. Qin Heng's father is a formidable general, and he likely pays some attention to Shen Han, a general of equal renown. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a twinge of fear. Could it be true that she is part of the kitchen maid's entourage? Gu Jiqing is the queen's nephew, and his grandfather is a duke. Although he does not receive much favor from his grandfather at home, he still boasts a substantial following because of his lineage. Furthermore, due to his frequent assistance to the weak against the bullying young nobles in the academy, he has garnered a loyal fan base, earning the title of the foremost young master of justice in the capital. And Yi Xian and others regarded him as pretentious, disdainful of his behavior, and referred to a group led by the ancient strategist as the Cook's Gang. Now, realizing that the formidable female demon who single-handedly defeated a dozen experts is, in fact, a member of this Cook's Gang, a sense of unease suddenly envelopes me. I hope that after a year away, Shen surely has forgotten about the Cook's Gang and no longer associates with them, even if they do mingle. I wish for him to avoid any encounters. Perhaps that is the case, though I am not entirely certain. The third prince found this quite intriguing, asking, so, did they engage in battle? Of course not. She is a woman. How could I possibly fight her? As the sage once said, a noble man's aspirations lie in distant lands, not in brawling with young women. Not understanding, Qin Heng straightforwardly inquired, which sage said that? I've never heard of it. My father, I replied. Do you wish to continue listening? If you interrupt me again, I shall cease to speak. Qi Qishan hastily restrained Qin Heng, urging him to listen. Upon investigation, the matter led to General Shen. As you know, my father has always been at odds with General Shen. Consequently, he brought his men to confront General Shen, and they arranged a duel at the training grounds. My curiosity compelled me to follow and observe. The two were evenly matched, engaged in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Shen Shirley also arrived at the training grounds, brandishing a sword, ready to charge in. How could I allow that? I dashed forward, seized a long spear from the weapon rack, and with a swift thrust, I disarmed her, sending her sword clattering to the ground. And Yi Xian, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, added 2 more lines. I believe Shen Shirley must be at home, regretting how she treated me back then. Of course, it is also possible that she is leaning by the window, gazing into the distance, and missing me. But I hope she does not fall ill with lovesickness, for that would be a grave misfortune for me. As he spoke, a tinge of worry crept into his expression. Ha! Qi Qishan raised his cup and laughed. In the capital, the foremost beauty who brings others to ruin is undoubtedly you, Yi Xian. And Yi Xian waved his hand in modesty, humbly declining such praise. Suddenly, Qin Heng inquired, do you truly believe Shen Shirley feels as you suggest? The third prince patted him on the back. Do not be so narrow-minded. With Yi Xian's striking appearance and the allure that radiates from him, it is not inconceivable for a girl of merely 10 years to be captivated. Furthermore, the intricacies of a woman's heart are often perplexing. Wouldn't you agree, Qin Heng? Indeed, your highness speaks wisely. I stand corrected, Qin Heng acknowledged. Just as the crowd erupted in laughter, showering in Yi Xian with compliments, the door was gently pushed open. Leaning against the doorframe stood a young man in red. His long hair intricately tied back with a golden ribbon that adorned his head. Every feature of his face was exquisitely crafted, and with arms crossed and a smile gracing his lips, he gazed at them, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. The young man slightly parted his crimson lips, his clear and melodious voice resonating in their ears. Rest assured, she is well. She feels neither regret nor lovesickness. And mind your manners, call her Sister Shirley. As Shirley stepped into the room and closed the door behind her, she remarked, so, your name is Yi Xian. It was quite disrespectful of me not to ask for your name when I disarmed you that day. And Yi Xian chuckled awkwardly. I am but a small figure, hardly worthy of Sister Shirley's remembrance. The sage proclaims that those who discern the times are heroes, and indeed, he is a hero. The third prince, in a fit of rage, slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, how dare you? Who permitted your entrance? Shirley turned to Yi Xian. Are you not welcoming me? Of course not. And Yi Xian first gestured for the third prince to calm down, then smiled at Shirley. Of course. You are most welcome. Sister Shirley, please take a seat. Would you like something to eat? I shall fetch it immediately. I shan't take a seat, Shirley replied. I merely happened to pass by and overheard your eloquent storytelling and captivating tales. I couldn't resist coming in to say a few words. You may show off in front of your friends, but do not tarnish my image, if you please. And Yi Xian immediately lowered her head in contrition. Sister Shirley, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again. After calling out several times, the onlookers began to understand that this was none other than the daughter of General Xianxia Li, the heroine of the earlier tale. They were all astonished by the unexpected turn of events, sitting there in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Only Qin Heng appeared somewhat bewildered, asking, Yixian, who is he? Why are you so afraid of him? Has he ever bullied you? Worry not, my brother. I shall avenge you. With that, he swung his fist and charged towards Li, shouting, Here, take a taste of the Qin family's 36 punches. Observing her friend rush forward, and Yixian's heart raced. And she barely had time to shout, No? Before her words had faded, Li had already seized Qin Heng's wrist, twisted it outward, and raised her knee to deliver a swift kick to his abdomen. Qin Heng was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the table and colliding with the wall. And Yixian closed her eyes and turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of him. Qi Qishan erupted in anger, declaring, How dare you strike Qin Heng? Even if you are a woman, I shall hold you accountable. Everyone attack. In the room, there were 8 individuals. Aside from the standing and Yixian and the reclining Qin Heng, the other 6 encircled Li. The third prince had initially refrained from engaging. But upon witnessing his companions falling one by one, he too raised his fist and, unsurprisingly, found himself on the ground as well. Observing her fallen friends, and Yixian's trepidation dissipated, she seized a low stool from the floor and hurled it at Li, screaming in the process. As she approached, Li sidestepped, extending his foot to trip her, causing Yixian, along with the stool, to crash to the ground. By chance, the fallen stool struck Qi Qishan's foot, eliciting another round of anguished cries. Li crouched beside Yixian, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. You are truly weak. Not one of you is capable of putting up a fight. The room was well insulated, and after concluding their conversation, Shen Han invited Lord Gu for a drink. Unlike Li, they were not particularly perceptive, and it was only when they were 2 or 3 meters away from the room that they heard the screams. Exchanging a glance, they hastened to enter the autumn scenery chamber, just in time to meet Li's gaze as he was about to exit. Your Highness. Lord Gu's eyes immediately fell upon the third prince lying on the ground. Shen Han's heart sank. He feared for his daughter. The individuals sprawled on the floor were all noble scions, particularly the third prince. His daughter had struck someone, and if word reached the emperor, how could she possibly escape unscathed? As Shen Han contemplated ways to extricate Li from her predicament, Minister Gu had already begun to inquire about the only standing figure, Li. When unexpectedly she rolled her eyes and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Li believed that having previously deceived in Yeshuan, which had incited a conflict between their fathers, resulting in her father being confined by the emperor for a month, she now faced the repercussions of having struck 8 individuals. The fathers of those 8 could very well seek revenge at any moment. She felt compelled to retaliate. Who knew how the emperor might treat her father? It was better to obscure the situation. 8 against 1. Who struck whom would ultimately be a matter of public perception. Shen Han was taken aback, but quickly realized that these few young rascals could not possibly harm his daughter. With her feigning unconsciousness, the matter would become muddled, after all. Determining who had assaulted whom was merely a matter of words. Resolving to play along with Li's act, Shen Han rushed forward to embrace her, exclaiming, My daughter, Usher, what has happened to you? Do not frighten your father. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he nodded gravely, exclaiming, By heavens, is this truly happening? And Yeshuan felt utterly devastated. He glanced from Li's father to his own, acutely aware of the disparity. No wonder she had been so brutally beaten, yet found herself confined alongside General Shen, the very one who had struck her. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his knees and hands, and Yeshuan rose, determined to pursue and apprehend them. From General Shen's earlier words, it was evident they intended to turn the tables. He could not allow them to escape. Lord Gu entered, bending down to examine the injuries of the crowd, and upon discovering that everyone had merely fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Yeshuan struggling to move outside, he stepped forward to grasp him gently, urging, Young Masterin, please refrain from moving. Sit down and rest well. With General Shen here, his daughter shall be safe. What transpired that caused you all to collapse? I was knocked out by Li, and Yeshuan replied, Lord Gu, have you brought anyone with you? Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Lord Gu's expression turned somewhat peculiar, causing him to miss the latter part entirely. You mean that young girl, Li, incapacitated all 8 of you? And Yeshuan, having finally spoken a straightforward truth, felt displeased by the dismissive response. Do you doubt my words? With a hint of exasperation, Lord Gu pushed aside in Yeshuan's hand. Of course I believe you. However, regardless of how credible your account may be, I must seek assistance to examine your injuries. As for that troublesome young rascal, he is best managed by his own family. My old bones cannot endure such service. Oh, Lord Gu. Could you also inquire about the whereabouts of General Shin and the others? If they have gone to the palace, please intercept them. As they descended the stairs, they encountered a waiter bringing up dishes. Shirley, barely opening her eyes, instructed Shen Han to take the food away. Caught in the indecision of whether to approach the waiter, Shen Han continued on without faltering, swiftly declaring, "Please deliver all these dishes to the general's residence." The waiter, taken aback, promptly nodded in agreement. Understood. Initially anticipating that this transaction would not materialize, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Lord was indeed a benevolent individual who, even in the face of adversity, did not overlook the needs of those less significant. It was not until a group of individuals carried out several young masters from noble families that the innkeeper truly realized that an incident had occurred. It was rumored that one of them was the third prince. The manager, paralyzed with fear, scrambled to seek out the proprietor of the Wanjing Tower. Fortunately, by the afternoon, they had regained consciousness and did not hold them accountable, even sending someone to discuss compensation for the damages to the furnishings in the private room. The manager dared not accept, repeatedly declining. Since they did not wish to pursue the matter, it was settled, and the general did not insist further. Upon hearing from Chief Steward Gao that the Duke of Dingbei sought an audience, the emperor raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had he not accompanied his daughter on a shopping excursion? How was there time to enter the palace? Announced the Duke of Dingbei for an audience. The emperor was attending to state affairs in the secondary hall of the Zhao Palace during the day. As Shen Han entered, he lifted his robe and knelt, proclaiming, "Your servant pays his respects to your majesty." "Rise, my beloved minister," the emperor replied. Shen Han remained kneeling, bowing his head once more. "I dare not rise. I have transgressed." The emperor set aside his documents, intrigued. "Pray tell, what offense have you committed?" "My daughter has engaged in a brawl with others, and I have failed in my duty to guide her. I am willing to accept punishment, but I implore your majesty to spare my daughter. She lies in bed, her life uncertain. I earnestly request your majesty to send 2 imperial physicians to my residence to attend to her." "Thank you for your majesty's grace, but I beseech you to allow me to explain the matter in detail." Awaiting this cue from the emperor, Shen Han expressed his gratitude before boldly recounting the events with meticulous detail. "Yesterday, I took my young daughter to the Zhongzhen Pavilion to purchase garments and jewelry. While we were selecting items, the daughter of the Southwest King, Yun Yuyao, burst in, insisting on seizing a set of jewelry known as golden leaf flowing fire from my daughter. This led to a minor altercation, and our prior agreement to dine at the Wanjing Tower was thwarted. Today, noticing the weather was quite pleasant, I accompanied my daughter to the Wanjing Tower. Upon entering, I encountered the Minister of War, Mr. Gu, and exchanged a few pleasantries. I instructed my daughter to proceed to the winter scene at the Four Seasons Pavilion while I continued my conversation with Mr. Gu. As we made our way towards her, passing the autumn scene chambers, a sudden scream pierced the air. Mr. Gu and I hastily pushed open the door, only to find my daughter lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by 7 or 8 individuals. In my immediate concern for my daughter, I paid little attention to the appearances of those present, but a cursory glance suggested their garments were of fine quality, likely belonging to the sons of high-ranking officials. I rushed to the palace to seek the imperial physician, contemplating that rather than waiting for those young men to submit complaints against me, it would be wiser to take the initiative and accept responsibility, thereby safeguarding my daughter from unjust scrutiny. "Yes, your majesty." "Thank you, your majesty. I shall take my leave now." As I turned to depart, the sorrow etched on my face momentarily transformed into a semblance of joy, though this was fleeting. Engaging in treachery against the emperor, once experienced, became increasingly facile and addictive, an undesirable path. After some reflection, I shook my head. It was improbable that among those 8 individuals, 4 belonged to her faction. At that moment, the emperor was sipping tea when the flustered eunuch she hurriedly entered, perspiration beading his forehead. "Your majesty, dire news. The third prince has been assaulted at the Wanjing Tower." Cough, cough, cough. The fright rendered eunuch Shi weak, causing him to kneel. "Your majesty, forgive me. I am deserving of death for disturbing your majesty." The emperor set down his cup, disregarding his appearance, and rose. Repeat what you just said. Your Majesty. The servant just mentioned that the third prince was assaulted at Wanjing Tower. Where did Shen Han take his daughter? Wanjing Tower. The emperor, recalling his fervent words to Shen Han at noon, felt a surge of anger, grinding his teeth in frustration. So, they were waiting for me here. What is the condition of the third prince? The imperial physician reports no serious harm. He merely fainted, and there are no visible bruises. He is now recovering and can get out of bed. General Qin's young master and the heir of Xuanwu are more severely injured. One has a sprained wrist. The other a leg injury, reportedly caused by Lord N's unfortunate fall with a stool. Upon hearing of their misfortunes, the emperor's mood considerably brightened. And the others? The physician assures that they are all fine. Oh, I see. Have the third prince come to see me shortly. 1-8. It is no surprise that General Shun has raised such a capable daughter. The emperor was increasingly convinced that it was indeed a wise decision to have Shun Han remain in the capital to instruct the princes in martial arts. Physician Zhao concurred. Even if he recovers from this incident, he may be limited to 5 more years. Is it that grave? We dare not make definitive claims. The emperor suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, dismissing the two and summoning eunuch Shi to select some nourishing supplements, jewelry, and fabric to send to the general's residence. Father, did you summon me? The third prince hurried to the emperor after escaping from his mother. The emperor beckoned him to approach, saying, Mingting, please recount to your father how the daughter of the Duke of Dingbei engaged with you. Who is the daughter of the Duke of Dingbei? A moment of silence enveloped the air. The one who fought with you today. Oh, her. The third prince suddenly realized. She is a woman. Indeed. A wave of embarrassment washed over the third prince. I didn't see her clearly. I only felt that the person charging at me had not even come close before I collapsed to the ground. Even if it were me, I hardly felt any impact, just a sharp pain in my neck, and then I lost consciousness. The imperial physician stated that the daughter of the Duke of Dingbei sustained a head injury and is in a perilous state, possibly on the brink of death. Who inflicted this injury upon her? That's impossible. She is so formidable. The third prince pondered, realizing that the physician would not lie. It might have been Yuxian, or perhaps someone else. I cannot say for certain. It was all very chaotic. After Qin Heng fell, everyone rushed towards her. And I couldn't discern who harmed her. You 8 were unable to contend with her? The third prince nodded. The emperor sighed. Very well, go find your mother. In the future, practice martial arts diligently, lest you find yourself outmatched by a mere woman. Understood, father. He felt no inclination to seek out his mother. Shen Han was not surprised by the gifts bestowed upon him by the palace. He had already anticipated the emperor's reaction since he first instructed his daughter to feign illness. Initially, he secured a promise, and even when the emperor learned that the third prince had also been beaten, he would temporarily suppress his anger. Once news of his daughter's injuries reached the palace, the emperor would not only absolve her of blame but would also grant compensation. As for the possibility of one of the 8 young men revealing that his daughter had emerged unscathed, he harbored no concerns about inciting suspicion regarding her injuries. 8 youths attacking a 14-year-old girl, and she remained unharmed. Should such a tale circulate, no one outside would dare to believe it. However, there was no animosity between his daughter and Yun Yuyo. How could she think of sorrowful matters upon seeing her? Had she been bullied in the Shin family? Or at the girls' academy? Or perhaps it was from that group of boys she had previously encountered. Regardless, since the reasons eluded him, he resolved to exact vengeance on all. For his daughter now lay in bed, her fate uncertain. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for a father in anguish to act recklessly. Though he could not compel their fathers to resign, he could certainly stir up some trouble for their households. During a month of reflection, Shun Han penned letter after letter, discreetly delivering them to the Daziyuan. The emperor had commanded him to contemplate his actions, but whose transgressions he was to ponder remained ambiguous. For now, Shirley could only recuperate at the general's residence. Although she could not venture outside, she found no boredom in her confinement. The estate boasted a pond where creatures that once could survive only 5 days in a clay jar now thrived for an extended period. Moreover, she was exceedingly pleased with the culinary offerings of the general's residence. Steamed chicken, boiled chicken, braised chicken, and roasted chicken could be alternated at every meal. However, it seemed the kitchen was at odds with her. Each day, at mealtime, this particular guest would insist on personally slaughtering the chickens. The head chef, fearful, initially refused to comply. After declining her request twice and witnessing her cease her insistence, he sighed with relief, believing the matter settled. To his astonishment, she promptly seized the spatula. Cooking was certainly safer than slaughtering. so the chef thought it permissible to let the young lady have a go. And thus he watched as she wielded the spatula, effortlessly concluding the culinary career of a pot that had served him for 2 years. The young lady appeared somewhat abashed and set down the spatula, which now left the chef feeling a pang of sympathy. She had only wished to assist. How could he reproach her for a mere pot? Consequently, the chef assigned her a more manageable task, to stoke the fire. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to ignite the kitchen, she settled down, waiting for her meal to be served. In the throes of boredom, she turned her attention to the creatures inhabiting the pond. After dissecting a turtle, she discovered a peculiar fish, resembling a bullet and adorned with antennae. There were only 2. She took these specimens to inquire with the procurement officer, who explained that they were cuttlefish delivered from the seaside. They required seawater to thrive, making them rather rare, and advised her to handle them gently to ensure their survival. However, she paid little heed to his words, as her fascination with the sea consumed her thoughts. What wonders lay beneath the waves? Where was the ocean? The purchaser shook his head, revealing that the servant had never left Kyoto and was only acquainted with the concept of the sea through hearsay, remaining oblivious to its actual location. Oh, Shirley felt a twinge of disappointment and continued to fidget with the cuttlefish he had procured. After Shirley had sufficiently exhausted the creatures at home, approximately 10 days had elapsed, during which Xianxia submitted another petition requesting the imperial physician. In the interim, Steward Xing conveyed some good news. The 8 rascals who had assaulted his daughter experienced inexplicable pain in various parts of their bodies the day after receiving treatment from the court physician. The entire imperial hospital was unable to ascertain any ailments, and it took a full week for them to recover. He had mentioned this 5 days prior. Meeting Xianxia's concerned gaze, Physician Li relaxed his brow, a smile gracing his face as he congratulated the Marquis, stating that the young lady's health was gradually improving. And with a bit more rest, she would soon be akin to any other person. Xianxia exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude to Dr. Li for his assistance during these days, and invited him to share a cup of tea before departing. Very well. The old steward will see off Dr. Li. Indeed, my lord. Shirley threw aside the covers and rose from the bed, announcing, Father, I am stepping out. Are you really not bringing anyone with you? No need. Are you familiar with the route? I know it. By the way, regarding that bird I encountered earlier, no one in Kyoto has kept such a creature. It may have flown in from elsewhere. Oh, very well. You need not concern yourself with that. It is merely a conjecture on my part. I shall take my leave now. Xianxia remained somewhat apprehensive, suggesting, perhaps you should take a carriage after all? No need. I will seize this opportunity to familiarize myself with the path. The general's residence is not particularly far from Lord Sun's abode. One merely traverses 3 streets and proceeds straight to the end, passing through the West Market along the way. Yixin felt that he had been rather unfortunate lately, as he would invariably encounter that female tyrant whenever he ventured out. The attendant accompanying him, perplexed, inquired, Young master, did you not intend to purchase fighting cocks? Suddenly, a delicate hand, as slender as a green onion, rested upon his shoulder. You are in Yixin, are you not? Do you carry any silver? She asked. No need. You may send the silver directly to my home later. I recall you owe me 700 taels. A strained smile crept across Yixian's face. I already repaid you 315 taels. I do not owe that much. And Yixian thought to himself, since you do not remember, let it be. He longed to strike her, but resolved to maintain a smile and embody the grace of a gentleman. Very well, Sister Shirley, I shall take my leave. Shirley, seemingly aware of the other's disdain for her, even sensing the desire for retribution, smiled slightly and replied in a gentle tone. No matter how many feeble individuals like you there are, even tenfold, they could not match my strength. Give up. I apologize. It is my fault for lacking the strength to contend with you. A chill breeze swept past, and Yixian suddenly felt that this spring was colder than in previous years. Where does Secretary Sun reside? Over there, and Yixian indicated a direction. It was indeed the location mentioned by her father. Shirley stepped over him and said, Let us go. Ah, I am to accompany you? Shirley turned her head, arching an eyebrow. Do you not wish to go? Then we shall. Tears of gratitude streamed down in Yeshuan's face as she expressed her thanks to Xiao Shi. A gentle voice reached her ears from behind, suggesting that its owner was quite delighted to encounter the renowned Xiao Shi. Shirley turned to glance, observing a young man clad in white gracefully approaching her. His hair was partially gathered with a jade hairpin of vibrant green, while the rest flowed freely over his shoulders. He wielded a folding fan in one hand, and a jade pendant hung at his waist, complementing his visage with a natural elegance and refinement. The woman who had previously covertly scrutinized Shirley and in Yeshuan felt a blush involuntarily rise to her cheeks upon witnessing his countenance. Boldly, she pretended to drop her handkerchief near him. The young man merely stood there, smiling as he remarked, "My lady, you have dropped your handkerchief." The lady's face flushed crimson, and she stammered her thanks. Thank you. And Yeshuan felt a sense of disdain in her heart, but chose not to reveal it. Instead, she gazed at Shirley with concern. Noticing her desire to depart, her eyes brightened as she inquired, "Sister Shirley, do you know him?" "I am unsure. Perhaps I have met him before." Recognizing that relying on Xiaohong's memory was ultimately unreliable, she decided to let things unfold naturally after discussing it with her father. Though Shirley's words were somewhat peculiar, and Yeshuan understood that she did not truly recognize him. It was possible she had seen him once in the kitchen, which made him seem familiar, hence her uncertainty. Not recognizing him was for the best. If she were acquainted with him and his friends, it could lead to complications. With an unexpected surge of courage, and Yeshuan grasped Shirley's wrist as the young man drew nearer, urging her, "Sister Shirley, he is not a good person. We must leave." Shirley had originally intended to depart, so she acquiesced to him. However, after merely a couple of steps, someone unexpectedly approached from behind and seized Shirley's other hand. "And Yeshuan, where do you intend to take her? What business is it of yours? She does not know you. Are you attempting to forcibly abduct a maiden in broad daylight?" It turned out that the renowned young master Ji Chung from a noble family was rather fond of such pursuits, and Yeshuan was compelled to halt, turning to him with a sneer. The youth in question was the esteemed leader of the kitchen staff, Gu Ji Chung. Known for his amiable demeanor and meticulous handling of affairs, coupled with an appealing appearance. His reputation had gradually spread among the populace, and it would not be an exaggeration to deem him the foremost young gentleman in the capital. Gu Ji Chung remained unfazed by Yeshuan's remarks, stating, "No matter how you speak, I kindly ask you to release Xiaoxia." "Huh, she is a woman I have taken a liking to. So on what grounds do you demand her release? Besides, she willingly chose to accompany me." "Heavens, this is madness. And Yeshuan, do you even comprehend the words you utter? Steady yourself, maintain that proud visage. Even if faced with the wrath of a female demon, one must not show weakness before Gu Ji Chung." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Ji Chung countered, "It is impossible. She would never willingly follow you. Release her at once. Our grievances are ours to resolve, and you need not involve her." And Yeshuan stole a glance at Shirley, noticing her in contemplation, unresponsive to his previous words, and suddenly found his courage swelling. He straightened his posture and proclaimed, "How can you be so certain she wouldn't choose to accompany me? After all, I possess both noble status and striking looks, and with my generosity, it is only natural for Miss Shirley to have taken a liking to me." Gu Jiqing harbored doubts and turned to inquire of Shirley, asking if he had coerced her in any way. "As long as you shake your head, Brother Jiqing will promptly take you away." And Yeshuan observed his demeanor and sensed he had stumbled upon a most extraordinary secret. "I say, Gu Jiqing, could it be that you harbor feelings for her?" Instinctively, Gu Jiqing tightened his grip on Shirley's hand. "And if I do, what of it? You actually have feelings for this female fiend." "Ha ha, my brother. I must now regard you with newfound respect." And Yeshuan, catching sight of Shirley's grin, realized the situation was dire. He swiftly turned to flee, disregarding all notions of dignity. Yet, it was too late. Shirley swiftly maneuvered, releasing their hands and reversing her grip, before stepping back, crossing her arms and pulling them, causing both to lose their balance and tumble to the ground. "Ah, my head." Shirley looked down upon them, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Jiqing. Having no intention to engage, she was not Shirley and could not offer him the affection he sought, though she endeavored to minimize their interactions. With one foot firmly planted upon Yeshuan's chest, she remarked, "It appears you have entirely forgotten my previous admonitions. Is it because I refrained from striking you that you have failed to learn your lesson? Surely I was wrong. I truly recognize my mistakes. If you must strike me, could we not choose a more secluded place? Spare me a modicum of dignity." Shirley surveyed the surroundings, noting the eager spectators encircling them, and, in a moment of mercy, lifted her foot. 1,000 taels. Deal. And Yeshuan scrambled to his feet. "Shirley, I shall take my leave now. Farewell." However, Shirley grasped the back of his collar, stating, "And where do you think you are going?" "Lead the way to Lord Sun's residence. It seems that today he cannot escape his fate. If fortune permits him to survive, he shall dedicate himself to diligent study, perform acts of kindness, and offer incense to the Bodhisattva daily." Gu Jiqing. Observing the familiar banter and gestures exchanged between the two, felt a pang in his heart. Xiaoshi, do you still remember what you once promised me? The journey continued for 10 miles without pause, as he urged in Yeshuan forward. If I owe you money, simply state the sum, and I shall repay you in a few days. As for the rest, consider it as if I never spoke. Silence enveloped the air as they walked. Xiaoshi, I apologize for being preoccupied lately and not visiting you. Are you truly willing to leave your brother Jiqing all alone? You once declared that Jiqing was your dearest, that you would marry him, bear him children, manage the household, and age together, side by side. And Yeshuan, filled with excitement, found it remarkable that even the formidable woman could experience youthful infatuations. Splendid. Marvelous. Brother Jiqing, do not cease. Continue speaking. Gu Jiqing was momentarily taken aback by her words. Upon concluding her remarks, Yeshuan unleashed her mocking prowess, laughing heartily before bidding him farewell with a wave and adding, Take care, Brother Jiqing. The enchantress remained true to her nature. As they arrived at Lord Sun's residence, Yeshuan, suppressing her curiosity, finally posed the question that had been on her mind. Sister Shirley, did you truly have feelings for Gu Jiqing in the past? It is perfectly fine if you choose not to answer. I understand how shy girls can be. But was what Gu Jiqing said genuine or false? Just give me a nod or shake your head. As the journey progressed, I turned my head to look at him and inquired, Have we arrived? And Yi Xian nodded affirmatively, just ahead. Are there many people nearby? At first, I remained still, merely observing him run. After a brief interval, a smile crept onto my lips. I lifted my foot and forcefully kicked a stone on the ground, sending it hurtling towards the bend of his leg. And Yi Xian's right leg buckled, and he let out a cry, tumbling to the ground. The moment he made contact with the earth, he immediately shouted, Sister Shirley, I was wrong. I beg you, considering my sincere remorse, please go easy on me. I approached him, turned him over, and offered a slight smile before raising my fist. I truly am sorry. Master Sun Qian believed that education was a personal endeavor. Thus, his teaching method leaned towards a more hands-off approach. He refrained from verbal instruction, relying instead on the initiative of his disciples. He would present a stack of books to them and require that after reading each volume, they compose a letter articulating their thoughts and understanding of the material. Once they had completed all the readings, they would return with the books and their letters for discussion. Yesterday, at the hour of Chun, Lu Chongting arrived, and for an entire day and night, he listened as Master Sun Qian elucidated the books he had read, based on the letters he had written. Just as he was about to board the carriage, a sudden, familiar scream pierced the air. Alai, wait here. I shall investigate. Sir, it may be dangerous. I would rather accompany you, Alai replied. Lu Chongting shook his head in refusal. It is unnecessary. Alai dared not protest further. Simply advising, then, sir, please take care. And Yu Xian, peering through the narrow slits of his eyes, caught sight of Lu Chongting rushing towards him. A sensation akin to encountering a long-lost father surged within him. He desperately extended his hand, pleading for salvation. Lu, save me. As Lu Chongting approached, he beheld a young gentleman clad in splendid attire, mercilessly pummeling the prone and Yi Xian. Swiftly surveying the surroundings, he seized a roughly half-meter-long wooden stick from the ground, its surface uneven and rugged, and brandished it with both hands, shouting, Release him. Shirley, sensing the impending attack, turned to intercept, but was taken aback when the assailant abruptly halted. As Lu Chongting's adversary turned to face him, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively ceased his forward motion, wobbling slightly before regaining his balance. Meeting Shirley's gaze, Lu Chongting glanced at the stick still raised in his hands, and then at the battered and Yi Xian on the ground. Resolutely, he handed the wooden stick to Shirley, saying, Use this to strike him. Be cautious not to hurt your hands in a bare-handed confrontation. And Yi Xian exclaimed in distress, What the? Shirley accepted the stick with a nod and stepped aside. Very well. The sound of the wooden sticks slicing through the air resonated, each strike landing with a thud, accompanied by an Yi Xian's cacophony of insults that reached the ears of both onlookers. Lu Chongting, you despicable coward. You spineless wretch, you are no man. Shirley, I implore you to go easy on me. You lack loyalty, betraying your brother. I detest you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongting sighed. Brethren, it would be wise to temper your words. For the sake of our past camaraderie, I truly cannot bring myself to strike you. Then are you content to witness? My beating? And Yu Xian retorted. Unable to bear it, I chose to close my eyes. Lu Chongting replied. As the anguished wails of Ye Xian faded into silence, Lu Chongting opened his eyes, which had not been tightly shut, and produced a handkerchief, extending it towards Shirley. Are you weary? Wipe your hands. This stick I picked up from the ground is covered in dust. He spoke as he deftly snatched the stick from her hand and tossed it aside, never casting a glance at Xianxia. Shirley noticed a slight dirtiness on her palm and, without hesitation, replied, "Thank you." Observing her direction towards Lord Sun's residence, Lu Chongting hurriedly followed, inquiring, "Where are you headed? Are you going to find Mr. Sun?" "Yes," she replied. "I just came from there. Allow me to accompany you." He refrained from questioning her motives for seeking Lord Sun, knowing that if Shirley angered Mr. Sun, her aspiration of becoming his disciple might be thwarted. "It's quite all right. There is no need," she insisted. And Xianxia, watching the pair drift further away, felt tears welling uncontrollably in her eyes. "At least summon a few people to carry me away. Or find a doctor to attend to my plight." Allah, somewhat bewildered, complied nonetheless, leading the cart forward. "Here we are." Lu Chongting knocked on the door knocker, and upon opening, the doorkeeper recognized him and inquired, "Has young Master Lu perhaps forgotten something?" I suddenly recalled a question I must ask the master. "May I inquire if he is available?" The young one is unaware. We have yet to receive notice of the Master's retreat from visitors. Due to the frequent requests from students seeking his guidance, Lord Sun often chose solitude, routinely closing his doors to guests. "Very well." Lu Chongting nodded, guiding Shirley towards Lord Sun's chambers. The doorman initially intended to stop Shirley, but ultimately decided against it, considering that he was a friend of young Master Lu. Lord Sun Qian did not recognize Shirley at first, but upon hearing her mention him, he recalled the apprentice he had met last year while searching for Qin Gui in Xingyuan village. "You are Xin Shirley?" "Indeed." Lu Chongting, noticing their familiarity, inquired, "Do you know each other? Then come with me to the Ministry of War." He then addressed Shirley, "Young nephew Shun. Your master is currently developing a weapon at the ministry. You should accompany me." "I appreciate it, Lord Sunday." The Ministry of War boasts an expansive training ground, filled with various weapons. This ground is typically utilized by military generals for practice or to test newly developed chariots, armor, and bows. The Western training ground is significantly larger and is generally used for troop assembly and military drills. Access to the ministry is heavily restricted, and not every official is permitted entry. Even Lord Sun could only wait in the hall for others to summon Qin Gui. Upon seeing them, Lord Gu expressed surprise. "Lord Sun, what brings you here?" "Lord Gu," replied Lord Sun, as he rose to pay his respects, with Lu Chongting following suit. "Indeed, quite the distinguished figure," Lord Gu observed, turning his gaze to the young Shirley seated nearby. "Ah Shur is here as well?" Shirley nodded and called out, "Grandfather Gu." Just as Lord Sun took a sip of tea, he was taken aback and spluttered it out at her exclamation, "Grandfather Gu? Is young nephew Xin your long-lost grandson?" Lord Gu cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking that his eldest grandson was merely 3 years old, and in a couple of days, his youngest grandson would celebrate his first birthday. The irreverent Shen Han, driven by envy, took the opportunity to mock him. "Are you suggesting that Shen Xiaozi is General Shen's son? Yet I have encountered General Shen's son on 2 occasions, and he does not bear such a resemblance." Upon hearing this, Qin Gui immediately thought of Shirley. His friend typically sought him at the residence of his deputy minister, never directly at the Ministry of War during his duty hours. Abandoning the components he held, he hurried into the hall. Upon hearing Lord Sun's inquiry, he boisterously exclaimed from the doorway, "Ah Shur is a girl. How could she be General Shen's son? Ah Shur, come show your master if you have recently forged any iron. What weapons can you now create? Come with me to the forge for some practice." Shirley had originally come to craft a cage, but if he could conveniently produce a couple of tools as well, that would be delightful. There was no harm in it. "Excellent. Master, please lead the way." Qin Gui laughed heartily, saying, "Lord Gu, Lord Sun, you may continue your conversation at leisure. I shall take my apprentice and depart." Lu Chongting instinctively rose to follow, but was restrained by Sun Qian with a firm no. Lord Gu jested, "Young master, you ought to temper your gaze. If that fellow Shen Han were to catch sight of you, he would surely strip you of your skin. With your slender arms and legs, one wonders if you could withstand even a single blow from him." Caught in the act of his thoughts, Lu Chongting felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face, lowering his head shyly. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall diligently practice martial arts to strengthen myself." "Ha, you, young master, are truly amusing," Lord Sun inquired. "Did not General Shun's daughter state that she was to be sent to her husband's rural residence for cultivation and repose?" Lord Gu patted his shoulder, saying, "You have worked hard. If only those at the Imperial Academy could stir up less trouble, your burdens would surely lighten. Alas, it seems unlikely. There are matters at the Imperial Academy awaiting my attention, so I must take my leave. In 2 days, my grandson will celebrate his first birthday. Do remember to come to my estate." "Certainly." Upon seeing his impending departure, Lu Chongting rose to bid farewell. "Sir, I wish to linger here for a while and shall not accompany you." Lord Sun regarded him with a complex expression, which ultimately transformed into a sigh. "As long as you maintain your discretion, it is well. After all, which youth has not indulged in romantic pursuits?" Lu Chongting bowed deeply. "I shall heed your teachings with utmost respect." Tin Li followed Qin Gui to the forge, where the attending official, upon noticing her presence, inquired with a smile, "Old Qin, what brings you and the young lord here to the furnace?" Qin Gui vigorously patted Tin Li's back, showcasing her strength. "This is my disciple. I have brought her to forge weapons." Tin Li stood resolutely as he hammered away, and the official, witnessing this, expressed surprise. For he had experienced the force of old Qin's strikes. This youth indeed possesses potential. Can she truly forge weapons? Yes. Why not? It is no exaggeration. My disciple's first attempt was with a kitchen knife, and by heavens, it cleaved through a hair. Qin Gui proclaimed with pride. A young lad, seemingly no older than 14 or 15, possessed ankles thinner than the wrists of those around him. Yet the first creation he forged reached a level of precision that could sever a hair. Such an assertion, when uttered, sounded utterly implausible. Nearby, a robust man, recently emerged from the forge, stood bare-chested before a water bucket, splashing water upon himself. "Old Qin," he exclaimed, "your words are excessive. Look at your apprentice. Her face is barely larger than my palm. With a single blow, I could send her sprawling to the ground. And you claim she can forge? She likely doesn't even know how to wield a hammer. Even if she could forge, crafting weapons is an endeavor that requires intellect, not merely the ability to swing a hammer. Severing a hair? After years of forging, I've only managed to produce a handful of such weapons. Hey, old Lu, when have I ever fabricated tales? My apprentice once single-handedly felled 4 wolves, armed only with the short dagger I bestowed upon her. How could she possibly be incapable of lifting a hammer?" The crowd gasped collectively. "For wolves? Alone? This claim is even more far-fetched than your assertion about her forging skills." Qin wore an expression that suggested, "You are all but a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins," and confidently called to Shirley, "Apprentice, show them your prowess." Although the method of purifying iron could be demonstrated through breaking and kneading the material, they would be unable to replicate it. In this setting, devoid of any prepared resources, the only means to eliminate impurities from the iron block was through spiritual energy. Shirley did not refuse the opportunity to showcase her forging skills, provided a furnace was available. The synergy between the spirit and the physical form is gradually intensifying. Provided that mental energy is not excessively exerted, significant aftereffects are unlikely to arise. In truth, Lu Sanchue only partially believes Qin Gui's words. The craftsmanship of Shirley Tai cannot possibly pose a threat to him, for the attire he dons is beyond the means of an ordinary household, clearly indicating his noble lineage. His presence at the Ministry of War is likely driven by mere curiosity. Nevertheless, he harbors a desire to witness the artistry of Shirley in ironworking, especially given the high praise bestowed upon him by Qin Gui, and he hopes to glean some knowledge in the process. However, upon witnessing Shirley's hammer strike the incandescent iron, flattening it effortlessly, he suddenly realizes that he may never reach the level of skill possessed by this youth. "Wow, old Qin, where did you find this disciple? The strength in his hands could slay a tiger. I would believe it." "Haha, you flatter him excessively. This particular forging is a sword, and once cooled and fitted with a hilt, Qin Gui instructs Shirley to take it to the training grounds for a trial. Some individuals, unable to leave their posts, lament their absence. Shirley, brandishing the sword, stands opposite Qin Gui, who wields a wooden staff, and inquires, "Are you certain you wish to engage me with that? Disciple, do not hesitate. Aim for the staff in my hands and demonstrate what a true weapon is capable of." A voice from the forge interjects, No, that young lord possesses such strength that even a dull blade in his hands could sever your staff. Let us exchange it for someone less formidable. Allow me to give it a try, if you will." As the crowd debated who should take the lead, a voice, neither loud nor soft, emanated from the rear, silencing all present and prompting them to bow in respect to the crown prince. Enjunting frequently visited the Ministry of War, particularly intrigued by the armory. However, it seemed inappropriate for him to inspect the armory during every visit, thus, he could only occasionally glance within. Typically, he observed soldiers testing weapons and engaging in sparring on the training grounds, but he had never personally participated. The officials of the ministry were familiar with him, and in an attempt to mask his unusual interest in this department, he also made it a point to visit the other 5 ministries, earning the title of the most diligent crown prince in the annals of Zhou's history. Exempt from formalities, he said, striding towards Shirley, standing before her. He extended his hand, requesting, "Please hand me the sword." Shirley glanced at Qin Gui, who nodded, before relinquishing the sword into his grasp. Although Junting harbored dreams of becoming a martial general, he could not deny the fact that he was somewhat inept. He raised the sword to the sunlight. Scrutinizing its blade that shimmered with a cold gleam, his reflection captured upon its surface. "A fine sword. Be cautious, my lord," remarked the deputy minister. "You must also exercise caution, your highness," Qin Gui responded, brandishing his staff as he charged towards him. "Prepare yourself, your highness." Junting watched the approaching figure with a surge of excitement. At last, he was to wield the azure sword and engage in a fair duel under the gaze of the gathered spectators. Alas, he was not adorned in white today. The sword flashed, the wooden staff splintered, rolling twice upon the ground with a clean break. "Splendid." The onlookers erupted into cheers, listening to the conversation. Junting's lips curled into a smile, genuine delight radiating from him. He proclaimed himself to be naturally gifted in martial arts, inviting all to extol his extraordinary skills without hesitation or shyness. What a magnificent sword. Truly a fine weapon. Indeed, so razor-sharp. It leaves not a trace of hair on its surface. Young sir, from which family do you hail? Would you have any interest in serving in the Ministry of War? Might you be willing to sell this sword to me? How long have you been learning the craft of blacksmithing? As they surrounded Shirley, Junting's smile grew somewhat rigid. His gaze towards Shirley filled with melancholy. Qin Gui approached him, lauding, "Your highness, your quick reflexes and decisive movements reveal your rigorous training." Junting maintained his smile, responding modestly, "It's nothing extraordinary. I am quite fond of this sword. Might you consider gifting it to me? This sword was forged by my disciple. If his highness desires it, you must inquire her opinion," came the reply. "Not a problem. Please summon her." Qin Gui nodded and called out to Shirley, who emerged from the throng. "Master, what is your summons?" Junting responded first, "It is this sword I wish for you to forge. Feel free to state your terms." Shirley pondered for a moment, then declared, 500 taels. I shall sell it to you." Qin Gui exclaimed, "Wow, even daring to ask the prince for such a sum. Impressive." Junting expressed surprise. "Is that truly all you ask? In the realm of 10 miles, is it truly necessary to diminish its worth?" Although such rudimentary weaponry holds little value in her eyes, it appears rather precious to them. "Very well, then, 1,000 taels. I have spoken out of turn." Junting forced a smile and nodded. "No problem." He gestured for a follower accompanying him to step forward and present the 10 li of silver. As she received the coins, Junting inquired, "Given your attire, you do not seem to hail from an ordinary family. To which noble house do you belong?" Initially, Shirley contemplated mentioning General Shin, but upon reflection, she realized her father no longer held that title. Now he was a certain marquis. Though she had not heard of his specific title, she shook her head and replied, "I am uncertain of my family's lineage, but my father is Shen Han. Since you are the crown prince, you must have heard of him." Before Junting could respond, Qin Gui expressed his astonishment first. "Disciple, you are the daughter of General Shin? I recall his son studying at the Imperial Academy. So how is it that you find yourself in Yuezhou?" Afterward, he smacked his forehead in realization. "Look at my memory. You are indeed a young lady, which means you are the daughter of General Shen." Shirley nodded affirmatively. Qin Gui gazed at her, shaking his head in admiration. "It is said that the daughters of military families are formidable. Today, I bear witness to this truth. Initially, I speculated you were the daughter of some rogue, hiding in the city to escape enemies. Junting, is it truly the beloved daughter often mentioned by General Shen? What should I do with this growing envy? Why is his father not a general? Why was he designated as the crown prince from birth? Why must every word and action of his embody the demeanor of a sovereign? Why can the third son indulge in reckless behavior with his friends, engaging in brawls day after day? Why does the second son roam freely, doing as he pleases? The second son is frail and ailing. Perhaps it is best not to speak of him. Why did his father not sire another son before him? Why is his fate so fraught with hardship?" Shirley inquires, "Who are the people of the Jianghu?" Qin Gui replies, "They are those who wander the Jianghu, possessing formidable martial prowess and a strong sense of loyalty, typically steering clear of courtly affairs and power struggles." Formidable martial prowess? Can they fly? And Junting possesses some understanding of this. It is said that there exists a skill known as lightness skill, which when perfected, allows one to traverse rooftops and walls effortlessly. Shirley's eyes glimmer with curiosity. Where can we find them? And Junting shakes his head, and Qin Gui continues, "The Jianghu has its own rules. They reside in secluded mountains or roam the world, establishing their own realm while being scattered across the land. I do not comprehend. In short, their movements are enigmatic, making them difficult to encounter. The news of the body tempering technique is an unexpected gain. She has not forgotten the purpose of her visit. After the crowd disperses, she proposes to Qin Gui the construction of a dozen iron cages. In an era where welding technology is still in its infancy, people connect iron bars using soft soldering techniques, employing metals with lower melting points than the iron bars to bind them together, a material referred to as solder. The items within the confines of the 10-mile pass are merely diminutive pets, creatures that cannot be contained within a large cage. She intends to utilize the molds crafted at home over the past few days, pouring molten iron into them. Qin Gui gazes upon the molds, intricately etched with a pattern denser than a spider's web, and inquires, "Disciple, what purpose does this cage serve? What are you keeping in here?" "Perhaps mice, centipedes, and snakes," replies Shirley, somewhat perplexed, yet he repeats, "Is there a problem with that?" "My dear heavens." Qin Gui feels a pang of distress in his heart. "Does your father know of this?" "Of course. He even provided me with a spare room to house them." Truly, a family of military lineage possesses remarkable audacity. Meanwhile, Lu Chongting has waited in the hall for an extended period without seeing anyone emerge. Realizing she may take considerable time, he retrieves a book from his wide sleeves and begins to peruse it. Nevertheless, he remains vigilant to the sounds around him. Upon hearing footsteps, he rises to see who has come forth, only to find it is not the person he awaited, leaving him slightly disheartened. The guards in the hall salute and proclaim, "We bid farewell to your highness," after which he returns to his reading. The cage's main structure has been completed, awaiting only the cooling and solidification process. Qin Gui escorts Shirley to his usual place of work, a modest room filled with wooden components and some iron pieces, all rather simplistic in design. In the corner stood a bookshelf, with a table set before it, upon which lay the small crossbow she had crafted for him, though it had since been disassembled. Shirley regarded it thoughtfully as she approached, extracting one of the volumes to peruse. Qin Gui, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, explained, "This book contains my notes on the methods for creating various items during my leisure time. My sketches leave much to be desired. If you are interested, feel free to take a few to examine." As Shirley closed the book, her gaze turned towards Qin Gui, imbued with a newfound affirmation. "You are quite remarkable." Her words stirred an odd sensation within him, akin to navigating a bountiful vessel across an expansive ocean, only to suddenly glimpse a small island where welcoming figures awaited him. "Such praise. I have always been quite adept, or else how could I claim the title of your master?" Qin Gui retorted, moving to retrieve the enlarged version of the crossbow he had been diligently researching, the unfinished celestial crossbow, and placed it upon the table. "My dear apprentice, I seek your assistance with a matter. This celestial crossbow was crafted based on the 10-shot crossbow you designed, yet its range is merely a third of yours. Initially, the accuracy was dreadful, and it would sometimes fail to fire consecutively. I later discovered that some components had discrepancies in size during production, and rectifying that resolved those issues. However, the range remains a mystery. I have experimented with varying the weight of the arrows, yet to no avail. I implore you to assist me with this. In return, I promise to fulfill any request you may have, provided it lies within my capabilities." As Shirley gently caressed the celestial contraption, she contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "What compels you to delve into such studies? Is it for fame, fortune, or perhaps to gain the emperor's favor?" The apprentice, seemingly perplexed by her question, pondered. "If you were driven by such motives, how could you have concealed your identity for years in Xingyuan village, without even welcoming a disciple like me?" Shirley chuckled softly. "Indeed, I have no aspirations for you to pursue. I merely wish for you to promise that, should anyone ever invoke the name of Shirley to enlist your service, you shall not decline." Raising an eyebrow, she continued, "How could you entertain such thoughts? My father would be more than pleased to remain idle at home." Shirley replied, "Perhaps you did not grasp my words clearly. I refer to the name Shirley, not Shin Shirley. Is there a distinction?" Are you not one and the same? The apprentice queried. Indeed. There is a vast chasm between them. If fortune smiles upon you, in 2 or 3 years, you shall come to understand. While Shirley admired his remarkable aptitude for mechanics on this primitive planet, she recognized that many others among the populace also possessed exceptional talents in this field. Furthermore, they were far more acquainted with the intricacies of interstellar mecha weaponry, negating the need for extensive training. Thus, until the dust settled, she preferred to withhold further revelations. Now, let us turn our attention to the celestial contraption. You have devised the 10 continuous arrows, a name that leaves much to be desired. However, the notion of amplifying it to heavenly mechanism arrow is indeed commendable. The dimensions and weights of the arrow's components are subject to specific regulations. A concept I term as a fixed ratio. The length, thickness, and width of the arrow must correspond with the length, weight, and thickness of the arrowhead, all adhering to this fixed ratio, though it is not immutable, when the arrow's hardware poses no significant issues. A crucial element to consider is the propulsion, the force that launches the arrow. This is akin to archery. The difference between drawing a bow fully and only halfway results in varied distances for the arrow's shot. Qin Gui initially intended to inquire about the meaning of Shun Shirley, but upon hearing her speak, all thoughts converged on the heavenly mechanism arrow. He listened intently as she elaborated, positing that the limited range of the heavenly mechanism arrow is due to insufficient force propelling the arrow. He pondered how to augment this power. Shirley then opened the wooden section atop the heavenly mechanism arrow, observing that the gap was unnecessarily wide. She proceeded to extract the spring within, noting that it was too small and lacked adequate tension, and that the fit between the 3 axle wheels was subpar and aesthetically displeasing. As Qin Gui took notes diligently, he eventually closed the book and set down his pen. Disciple, you may experiment with the items in this room at your leisure. I shall attempt to implement your suggestions. Shirley shrugged. Go ahead. Tenli gazed at the dark golden stone, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. Was it a Diam meteorite? She bent down, extending her hand to pick it up for a closer inspection. How could such a meteorite, scattered in the vast expanse of the universe, specifically in the Tan Star River, find its way to this planet? The primary utility of Diam meteorite lies in its conductivity. It purges impurities and can be fashioned into wires. While it may not be the fastest interstellar conductive metal, it is predominantly utilized in the habitats of living beings. What is most astonishing is that at the very core of a 1 cubic meter Diam meteorite, there lies a minuscule electric stone measuring merely 0.001 cubic meters. This electric stone can be melted into a liquid state, sealed within a closed container, and when the container is rolled, the electric molecules within the liquid begin to move, generating an electric current. This motion persists for an eternity. After searching the room thoroughly and finding no other stones, Tenli sought out Qin Gui, presenting the stone before him and inquiring, "Where did you acquire this stone? The desert, perhaps? It seems I must find time to visit." To his subsequent question, Tenli nodded in affirmation, replying, "It is beautiful." Qin Gui glanced at her, then at the stone, and reluctantly nodded in agreement. It indeed possessed a striking beauty. The young girl's discerning taste was evidently distinct from that of a rugged man like him. As Tenli prepared to leave, Qin Gui called out, "Once the Tianji Inn is completed, I shall come to your home and invite you to experience its power together." "No need," she replied. "I am well aware of its capabilities. Should any issues arise, you may seek me out. And remember, the Tianji Inn is your creation. It has no bearing on me." "Why? I have no desire to be confined indoors like you." Qin Gui shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing yet understanding. "Well, it's irrelevant to you. However, should I earn a reward through it, I shall bestow it all upon you, as a parting gift from a master to a disciple." Having taken a step beyond the threshold, upon hearing those words, he paused, leaning against the doorframe to glance back. "Parting gift? I have never encountered anyone with your remarkable talent. In the realm of blacksmithing, you surpass me. How could I dare to take on the role of your master? Henceforth, if you do not mind, you may call me Uncle Qin." "Very well, Uncle Qin." "Ah, dear niece." "No, that was incorrect. It should be dear nephew." "It matters not. It is all the same to me." With that, he closed the door and turned towards the forge. The alloy known as Dum possesses another remarkable quality. It is incredibly lightweight, yet the resulting pieces are remarkably resilient. Although the piece in her hand was somewhat small, it was sufficient for crafting a weapon. As the sun descended, the light within the hall grew dim, the words on the page becoming increasingly blurred and difficult to decipher. Lu Chongting set the book down, stood up to stretch, then sat back down, retrieving a candle, flint, and a small stick coated in sulfur from his ample sleeves. He lit the candle and, illuminated by its flickering glow, resumed his reading. Meanwhile, the younger guard at the door couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Coming to the Ministry of War to read, and spending the entire day engrossed in books, surely this scholar had lost his wits. How could Lord Sun possibly accept such a person as a disciple? The older guard harbored a fondness for the young scholar. It is not surprising for a learned individual to carry books with him, but the presence of candles signifies his diligence. With such a disposition, he is bound to achieve greatness in the future. On the table lay two objects, which Qin Gui picked up for closer inspection. He discovered numerous tiny grooves etched upon them, forming a pattern he had never encountered before. Though it appeared haphazardly carved, a certain order revealed itself upon closer examination. "Ah sure, what is this you have crafted?" As someone emerged, Lu Chongting casually stowed away his book and approached, calling out, "Shirley, are you planning to head back?" Shirley looked at him, surprised. "Why are you still here?" Lu Chongting maintained his cheerful demeanor. "I promised to escort you home, and I cannot go back on my word. Let us be on our way." Feeling somewhat intrusive, Qin Gui cleared his throat to draw their attention. "Ah sure, it just occurred to me that I have some matters to attend to, so Qin uncle will not be accompanying you home." He then handed the string of cages to Lu Chongting. "Young Master Lu, I would appreciate it if you could return this to the general's residence." The Lu family, being imperial merchants, engaged in a wide array of industries, including the timber trade. 2 months earlier, Qin Gui had placed an order there, and due to its affiliation with the Ministry of War, Lu Chongting had personally attended to it. Qin Gui had noted the youthfulness of the owner and had previously remarked on the formidable potential of the younger generation. Later, upon hearing the gossip from old Qian of the Ministry of War regarding the Lu family, it became evident that this youth was not merely formidable, he was, in truth, an astonishing prodigy, unparalleled in talent, exceptional in character, astute in strategy, and remarkably decisive, truly one of a kind. The vast Lu family was under the stewardship of this singular youth, who had yet to reach the age of 14. As the family appeared to falter under the pressure from several commercial establishments that sought to conspire against them, the remaining onlookers among the merchants began to take action, hoping to seize a portion of the spoils. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the Lu family ultimately absorbed their adversaries, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Thereafter, no one dared to cast their covetous eyes upon the Lu family's enterprises. Lu Chongting accepted the items and shook his head, assuring, "There is no trouble at all, esteemed sir. Rest assured, I shall see her safely home." Qin smiled knowingly, replying, Go on, go on." Lu Chongting furrowed his brows, his tone noticeably chilled. "What brings you here? If there are matters to attend to at home, do not linger. Whether or not you accompany me holds little significance." Shirley observed him for a moment, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Since you insist, I shall defer to your wishes." With that, she tossed the cage she held to him, grasped the cart's yoke, and gracefully leapt onto the carriage. Lu Chongting instinctively reached to assist her, only to catch the cage she had thrown. He instinctively brushed his hand away, stating, "I can manage on my own. Please retrieve the step." "Very well," he conceded. By the time he boarded the carriage, Shirley had already begun to examine the interior structure of the vehicle. Upon this planet, this vehicle is undoubtedly a limited edition luxury automobile of the highest caliber. Inside, there rests a small square table, and beyond it, a couch spacious enough to accommodate 2 reclining individuals. Shirley is seated upon the couch, tapping gently against the side of the vehicle, and occasionally, a small drawer emerges from a certain section of the wall. Lu Chongting smiles softly, circumvents the table, and takes a seat at the opposite end of the couch. He gathers the tea set to the right, then presses a switch on the nearest leg of the table. The tabletop splits in 2, retracting the left half to reveal compartments beneath, filled with an assortment of pastries. He delicately picks up a jade-green floral pastry and presents it to Shirley, aware of her fondness for delicacies. "I had this small table specially prepared for you. Do try this pastry and see if it suits your palate." Shirley gazes at the pastry, then lifts her eyes to meet his, taking it from his hand and popping it into her mouth. "Not bad," she remarks. Lu Chongting feels a slight twinge of disappointment, but conceals it perfectly, pouring another cup and offering it to her. The pastries are delightful, yet somewhat dry. A sip of tea may quench your thirst. Noticing her gaze becoming increasingly peculiar and the silence stretching longer than before, Lu Chongting's heart races with trepidation. He forces a smile, asking, "What are you looking at? Enjoying the tea?" Suddenly, Shirley beams at him, taking the cup from his hand and finishing it in one go. Lu Chongting's heart pounds wildly, a blend of surprise, joy, and disbelief flooding his senses. "Surely you." Before he could articulate the tangled thoughts swirling in his mind, the figure across from him leaned in. Startled, Lu Chongting reclined back on the couch, his eyes widening as he found himself mere inches away from Shirley's face, his heart momentarily halting in its rhythm. Upon hearing her inquiry, "Do you like me?" Lu Chongting's face instantly flushed a deep crimson as he stammered, "Well, yes." "Oh, is that so?" As he gazed at her increasingly close visage, a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. "Is she going to kiss me? Should I reciprocate?" "Surely, I should, but if I close my eyes and let her take the lead, would that make me seem indiscreet? Should I resist? No. What if my resistance causes her to withdraw?" Resolutely, he decided to shut his eyes and welcome the impending bliss with open arms. "Uft." Tinley finally broke the tension with a laugh. "Why are you closing your eyes? Do you think I am about to do something to you?" She then playfully patted his face, adding, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in someone as juvenile as you." After speaking, she stood up to retrieve the teacup that had fallen onto the couch and placed it back on the table. Casually, she remarked, "That's your concern." Suddenly, Lu Chongting recalled a piece of information he had gathered in Kyoto regarding Tinley. "Do you still have feelings for that Gujiqing?" "Gujiqing? Who is that?" Tinley responded, recalling that the person they met at noon had referred to someone as Brother Jiqing. After a moment of contemplation, Tinley inquired, "The one in white?" To his surprise, she remembered that he favored wearing white, confirming her affections. Lu Chongting clenched his teeth, indignantly retorting, "He is hypocritical and insincere. You would regret being with him. Even if you do not harbor feelings for me, please do not develop feelings for him." "Like him?" Tinley's expression turned somewhat inscrutable as she recalled her encounter with Gu Jiqing that day. With a hint of disdain, she asserted, "Even if I were blind, I could never find someone like him appealing." Amidst the shadows of the willows, Lu Chongting's spirits were instantly lifted. "Is what you said true? False?" The disdain on Shirley's face had yet to fade. Lu Chongting could not possibly trust her words, yet her mood remained exceptionally buoyant. "Do you still remember our first encounter? In that room, I promised you that as long as you rescued me from the traffickers, I would treat you to a meal. I have yet to fulfill that promise. Are you free tomorrow? Shall we dine at Wanjing Tower?" "Wanjing Tower?" Shirley's eyes sparkled. The last delivery from Wanjing Tower to her home had been largely consumed by Xiaoxia, and having tasted a few bites, she found the flavors exquisite. "What time tomorrow?" Seeing a glimmer of opportunity, Lu Chongting's smile broadened. "Any time works for me. Tomorrow, Wanjing Tower will be closed for business, and the chef will be at your beck and call. Just tell him what you wish to eat." "Closed? Will there be renovations?" For an establishment that earns such a fortune daily, taking a day off incurs substantial loss. "Not at all. Do you prefer dining in a bustling atmosphere? Then it shall remain open." "Wait, Wanjing Tower is your establishment?" Lu Chongting nodded. "Indeed, besides it, a third of the taverns in the capital belong to the Lu family, and I currently manage them all." Since she was prepared to explore this planet, the expenses on the journey would undoubtedly be considerable. She preferred to reside in a shelter that could shield her from the elements rather than sleeping rough in the wilderness. Money flows outward without a return. Even if one possesses mountains of gold and silver, it is only a matter of time before it is depleted. Upon hearing his words, Shirley reflected on the substantial amount of silver notes in her possession, contemplating a few strategies that could elevate the establishment under his name. As a condition of exchange, she proposed to lend him 10,000 taels, which he could invest in the Wanjing Lu, and in return, he would provide her with monthly dividends based on this amount. Though she had considered starting her own business, the unfamiliarity with the area, along with sourcing and sales channels, posed significant challenges. It would be far more advantageous to seize a ready-made opportunity. However, she did not anticipate that Lu Chongting would be so remarkably feeble. Albeit possessing a sharp commercial acumen, Lu Chongting did not inquire about her methods. Instead, he asked, "Do you lack silver? Why not share it with me?" He then suggested, "Let us visit the government office tomorrow, and I shall transfer the Wanjing Lu into your name. Having a mine at home is certainly impressive." Did she boast of the hundreds of star systems under her name? Shirley narrowed her eyes at him, asserting, "It is not something I acquired through my own merit. I have never touched it." Sensing the latent threat in her gaze, Lu Chongting responded with a hint of grievance. "Is it not permissible for me to willingly give this to you?" Although he did not comprehend the implications of her words, He understood the phrase "no bones left" clearly. He had no desire to be killed by his bride before even marrying her. Lu Chongting shivered slightly, affirming, "Collaboration, of course. I never suggested I would not cooperate with you. I was merely overly concerned about your lack of funds. Please, share your strategy, and I shall see if it can be executed." The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the general's residence. As Shirley's face emerged from within, the doorman, filled with excitement, shouted to a nearby individual, "Quickly inform the general, the young lady has returned." Upon hearing the mention of the general, Lu Chongting urgently grasped Shirley's garment, saying, "Wait, do you think my current attire is appropriate? Is my hair disheveled? Does my face appear presentable?" Shirley, taking a moment to scrutinize him, replied, "You look quite well." "That's reassuring," Lu Chongting responded. At that moment, the doorman had approached the carriage, instructing Alai to retrieve a small stool and place it on the ground, extending his hand to assist Shirley. "Miss, please watch your step." Lu Chongting then released his grip on her garment, rose, adjusted his attire, and followed her out. "There's no need," Shirley declined the doorman's assistance. Leaping down gracefully to the ground, Lu Chongting stood atop the carriage, feeling somewhat conflicted. Ultimately, he decided to follow Shirley's lead. Although he could not match her agility, the modest height was unlikely to cause him to fall. "Sir, please be careful," he cautioned. Just then, Shirley reacted swiftly, reaching out to steady him before he could tumble. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Lu Chongting immediately straightened himself, rejecting her offer of support. "I am fine, truly." Shenhan first ensured his daughter was unharmed before noticing Lu Chongting standing nearby. "And who might this be?" he asked. Lu Chongting, equally surprised, thought, "Does the general recognize a younger generation?" "You flatter me, General," he replied graciously. "What shall I call you, General? You possess such a remarkable intellect. Henceforth, you may address me as Uncle Shen. I have a fondness for those who are well-versed in studies like yourself. Are you prepared to take part in this August?" Lu Chongting felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that gaining the approval of the esteemed father-in-law would not pose much of an obstacle. "Indeed, Uncle Shen, this humble nephew is ready to participate. Do you feel confident? Lord Sun has indicated that I may give it a try." Upon hearing this, Shenhan lowered his gaze in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and gently patted Lu Chongting's shoulder, saying, "Young man, dedicate yourself to your studies and strive to become the youngest scholar in Zhao State." Lu Chongting gratefully acknowledged Uncle Shen's kind words, nearly losing his balance under the weight of the gesture, as a sharp pain shot through his ankle. Thus, he took his leave. Shenhan was increasingly assured that this young man harbored no improper intentions toward his daughter and, with a smile, urged, "Do not be in such a hurry to depart. You are already at the door. Come in for a cup of tea." Although Lu Chongting felt regret, he steadfastly declined, stating that there were some accounts at home yet to be reconciled. "Very well, do visit my residence often in the future." "Certainly," Lu Chongting replied, nodding with a smile as he watched Shenhan and his entourage enter. Tenli curiously observed Lu Chongting's foot, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Was everything truly fine? Could it be a sign of weakness? Just as Lu Chongting was about to bend down to examine his injury, he caught Tenli's gaze and offered her a reassuring smile. "Sir, are you well?" Upon returning to the estate, Shenhan inquired how Shirley had come to know Lu Chongting. The steward, conveniently present, recounted how Shirley single-handedly dismantled a human trafficking ring in Bianzhou, rescuing nearly a dozen children in the process, and noted that Lu Chongting was among them. Shenhan felt a renewed sense of trust in Lu Chongting, recognizing him as a truly respectable scholar. The following day, Shirley attended a banquet at Wanjing Tower. Shenhan learned that Lu Chongting had promised to treat her to a lavish meal as a token of gratitude for her assistance. With a grand gesture, he encouraged her to go, adding that after the feast, she could invite Lu Xiaoji to their home. Observing his enthusiasm, Shirley could not help but ask, "Father, do you hold Lu Chongting in high regard?" Without hesitation, Shenhan nodded, expressing his admiration for the young man, who was both grateful and virtuous. "Oh, I see. Although I find him lacking in many aspects aside from his intellect, if you appreciate him, I shall invite him over more frequently to keep you company." The daughter held no romantic interest in Lu Chongting, and there was even a hint of disdain, yet Shenhan felt entirely reassured about him. At Wanjing Tower, the doors were firmly shut that day, but as Shirley approached, several attendants emerged from within, respectfully ushering her inside. The leader among them, the manager, flattered her, saying, "Young Master Shen, the master awaits you on the third floor. Please follow me." With a nod of acknowledgement, Shirley proceeded inside. Meanwhile, the third prince and his entourage, recently denied entry to Wanjing Tower, were incensed. They rushed forward, jamming the closing door with their feet, exclaiming, "Ouch, my foot." The third prince is also a frequent visitor, and the attendant at the door naturally recognizes his identity. Hearing his anguished cries, how could he dare to continue closing the door? Trembling, he knelt down, exclaiming, "I am but a foolish servant, having injured your highness. Please forgive me." Qi kicked the man aside and said, "Step aside. Since you are aware of your ignorance, why do you kneel here? Do you not realize you are obstructing the way?" The attendant fell to the ground with a cry, and another door attendant knelt beside him to help him up, saying, "Your highness, it is not that I stand in your way, but the tavern is closed today and does not welcome guests. Even if you enter, there will be no chef to prepare your meal." Qi immediately retorted, "Not welcoming guests? Just moments ago, someone entered. Do you think we are all blind? You, a mere attendant. Who gave you such audacity to speak to his highness in this manner?" Glancing around, he noted that Yeshuan was not present, but it was to be expected given her severe injuries. How could she possibly come out? "Do you have any business with me?" Enemies meeting is always a fierce affair. Qi pointed towards Shirley and shouted, "So it is you. Let us see where you can escape today." The third prince tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear, "She is formidable. We cannot prevail against her." The third prince gave him a perplexed look. "That lad? Did your father not inform you?" "Informed me of what?" "The last time we fought, humph. For a son of the Qin family, engaging in a couple of brawls is of little significance. Winning is a matter to boast about, while losing is hardly worth mentioning to family." Having said this, he raised his fist and charged towards Shirley, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, prepare yourself." Shirley swiftly grabbed a nearby stool and sent it beneath his feet. With a sharp crack and a dull thud, Qin Hung found himself sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, his years of training had not been in vain. Resilient and accustomed to taking hits, he struggled momentarily before rising to his feet. "You little rascal, if you have the audacity to employ underhanded tactics, at least face me head on." Observing the unfolding scene, Qi turned to the third prince beside him and inquired, "Your highness, shall we intervene?" "Feel free to do so. As for me, I have no desire to be on the receiving end of a beating," came the reply. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qin Hung found himself once again on the ground, this time struggling for an extended period without success. "Ah sure. What has transpired?" Lu Chating, upon receiving word that Shirley had arrived, descended from the third floor to investigate, his attention solely focused on Shirley, momentarily oblivious to the two figures standing nearby. The third prince, filled with unexpected delight, approached him. "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Chongting, aware that his uncle and aunt had reported to the emperor, understood the significance of the third prince's presence and greeted him with utmost respect. "I have encountered your highness. This establishment belongs to the Lu family, and having recently acquired several effective management strategies, I have decided to temporarily close Wanjing Lu for renovations today. Shirley is essentially a co-owner of Wanjing Lu, and I invited her to discuss matters together." The third prince replied, "Ah, that explains it. Since this establishment is yours, I shan't stand on ceremony. You handle your renovations, and we shall enjoy our meal. Please instruct the chef to prepare a few dishes at his discretion." Though he claimed it was casual, it was anything but. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chongting extended an invitation, "As Shirley and I are about to dine, your highness, if it pleases you, we would be honored by your company." The third prince cast a glance at Shirley, observing her lack of response, and nodded in acknowledgement. The two attendants on their knees united their efforts to assist Qin Hung in ascending the stairs. At the banquet, the third prince raised his cup towards Shirley and declared, "We may consider ourselves acquaintances forged through conflict, mission. Today, I toast to you." Alas, Qin Hung, reclining on a plush chair, struggled to sip his wine. Just as it graced his lips, he was startled by the title mission, causing him to expel the drink entirely. "Your highness, what did you call her?" The third prince, understanding Qin Heng's reaction, replied, "Mission, whose name is Shirley, is the daughter of General Shan. She merely delights in donning male attire." Upon hearing this, Qin Gui was momentarily taken aback. Shirley continued to enjoy her meal, while Lu Chating engaged in spirited conversation with the third prince and Qi Shan. Suddenly, Lu Chating interjected, "According to the Qin family's teachings, any male over the age of 15 who is bested by the same woman twice is bound to marry her. Miss Shirley, rest assured, I shall take responsibility. Tomorrow I will speak to my father, urging him to visit your family and propose. Alas, this time, it was Lu Changting who spat out his drink, dismayed by Qin Gui's serious demeanor. What a predicament, he thought, silently repeating, I am a scholar. I must maintain decorum, as he refrained from physically confronting Qin Hong, fearing he would disappoint his friend. I have exchanged tokens of affection with Shirley since the end of last spring. I shall marry no one else. Qin Hong felt a pang of melancholy. Is that so? Since you have made prior arrangements, let it be. My family would not resort to thwarting a couple's affections or seizing love by force. A token of affection? Shirley felt as though she had heard this term before. Upon further reflection, she gasped. Was that what it implied at the time? She raised her head, ready to refute Lu Changting, but upon noticing Qin Hong, she relinquished her intent and silently returned her gaze to her bowl, consuming her meal. After all, she would encounter Lu Changting again. There was no rush to clarify this matter at present. The third prince and Qi Qishan were utterly astonished, pointing between Lu Changting and Shirley, exclaiming, You too actually. Lu Changting discreetly glanced at Shirley, and upon seeing her lack of reaction, beamed radiantly at the two. After the meal, Lu Changting expressed a desire to discuss the reforms of the tavern with Shirley, thus keeping her behind. When the third prince departed, he escorted them to the entrance. Purposefully lagging a step behind, he leaned closer to Lu Changting and remarked, Lu, I am truly impressed. Qi Qishan, walking ahead while supporting Qin Hong, turned back and said, In terms of appearance alone, Miss Shirley could be deemed the most distinguished among the noble ladies of the capital, not to mention she is the daughter of General Shin. Lu, you are indeed fortunate. Lu Changting immediately adopted a serious demeanor and implored, I kindly ask the young master to refrain from such remarks. My feelings for Shirley are sincere, unrelated to her status or her looks. The absence of even Qi as a form of address revealed his genuine annoyance. Qi Qishan hastily apologized. I was indeed thoughtless. Please do not hold it against me, Lu. Qin Hong called out to him, Lu, if you truly cherish Miss Shirley, then please treat her well, for she is indeed worthy of becoming a member of my Qin family. Lu Changting replied with a clenched smile. There is no need for your concern. The token of affection was something you unilaterally took, and I refuse to acknowledge it. I could never marry you. At the very least, you have helped me avoid one trouble, and you may take note of my gratitude. Lu Changting smiled bitterly. What does gratitude matter? In the end, you do not harbor any feelings for me. Well, since I have already made up my mind about you, why should I torment myself with these trivialities? It would only serve to appear pretentious. Suddenly, Shirley felt a twinge of pity for this lad and extended her chopsticks to place a portion of food into his bowl. Here, eat more, nourish your body. Kidney deficiency is an ailment that needs remedy. How would you know if you haven't tried? Shirley promptly delivered a playful slap to the back of his head. You little rascal, mind your own business and eat your food. The following day marked the first birthday celebration of Lord Gu's grandson, and given the established rapport between the families, Shun Han could not attend due to his self-imposed seclusion for reflection. However, Shirley was determined to go. As it was a grand banquet, the Gu family was aware of Shirley's status, and wearing male attire would be rather inappropriate. Thus, Xiao Hong and Xiao Qing retrieved a delicate light blue dress adorned with emerald bamboo that they had previously purchased from the Zhongzhen pavilion. They also adorned her with a refined makeup look, transforming her appearance to one that was indeed striking, especially when she stood and walked. Her demeanor resembled that of a bamboo that, despite growing from a rocky crevice, stands upright and proud. Xiao Hong marveled, Indeed, Miss, you are the most beautiful. In my humble opinion, the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital should rightfully belong to you. Xiao Qing draped an outer garment over Shirley and countered. It is merely a title. What does Miss need that for? It is hardly worth anything. However, Miss Sin has always been irked by the fact that Miss Dead does not possess this title. Naturally, she cannot be compared to ordinary young ladies of the boudoir. Let us not linger in our conversation. It is time to set off, said Shirley. Upon arriving at the minister's residence, it was still the early hours of the day, yet numerous carriages were already stationed before Lord Gu's door. San Mei, Shen Wu called out to her. Shen Qingyu puffed her cheeks, then, after a moment of deflation, said, Very well, if we are not to speak of it, I shall remain silent. I am merely somewhat vexed. It truly seems anyone can trample upon us. The father of Princess Yu Yao is the Prince of Yun, and Fan Cc's father is the chief minister. Not only must we defer to them, but all the women in the capital, save for the two princesses. Treat them with the utmost courtesy. Ling Shui Ling, seated on the right, chimed in. I heard some days ago that Jia had been snubbed by Princess Yu Yao at Yunzhangjian Ge. Gu Shiqi was in the adjoining room, trying on garments at the time, and she relayed this to me, taking on the mantle of an elder sister. Shenwu declared, enough. You too, Shirley is indeed our sister. Let us disembark and not keep mother waiting. The three ladies were all as radiant as flowers, and their exquisite beauty drew considerable attention upon their appearance. Shen Qingyu straightened her posture and raised her head high, feeling a swell of pride. However, when she beheld Shirley descending from the carriage, her expression soured instantly. Jia, it is Shun Shirley. Following her gaze, Shen Wuyu's countenance also darkened. Why must she wear an outfit of the same hue? Shen Qingyu immediately discerned her intentions. Sister, I shall ascend and strip her of that attire. Qingyu, do not go. It is merely a similar color scheme. After all, there remains some distinction. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu scrutinized the situation with a mischievous glint in her eye. I have heard that Fan Cici is donning that very green bamboo skirt today. I am most curious to see how she will manage the outcome. Shirley sensed several gazes directed towards her, and upon meeting the most intense of them, she noticed three young ladies standing together, yet she paid them little heed. Xiao Hong, having noticed her gaze, trembled slightly and exclaimed, Miss, it is the young ladies. What young ladies? Xiao Qing stepped forward to divert the trio's attention. Smiling at Shirley, Miss, let us proceed indoors. Certain matters are not suitable for discussion in public. Shirley cast a glance at her and nodded in agreement. Very well. A mere first birthday celebration hardly warranted the personal attendance of the venerable matriarch. Thus it was the wife of Shun Laogong's second son, Shen Hao, who brought along the three young ladies of the Shen family. After the carriage halted, they lingered a while before approaching. Upon nearing, Shirley observed them chattering animatedly in one direction and inquired, What captivates your attention? Mother, we just spotted our second sister. Though the customs of Zhao country are said to be liberal, such gatherings still adhere to decorum. It is unlikely for men and women to sit together. However, it is merely a matter of one being on this side of the lake and the other on the opposite side. Banquets of this nature often serve as veiled matchmaking events. Across the lake, Gu Jiqing gazed longingly at the verdant hue in the distance, his eyes filled with melancholy. Just moments ago, he had encountered her and was about to greet her, only to be met with complete disregard. It was as if he were invisible. Du Kai Kai, holding a wine glass, leaned on his shoulder and jested, Brother Jiqing, which young lady has captured your fancy? Ah, do not speak such nonsense. How would I know who resides in your thoughts? Let me take a guess. You have no interest in Yun Yu Yao, and you've rejected the affections of Fan Cici. It can't possibly be the Miss Shun from the Shen family, Shen Wuyo, can it? It is indeed a lady from the Shen family, but her name is Shun Shirley. Du Kai Kai exclaimed in surprise, It's her. You still harbor feelings for her. Did you not declare that she bore no resemblance to a true woman and was quite insipid? At a distance, Qi Qishan nearly choked in disbelief. Could it be that such a formidable woman attracted so many admirers? He could comprehend the affection from his good friend Qin Hong, but the affections of Lu Chongting and this Gu Jiqing eluded his understanding. They must have lost their senses or been afflicted by some folly. He then heard Gu Jiqing respond, When did I ever utter such words? You said so during the second day of the new year last year. Do not claim you do not remember. I find that hard to believe. Believe what you will. As long as Xiaoshi knows she occupies my heart, that suffices. Du Kai Kai rubbed his arms, feeling a chill. Why does that send shivers down my spine? Drink your wine. Yun Yu Yao and Fan Cici approached hand in hand, while the ladies remained indoors conversing with Madame Gu about their children. The gathering was predominantly filled with unmarried young ladies. The two soon spotted Shen Shirley, clad in a pale green dress, seated by the lakeside. Fan Cici turned to leave, but Yun Yu Yao, seething with anger, seized her and marched directly towards Shen Shirley. Shen Shirley, how dare you show your face in front of me? Today, I shall see where you attempt to flee. Shen Qingyu stealthily approached Shen Wuyo, relishing the unfolding drama. Sister, a splendid spectacle is about to commence. Just watch, Shen Shirley will surely be unable to fit into that attire today. Shen Shirley, having stuffed a pastry from the table into her mouth, swallowed and addressed the two young ladies beside her. What brings you here, ladies? Shen Shirley, do not pretend not to recognize me. A fortnight ago at the Zhangjian Pavilion, you unjustly sought my life, and that debt remains unsettled. Shen Shirley pondered for a moment, recalling that she had not taken anyone's life recently. I am unsure of the incident to which you refer. When did this transpire? Where did it occur? What egregious act have I committed? Yun Yuyo was infuriated. Her words were crystal clear, yet the other party feigned ignorance. "Wretched woman!" she exclaimed, seizing the basin of water from the table and splashing it directly onto Shen Shirley. Gu Qiqing, witnessing Yun Yuyo and Fan Sisi approach Shen Shirley, hastily discarded his cup and departed from the table. "Brother Qiqing, why the sudden haste? Yun Yuyo is coming. She will undoubtedly create trouble for Xiaoshi." "I must see to it," he replied. Du Kaikai shook his head, clicking his tongue. "Ah, the more peach blossoms, the merrier. No one is more charming than Brother Qiqing." Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted movement across the lake. "Oh, it has begun." Qi-Shan paused with his chopsticks, set them down, and moved to the railing to observe, then dashed away. Bai Ji Kong, seated beside him, called out, "Qi-Shan, where are you off to? Watching a performance? Is there a show to behold? How could he be absent?" Bai Jin Kong's eyes glimmered with excitement as he rose to follow closely behind. "Wait for me." Shirley stood up, pushing aside the water on the table, and hurled all the snacks at Yun Yuyo. "Your Highness." The maid beside Yun Yuyo hurriedly stepped forward to assist her in tidying her appearance. "Ah!" Yun Yuyo let out a cry, her eyes reddening with fury as she pointed at Shirley and berated her. "You vile creature, how dare you throw food at me? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you shall remain ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Hold her down." Shirley had initially intended to disregard the weak women who could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, yet since they persisted, she felt compelled to take action. She leapt and delivered a swift kick to each of the two women. With a resounding thud and a splash, water erupted in all directions. The eyes of nearly all the female guests in the vicinity were drawn to Shirley as someone inquired, "Whose daughter is that, exhibiting such savagery?" "I do not perceive her as savage. Those kicks were executed quite well. That seems to be Shen Shirley, the daughter of the Duke of Dingbei. I have encountered her a few times before." "The daughter of General Shen? Ah, that explains her commendable skills." Shen Qingyu muttered softly, "Commendable? With her limited abilities, 2 rough maids could easily subdue her." "Third sister, do not speak nonsense. Grandmother and aunt are indulgent towards our second sister. They simply do not wish to intervene." "Oh." "Regardless, she is not formidable. It is merely that those 2 maids are exceedingly weak." Yun Yuyao pointed at Shirley, rendered speechless by astonishment, and then shouted at the 2 individuals in the lake. "Incompetence." She shook off their grasp, exclaiming, "Is that it? You dare to bully me so, yet wish for peace? Dream on." Subsequently, she clapped her hands twice and commanded, "Caesar." Out of nowhere, 2 figures clad in black emerged, swiftly launching themselves at Shirley. Yun Yuyo smugly declared, "These are 2 shadow guards I specifically summoned from my father. Let us see what ability she possesses this time." Shirley raised an eyebrow, effortlessly countering their attacks. "Good heavens. What were you thinking, donning all black in broad daylight and lurking on the rooftops?" The black-clad figures snorted disdainfully and intensified their assault. Shirley swiftly kicked away their feet, seized their arms, and twisted them behind their backs, then delivered a forceful stomp, pivoting to land another kick. The majority of the female spectators, having never witnessed such a fierce confrontation up close, were utterly captivated. The 2 adversaries tumbled to the ground, perilously close to the lakeshore. Shirley stood atop one of them, her elbow resting on her knee, and inquired, "Good sir, can you fly?" "Oh wait, that is not right. Let me rephrase. Can you scale walls like a cat?" The one beneath her stammered, I do not go by, good sir. You should call me Big Brother." Shirley chuckled at his response. "Oh, how amusing. Very well, Big Brother, can you scale walls?" Seizing the opportunity as Shirley engaged him in conversation, Yun Yuyao picked up a plate from a nearby table and hurled it at her, shouting, "Vile creature, perish." As Gu Jiqing rounded the corridor, he beheld a series of porcelain plates soaring from Yun Yuyao's hands, hurtling directly towards Shirley. "Xiaoshi," he exclaimed, rushing forward with unprecedented speed, arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to embrace her and shield her from the impending blows, prepared to endure the impact himself. Jiqing Gij, Fan Sisi, caught off guard by the lengths to which the man she admired would go for another woman, felt a tumult of resentment and jealousy surge within her. However, just as Gu Jiqing was about to collide with Shirley, she pivoted and kicked him away, simultaneously deflecting the oncoming plates with his own momentum. Kikishin, who arrived shortly thereafter, wore a look of delight, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Excellent." Bai Jin Kong leaned closer to him and whispered, "Qishan brother, why do you fear her so?" Kikishin shook his head, an expression of reluctance to elaborate crossing his face. "You wouldn't understand." Gu Jiqing was flung backwards, shattering a table as he landed on the ground. Clutching his chest and mustering his strength to declare, "Xiaoshi, I know you still hold resentment towards me, but I will not yield. I promised you I would grow old with you." Fan Cici's eyes welled with fury. "Jichengij, how can you still hold on to her after this? What is it about her that you find so admirable?" Gu Jicheng smiled faintly. "She possesses everything." "Jichengij," by Jin Kong, observing the exchange, mimicked Fan Cici's voice with a teasing tone. Kikishin stifled a laugh, turning his face away, while Gu Jicheng remained unfazed, leaving Fan Cici in a state of embarrassment and frustration. Two individuals stealthily attempted to rise and depart, while the person above had already straightened their arms and arched their back. Without casting a glance, they pivoted and stamped down heavily. The two emitted muffled groans, rendered unconscious. Leaning down to observe, 10 Miles remarked, "Elder brother, you haven't yet revealed whether you possess the ability to traverse rooftops. You must not lose consciousness." Subsequently, onlookers witnessed her effortlessly lifting one of them and tossing them into the lake, causing another splash. The two maidservants had already retrieved the fallen, yet upon hearing the commotion, they turned back, feeling a sudden surge of relief. A gust of wind swept by, prompting them to shiver and wipe their noses, shuddering as they departed, truly chilled. The cold water revived the two, who began to bob up and down in the lake, bubbles rising to the surface. 10 Miles squatted by the shore, observing them, and inquired, "Elder brother, may I now ascertain whether you can indeed traverse rooftops?" "No, we cannot." "Then how did you ascend to the rooftop? And what enabled you to leap down so swiftly?" "As shadow guards, Gurgle, navigating rooftops, Gurgle, is a fundamental skill." "Oh, remain in the water for a full 10 minutes before returning to shore." 10 Miles, greatly disappointed, sighed as she walked toward Yun Yuyao, having witnessed her prowess. Yun Yuyao hesitated, instinctively retreating a few steps. Yet, recalling her own status, she straightened her posture and questioned, "What do you intend to do?" "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely feel that since both maidservants and shadow guards have entered the water, it seems rather inappropriate for you, as the mistress, to remain on the shore. We are all part of the same family. How wonderful it would be to remain unified." With that, she seized Yun Yuyao's hands and pulled her toward the water's edge. Yun Yuyao gazed at the lake in the distance, struggling fiercely. "Let go of me, Cici. Cici, save me. 1, 2, 3, throw." With a powerful swing of his arms, Shirley cast her aside. The two shadow guards, who hesitated on the shore, swiftly dodged the incoming figure. It was not that they lacked the desire to rescue her, but rather that they were powerless to act. "Ah, Shirley, you wait for me. I will tell my father." Glub, glub. Fan Cici's face was anxious. "Princess, are you all right? What are you all standing there for? Quickly, go and rescue the princess. If anything happens to her, can you bear the consequences?" Unbeknownst to her, Shirley had approached from behind and gently patted her shoulder. "Hey, my dear, how about we jump into the water together for some fun?" Fan Cici suddenly spotted her and screamed, "Ah, don't touch me. Stay away from me." Observing her panicked retreat, Shirley shrugged and spread her hands. "Everyone saw it. I did nothing to her. She simply screamed and ran off. If she later accuses me of bullying her, you all can testify to my innocence." The Princess Yun Yao's father, the king of the Southwest, commanded an army of 120,000. Even the emperor held him in cautious regard. How could they afford to offend him? Shen Xingyu could no longer contain herself and slammed her hand on the table. "Shirley, do you even realize what you are doing?" "Miss Third." Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong quickly saluted her. Shirley gave her a cursory glance. "So, you are Shen Xingyu? Oh, have you lost your wits after spending a year in the countryside? Now you feign ignorance, while once you shamelessly lingered in my home, calling yourself a sister alongside me and my elder sister? My dear young lady, there's no need for such indignation at your tender age. I merely subdued someone who meant to harm me and did not disturb your ancestral grave." The mention of the ancestral grave caused Shen Wuyo to lose her composure. "Ah, sure, how could you speak so?" she exclaimed. "Do you not know to show respect to your ancestors? Your manners are increasingly lacking. Young lady, is it not basic courtesy to introduce oneself before conversing with others?" Shen Wuyo frowned. "How long do you intend to act in such a manner?" Xiao Hong leaned closer to Shirley and remarked, "Miss, this is the eldest young lady, and the one in plain attire to her left is the cousin." Shirley sighed, realizing how miserable her past had been. Xiao Hong nodded vigorously. "Miss, during your time at the girls' school, you were unable to study and were not well liked by the other young ladies. Although you wished to befriend them, They held little affection for you, especially the third young lady, who often resorted to physical means against you, and the cousin who would always adopt a pitiful demeanor whenever she erred, shifting the blame onto you. Ah, now I understand why I felt such an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing them, Shirley mused with a smile as she approached the trio. Since we are reunited, I have nothing to offer you, but after much contemplation, I believe a day trip to the lake would be delightful. Come, I shall escort you there. Madame Gu hurriedly arrived, witnessing Shirley pulling Shen Qingyu and Ling Shuiling towards the lakeside. Madame Chenair bellowed, Shen Shirley, what are you doing? Release your sisters at once. Mother, save me. I implore you, second sister, let me go. I cannot swim. Shen Shirley seemed oblivious to their pleas and forcefully pushed them into the water. He declared, if anyone dares to rescue them, I shall ensure they remain at the bottom of the lake forever. Madame Gu stepped forward to counsel. Ah sure, they are your own sisters. Why act so ruthlessly? Someone, quickly retrieve the two young ladies from the lake. The servants in the water were all from the Gu family, naturally obedient to Madame Gu's words. They swam over and grasped the sisters' hands, but with a swift movement, Shirley kicked a shard of porcelain towards the servant who had seized Shen Qingyu's arm. A chilling scream echoed, and the unfortunate man sank beneath the surface, leaving a dark stain of blood spreading across the lake. My apologies, I always uphold my words. Ah, a murder has occurred. While the ladies maintained a semblance of composure. After all, most women residing in the inner chambers had blood on their hands. The other women were in sheer panic. Shen Wuyo furrowed her brow. Thinking it was merely a servant who had perished, why the commotion? Madame Gu was also incensed. Shen Shirley, do you think you can take the lives of my household's people at your whim, without regard for me? Let me make myself clear. If you insist on sending them to rescue, and now a life has been lost, do you not think that is unreasonable? Moreover, the man is not truly dead, so what is all this uproar about? As soon as she finished speaking, bubbles began to rise from the water's surface, and the man who had just submerged resurfaced, a wound visible on his shoulder, flailing his arms in an attempt to grasp something. Ling Shuiling was beside him, narrowly evading his touches on 2 occasions. Shen Shirley remarked, look, they seem to be quite well in the water, don't they? They appear to be unharmed. After saying this, he called out to Ling Shuiling in the lake, my lady, did you not claim you couldn't swim? Madame Gu choked on her words, then turned to the people beside her, shouting, why are you still dawdling? Go save him. Madame Chenair interjected, Shen Shirley, look at yourself now. Kneel and apologize to Madame Gu. The 2 individuals in the lake included a daughter of lesser birth and another's child. Madame Chenair was not particularly concerned about their plight, yet the Gu family's connections were of utmost importance. Apologize? Aunt, have you lost your mind? Should I send you down to regain your senses? Shen Shirley, I am your aunt. Yes, miss. Gu Ji-chung had regained his composure, and, hearing her intentions to leave, struggled to rise, saying, Xiao sure, I will leave with you. Chi Shan clicked his tongue, shook his head, and followed behind Shen Shirley with Bai Jin Kong. The only person that Miss Shirley has physically confronted is Yun Yuyao, as the situation was instigated by her. Even if the king of the Southwest were to personally come to the capital, he would not be able to exert any influence over the Shen family. Furthermore, the existence of secret guards, when brought to light, could be interpreted as the unauthorized maintenance of troops, which could potentially lead to accusations of treason. It is inconceivable that the emperor would overlook such a misstep by the king of the Southwest. At the banquet hosted by the Gu family, not only will the emperor not blame Miss Shirley, but he may even hold her in high regard. As for General Shen and the long-standing issues of the Shen family, it is certain that many within the upper echelons of the city are aware, yet they choose to feign ignorance. Shen Han's hereditary title remains intact. Even if Miss Shirley cannot inherit the title, her children with her husband can. Should the Shen family fail to produce successors beyond the elder and Shen house civilian positions, their affluence would inevitably come to an end. Regarding the Gu family, with General Shen no longer engaging in warfare, what relevance do they hold? The factions led by An Yeshuan and Gu Jiqing have diminished significantly with the departure of Qi Qishan and Gu Jiqing, leaving the banquet largely devoid of suitable young gentlemen. The female guests expressed their regret at their sudden exit. Madame Gu, observing the departing figures, sighed inwardly, lamenting how a splendid banquet had devolved into such a state. She summoned the servants present to inquire about the details of the unfolding events. Madame Chenair offered her apologies, saying, Madame Gu, please forgive me. This child, Shirley, has always been unruly, wild in her ways, and impossible to manage, no matter who attempts to rein her in. though she is a daughter of the Shen family. Her behavior is utterly outlandish. One might mistakenly think that we raise all our daughters in such a manner. I am genuinely concerned about how I will find a suitable match for my own daughter in the future. Madame Gu reassured her, not at all. I find that Wu Yo is quite admirable, well-educated, gentle, and graceful, with a lively spirit. She is truly a fine child. Should any distinguished young gentleman come into view, I shall certainly keep an eye out for you. Madame Chenair smiled broadly. That is wonderful news. Wu Yo is on the verge of her coming-of-age ceremony, and I have been troubled about her prospects for marriage. Xiaoqing, sitting in the carriage, expressed her deep concern. Miss, your commotion at the Gu residence's banquet today will surely lead the female guests to gossip about you. Tomorrow, someone will undoubtedly file a report against General with the court. Shirley dismissed her worries. I have neither set fire to anything, nor taken a life, nor committed any crime. It was merely a trivial scuffle among young girls. There's no need for concern. Xiaohong nodded vigorously. Indeed, indeed. The miss only struck the third prince and was confined to her home for a mere fortnight. Surely, throwing a few people into the water pales in comparison, does it not, miss? But is it truly wise to sever ties so completely with Madame Eyre and the others? In the past, both the first and second wives treated the young lady rather poorly. Their presence was more a burden than a blessing. What harm is there in severing ties? The general is now the Duke of Dingbei, a nobleman who no longer engages in battle. With the general in place, what need have the wives? We are merely the senior maidservants, and once the young lady is married off, we shall become the stewards, much like Granny Chun, enjoying both prestige and an abundance of wealth. Xiaoqing could not disagree, but seeing that Shirley had already closed her eyes to rest, she could only set aside her worries. The events of the banquet, as Xiaoqing had predicted, spread like wildfire, and opinions on Shirley's demeanor varied greatly. Lu Chongting, upon hearing a lie report that Gu Jiqing had expressed a desire to grow old together with Shirley, nearly crushed the book in his hands. Alai appeared hesitant, faltering over whether to speak or remain silent. Lu Chongting looked up, his face etched with anger towards Gu Jiqing, and demanded, "Is there anything else? Speak, sir." The book in your hands. Lu Chongting glanced down, startled, and slowly smoothed the pages. Is there a shop selling calligraphy treasures on Jingshui Street, owned by the Gu family? Indeed, there is a poetic pavilion directly opposite our clothing shop. Transform the clothing shop into a calligraphy treasure house. As for the Gu family's other establishments, devise a scheme to undermine them. Within 10 days, ensure that all of the Gu family's businesses in the city are shut down. But the Gu family is. And what of it? The Lu family contributes 1/3 of the annual tax revenue to the imperial treasury. No matter how elevated their status, can they surpass the emperor? Alai's spirit lifted. Understood, sir. Indeed, there are allegations against Shun Han's inadequate education, resulting in his daughter, Shun Shidiao, becoming willful and unruly, leveraging her martial prowess to bully the weak. There exists an entire basket of petitions demanding the impeachment of the Shun father and daughter. However, as Qi Qishan rightly anticipated, the emperor's focus lies solely on the 2 shadow guards borrowed from the Southwest King for Yun Yuyao, dismissing the trivial fracas involving Shirley as inconsequential. When his own son was assaulted, he did not take severe action against the assailants. Rather, he rewarded them generously. As for your family, merely being thrown into the water does not warrant any further repercussions, does it? Moreover, on that day, Qi Qishan and Bai Jikong departed from the Gu family accompanied by their usual companions, only to encounter Gu Jiqing, who had also left the Gu family. Qi Qishan mockingly remarked, "The fallen blossoms have intentions, while the flowing waters remain indifferent. What a pity, what a pity. You pride yourself as the foremost young master of the capital, yet why does Miss Shirley not take a liking to you? Could it be that your character leaves much to be desired?" Bai Jikong interjected, "Brother Qishan, you are mistaken. Gu Xiong cannot be likened to fallen blossoms, for he is more akin to withered flowers, which Miss Shirley naturally finds unappealing." Laughter erupted among their companions. "Mind your words," Du Kaikai retorted angrily, stepping forward to confront them. Gu Jiqing intervened, stopping him. "Akai, let it go." He then addressed them with gravity. "Young Master Qi, I have no desire to engage in a quarrel with you today. The matters concerning Miss Xiaoshi do not require your unsolicited commentary. The outcome of my relationship with her is of no concern to you, and I hope you will exercise restraint in your speech in the future." Chi Mountain dismissed the decorative fan from his hand, and with genuine concern remarked, "You may not yet be aware, but Miss Shirley has already become engaged to another." and their affection is mutual. There is no possibility for you between her and me. She holds you in no regard. I advise you to relinquish your pursuit sooner rather than later. Impossible, young Master Chi-Chi, even if we are at odds. You need not resort to such rumors to tarnish my name. This concerns a lady's honor. Should this information spread, how would it affect Miss Shirley's prospects for marriage in the future? If you choose not to believe, that is your prerogative. However, let it be known. It matters not if it were Miss Shirley or any other woman. She would surely choose him over you. After all, Brother Jiqing, you are rather unimpressive, and the company you keep is equally questionable. Alas, how true it is that the ancients said, birds of a feather flock together, and indeed, I am not deceived. With that, Chi-Chi Mountain added a mocking smile, provoking further irritation. Bai Jinkong lowered his voice and asked, Brother Chi-Chi, do you not think your words are somewhat excessive? What if a fight breaks out? Chi-Chi Mountain responded loudly, and if a fight were to ensue, would we not simply be defeating a gaggle of ruffians? The companions trailing behind him echoed sentiments of indifference, urging him to confront the ruffians without fear. At that moment, the faction of Jiqing stirred restlessly, incited by the boldness of these young men. Gu Jiqing raised his hand to halt their advance. Although his expression remained impassive, a simmering anger lurked between his brows. This was the street. It was ill-advised to resort to violence. On the left side of the West Market, there lay a medical hall on Gusui Street. If one were to proceed rightward until the end, a vacant lot awaited, devoid of any presence. Tonight, at the initial hour of the evening, would you dare to meet? What is there to fear? Gu Jiqing snorted disdainfully, hoping they would manage to find the place and not lose their way. Chi-Chi Shan scoffed, dismissing the concern. There is no need for your worry. Very well, Gu Jiqing replied, turning to leave, but then added, by the way, that hour coincides with the curfew. Will your family permit you to venture out? Should you fail to keep the appointment, would we not be waiting in vain for the entire night? Thus, if at the moment of the evening hour I have not yet seen you, it will indicate our victory, and you shall gather your belongings and depart from Yanzheng Hall, returning to where you belong. Yanzheng Hall is filled with a group of well-off young scions who possess little inclination towards scholarly pursuits, and the instructor is not particularly strict. They could easily skip classes if they wished. Gu Jiqing, in his efforts to reform the academic atmosphere of Yanzheng Hall, has long sought to expel Chi-Chi Shan and his companions.